They wanna know if you still got it. They got it.
Come on, man. Oh, yeah. Welcome out. Once again, this is the Remix Morning Show. We bringing it back classic, yo. In case you didn't know, we are doing this all day from 8 to 6 p.m. This is our end of the year wrapping it up drive, bringing y'all here with some classic stuff to start the morning off. And we talk about classic, we can't do it without the ear doctor and Dr. Jerry Ball.
Yes, indeed. That's the intro. That's what I'm talking about. What's up, ear doctor?
Hey, everything's good. I knew my bro was coming back. I was like, yo, we gotta bring it out. All this hip hop all year, we go,
Bump Nux.
Yeah.
What's up, Black Liberation Media? What's up, Remix Morning Show? What's up? What are we calling this? Celebratory end of the year?
Yeah, the wrap up. Yeah.
That's what's up.
So yeah,
and
all the people. Go ahead.
And it's perfect because it's perfect. First of all, just like the old times, I'm the only one on time.
Exactly. I was like, yo, this shit
let's
ain't
start
changed.
there. Let's start there. Secondly, oh, here he come. Go ahead, do your thing. Go ahead.
And no other than the incomparable. Usually has a cozy, adorable sweater on, but this time he might not. He goes by the name of Kamal K. Franklin.
Wow. What's up, Kamal Mal?
I almost put it on too.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't, bro.
Oh no, it was this close. Jared, you haven't seen it.
Man, not live.
Oh. Everybody loves it.
I come back from time to time. I do the best I can to check out at least some of the remix, like on the way home or something.
Sure,
you know, but I haven't seen too much of the. You got Cosby sweaters? Is that what this is?
I don't think it's a Cosby sweater. It's a little Christmassy though.
I don't know if we can say that anymore.
Without really being Christmassy. It's Cosby without the rape. How about that?
You're supposed to say great
Cosby sweaters. No pills. No pills around. No.
Hey, where's your mic at there, Kamal?
Oh, it's not testing. 1, 2, 3. It's not working.
Okay, here we go.
It's like we back at the old school. It's like
so fucking year 5 damn near.
Working. This is perfect. I love it.
And
I love it.
The lighting is terrible. Oh my god!
It
is. Lighting. Got the bookshelf though. Got the fly bookshelf.
That's true.
What is that disease when you're born like yellowish? That's what you look like. You got right now.
Oh my god!
What is
jaundice? You got jaundice. God damn.
It do look yellow
so
over
good
there.
to be back. Jack, you don't know how happy I am to see your face, man.
Man, likewise, man. I miss y'all. I miss the crew. I miss the morning shows. My my institution be fucking with me, man.
Yeah, your students taking up all your time, man.
No, man. Oh my goodness. And the emails, the post-semester, the post-classes emails. How did I end up with this grade? No, it's always the same thing. And then I have to send notes about the 30 assignments you missed. I literally did just send an email to somebody saying, how are you confused about your grade? You literally missed 22 assignments. 22 assignments. And you're emailing me about your grade. Like I can't do nothing for you, man. Talk about old school hip hop. But yeah, no, the 5 courses this past semester they were overdoing it. It was overdone, and they moved it up earlier in the morning too.
What would you say is the big difference between last year and this year with the students? Where's they headed?
No difference. Unfortunately, there's no difference. We get it's like every year it's the same thing. And if anything, over the 20 years that I've been at Morgan, I think there's just been a devolution of it's just been you just see the impact of social media and the constant attacks on intellectualism and then the business of the university is to get more students. So as the president has been saying for years, we're going to expand the pond in which we fish for students, by which he means we're going to lower the standards and get whoever we can get. And so we have a record, enrollment currently at Morgan, and
more
faculty,
radical
staff,
minded?
pay, and hiring.
Would you
No.
have more and not more radical minded?
No.
No.
Damn. No. So it's a goal to, I mean, look, I mean, I really do love the in the classroom experience, not most of anything else. And the students they're just underprepared, both in terms of basic education, but also politics, because they're being raised in this world that we all exist to struggle against. And so no, it's and then they're under resourced. So they, it's like they're coming in with fewer resources, less preparation, and more madness to struggle through to try to, understand the world. And then they're meeting faculty who are underpaid, overworked, understaffed. And so it makes it harder for us to do as good a job as we should be doing. And then it's just thrown in there. And then really Morgan just wants 6 years of tuition. And then if you graduate, great. But if not,
there's always another crop coming in.
It's always another crop. Yeah. And so I think we're still I don't think we're still at 40% 6-year graduation rates. Like, I don't think, the goal has always been to get to 50% since I've been there, and it's never been, close. So
when you say that 40% of the students graduate within 6 years, that's been the current. Okay. Interesting. So
it's still overwhelmingly students go there and attend for 6 years and do not graduate.
That's amazing. Yeah, that is do you know what the national average is for most schools or anything like that? Is that?
You know what? I don't at this point, but it Morgan was always on the low side, but it wasn't tremendous. Like this isn't, I think, abnormal, but I don't have the specifics on that.
Okay.
And then they still have the student debt. That's the point. Yeah, like they still have the debt, they still have the bills, and they
Okay.
What is Chitty Macha saying? You should check those complaining about grades while missing assignments are from charter schools. Oh, wow. That's interesting. No, most of them are from Baltimore public schools, frankly. But yeah, that's a good anyway. So yeah, that's where it is.
Okay. Oil House, Sabari Ghani. That's right. Happy Kwanzaa to all those out there that celebrating. What's today? Cooperative economics. What's that your favorite?
That's
right. Jared.
Is that today? I don't know.
Ujima? Is it Ujima today?
What's today?
Somebody throw it in the chat. I know there's somebody out there who's.
We're terrible. This is shame on us.
Is it Nia?
I know.
I think it's Nia. It might be perfect.
Shame on us.
You don't know. Oh my God.
So it started December 26th with Umoja.
Yeah.
So that would mean today is cooperative economics, right?
Hey, look at that. I'll be knowing something,
But my standard criticism of that is that's too vague. What does it mean to say cooperative economics? And I know the African world struggles with the Eurocentrism of socialism, and there seems to be an attempt to avoid that. But cooperative economics just means it's too vague. I think it could mean support Black business.
That's pretty much I think what it is. It's like keep the black dollar, keep the black dollar in the community.
But that ain't real. It's not real.
The Essence Festival. Well, definitely. I saw some pictures. It's definitely about that.
Oh, the fly shit is definitely important. Like the fly Kwanzaa parties. Like let's definitely.
Atlanta's alive. Atlanta's alive right now.
I'm sure.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sure DC isn't far behind. But yeah. I salute to the Kwanzaas, to the Kwanzaa celebrators, and I do it. I will give Karenga. I do want to give him the credit for establishing something to redirect some attention to. I do like the hater part of it. Like people say Merry Christmas to me, and I will say Happy Kwanzaa. Like, just to
oh.
Like, just
those Negroes. Oh,
yeah. Oh, you one of them? Yeah, I'm one of them. I don't. I want to be on team. When the MAGA conservatives and them say there's an attack on Christmas, I want them to be talking about me. I want to be in that.
I want to be.
And you gotta have a follow. Somebody said the folks are like MAGA folks are bugging out online over Kwanzaa. They're bugging out about everything that's not white.
That's what I think Karenga at minimum should get credit for. Like let
like the whitewashing. Ain't they trying to like whitewash and get rid of all the black shit? Like,
oh, completely, B.
I mean, that shit is
wild. As your vice president said, you shouldn't be scared to be white anymore.
Wow.
That's right.
Vice president of the United States in a public speech, not off mic, not caught like in a secret room, not somebody quoting him, on public mics in a big lecture hall. You don't have to be scared to be white.
And he ain't say what decade of whiteness neither. Like, it's different decades of whiteness.
Like, pick one.
The one where they're completely in control again.
Yeah. You saying Nicki Minaj's assassin, political assassin? Is
that's what she called him.
She called him political assassin. So he's saying, don't be afraid to be white. But somebody sent me something. Did you know apparently Charlie Kirk previously praised her work?
Praised her or insulted her?
Yeah, he insulted her.
He did insult her, but at one point he also was quoted as saying that he actually liked one of her verses on some track at some point. In 2017, 2018 or something like that.
I mean, that's what we do. We talk about how Nas got a dope verse, but then at the same time, like, this nigga got Casino. So,
and that's what Kirk was saying. He was saying, I appreciate her verse, but I don't think she's a good symbol for black women. Yeah, good role model for black women, which we know he was ultimately very concerned with.
Yeah.
Producing good role models for black and brown women.
Do you think she's a good role?
They were smart. Yeah.
I mean, would you
that he was saying black women were not smart, and I think he pointed out to the Supreme Court justice as his reason for saying that or whatever, at least one of several. Or whatever.
Ketanji is not smart.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
not up to par. For his
would you consider her a good role model?
Nicki Minaj? No.
Nor the Supreme Court justice.
Yeah, exactly. and equally, and on equally low terms. Like I would condemn them both equally. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Can I share some hate? Because I got hated on in a new article.
Not you.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And it was just sent to me this morning, and I admit, and I'm already heated. So
oh shit.
If we have a moment for that,
let's do it.
I can. So this is the article here, introducing the Clay Gilmore Institute for Philosophy, Technology, and Counterinsurgency by Dr. Tony Gasku. I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Hey, Jared, before you get into it, we just want to let everybody know what we're doing today from 8
Go ahead, man.
No, you good. From 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., we're going to be here all day. We're going to have a bunch of shows coming throughout the day, different hosts coming on. So we're doing this as the end of the year fundraiser. We're trying to make sure that we can pay all these bills and make sure that at the same time that what is it, that a super chat thing still works. So y'all can go ahead and try that out real quick and make sure it's still working. And go to blkliberationmedia.org. You go there and donate and also become a Patreon member. We are doing this all day for y'all, trying to make this happen. So not trying, we're making it happen. So thank y'all for your support throughout the years and being here. Jared, take it over.
No, I appreciate that, and salute to all of us for that, and a good day of programming. So yeah, man. So introducing the Clay Gilmore Institute for Philosophy, Technology, and Counterinsurgency by Tony Gasku, Professor PhD, and Dr. Myron J. Clay Gilmore, PhD. And we're not going to read the whole thing. I haven't even read through the whole thing. I skipped right to the hate from me. I admit that. So in general, I appreciate the analysis and study of counterinsurgency and folks doing that work. But what ends up happening is, and I'll just skip to there we go, where I'm called out. Now they couch this in the context of Black male studies. So they come out of the Tommy Curry wing of scholarship, Black male studies. Tommy Curry been, not a stranger to certainly my platforms and BLM. But they say here that I and someone I interviewed on this platform earlier this summer, Professor Carrie Sinanan. They're saying that we are part of an effort to suppress Black male studies, to avoid, and it says here, so for instance, scholars such as Carrie Sinanan, Jairo Funan Flores, and Jared Ball have publicly advised others to avoid Black male studies, dismissed its critiques, or appropriated the terminology of counterinsurgency for literary or intersectional analyses disconnected from military and historic evidence. All right. And you see the footnote here. This is important. So I'm being accused of publicly encouraging people to avoid Black male studies, which I have never, ever done. In fact, as I just mentioned, Tommy Curry has been a guest of mine for years on every platform, from back to WPFW radio to this platform, to my platform. So that was wild. Now, I will say, Curry and I last year had a private exchange around this claim. He claimed that he heard me on the Remix Morning Show compare him to because I was talking with Kim about, if folks even remember this, about the rates of abuse against Black children, and I brought up Stacey Patton's work, my colleague at Morgan State, and I said that Patton's work is Tommy Curry-esque. That was the quote that Tommy Curry in the private exchange actually quoted back to me as evidence that I was discouraging and dismissing and disrespecting his work. And I was saying, how is me saying something is Tommy Curry-esque discrediting, discourage, or a critique when it's praising your work and saying someone is doing something similar? He accused me, and we went back and forth, and I told him, you're full, you're I don't know what exact language I used, but I was conveying you're being dishonest to say that I've been some sort of an effort to discourage. And then I showed Curry, I said, scroll up in our Twitter DMs, you see that the last message that he never responded to was me literally inviting him back to the platform. So I said, so where is all this coming from? So then later last year, after the Sinanan interview, Gilmore goes on Twitter and starts calling me and her out. Admittedly, I didn't know her very well, so I was saying, I don't understand what you're saying. He said, you're denying that that I've read. He said, you are ignoring and suppressing my work. He sent screenshots on Twitter showing an article or two that he published in 2025. So I was trying to say to him, my man, your article just came out this year in like April of 2025. Sinanan came on the show in June. I was like, what is the issue? How are you accusing me of suppressing work I didn't even know existed? So I said, come on the show, send me an email. Let's not do this over Twitter. Send me an email, send me your work. I'll read your work. Come on my show. He literally said, I'm not going to email you. He sent me screenshots of his work, which are obviously not the articles. And then he said on Twitter, I'm not going to email you. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to come on your show. So I was like, bet. And I blocked him and moved on. So then this article comes out and he's accusing me of publicly encouraging people to avoid Black male studies. And he quotes that here. He's got that in quotes with a footnote. All right. So if you go to the footnote, this is just pathetic. And here's the show we did. This was the show.
Wow.
So this is the show. He's saying that we co-opted, he's saying that she came on, he accuses Synanon of never producing counterinsurgency scholarship, and that she shouldn't have been, talking about it, and that she came on my podcast, and that was it. Then if you go to the footnote, where's the footnote at?
I just learned that means footnote. Those letters.
Okay. So you go, this is the footnote in a now deleted post on x.com. So he must have deleted that. Or no, he's saying Carrie Synanon not only demonstrated her ignorance of the field's claims, but also discouraged people from engaging in BMS. Her message read, definitely avoid the black male studies critiques and be guided by those who reminded us to focus on the forces of oppression rather than on the identities of those oppressed, because that's where neoliberalism sneaks in. It becomes about identity, not radical resistance. So he's quoting her as saying, avoid black male studies. She did not say that on my show. She did not say that to me. She and I never talked about it. I would have likely just even disagreed with that particular approach and encouraged some engagement with black male studies. But the point is that never happened. I didn't even know she had said that. And I told him that during our Twitter exchange, but then he just quotes. And then he says here that she said that, let's see, on Jared Ball's I Mix What I Like channel, which was wrong. It was on Black Liberation Media. So they're wrong on that as well. After being confronted with evidence of Synanon's rebranding of her scholarship and co-optation of terms related to the intervention of BMS scholarship, Ball refused to acknowledge the existence of said critique, even after being provided with more than one scholarly source. This is a complete lie. The confrontation he's saying occurred was on Twitter, and then all he was doing was saying he was on Twitter accusing her of doing this, and I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Send me an email with the evidence. He said no. And then comes here and accuses me in a blatant lie of refusing to acknowledge the existence of said critique. I said, I didn't know about the critique. I haven't read your work. It's brand new. Send it to me. All right. So I don't know if it'll stay up there. So I hopefully I want to do this while we're here, because I did comment. Here we go. I want to put this here to see, I left a comment on the article. Myron, you are a liar. You were invited to my show to discuss your work, which I had never heard of, and you refused. You are a total liar, and you should be ashamed of yourself. This is horrific scholarship and worse for those claiming political struggle. Note, there is not one direct quote from our Twitter exchange, and you ignore the invitation I offered you. Your response was that you would not even email me your work and sent only screenshots of articles published earlier that same year as evidence of your claim I and others are suppressing you. Curry was a regular guest on my platforms. You were invited. This is nonsense. You are a liar. All right. So I don't know where this is going to go. I don't understand where this is all coming from or why this attack has occurred. But the video is there. They linked the video there. All the other discussions I've had with others around counterinsurgency and whatever else are all out there. They would have been welcome to join that discussion had they approached differently. And this is total disingenuous nonsense. And I find it an increasingly frustrating reality of the times and the spaces we live in. Mm-hmm. This is complete cowardice and nonsense. To call me out in that way and to call anyone out in that way. All you had to do is demonstrate. And again, I would have likely been on his side in against this condemnation of black male studies. So and black male studies for Brianna Chambers, Tommy Curry, who is now at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland, is the leader of this approach. And his basic, I'm not doing it justice. It's I find his work to be fascinating, and I've always thought it was intellectually compelling and well written and argued. I just didn't fully understand all of the facets of it because it's dealing with fields I'm not familiar with. But essentially, black male studies is an argument that black men and black males are being devalued in academic research, which is leading to false and misinterpretations regarding sexual violence, abuse in homes, and where black men and boys are often, according to their argument, and which is substantiated, it seems. Black men and boys suffer levels of abuse that go often undercounted, and they even suffer abuse at the hands of women at levels that are not often counted. And that's where I was trying to make the point at that time with Kim that Stacey Patton's work is Tommy Curry-esque because she has a similar approach in her study of the abuses of Black children and the denial of research and evidence specific to Black boys. So
clout chasing.
I don't understand. I don't understand. I really don't get it. I I would have, again, I think for all my flaws, and they exist, that one thing that I've been pretty consistent with is that as long as there's not levels of hostility, I've been willing to offer a platform space and engage people and debate and disagree on almost anything with anybody for any whatever. If it's a principal disagreement, let's have it. So if Jared is holding back Black male studies, lay it out. This right here, that I just showed you is not good scholarship. It's not even good journalism. It's poor in its reporting and its coverage of the issue. He could have done so much more. And I don't understand what is the idea that stepping on me and others is going to boost his.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense though, because if you're trying to build work in the field of counterinsurgency, deal with those who engage in that work. I am not one of them, other than discussing it and on these kind of platforms and a little bit in my academic work. So there's a whole wing of scholarship and people doing that he could have engaged, and I would have helped that.
He could come get some of your crowd. Like right now, you're talking about him. So
what? So, can you for my I have a couple of points I want to ask about.
Sure.
Why the counterinsurgency part? Why is this? Why is the Black? What are they saying that you're? Are they also studying counterinsurgency, or are they saying that counterinsurgency is an attack on Black is a way of attacking Black male studies? Like, what is the connection? I mean,
so that's the part. So that's the part I'm admitting this morning. Like, I've not fully read this article, and I've not fully read any of his research because he's never sent it to me, and he doesn't include it here either. So I could go look it up and read it, but I just haven't done that just because of the hostility. But the basic argument, the way it was brought to me on Twitter, was that he and others in Black male studies have been studying counterinsurgency more appropriately in its military context and with a more, I guess, radical frame, and that I and Sinanan and others are bringing a soft neoliberal approach. Honestly, I don't know. And
I mean, the work you're doing on George Jackson alone, come on, stop.
Well, but again, so my point though is that if that is your argument and you are claiming to be one improving the academic space in which all this is occurring, then write it out. Then do the work. You can't, but attributing quotes to me that someone else said, claiming I've said something with no evidence. You know, even in the video they linked there, there's no discussion of Black male studies or why it's insufficient. I barely even was introduced to Sinanan's work for that interview. That's why I was telling him, like, if she's involved with something I should be aware of, let me know and I'll critique her too. Mm-hmm. If I'm doing something wrong on it, put it out there and let it be. But what you're claiming is just false. So that's why I'm trying to say, like, it does a disservice. That's what I was trying to tell Curry privately. You're even doing a disservice to your own audience by this false frame you have of me. If you want to make a point about Black male studies or something that I've done wrong, because Curry's gone on a whole bunch of platforms and said this publicly. Jared Ball is attacking Black male studies. Now, when? Where?
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, Curry's done the same thing. And I'm saying, so where has that happened? When? Where are the clips? Like I'm on YouTube way too much as it is. You should have ample opportunity to find that clip where Jared said, fuck Black male studies, and here it is, here's the timestamp, here's the video, and let's go get them. But they can't, but instead they just write this bullshit.
Well, I'll tell you who was here at the time. Jared's going in. When you look at the dictionary, all the smoke ready to clap back, there's a picture of Jared like, yo. Now let's make this a classic remix morning show and burn it down, Kid Pratt.
Why you stop that man? He was in the middle of his diss track. He was going in.
Welcome back. Oh my God.
Oh,
Ear Doctor was the one in the studio telling Nas in the middle of ether, hold up, chill. Somebody just walked in. Listen, hold up, Nas. Yo, where's my barbecue sauce?
Yo, we're gonna get back to your Jacquie in 1 sec. Yo, somebody owe me some money. Let me get that money, man. Hold on.
Yeah, somebody sent that money.
I'm recording right now.
Oh, some money.
Kim, yeah, that's right. ZZ lying.
Thank
Big up.
you.
That's it, just ZZ. Yeah, where the rest of y'all with y'all wallets?
Talk to him. Talk to him, Kamal.
It's 8:30. It's 8:30 and you know we already got 200 people. For one on our marathon for Kim and Jared and the Ear Doctor, we are back together as a crew. And only if you show support will this ever happen again.
That's right.
If you show no support, we are not waking up this early again.
On a Monday.
On a Monday. It's a Monday. Damn it, I was on time.
That's right.
What is wrong with y'all? Show some support.
Kamal's on time. Like,
that's worth a few dollars. So
Kamal's version on time.
Well, that's true. Yeah. Oh, that's true. You're already going. That's right. It was 8:01 with two-ish.
That's pretty good though.
Yeah,
for you. That's
before we I don't want to. I think I think this is also, it's not strictly a phenomenon of the times, but I think it's built in here where people they decide they're angry for whatever reason, and it don't matter what the evidence is, it don't matter what they can show, but you become the ire, you become the reason, and boom, just like that, you're like a foil to somebody else's argument. You're like, I didn't even know I was in the argument. I didn't know I was having a fight. I didn't know who you're mad at me for what. But I think that's prominent now. And then folks they go on the attack and damn the evidence, right? Because all people want to do is hear that sort of ad nominem, like this person ain't shit, that one ain't shit. I did this, they did that, blah blah blah. No, most people ain't gonna go back and do the research. They just want to see the public fight. And I don't know, and it's weird because it's like what except for having the fight, like what are they getting out of it? I'm not quite sure either, kind of thing.
Which Curry is this beefing with you, Jared? Because you usually have famous villains. Is it Steph Curry? Is it Dale?
Like the Joker penguin? Who is this?
Steph said he saw my top 10 3-point shooter list and he was like, how am I not number one? And he was like, fuck this dude. Jared Ball ain't shit. And he went on Twitter.
Mark Curry? Like which Curry?
Mark Curry. No, I would never beef with Mark Curry. No, this is I don't have a beef with this is Tommy Curry, Professor Tommy Curry of the Man Not fame and Black Male Studies fame. And I didn't, like Kamal was saying, I didn't know we had a beef until he went on somebody's podcast and said Jared Ball is suppressing my work. And I was like, if you look at our DMs, you have the
power to do that? Are you
that's the other thing. Thank you, Kim.
In your realm.
Again, that was also something I was not aware of. I didn't know I was in a beef, and I also didn't know I had the power to suppress people's scholarship. I wish I did. I wish I did have that power. There's some scholarship I wish I could suppress, but no. And then as I said to him in our DM exchange, if you just scroll up, you see that the last message you never responded to was me inviting you back to the platform. And so this whole idea that and I admit I do a little bit. I do take this in an overly personal way because I've have for my entire so-called media or broadcast career, even when it was just pirate radio, have looked to only make space for a wide array of Black radicalism and almost all forms of it. So so this idea that I would have worked to keep him or Myron Gilmore's work suppressed, specifically around counterinsurgency, like that doesn't even make any damn sense. And then for them to say so much publicly, claiming to be scholars, leading fields, and to have no evidence, to offer no evidence is just pathetic.
Well, eyes blurry Curry got his 5 minutes of fame. Now we shouted your name out. You out there, so now
Oh wow!
Up to, who's this right here? You want to read that? My rich 1999. I know how to read that. Big up. Thank you for.
I want to say Curtis.
Oh
My
my
goodness,
God.
Curtis.
Why?
Mm.
But thank you.
Curtis, Curtis, for fuck's
Curtis.
sake. Sorry,
What did it say it again?
Murtis.
Oh,
Murtis
Murtis.
came to Indianapolis. Murtis is repping at
Oh,
313. What up, Dole? What
Damn.
up,
Wow.
Detroit? What's going on? Shout out to
my
Murtis
apologies.
Curtis.
We get new members too. The Jade Morgan. Pick up the Jade
Word up.
Morgan
Oh,
coming
the
in. New
membership thing
member.
works too. God damn,
Look at
everything
that.
Yeah,
We're going-
everything's back on. The lights are back on, Kamal.
except in my house apparently. I gotta get the lights.
Except in your house, right?
Mr. Jaundice over there. Seventh son. Big up for the $10 in the spirit of Ujima. That's right. That's collective economics right there. Big up, big up.
Oh, I got a beef too though. Can I do a beef?
Oh,
First, I got before my beef though,
Here we
because someone in the chat said Steph Curry is a Zionist. Are they breaking?
Oh,
Is that
shit.
true? Is he linked? Is he
Oh,
another
wow.
Israeli supporter? Oh, I hope not.
Yeah, do the research. What's the other beef? Man?
I have not done. I just saw it in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the Chomsky thing. I keep getting the Chomsky dad shit thrown at
How's he
me, and I've
doing?
been
Is
trying
he
to
doing all
ignore
right?
it. But this might be the perfect time to address the Chomsky Epstein file shit. So,
Oh man.
Wait a minute, he's in the Epstein files.
Oh yeah,
Is he?
he's on the plane.
okay,
Is he?
it's not he is he.
He throwing his literary works all over the place, huh? Go ahead.
Linguistics.
His wife in there, they like were hanging out. The Chomskys and the Epsteins was like this apparently.
Ew.
So let me do a couple of. One is I read Chomsky as a grad student. I don't even know if I had the good fortune of meeting Chomsky. I got to go to one lecture. I know Norman Finkelstein because he was my grad school teacher. But I learned a great deal of knowledge about U.S. foreign policy and how it works from Chomsky. I make no fucking vows of knowing anybody's propriety beyond that. So this whole shit that now, and I think this should be true of a lot of people. The fact that people, and so I'm gonna get to like these pictures or whatever.
Wait, we gonna get to that.
Are you gonna stop doing that? So hold it. No.
This is an ether verse,
hold it
but
until I finish the rant.
random thing.
The rant. I'm not gonna let you do this. I'm not.
Salute to the host and welcome back, Jab, with $200. Yo, big up to you. Blah 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 blah.
Thank you, man.
Come on. Oh, you spewing about? Go ahead.
You like to hear
There you go. Nas, hold up, chill, son. Chill. My drink order showed up. Hold up.
Yo, cut the concert. Yo, I just want to let y'all know that we made over $50,000 tonight based on your tickets. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay.
And then he's like, and if you have a Toyota Camry license plate X3, the lights are on in the parking lot. All right, Nas.
Now
back
finish defending your mans in them. Go ahead.
Okay. No, there's no defense. Oh, there is going to be some defense of Chomsky, actually. But thank you. One is that if I've learned a great deal of information, and that's what I read Chomsky for, right? Mm-hmm. So the attacks on somebody who's given, for me, I'm not, to be honest, unless somebody is showing me some other information which I haven't seen, I'm not really interested in the attacks on Chomsky. Chomsky has proven a great value to me in terms of my studies, my intellectual development on U.S. imperialism and so forth and so on. So that's just one small box. Two, I think people are spending far too much time, those who are, fucking dumping on Chomsky as opposed to dumping on the state. And what I mean by that, if you got the time to go investigate a Chomsky versus Parenti kind of thing, then you've got way too much time on your hands when we're being attacked all over by an empire, right? So the things that I've seen, and this part will be a small defense of Chomsky in a sense like that. My understanding is you can all three of you, can you take your smirks off now? There's too much smirks going on up in the camera. I noticed the smirks right away. I'll breathe. My scene is that Chomsky's history, and it's a good article, I think, in The Nation, actually, about like Chomsky and his history of replying to almost everybody who writes him, right? So that Chomsky will reply back to people who email him and so forth and so on. And that his engagement with Epstein started through MIT, which has received serious money from Epstein, and in a sense of being invited to do things, and they have had some correspondence and so forth. No one has accused Chomsky of being at some sex party. No one has accused Chomsky of molesting young women. No one has accused Chomsky of having dates with anybody that Epstein has set up. What they've said is saying, aha, he's been at a picture, or that he was at a meeting with several different people, including Bannon, and that they laughed or whatever together. There's one thing where there's a letter that's been written that was on the email of Epstein, that which he wanted Chomsky to sign, which was basically a reference to good character, but there's no evidence that Chomsky signed the letter or did anything of. So to me, it seems just a little bit much.
What was the reference in good character to? Who was it going to? The court?
Oh, no, it was Epstein's attempt to have Chomsky give a letter of good character so that he can be redeemed in the public eye.
Redeemed. But
yeah.
I think what I hear people complaining about as it pertains to Chomsky being associated with Epstein, excuse me, is that he was still kicking it. He was still kicking it with dude after dude had been convicted and put on the registry. Like, that's the thing. That's what I keep trying to tell y'all.
What I hear.
Men being convicted or have known associations with pedophiles is not a disqualifier for them to deal with them. That's the crazy shit. Like,
I have not heard that part.
That Chomsky was still associating with Epstein after he had been convicted, after he had been put on the sex.
That's not what I've heard.
When was he put on? Because here's the J-mail exchanges with Chomsky's name involved. And when I look through it, to Kim's point, I don't remember the exact date of his initial conviction, but you have not just Chomsky, but his wife. They're emailing each other in very friendly ways about hanging out, going to dinner with each other. Noam and I hope to see you again and have a toast for your birthday. You know, like, so it's not, it's like friendly stuff. Like,
emailing each other and saying, Noam, you've heard about this issue I'm in. Can you do something to help me? Or Noam, I'm having this party and I want you to come. There's gonna be some. It's like is he?
No, but you know the email I don't see come out. The email I don't see is my dude. You got convicted with messing with these girls. Why are you still emailing me?
But you also don't have no idea what Chomsky knows or doesn't know about any of that. Chomsky, who's famously illiterate when it comes to pop culture and things that's happening outside of his areas. No, very seriously. Like, he's not a dude who's reading for sensationalism in terms of his world and stuff like that. So to me, again, there may be some things to say, like, oh, he should not have had communication with this dude, and maybe he knew and so he should have cut that off and said exactly what you said. Yo, B, I can't be talking to you no more because of this, that, and the other. I accept that but I also don't see the way in which people are talking about it as if they've got some evidence that Chomsky is somehow involved in the activities of Epstein, and or condoning the activities of Epstein, and or giving Epstein advice on what he should be doing to stay away from, so forth and so on. So it seems a little bit over the top in terms of an attack on Chomsky for that kind of stuff, or to suggest somehow the connection to Epstein makes him part of the circle of a sex scandal kind of thing. But
is Renee right here when she says that he literally said that Epstein served his time and this shouldn't be an issue? Did Chomsky?
Well, I'm not. So she produced. So somebody has to produce that. I've not seen that one.
Send the link, chat. Whoever.
Renee.
We got to show Kamal. Man,
you got to send the link.
We got to show. But you're kind of making a point to me, right? Because where are the boundaries? Where are the boundaries for association? You understand? Like, okay, fine. He wasn't part of the sex ring cabal of exploiting minors. That's great. However, if he's still kicking it and still in proximity to those that are doing those things, even if he himself is not doing it, like, where's the boundary of decency? At what point, like, what does a predator have to do for people to say, nah, Joe, I can't meet you for brunch? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Chauncey gonna show up on the Breakfast Club talking about
if someone shows me that that's what Chomsky was doing, and again, if there's a quote that Renee is giving that says that,
you know,
then I think
she got the receipts.
Then I think that's valid. Well, I
don't know. Chomsky was down there talking. He was talking about. He was saying he's with the people on the Breakfast Club talking about. I left the Diddy party at midnight, so I don't know what happened at the freak off.
Why'd you leave? So was you so determined to make sure you was out of there by a certain time because you knew what was going down. I can't stand it. Oh, this shit makes me so mad.
But don't that go back to separating the art from the artist? Isn't his work still valid?
Epstein set up a meeting with Chomsky and Woody Allen. God damn.
What you say? Wow. What you say, Kim?
No, it doesn't invalidate his work, but it just go. This is, I think, a very critical and pivotal moment in our evolution in society because now we get to see who's on which side what, and if Chomsky, irregardless of the brilliance of his work, if he's kicking it with pedophiles, even if he himself is not a pedophile, is that not a taint at minimum?
Yes, yeah, on him. Yes, no. So again, if the evidence shows that Chomsky somehow poo-hooed pedophilia and was like, oh, this dude was getting, somebody's like, he was convicted of ABC, and his reaction to it is like, he's still my friend, or no big deal, he served his time. Then yes, I do think that's an issue. No, I do think that's an issue. But again, the things that I've seen so far have been people going to town based on pictures or based on the fact that there's these conversations, but they haven't been suggesting, again, with the amount of I guess ways in which people are bringing this up or talking about it, you would think that there's pictures of him. You would think that there's some evidence that he is involved in activities or actions. That's what it points to me. It's not. It is the guilt by association thing where sometimes if I'm going to be, and again, without further evidence, if any of us are going to be convicted because we've associated with people who've been known to do nefarious things, then none of y'all should leave your house, right? So, because I don't think
same thing, but I don't think these are the same thing, Kamal. But here's Renee. Renee said, "quote He had been convicted of a crime and served his sentence," Chomsky told the Journal about his meetings. "According to the U.S. laws and norms, that yields a clean slate," quote, end quote. So Renee, I'm sure, will send us the full link to that. But that's saying he had a clean slate. So my point is, even Larry Summers, even punk Larry Summers has come out and said, my bad, I'm embarrassed about my previous association with this guy. He's also not accused of being on certain planes or islands or knowing certain things. That's what I would have wanted from my Chomsky, because I'm similar to you. Like, I read his work, learned a lot, found his work very valuable, still find it valuable. But I would have wanted him to at least say, my bad, I didn't know, I'm embarrassed, I rescind, renounce, whatever, all that stuff. I renounce Farrakhan. I want him to have that moment that Hillary made Obama and others have. So but he didn't. That's all. That's what
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. If the facts are that he knew and continued to be in conversation or continue to go on plane rides or whatever, then I think that I completely agree with that. That's just, I have not seen that evidence that was the case.
Maggie said manufacturing consent surely wasn't good enough for all this.
It was definitely good enough for all of this. Crazy? Manufacturing.
And Silbert pointed out Herman wrote it. Herman was the principal author of that.
Herman was not the principal author of that. Herman contributed.
I'll tell you who else contributed. Swery Ferry, $5 with love from me and Lily. Thank you, Swery Ferry.
Hey, thank you,
Let's
Ferry.
keep it coming, y'all. Let's keep it coming. Get your name shout out and all that stuff.
So with Epstein, I see Epstein in very much in the same vein as Diddy, very much in the same vein as R. Kelly. Whereas people knew, lots of people knew, important people knew, status people knew. Even if they did or did not participate, they looked the other way. That's how the shit was able to keep going. Because when apparently powerful people, men in particular, can just do whatever with whoever,
well,
and it doesn't.
JD Vance said it's all right to be white.
Well, it's not even so much about white. What is Diddy white? Is R. Kelly white?
Well,
it pays to be male. Okay, and rich. You can do what you want.
Renee put the link. Sorry. Renee sent the link. I dropped it in the chat for the full Chomsky story, so folks can if they Wall Street Journal article.
And if after reading it, I may offer a full-throated apology.
A full what?
And/or, huh? Oh my God!
Who says that?
You mean who says that? It's a term. It's a term.
It is.
Listen. I know we've advanced to phrasing from pause and whatever, but on the new Ghostface Supreme Clientele 2 album that came out this year, which I would be interested in your thoughts on, he has a pause skit.
Yeah.
And for all that I don't agree with politically on Ghost's album, as much as I do love the album, that pause skit I do in an odd and even contradictory way appreciate. Because he's saying, essentially, he's doing it in a very, I think, not maybe, it's anti-LGBTQ, to be perfect. But he's saying, stop, your focus on that, I'm trying to clean it up for the kid. Your focus on that part of the anatomy is the problem. And if I can't say anything, he says, like, I can't even say that verse was hard without somebody saying pause. And he's like, he said, what is your mind centered on so much so that I can't make any reference to even about a verse? And I appreciate that. So it's like, but as soon as Kamal said that, I heard it. I knew. It's like, and then here you go.
It was on screen, so I was gonna call it out. But are we ready to leave that in the past, y'all? We ready to move forward and stop?
Leave what in the past?
The pause game.
I've tried to. Like Josh, admittedly, like a year or so ago, was pulling my coattail. Like I've always understood, like, look, when I revisited it because of Cam and Mace, I admit I understood it was wrong. And I knew it was the replacement of No Homo and all that other kind of stuff. And I just couldn't get past the humor and the childishness of it. I will say I do appreciate the critique and have endeavored to move past pause and to at least make fun of with the joke about phrasing in certain contexts. But I think I'm with Ghost at least, and with all of us that we should move past. Like it can't. How can we like every single
full-throated is just diabolical, but we can move forward.
You've never heard someone say that they issued a full-throated apology?
Never. That was my first time.
Yeah. Really?
I guess that's like bald-faced liar, or is it bold? I don't know.
It's
anyway,
bold,
but yeah.
Okay. So going back to it.
Oh, no.
Once if we there might be a paywall, but if we can bring that up and pull it, I'll make the apology on air about any defense of jobs and/or saying exactly what Jared said, that he should offer. I mean, he's basically dead now, but that he's going to offer that he should be offering an apology or some remarks towards reconciling his behavior with what Epstein has not been accused of, but it's obviously done. So I would agree with that. I mean,
you would do. All of us, I think, would do that. Like if any of us were, if it were to come out in the way of an Epstein type thing, that someone we had been in association with for a long time had been involved with something like this, I think we would have all at least been able to say, we didn't know, we don't co-sign, and we not we not rocking with that anymore. Like we don't have to do the whole he served his time or whatever he was quoted as saying, all that kind of, we don't have to do all of that. Just be like, look, that's a mess. Like, this is a mess. But
So,
but as Kamal said, he's basically dead anyway, so we can just move on.
yeah.
No, that's the egregious part. Him saying that, he served his time, he got a clean slate. That's where he went wrong. I can understand not everybody not knowing what people are doing in the dark, but once it's brought out into the light, and then you're like, he did his time. What do you want to do? No.
Right. This wasn't stealing a car or robbing a bank or something.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like,
so welcome out, everybody.
What's his name? Scott Ritter has been sort of re-lifted up into public discourse as this person who speaks not strictly on the left, but kind of like this left commentator on foreign policy. Like, and he was the guy who used to be, he was in the service. I think he was in the State Department or whatever. He exposed the fact that there was one of the first commentaries of who came out and said that there was no weapons of mass destruction and this war was a lie. Became a darling of the left, and then got basically busted a few times, setting up dates with underage kids, and actually got convicted, right? And went to prison, went to jail, has come back out, and is now back on the scene in some channels, talking about this stuff again. So that's the kind of shit like I don't quite understand. I'm just like, yeah, that's shouldn't. I mean, some people's got to survive, I guess, but that can't be your job no more, right? You can't.
Hey, listen.
Commentary job.
All he did as an ex-UN inspector was send sexually graphic online chats to an undercover police officer posing as a 15-year-old when he was 49. Come on.
And again,
Come on.
This is not.
And he served his time. Come on.
For those that platform him and send him invitations, like this is widespread common knowledge. Everybody knows this, and yet they still send him invites. That's why everybody's phony as hell. You on the left? Oh well, we disavow. Well, then why are you inviting one to come speak about
no other commentator?
But Kim, he's not being invited to talk about 15-year-old kids. He's being invited to offer an analysis of the world. We have to separate the art from the artist.
I know, but it's just again, proof number, reason, example number 1,200,000, whatever. There's no cancel culture. It's none, especially if you are convicted of harming women and girls. And now I bet you if he had been charged with doing something to a boy, oh, well, you can't have that. You know what I'm saying?
Now we've gone too far. Yes.
Now you're going too far. You're boys out here. But, he was just trying to pick up 15-year-olds at 49. Oh, come on. He just made a mistake. He was just a kid.
He was just a kid. And so was she. So it's all fair. It's all fair and good.
All right, let us return to task of this day.
Is there going to be a break?
I was watching Spartacus. Yeah, it's going to be a break. That's why I was trying to get back to task.
Okay, my bad.
With like Kirk Douglas Spartacus?
No, this is the one with the newer version, Spartacus. They got a black Nubian on the newer version with the House of Usher. Anyway.
Wait a minute, is that?
Anyway, it's Roman.
Black Nubian, is that what is that called? You don't need to say it twice, right?
You don't, right? Black Nubian.
Yeah, Nubian is by definition black, right?
Yes, Nubian from the land of Kush, a woman. Okay. A woman Nubian. Anyway, let's return to task. This day we are doing it from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Today we are doing a end of the year winter drive. So we would appreciate if y'all show y'all support, show y'all love. We don't do this often, but we doing it now because we are back monetized, and this was a way we can start really building up this media channel because we need to control the narrative. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna come back, take a quick break, come back, maybe get back to talk about some stuff in Nigeria, maybe talk about other stuff with people we don't have beef with. How's that? All right. and stop defending people we shouldn't be defending. Right here on No Other Than the Remix Morning Show. Throw it.
Something strange came over me, 'cause I never felt this way. There's no place I'd rather be than here with you to stay. Can't explain what your love has done for me. Love has done for me. It's me warm and satisfied. Ooh, you make me see sweet sensation, fantasy, sweet sensation.
All right. Let me take you to a time and place. Let me take you back to 1979 with the man them called Chuck Brown. Yes, we talk about the album Bustin' Loose and also the song Bustin' Loose. Mixed with a little bit of 1980 when we talk about Stephanie Mills off the album Sweet Sensation with the song Sweet Sensation. So we giving it to you back to back. Hit that like button, subscribe if you're new to the channel. Go to patreon.com, become a member over there, get footage that's rare, and donate where at blkliberationmedia.org. Also be a Patreon member. And you can drop something right here in the chat, and that could be that. Show your love and get your name shouted out. You can also go to the website and cop some fly merch. Get yourself a hoodie because it's getting cold again, y'all. All right, that's it. Let's get back to our crew. You know how we do. And just to let you know, when we come through, this is what we're going to be looking like all day, just like this. Yeah, I meant to do that. Here we go. Now let's bring back our crew. Today we are doing the 2025 wrap-up. 8 to 10 classical remix crew, as you see on the screen. 10 to 12 live from the chat. 12 to 2 top 5 BLM lives of 2025. 2 to 4 Fireside chat with Jacquie Luqman. And 4 to 6 tribute to our ancestors. All day show, y'all, so stay with us. All right, let's get back to it right here. Let's go.
Bustin' loose when you want to sing. Bustin' loose, baby, do your thing. Bustin' loose, girl. Bustin' loose when you want to sing.
Yeah. Bustin' loose, baby, do your thing.
Okay, with 2 or 3 things I didn't know. So is this like a year in review show that we're doing?
It could be.
Oh,
it's everything.
It's everything? Okay. And can you put the thing back up? The schedule?
Damn, that's a whole lot of work right there.
Oh, that's a lot.
The beauty of it, though, is that it ends perfectly in time for me to go to bed. So I salute to the platform. Wow. 6 o'clock bedtime, baby. 4 o'clock dinner. 6 o'clock lights out.
Jerry, you're too young. You're way too young.
What time you get up, man? Like 2?
You're way too young. You're way too young to be on this schedule.
He get up 2 in the morning. That's when he get all his work.
Yeah.
Wow. Like 6?
That's crazy.
Sleep in the bed by
6.
6, 7. Oh my God. My kid. I'm so brain rotted, as my kids remind me. It's a mess. I put a even in a video I made, I put a clip of South Park doing 6, 7 in there for my kids. And my kids are like, you're a whole 54 years old and your brain is rotted. Our father's a mess. I couldn't help it. That was hilarious.
6, 7 it up. I got 6, 7.
6, 7. But what happened to the schedule? Ear doctor, you couldn't get it back on screen?
Nah, because it's underneath us. I don't have the overlay. So I would have to remove everyone from the screen. Just,
But you can see the schedule as we speak. Who are hosting the other shows? I don't see who's hosting.
Well, Jacquie was the only named person.
Well, I could give you that information right there, as you can see in the emails that you never checked that Renee sent out. 10 o'clock, we got Amber. 12, we got Lorick. I said his name right. 2 p.m., we got Jacquie. And at 4, we got Tandy, and Renee.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
And can we acknowledge? Oh, go ahead. Come on.
I just have more questions. It is stuff I could have asked in the Black Liberation Media chat or email. So never mind.
Can we shout out to Amber Sherman? Amber Sherman got a journalism recognition from the Prison policy initiative. She shared it on TikTok. I said, you better go, bad bitches out here. Shout out to Amber Sherman, Amber the Stallion out.
Yeah.
Go Amber.
To the young black youths. We love it.
Y'all gotta understand what the Remix Morning Show is bringing y'all. We got some scholars on here. We got journalists. We got activists. We got DJs. We got organizers. How do you get all that on one show and not walk away and come away with something?
In other words, where's the money at? There's a drop off.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to get.
Of course,
at.
that's where
the
reality though. But the reality though is that it is like I used to say it almost as a joke, but being forced in some ways to step away and consume as a viewer. The Remix Morning Show is the best morning show out there. There is nothing better. So there are programs, admittedly, that have higher production values. They have higher budgets and resources. So sometimes things might look a little slicker here and there. But in terms of the content and the breadth of the analysis and perspective, I really don't. I honestly I would want someone to email me links to shows they think do better than what is done here. And because I'm not aware of it. I look around, I'm in these YouTube streets and whatnot. I see what's going on. I'm in people's comment sections. And
the jokes, Jared. Who runs jokes the way these Gen Xers on screen run jokes? Nobody run jokes. Yeah. Nobody run jokes like we do.
So that's a good point. In addition to the scholars, the activism, the journalism, the all that, the musical experience and knowledge, is the humor. Like it's just
highbrow to lowbrow, everything included. Yeah,
very low.
In fact, speaking of lowbrow, I will actually sell my apology for Chomsky for the next person to give us. If we get up to $100 in the next 5 minutes, I'll pre-apologize.
Nah, man, I want a Patreon special come out. I want like a countdown. I want the curtain drop. I want the whole. We need to produce this joint. This needs to be.
I'm gonna do it the way you did it when your man died. What's his name died?
When Glenn died? Oh my God.
I'm a prepared 4-page statement to read.
You know what I do remember? I remember Kamal said I got all emotional and shit. Kamal said I wasn't expecting all that this morning. He's like I didn't know he was gonna be
3 or 5 seconds. Like he's very important to me.
Glenn was my man piece. I thought
back to the show. I was like, I think he put on a jacket. It was like a whole production.
Don't put on a jacket. Don't do too much. I did write up a statement though. I wrote up a statement. I put on a jacket and shit. And I did get emotional. I'm not gonna front. It was emotional. I wasn't, more than I even thought I would. But you had
a tweed jacket on.
I thought he borrowed mine. I was like, oh my God, that's the kind of coat I used to wear back in law school when I was going.
We got the Kamal Law School jacket. Wow. That's messed up, man. That's messed up. Shame on you making fun of me for that, man.
So what's the biggest story of 2025 then for y'all? What's the biggest story?
The biggest?
What's the biggest thing?
Is there something bigger than Epstein stuff? Or is that just recency?
Or is it Palestine? Or is it?
I'm going to say for me the biggest story. Yeah, I want everybody to. I'll give people time to think about it. I was just on some show where we did actually Brother David D. I shouldn't say some show. Had me on his recap show.
You talked about this channel.
You actually what?
Hold up, did you?
He did. He introduced me as Black Liberation Media.
Yeah, see, he
couldn't even remember Community Movement Builders. I could see him like he was stuttering, remember the name of something, and they can't remember it. It's like, what is this thing associated with?
Man, salute to Dave. I didn't hear from Davey except to get this bullshit AI "'Tis the season to end fascism" text that he sent to everybody. I'm disappointed, Davey. That's messed up, man. That's all I got. No, that's messed. Anyway, yeah.
So the thing that I said was the big story for 2025 was the overt return of white nationalism, right? Not that white nationalism hasn't already been here, not that it has always been showing its face, but it is now ascended back to the heights of power in terms of the presidency, Congress, the Supreme Court. Again, the openness in which it's being displayed, the sort of no holds bars ways in which it is overtly targeting Black women, Black people to be fired, to be disparaged, to be spoken about ill, and is lifting up whiteness in a way. And again, for this generation of people, like going my generation, even Generation X, we have not seen. It's my mother's generation, Jim Crow, that is last seen. I feel like this level of overt, I mean overt. White nationalism has never disappeared. It's never not gone. It's never not been here. But the ways in which politicians are not shying away, corporate leaders, people are not shying away from it. Entertainers are not shying away. No code words, no buzz, no, you can't be sure what the person is thinking or saying. Instead, what you're getting is the kind of thing, again, that the vice president said, that is fully supportive of a white nationalist state. And so I think, to me, that is the big story of 2025, is the sheer ripping away of any pretext of what this country is, of who it represents, what's the pecking order. I know people will forget as soon as some milquetoast Democrat is elected to a higher office, of course, but I still think I don't think it's going away anytime soon. I don't think it's going to be put back in the bag. I think these people feel confident in their position, and not just at the government level, of course. I think the way that these white nationalists are organizing, when you look at the Charlie Kirk organization itself, that organization, and I think we did this part of a story, Kim. When you look at the ways in which it's even in schools, like high schools and the clubs, over 200 or 300 clubs all across the country, this is a phenomena that I don't think that either we took for granted, we thought we knew, we thought we understood, but I think the level of organizing that it's taken to get them to this point is something that, again, everything from a Charlie Kirk organization to the Fuentes dude to, again, a couple of years ago with the January 6th attacks. I think it's led to this moment of overt white nationalism, and it should be very scary. This is, again, the same. I know we like to compare what's happening now to the recent past and other administrations, but I don't think it's the same. I think there's something that is a break from sort of the neoliberal institutions that are taking place, that is a remaking of what America, the overtness of America, again, returning to a past that's not about isolationism internationally, but is about the free reign of U.S. power without having to go through any process whatsoever. So I think all of these things are like, to me, converging in a moment that's making this the biggest story of 2025. I'll start there.
I'll just go with Charlie Kirk. I think that's the biggest joint for this year. Like, to see somebody get taken down like that, that's like, yeah, that was wild. And then other than that, that whole 50 Diddy documentary, those were the biggest stories for me. I've never seen a documentary this like that. I'm just saying.
I'm thinking. I don't know if I have either.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out here on the island with this one, and that's okay. I don't care. The biggest story is 3i Atlas. Okay, like, there was a legitimate, unidentified object spewing debris millions of kilometers behind it, millions of kilometers in front of it. It flew by Earth. Nobody said shit. Okay, like, I still continue to be like so befuddled at why 3i Atlas is not a bigger story, why more people aren't interested, why more people aren't curious, why nobody is questioning the terrible pictures that have been released of 3i Atlas when it came so close to our planet and close to planets like Mars that we have, astronomical instruments available to take very high quality resolution pictures of it. Like, no one gave this a second thought. Like, oh, I guess it's a comet. No, not a comet. So anyway, the fact that we had the most consequential celestial event happen in our lifetime, maybe in a lot of lifetimes, and nobody cared.
Repeat it. Caleb said,
is she talking about that meteor that absorbed energy from the sun?
Yes, baby. It's called 3i Atlas. Exactly.
You knew more about it than I did. Because all you presented it was as like it's the aliens coming to attack us. I remember that.
So I was hoping. That's funny. So this is the first I've actually heard of it. In my quick, my extensive research to Google it, says produce results here that says NASA at least
missed the Epstein story the way Jared just missed the AI. Did you see that?
I missed. So actually, that was going to be one of my. I was going to suggest that the whole AI bubble was one of the top stories, but this. So I admit I didn't hear anything about this, and so I am curious though. I'm gonna. NASA says at least it was a natural comet, not an alien artifact, though it does have unique properties that are scientifically thrilling. So
I'm reluctant to even send you in Avi Loeb's direction because I don't know much about Avi Loeb except what his bona fides are as a Harvard blah blah blah, and that's cool. But I don't know if he's a Zionist, so I don't readily send people to Avi Loeb, so I kind of hesitate there. But he's the one that's been out there. He has a list of I think 14 distinctive anomalies that 3i Atlas has presented that makes it completely unlike any other comet that we have ever observed. So if it is a comet, it is the most unique comet that does not behave like a comet. Ergo, not a comet.
To Jamon's point, the Jamon 93, I am familiar with Avi Loeb because of my Atheist Debates channel's YouTube space. And Professor Dave, one of the biggest science communicators on YouTube, has done extensive YouTube video essay work on Avi Loeb, which I would admit my bias is fed by that. So I don't pretend to be an expert on any of this, but he calls out Avi Loeb as a I don't think he would say Zionist grifter, but as a science grifter who makes a lot of baseless claims that Dave does associate with very right-wing conservatives. So it's like that same, like underneath the flat earther thing is this white nationalist, Christian nationalist movement. Underneath, the Prager Institute stuff is this, again, white nationalist academic universe of people that are produced and well-funded and platformed like Avi Loeb. So I would at least encourage folks to, at minimum, check out what Kim is saying and then see what Professor Dave says about Avi Loeb. At minimum, you're going to get a very well-produced, fun hour and some change of hate, because Dave does do some fun, well-produced, hateful videos about these folks that I thoroughly enjoy. Again, admitting I don't know anything about the science and the stuff. I don't understand all of that, but I do understand the hate and the political connections. So that's it though. But but yeah, that's all I know about that.
So your top story, you say you was getting to the AI bubble?
Well, I mean, I think, between what one of you or someone in the chat has already brought up, I think it is worth noting that we've seen another year of despite the claims, unfettered genocide happening in Palestine. And like that has just almost become like background news now. It's like we turn on, it's like we get the weather, we get our genocide death rates, and then we move on to how much is milk. And that to me is a story in and of itself, that something this disgusting and massive can just kind of become, in the background. In many cases. So that I do think the AI bubble is remarkable. It's in what AI is purporting to do versus what it's not really doing versus what it is going to end up doing in terms of destroying jobs and the planet. And there was the Baltimore Banner even had that piece about AI taking over Morgan State and talk about beefs. I'm in a beef with a colleague over that because she's defending the administration in faculty unionized spaces, saying we don't need a union because we have faculty governance, and proof of our faculty governance is how well the new president, our current president, is doing by hiring this new tech guy who's overseeing the AI takeover of Morgan. So I was trying to say to her, like, do you not see that this guy is hiring our replacement, and you're over here saying we don't need faculty governance and unions because this guy is going to take AI? So I'm like, yeah. So it's yeah. Yeah. I'll throw those in the mix.
Big up to Zero PE, sending in $4.99. Thank you, Zero.
Thank you very much.
And people in the chat, y'all should drop what y'all think is the biggest story of the year.
Please.
Like, what's your biggest story? Maybe we'll read some of that or get into a conversation about some of that too.
So let me ask y'all this. It was wild. The whole, what is it, Black Christians thing in Nigeria. I didn't really get an understanding of, I heard he dropped some drones or a bomb. What happened in Nigeria?
U.S. forces apparently did something, though people on the ground in Nigeria said thankfully nobody was killed, if I still have that information correct. But Trump on Christmas Day, I said, "Mwah, perfect branding for the United States to drop bombs on a land on Christmas." I said, you don't get more American than that. Perfect. So they dropped bombs on Nigeria, claiming to be in defense of Nigerian Christians who allegedly are being slaughtered by Muslims. Trump doesn't know what the fuck is going on in Nigeria, and many people are speculating that where he bombed is in proximity to Niger, and that this could actually be some aggression coming for the Sahel states. But the Nigerian president, did I hear this correct, that he either supported these strikes?
He claims it was in coordination. He claims, so his statement claims that the bombs were dropped in coordination with Nigeria's government. In other words, its allied United States was working with Nigeria to stop these so-called ISIS terrorists. So he doesn't want to be caught out there. And this is, again, this is the part. This is part of the amazing story too around the propaganda machine or this. I don't know. I don't even know what to call it in terms of subserviency to imperialism. That one, when you look at news stories about this, they're all saying it in the way that Trump repeats it. This was an attempt to drop bombs on ISIS or attack ISIS, and so all the mainstream or the corporate media, as opposed to the title being "United States illegally bombs Nigeria," is the United States targets ISIS in Nigeria. Right? That's continually the story. Just like in Venezuela, the story is that the U.S. is somehow attempting to stop drugs from coming into the country. So they continually cast these stories in a way that defend the U.S. action. Even if they say there's some doubt, they still cast it in a way that gives it some sort of legitimacy in terms of what it's attempting to do, because the propaganda here is so strong, and that people, even if they have some doubts, they'll still feel like, oh, he's attacking these people who are attacking whatever. And then again, these countries, these so-called leaders of these countries, too many of them, as opposed to again, I'm not expecting them to be able to stop the bombing from happening, because that's the power of imperialism, but they're not outraged. They're not calling it imperialism. They're not calling for emergency sessions at the United Nations, even if the United Nations won't do shit. They're not. Instead, they're trying to suggest that they were in on it from the beginning, that this is part of a larger strategy. And Trump is not. Trump is just. He might have called them like I just bombed your shit. Deal with
That's exactly what I was thinking. The planes are on their way. Write your statement saying that this was a joint operation. Click. Oh yeah, I knew about it all along. Honestly, I thought about. I hate. Well, I don't hate to admit it. I'm slightly embarrassed to admit it. But one of the first things I thought of when this happened was, to Kim's point, your point about this is a perfect Christmas Day gift, and Bush. Trump did say that this was a gift for the butchers of ISIS. He said, "Happy Merry Christmas." But I also thought of the show Veep, because there's so many there's these one scene in particular where the vice president is trying to pretend like she's in on what the president's decisions are, so she doesn't seem irrelevant, and she's trying to play catch up after the fact. Like, yeah. I knew about we were going to end the shutdown of the government. I was in the talks all the time, and then she's asked by a journalist on air, "So how did those talks go? What were the details?" And she was like, "Oh, well, you know how it is. We were just discussing these things, And it's that kind of thing. So President, Tinubu, is that how you say that? How was the decision made to engage in these joint strikes with AFRICOM? Well, you know how it is. We were on it. I said it was necessary, and I was involved at the highest levels of all the discussions, and I felt it was necessary. And in coordination with Donald Trump and AFRICOM, and then, Kim, I saw in this one story, they're saying, because these ISIS terrorists are stealing cattle from the Nigeria-Niger border, so they had to get got. you can't be, you got to get got. If you're stealing cattle, you know, we're just going to say you're stealing cattle and we're going to bomb you. You got to get got. You can't be stealing cattle, Kim.
So I know that the U.S. military is indeed quite lethal, right? They've proven it to us a lot, right? But I'm looking at what the military has done over the past year, the targeting of these poor people in boats in the Caribbean and on the Pacific coast. But I'm like, when the U.S. this year has had to tangle with actual militaries, they have failed, right? Like when they had to deal, not militaries per se, but like the H group out of Yemen. When it came for the U.S. to try to tangle with the H group out of Yemen, I mean, that was also a kind of story that flew under the radar. Like the U.S. had to come to a deal with Yemen so the H group would stop messing them up terribly, right? They lost 2 planes, the U.S. military, over in the Straits of Taiwan somewhere. Lost like 2 planes in like an hour. Fell off the boat. Something crazy. My point is this. Like, oh, I done forgot my point. Never mind.
I think the point is that the U.S. doesn't want to deal with, the U.S. can drop bombs, but the military is not infallible. And/or does it not mean that the United States has limitations on its military power, right? So I think all of the stuff that the United States, I was having this discussion actually with Kali, like, you know, I don't think, you know, the United States is not about to invade. I would be really surprised, never say never, if the United States sends ground troops into Venezuela, right? What the United States is going to continue to do is to do what it can do, which is to lob bombs, drones, target, to cause disruption, to make people's lives miserable, and to set up the idea of an overthrow in which they bring in this right-wing Nobel Peace Prize winner through those actions. But the United States does not want to deal with putting troops on the ground, because the United States could not even defeat Afghanistan, Taliban, right? The Taliban don't have sophisticated military. They don't have the weapons that the United States has. They don't have any of that stuff. But yet over a 15, 20-year war period, right? The same thing, you know, if you look at the history of U.S. ground invasions, whether Iraq, Vietnam, Afghanistan, they can't hold, right? They cannot hold that land and so forth. And so the United States doesn't want to deal with that, but it is more than willing to bomb from the air, and to strangle folks, you know, economically through blockades and so forth. So if nations can survive sort of like the initial attack, and the wariness of the fact that the United States cannot and does not want to enter into the ground, then again, there is more operating room, right? But that's a hard deal when you have your citizens potentially being murdered from drones and missiles and so forth, and you're not able to respond back because you don't have the same technology to launch. So I think part of it is that the United States military, in terms of its power, is still there, but there's certain things that the U.S. military at this stage in its history is incapable of accomplishing, and one of those is on the ground warfare.
One of my favorite things that Trump is breaking this year is NATO. I was wondering, I'm like, is Europe about to be invaded from the east and west? Is the U.S. going to invade Denmark, or rather Greenland, as Russia invades Ukraine, and then maybe start striking other Eastern European nations? Like, is this a coordinated attack to subdue Europe? That's a rhetorical question. I don't expect a real answer. I'm just talking.
I just think the United States wants freedom of movement to do anything, and including in Europe, right? Anything that at least this current administration, they see NATO almost as an antique in some ways, because they think it may restrict their movement of operation. I think I even brought into for a half a second the idea that the United States was about to become more isolationist in terms of the politics of this neocon administration, because that was what was being sold. It's like, oh, so maybe there won't be as many bombs dropped or whatever. But it's the opposite. It's more like, no, we're just gonna bomb you whenever, and fuck the United Nations or fuck NATO or whatever. Like, that's what's off the table, is us even having these consultations with so-called allies. It's like, no, we're in charge, and we're going to do what we want to do whenever we want to do it. So it's not isolationism, it's freedom of movement. That's really what they're breaking away from. It's the idea that they can bomb and do whatever they want militarily, and basically we're the bullies on the block, and you can't do shit about it.
Yeah, what are
As
they going to do
Chomsky,
when they start bombing fishing boats in Denmark, in Greenland? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jared.
no, I was just going to say, Chomsky used to point out all the time with it when you see the world as your backyard, you're never a foreign invader. So the U.S. It's also a nice way to go into the old bag of when things are going wrong at home, we just bomb somebody overseas and change the narrative. So you don't have a job. Who cares? We just bombed some Venezuelan boats. You don't have health care, whatever. We about to invade Denmark.
And it's all for you. It's all for you. We're protecting you from ISIS.
It's all for you.
From drugs. We're protecting you from all the things.
Wag the Dog, absolutely. Still one of my favorite films. And in fact, I literally just reclipped something that I want to use from that film. When Dustin Hoffman gets himself killed saying, I want the credit. I need the credit. He literally gives up his life because he must be credited for his work. And I was like, I identify with that, goddamn. Like, stop. I was but yeah, no, that movie is, and it also, by the way, was a reminder because in that scene is briefly is Anne Heche, and I know there's a lot of conspiratorial talk about her death, which was just this year too, right? Didn't that happen in 2025 or
late 2024? It's been. Mm-hmm.
And I did watch a couple of Ellen DeGeneres is the real villain behind everything videos. I've seen a number of them, and there's some overlap with Anne Heche's death. Like this, it's the conspiracy YouTube is in 2025 was at full effect. Was in full effect if we looking at it that way. And the Anne Heche incident seems very interesting.
Wait a minute, that actress died?
Yes.
The one that was
in a wild way.
In mysterious circumstances.
She drove her car in full speed, like 190 plus miles an hour, into a home. And then there's questions around when did the car catch on fire? What condition was she in when they pulled her out? There's video of her. You see her on the gurney, raising up, kind of like trying to resist being put on the stretcher as she's put into the ambulance. And then she dies. And
she died 3 years ago.
Oh, was that 3 years ago? Oh, so that's how late I am. My bad. So my bad. I was with Kim. Maybe at the latest, it was late 2024. Because I was all on. My bad. Don't disrespect. And
that's the biggest story of 2022. That was a big story in 2022.
Yikes. My bad, everybody.
Where you been at for the past 2 years?
Get out that room, Jared.
I'm serious, like straight up. Like I
knew she died. I didn't know she was dead. So then I was like, oh, she's dead.
And then she used to be with Ellen. So there was this whole thing about, and Ellen be out here, according to YouTube, Ellen is out here like she the biggest Epstein, Hitler, Stalin, all the people they like to put in unison together. It's really her. They ain't no Illuminati. It's the Illuminati.
Y'all seeing the swirl on socials? I'm not sure if it's beyond TikTok or no, but as part of the Epstein files, this FBI tip that came in from a survivor who claimed that at age 13, she had been trafficked by an uncle who was trafficking her to perhaps the likes of Trump and others, became pregnant. And then during the course of one of these trafficking incidents, gave birth to a baby on a yacht on Lake Michigan. Trump was present when her uncle allegedly unalived the newborn and threw the baby in the lake. Y'all haven't heard this?
I have, because I'm telling you, 2025 has been Jared's brain rot year. So I am very familiar with this. It's a gross story. And the problem for me is that when I looked at it, it didn't have that immediate, that can't be real. Like it reads, it comes across as like, I believe that. I believe all of this. I'm ready to believe all of it, including that Ellen is truly running the world. And
why is she selling skincare products. Like I keep seeing these infomercials for Ellen's skincare line, and I'm so annoyed. I'm like, didn't you make $250 million hosting a talk show? Why are you hawking skincare products? This shit is weird.
Yeah, you went there. I went with her skin, with her face. Why?
That's who y'all going
to. That's who you going to. That's that.
Hey, speaking of commercials, over this whole break, watching some sports football games and stuff. Yo, is it me or is Sky Rizzy like a legal drug? Like the fact that they're able to push legal drugs on TV like they're doing. I mean, when you see the people in the commercial, they're just high. It's like they're high as hell. They're smiling.
What is Sky Rizzy, B?
I love you so much. Do you understand, y'all? Give it up for Nakapandas up here.
No, you're thinking that too? You're thinking that too?
No. What I think when I hear Sky Rizzy in particular, I'm like, that sounds like a grade of some high grade weed.
Right. I was looking at my dispensary website. That's the new shit. That's the new strand. I need to.
Right. Sky Rizzy is that 65% sativa. That's
yeah.
I hear Sky Rizzy. I'm like, oh, that's that fire.
And Kim, when that version comes out, best believe I'm be first in line with that 65%. I'm gonna be the first one to let you know how that works.
Yo, but yeah, these are the biggest legal drug dealers on the market. I could really. I'm looking at this like they're able to get away with this shit and sell drugs legally.
And look at how it's written. Go down a little bit. It says Sky Rizzy, and this is a great name. Sky Rizzy can help deliver symptom relief in 4. So you just pick a condition.
Yes.
And it's like it's not.
Yeah, like, just pick one.
It's mad people who just like, yo, I can get some drugs and I ain't got to worry about.
And then they're giving you. Oh, it comes with a debit card. Is this? It's like it got a whole financial component to it.
Is that the manufacturer's rebate? Is that they'll cut you a break if you buy directly from them, cut out the middleman?
Right.
Nino Brown is at home like next level.
Go back a little bit. I want to see it had the stuff about it and the issues it may cause once you take it.
Oh, this right here. Yeah.
You don't want to hear
faintness, dizziness, lightheaded, swelling of your face, trouble breathing, itching, skin rashes.
Chest tight. You mean a heart attack, nigga? Chest
tight? The wildest shit ever, man.
It's not a heart attack. It's just my Sky Rizzy kicking in.
Sky Rizzy.
Every commercial break, it was one of these type of drugs being sold. Either that or a car.
Air doctor.
Burning urination. Oh no.
One of the drugs is called Wegovy. If you listen to the commercial, that shit sound like Sound of Blackness is singing this shit like Wegovy. Optimistic.
Sounds of
blood in your mucus. God damn.
Yo.
But you get these 4 conditions: psoriasis, arthritis, Crohn's, and colitis.
Sheesh.
And it's so vague when they talk about if you're feeling like this. Like if I wake up and I fucking gotta pee, I got a drug for you. I mean, everybody does that.
Do you have to pee first thing in the morning?
Yes.
You have morning urinationlessness, uratosis.
Anyway, that's all I had to.
Sky Rizzy. I thought that was a rapper's name. Did you get the new Sky Rizzy album?
Once again, I'm out of it. Is like this some new personality, some TV personality? That's what I thought.
Yo, this world is wild.
I did want to ask, not Kamal, because we already know where he is musically. Kim and Ear Doctor, if you had 2025's best albums, have you done are you looking at a 2025? By the way, we lost D'Angelo and Angie Stone, which is horrible. Yeah. I'm sure there were others. I admit, I will admit that the D'Angelo loss has affected me more than I would have thought. Like as big a fan as I was of him, I didn't think I wasn't ready. Yeah. So
bothered you, I'm sure, as all of us. I said it was his age. I mean, man. I'm sorry, this man died of pancreatic cancer at 51. What? 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 Insanity.
Yeah.
Oh, but don't forget, go back and watch Classical Breakdown. Ear Doctor and I did in memoriam tribute to those that passed away in 2025.
Oh, word. I did miss that. Okay, good.
It was dope. But best album of the year? Oof.
When did that Common Primo album come out?
Last year.
What is that? Pete Rock.
That was Pete Rock.
Common Pete Rock. And so the Nas and Premier album came out this year. And it wasn't as good as I was hoping it would be.
Not at all.
I hate to say it. It hurts me to even say those words.
I almost agree. I almost had to go with that Ghostface a little bit. Like
the Ghostface, I love the album. I will say that he is politically complete. He's my biggest contradiction.
Oh no,
he don't even deal with his own son over his son's sexuality. I can't. That alone for me should be a cutoff. Like that should be.
Oh, hold on, fill us in because I'm not fully aware of.
I don't have the full story. To be honest, but there he's done one of those. He's like the opposite of what's my man, the former Miami Heat player.
Oh no!
Oh, Dwayne
Wade. He's like the opposite of Dwayne Wade, who has welcomed his child's gender fluidity or whatever.
But does Islam allow that? I mean, are they?
Come on, son. What kind of Islam is Wu-Tang? Come on, man. We gotta stop that. We gotta stop that.
He's there with the gods and the earth.
Come on, man.
Ghostface is praying 5 times a day.
Even as an atheist, I feel like the religions need more respect than that. Come on, man. Like
I mean, that's like
listen to the album. What is he talking about in the album, man?
That's like asking a Rastafarian. You know what I mean? Some of they against it.
Yeah, you can't pick and choose.
Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is I don't get from him that it's his strict adherence to his religious beliefs that has led him to his problems with his son. It's his problems with LGBTQIA communities. And he doesn't like that his son has, I think, come out as gay. I think that was it, and he's cut his son off for that. Like that, I can't. Come on, I can't. That's what I'm saying. I can't. So I feel terrible that I listened and loved the album. And he's talking all this, and again, he there's a couple of shots in there to the gay community. The pause skit is a shot at the gay community. There's a bunch of the standard, bitches and hoes and dope dealing and intra-black violence. Like it's all the standard stuff. I sold dope to my community. I killed my community.
He hasn't changed.
I have sex with my community. He has not changed.
No.
And I'm admitting it's a huge contradiction for me, but I love the fucking album. I love the way he rhymes. I love his flow. I love his beat selection. I think Ghost got to be in the top 5, if not higher, of just beat selecting as an MC. He seems to always find these funky ass grooves to rhyme over, and then he flows, I think, perfectly on these. But what he's saying is a problem. So, but I love the album.
So yeah.
Anyway,
and I give Nas his props for putting all these albums out. His record label, Master Pill, for doing Slick Rick, De La Soul.
Oh, right.
Did we close that record label down?
Huh?
De La album is good.
Yeah,
you didn't like it?
It's all right. It's all right. I don't rewind. I don't replay it.
Do we really need in 2025 music from people from 1995?
Yes, we need grown up hip hop. We need grown up hip hop still. Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
He put out his own album. He has the best verses, like features, all year. So Nas for features of the year, go to him because he was on everybody's album. Raekwon's album, Ghost's album. He was
Raekwon had an album come out this year too.
Yeah,
I missed that.
Big L.
Everybody missed that. Everybody missed that.
So what do you say, Kamal? Are you saying this is across genres? So like old jazz musicians should retire too? Like
exactly.
Nah, only hip hop.
Stone shouldn't go.
Actually, no. Hip hop does not age well when 50-year-olds are doing. 50-year-olds should not be rapping about the streets no more. Yeah, and that's a Kamal bias.
I give you that. I
don't want to hear 50-year-old Nas talking like 20-year-old Nas. Or whoever it is. Like I don't want to. It no longer thrills me like it did when I was in my 20s, and I would hope that they've moved on to other things to talk about, but usually they don't. Because again, the way we are all propagandized, and we're still talking about, like Jared just went down the list of things, the streets, like who we fucked, who we killed, what clothes we wearing. I could at the very least I can understand it from today's artists who are just repeating what they think hip hop is for them, which is to talk about that same shit that folks talked about back in the day too. I don't see there's any difference there. But yeah, I can no longer listen to the 50-year-olds.
But do you want to hear?
When it's good, and I'm saying even when it's good, as I'm sure Ghostface is.
Do you want to hear Bumpy Knuckles talk about peace and unity? I mean, he does sometimes, but do you want to hear him?
I just listen to the old stuff. You know, I just listen to old Wu-Tang. That's all.
But I think there's a middle. Like, I don't know what recent Black Thought projects have been released, but I know Black Thought was putting out some mixtapes or some solo joints, and Black Thought, you know, never rapped about killing nobody, right? Just killing people lyrically on wax, and he still sounds fantastic rapping at 50 plus. Not rapping about whatever the fuck Ghostface is rapping about, which I love.
That's a good point.
Redman also still rapping about the same shit.
Redman had a nice album.
Muddy Waters.
Great. Do y'all listen to current Redman, or do you listen to, particularly you, Kim? Do you listen to current Redman, or do you listen to old school Redman?
I listen to old school Redman because it's because of the time frame, right? But I don't object to new Redman because again, red is red. Like he's vintage
wine. Yeah. You know, it gets better over time. Some of them,
but not one advanced politically or mature one. Like because I do watch his latest drops. Like he opened up the Daylight album. I watch, you know, he does a lot of stuff on YouTube and stuff. He drops videos and stuff, and I think they're really good. But it's the same conundrum.
Now, Red apparently, because I guess this was last year or year before, but when they performed, Redman and Wu-Tang performed at the 420 festival down at RFK. Red said he's part of an organization out of New Jersey doing something with cannabis and something. But I was impressed because I was like,
"Did you tell her organization?" He was like, "Oh, word." He's like, "Oh, cannabis."
Because y'all, I don't know what my expectations were of my favorite rappers of yesteryear to what kind of grown ass men they would be. So for Red to get involved politically with anything, you know, not MAGA, praise the Lord, but you know what I'm saying? I was glad to see it and happy to see it.
Mobb Deep new album was also off Mass Appeal. Another one off.
I missed that too. I gotta. But it says here, Redman co-founded the National Cannabis Party, NCP, a federally recognized political organization dedicated to cannabis regulation, social equity, and education.
I would love for him to come and tell us all about it.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's 2026 remix interviews.
I like it.
And I know he hasn't done it for a while. I'm gonna give Jay-Z credit, as in I'm giving him credit for, as in,
look at y'all.
And I know there's a lot of marketing behind it, but he knows how to drop an album that may not be as good as what he did 25 years ago, but it still becomes an event. Nas never in the battle between Nas and Jay-Z, I think Jay-Z won. Right? Ether blew.
What?
Ether was the best. Ether was the best diss track of all time. Maybe no, you know what? Ether and Cubes, No Vaseline. No
Vaseline was crazy.
They run neck and neck. But career-wise, you know, Jay, again, through the marketing and everything, but Jay knows how to drop an album every like 6 years at this stage. And because of all the marketing and everything else, knows how to make it an event.
But Jay married up.
So make it an event.
Jay married up.
Albums and nobody even know about it.
Yeah, Jay married up though. That's a little different because Nas is doing this thing.
That was a career move too. Yeah,
Nas got the casino.
He got the casino. He got the record label.
Oh, wait, Nas got a casino.
He got the ring joint that's on everybody's front door. He's part of that too, and he's the crypto king.
That was really that was my worst part. He's up there he's plugging Ethereum on this new Premiere album, which is just ridiculous. But you know, he this is like a year or two old with Nas and Ethereum and doing NFT stuff. Nas is, you know, but that's why he and Jay-Z collaborated on a track called Black Republicans. Like they're not, you know.
Pick up the ZZ Lion that he Jehovah Witness son. By shunning him, dad rap is a thing. It's a genre of music. Believe it.
Wow. Dad rap. Okay.
Oh, dad rap is okay. I never heard it categorized as such.
So
that makes sense. Yeah, I still ain't listening to it, but that still makes sense.
Okay, makes sense. I'd only recently heard the term dad rock, and I was like, oh, you mean like Pearl Jam, Stone Temple Pilots, Nirvana, dad rock. Okay, so I guess dad rap also transcends.
I'm a fan of yacht rock.
I'm a yacht rock fan too. Yeah.
Yacht rock.
Some of it is actually all right.
Yacht
I'm
rock
not going to front.
All it is old
It
music.
doesn't exist, you said, Kim?
Yacht rock does not exist. It is a misnamed genre. It is R&B light.
Oh, light R&B.
Damn.
Okay.
Is it R&B light?
It is.
I mean, it's basically white.
No, but
white, like
Hall and Oates.
Yeah, and like Christopher Cross and all them old songs and shit. I thought that was yacht rock.
It is. It's not R&B light.
Yeah. Oh wow, wow, that's interesting. You know what?
I've never thought of him as R&B.
Kim is probably right again.
I think she is right again.
I think she is right again on
I think
this.
they've even admitted it. Like some of them who do their crooning all the time. They are like, what's the Kenny Loggins and all the rest of them. They talk about their R&B influence all the time.
R&B light all day. Phil Collins, R&B light. Kenny Loggins though. Shout out to the God. I love Kenny Loggins.
The God.
Yo, big up. Damn out here.
Kenny Loggins did an arc on Archer. So salute to him for he's smart enough to associate himself with one of the best shows ever on TV. So salute to him for that too.
Big up to
iMix. Dad rock.
And then there's divorced dad rock. Somebody said,
"Stop! Why she treat me so bad?" Yo, big up to I'm paying $9.99. The New York State of Mind got Nas in a bad way. I wasn't a big fan of the New York State of Mind was cool with the Billy Joel joint.
I didn't like it.
It had to be better. It needed to be better if you're gonna do New York State of Mind Part 3.
To me, though, so this was the advance when we were talking about the maturation. This was the maturation I did not want, the form I did not want. So because if you listen to the first two versions of New York State of Mind, they are, and he's said this in interviews. Nas has said that they were his response to the Billy Joel. And I think the Frank Sinatra had a song like about New York that they were like, he was like, this was my grimy response to those songs. And he was even in a Billy Joel documentary talking about this. And so for me, when I see Billy Joel show up in an repeated extended clip sample in this new version, it's to me, Nas saying, I have ascended to the point where I'm not only in Billy Joel's shit. I don't have to just rhyme in response to him. I'm in his documentaries. I get clearance to have his shit repeatedly played in my song, which I'm sure cost a bucket, bucket of money, whatever, so, and it's him saying, I've ascended now to this elite. It's not, and it's not in a way of I'm here to like overthrow or disrupt. It's like I'm here now. I'm with Billy Joel now. I don't have to, and I'm like, oh man, I don't.
And that's why I think he's failed because he hasn't really. I don't think he's accomplished that, but I think that is his goal. I think Jay-Z has accomplished that.
He's let me down. Has let me down.
Jay-Z is the old man of rap who is almost like the Frank Sinatra of rap. Right, he's like
he wants to be for sure. Yeah,
he's like the guy who can come out, do the old, do the new, bring hundreds of thousands of people out to the concert to hear. I don't think Nas can do that by himself or whatever like that.
I think you're right. I mean, I think about, for example, when Mom Donnie won, which is obviously a very big news story of 2025. They blasted Jay-Z and Alicia Keys, New York, right? New York. But I'm like, does Nas have a comparable song that is, that they play at campaign rallies and, celebrations and, you know what I mean? Like, there's something
That's a
to
good
that.
point.
And for those that watched the Netflix NFL game that happened on Christmas Day, Snoop Dogg performed at halftime. And you kind of saw like Snoop, I think probably per the NFL, integrated some other artists into that joint. But I'm like, these verses ain't holding up, my guy.
Nas never tried to be a pop rapper like Snoop and Jay. They're pop.
Yes, he did. Come on, man. He did the whole shiny suit thing.
No, what's a pop song besides You Can Hate Me? None. He ain't got no pop song.
Uchi Wally Wally wasn't an attempt at it. I don't know. Maybe all right. Okay, fair enough. I'm saying I'm saying he tried it. Okay, all right.
I think he tried.
Listen, real quick before we wrap, I just want to say, speaking of Alicia Keys, I just saw for the first time. I had never seen this before. She did a live performance with Prince of "Why You Don't Call Me Anymore," which people, please go Google and watch that. It's one of the most incredible performances of that. The two of them together was remarkable. And then this other thing, speaking of Prince, I did not know. I just saw a story about this. I don't know how accurate it is, but it was a video about why Prince never collaborated with Bob Marley. And apparently, it's to our previous point. They had a manager in common, or some industry dude in common, and Bob went to a Prince show in like '79 and went to meet Prince, and they said Prince showed up in some leather print bikini underwear and heels, and Bob was like, "Nah, I'm not." He was
like, got, "What type fuckery we're dealing with, Mike?"
Exactly. And he said to the dude, "Why would you think I would want to work with this? Like, what the hell is going on here? Absolutely not." But apparently later on, Prince didn't take it take it wrong and continued to the end of his life play Bob music and he did like Waiting in Vain, the beautiful piano version of Waiting in Vain, and like but anyway, I thought that was kind of funny. Bob was like, "Nah, man." Yeah, I'm not.
That is the big story of 2025, that Prince died.
That wasn't 2025.
Take him off
every year. The fact every year. No matter the fact that Prince is dead, every year should be thought about as it's a big loss.
Okay, I will agree with that, as long as we're clear that it didn't just happen.
It's almost like it's always just happened.
I agree with you, actually. Yeah.
Is Stevie the last great left?
Oh shit.
Yeah, maybe Stevie. Who else? Well, Gladys Knight is still alive.
Yeah, Gladys still alive.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Oh, come on, with George Clinton still here, Bootsy still here.
Thank you. I forgot about. Yeah, thank you. I didn't even remember.
Stevie is a Mount Rushmore character.
Yeah, he is.
More than anybody. And when Stevie dies, it will be an ending of an era or whatever. And I'm not saying it's happening soon, but what, 75?
It never happened. Okay. They need to put whatever the cryogenics, whatever stem cell, give Stevie all that shit, please. Okay. And if something ever happens to Stevie, don't tell me. I don't want to know.
You don't want to know.
You keep that.
Well, I used to want to say give him whatever they were giving Dick Cheney, but obviously that didn't work. That ran out too. So.
Yeah, Smokey's still around too. Smokey
and Herbie Hancock. Why y'all tuned in? We are doing a winter solstice fundraiser right here at the end of the year wrap up. So please make sure y'all donate to the channel. You can do a super chat, blkliberationmedia.org. Go there and donate whatever way you can. I know it's a lot of money just been spent on your holidays, blah, blah, blah. Listen, do what you can. That's all we got.
Yeah, we got 3. Yeah, come on now, y'all. Let's get a big ending like donation rush. Take your wallets out. Open up your purses.
Lock the door.
Take the money out. Ladies, old school. Take the money out. Do something. Just start. Let's use them fingers to get some clicking going on. We are back monetized on YouTube. We have 337 people who are watching live. We should have at least 337, if not more, likes. But we should have a whole bunch of new subscriptions popping up now, so that we can continue to give you the things that you need, the things that we want to give you in terms of information, news, analysis. It is that time again. It's not hard no more. You want that Chomsky? Look, fuck Chomsky. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
You want Chomsky apology? Do like random thought, and this is how much people been sending in. So follow suit. Random thought said $199 in. So follow suit.
Another one, or that's the first one? That's the one.
That was the first one.
Okay, well, even still, goddamn, thank you, Random Thought. That was very.
It deserves to
definitely.
It deserves a reminder.
New membership, Soul Life. Okay, we back. We back.
And what are the memberships again? Like $5 to be a member? Is that what it used to be?
$2.
It's $2.99 or something like that. I think it's $2.99 or something like that.
Oh, I'm not praising that no more. I want to Can we raise it to $5 for a membership? Is it $5 a month? Oh, I should not.
I don't know, actually.
I have to talk to Renee. Now that she's in charge,
talk to Renee and get this.
We're supposed to be passing the baton off to Amber, so she should be popping up in here sometime soon.
Unfortunately, I do have to run. I got thankfully we got a full house, and I got to take advantage. I have to actually get on my daughter's schedule, so I'm booked starting at 10 o'clock. So I got to go because I can't just take for granted that I'm going to see my children anymore.
Good to see you again, bro.
I know. This is amazing. This is amazing.
This has been a lot of fun. I missed the morning show. It's been great to build with you all. A big salute to everybody on screen. Big salute to all the folks off screen who make this platform run and work. Renee, chief among them. And of course, to the undefeated chat. Salute and keep the money coming, as Kamal would, I'm sure, want us to continue to encourage.
Yes, sir.
And I will see you all soon, man. This has been great. But peace, everybody. Peace.
All right.
Take good care, everybody. Peace.
Yeah,
Thanks again.
Make sure y'all check him out on I Mix What I Like. Also on Saturdays with Renee. And big up to Thornton Pyre, sending in $10. Thank you. And also to our new member, Ursula Baptiste.
Hey, shout out to Ursula. Big up.
Right.
Ursula checking in from the UK.
Oh, okay. Over by the ends. Y'all know nothing about that. That's UK slang. I know somebody who do know about UK slang. Michael Brown. Hold on.
Hey!
Hello. How is everybody doing? Happy Kwanzaa.
Kinfo. What's going on?
Happy Kwanzaa. Wait a minute. We can't have just Erica without having Amber.
Hello, beautiful Black people.
I have never got to introduce Amber. We have Blackish. Oh, wait a minute. What's it? Brokish in the building.
It's okay. It's totally fine.
That's actually hilarious.
We love you, Ear Doctor.
Well, this is the closest I ever got to being on their show, so I'm really happy.
I know, right? We never got an invite. Like, they could have brought us on there to talk about the Remix Morning Show, but
I know all the great commentary I give and the thing, my expansive knowledge of everything in the world, and somehow they can't.
Y'all need to blame that on Pebbles.
Let me say this:
I don't have no creative control.
2026 is a new year. And we actually about to plan our next season, and we desperate for topics. So come on, we're gonna take you up on that in 2026 for sure.
Now she's gonna invite you and be like, "We inviting you because we desperate." You see how I call her Pebbles, right?
Wow.
I'm telling y'all.
Wow.
You gonna quit?
She's gonna give the same speech at the end of 2026. She's gonna be like, 2027 is coming up, Kamal, and don't you? We are in the toilet for topics. And so
you probably not gonna show up though. That's the thing. You're probably not gonna show up.
Damn.
Late for sure, Kim. Kim, how you been?
What's going on with your sister Erica? How you feel? What's up, Amber? Welcome.
Hi, Kim. It's so great to see you again. You look fantastic.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I confused you with the other Amber because we have multiple Ericas and Ambers on this platform, and I'm confused. That's why I get confused sometimes.
The lack of creativity in the naming.
Ouch. Why she taking shots at you, Amber? Yo, Erica, stay taking shots at you, Amber.
I'm saying our parents. It's not
I noticed that too. Yeah.
It's okay. My mama was creative. My mama named me after my daddy's ex-girlfriend. So my mama was being
Me too. You too.
Wow.
Please explain before I have to jump off to it. I need to hear the story.
Well, my parents are toxic, but they've been in relationships since they were in fourth grade. They've known each other since fourth grade. So of course, a lot of breakup, makeup. And so my mama told me, she's like, yeah, that girl, your daddy took her to her prom. I didn't like that hoe, but she had such a pretty name. I was like, well, thank you, mama. I'm glad I could, be a part of the Memphis.
if you know Amber's mama, she carries around anointed oil with her for her to be like, I ain't like that hoe. She wasn't shit.
She wasn't saved her whole life. Shirley Caesar was not saved her whole life. That's what I call my mama now, but she wasn't saved her whole life.
Are they still together, your parents? Or
yes, they've been married. If I'm 41, they've been married 43 years. Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you how I got my name for my daddy's girlfriend, allegedly. So my daddy spent his little stint in the military in Germany. So my sister's name is Ursula. Okay, it don't get much more German than that. And then mine is Erica with a K, because that's how the German folks spell it. So I don't know. Draw your own conclusion. But yes.
It's like them years you was away.
And then to make it worse, so my parents got separated when I was like 5. So my mom and dad ain't been together for a long time. But I was messy this year, and my dad's birthday was in December because he's a Sagittarius. So anyway, I was like, Mama, your ex-husband's birthday is today when it was his birthday. I was like, girl, you need to call him. She was like, I'm not calling him. His wife gonna think I want him, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. So I let it go. Then I talked to her later that day, and I was like, Mama, you still got a few hours to call him and tell him happy birthday. She was like, well, maybe when your sister call him, I'll call him. So my sister called my daddy to say happy birthday. My mama got on that three-way. And my sister said they acted like she wasn't even on the phone. They said my daddy started putting the Mac down. I was like, you know, I still love you.
Oh. Damn.
And my mama said, I love you too. I'm like, both these people married to other people right now.
That's what we told in the group chat. You so damn messy. Like, you need to leave them people alone. And now you telling the story in public. You real messy. You wrong for that. Because you started all of this. You started all of this.
Look at that smile too. She know it.
Anyway, I don't want them back
She still wants them to get back together.
I do not want them back together. Trust me. They are better apart. But I thought it was funny that he's still trying to. I'm like, sir, you are 81.
That's
Please
the best
relax.
time to Mac, child.
For real. You ain't got to worry about no kids. Or having any. Anyway, I got to get out of here. I got to go take my daughter to the thrift store. She wants to go thrifting.
Yes, I love that.
We about to turn over the platform.
Yeah, we got
only.
Don't forget.
Oh, look, they already got a little thing in there.
What's that?
They got a membership because they
Henry Wright becoming a YouTube member. Now, yes, we are doing a fundraiser at the end of this year. So drive, what do you call it? Drive, fundraiser, one of them.
Fundraiser drive, yeah.
Yeah. Fine. So send your love in. Love meaning some coin, fine coin at that. So please do that and show your love. I'm about to get out of here. We will be showing some remix morning shows this week. Classical breakdown, maybe rerun.
Well, rerun, because we didn't plan for anything specific.
So that's what it is. Oh, so y'all have a great rest of y'all year, and I will I'm gonna do a couple.
Y'all got the controls. They got the controls. They good.
We don't. So we just here until 10 Central. You got us till 10 Central, and after that, we don't know what happens.
I think, well, hopefully Renee will pop in and out and help y'all out.
The rest of us is gone. I may pop back on, depending on how my day goes.
I thought there was a schedule. I thought there was a schedule.
It is, and I think Renee is after us. I think she's on the schedule.
I thought they said she said Amber. I'm sorry. I thought she meant Amber, the other Amber.
I know because there's only one name there. It's not Amber and Erica. It's not. It doesn't say broken.
Well, we just got called off the bench at the last minute, which is fine because we're ready to jump in the game. But we only got an hour.
True.
We only get an hour playing time, and then our contract won't allow anything else.
Okay. We got Laura coming.
I like the fact that you're not in the closet no more. You got the whole bookshelf behind you.
She came out.
Amber was in the closet because her house was being built, so now she.
No, just saying. I didn't before she was like in a little room. It looked like
I was literally in the closet. And it was not a little room. I was in the closet. I used to record in the closet in my old house because my kid's bad. But now I'm in the office and it's break and everybody's still sleeping. So my house is quiet. So God is good.
Guess who's coming in to help us on this transition? You might see her on Saturdays with Dr. Jared Ball. She goes by the name of Saturdays with Renee Justin. Damn, did I bring her on? Oh,
is she up?
You did not.
Here.
Bring her up though.
She here.
But I thought you were bringing her up.
No. Oh, but Renee don't be having her face on.
Oh yeah, she says she's in the stream with her audio.
Oh yeah, I'm about to bring her avatar up. There it is.
There we go.
But maybe. Yo, okay, let's do this real quick, and I'm gonna get off. For pause. So I did that. So
you.
I know that was for you though. But let's do this. If we get in the next 10 minutes, like over $100 in donations,
you match it?
Face on camera.
Why you do that?
Renee say you monetize me.
No.
Clear this with Renee. Did Renee know about this incentive?
This has all been pre-negotiated. It's all been pre-negotiated.
No.
Oh, my bad.
Well, how about this? The next person that sends in $100, CMB will match it.
What? CMB already be matching shit. Y'all don't know how much money I spend on this goddamn.
Too.
Love y'all.
CMB said we the nonprofit. What do you mean?
Yeah. All right, peace, y'all. I also got a break.
All
right.
Bye.
Can you stand with us?
Oh, yeah, I was going to. I was absolutely. How could I not? Come
There
on.
you
I
go.
don't get
So,
to hang out with my cousins and them all that often. Country cousins, you know what I'm saying?
so just so
Absolutely.
everybody
Country though. Do y'all
knows,
country?
it was supposed to be both Ambers
Yes,
and Erica,
we were talking about that.
and then I was just gonna come on when the two lovelies, Amber and Erica, had to go, so that
Yes.
Amber wasn't by herself. Amber just texted me and said, "Oh, I thought you meant 10 Central." So she's getting herself together to jump on.
Of course, yeah.
I do have a
So-
grievance that I want to lodge with management. Is that y'all never be putting in a time zone. Now I know you mean Eastern, but I'm like, see, they don't even care about the people over here in
I know,
Central
and
Time.
that is definitely something I need to work on, because Tondi also, because she's on the West Coast.
West Coast.
She was like, "Did you mean East?" I was like, my bad. So I'm gonna work on that. I will work on that per the request of all the folks who don't, because there's actually a lot of you who don't live on the East Coast. So it's unreasonable to make the East Coast assumption. But I will say, when I text you, Erica, I did say EST in my text, because I
know your heart, so I knew what you meant when you sent the time. So it's all right with me. I had already converted it in my head, Renee.
There you go. So,
See,
but
Erica,
I appreciate
Erica
y'all.
seems
I
cool.
appreciate y'all. But since Kim's here and Amber's on the way, I'm gonna go make my coffee.
You gonna leave?
Yeah, because y'all don't, y'all don't really need me.
Just be around. Hang
Yeah,
around.
I'll be around. I'm around. I'm not gonna go too far. I'm around, but I'm just gonna I'm gonna go make my coffee, because my goal was to be on at 11. And so, but I didn't want y'all.
Eastern time, everybody. She's
yes,
so
Eastern
nice.
time.
Good.
I just didn't want. I
drinking
didn't want anybody to be trapped without like help. I just wanted to make sure y'all were good.
Come on, community care.
We're about to get into Kim's business now, because I tried
There
earlier.
you go.
and she
Get in.
deflected.
Get in.
Now I'm ready to get back to it.
I don't have no business. What I love about you, Erica, is that you have fire sign proximity. So I feel like you do a good job of managing the fire signs in your orbit. So you know how to talk to people like Renee and me. and your child,
What's your
I don't know how to talk to her. I do not know.
I'm
Kim,
a
this is a big struggle. Let me tell you. Dealing with one of my daughters, I'm not going to name her.
You only got 2.
I know. It's a struggle. It is. And I don't know how to fix it. But anyway.
What's the non-Virgo sign? Erica?
Non-Virgo? What do you mean?
So Amber and I have daughters who have the exact same birthday, year, everything.
Really?
Yes.
The Leo kid or no?
The Virgo kids.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys got Virgos. Y'all are lucky. Y'all don't feel lucky?
We feel blessed. And Amber has so many kids. She has all the
to say,
just pick a sign, and Amber probably has a kid that's that sign.
12. Woo.
I got half of them, at least half of them.
Let me make some assumptions based off I do not know your children. So I'm guessing these Virgo kids, they might be somewhat studious, right? They like.
So we didn't tell you August Virgos. So they're not real Virgos.
Yeah, they really half-ass Leos. Got it.
Yeah, they're fake Virgos.
Yeah, and studious is not on my baby's card.
Studious,
mine either.
Not yet. But I feel like when they find the thing that sets them alight, they will organize their brain around that thing to a very
organized is not on her list either.
Really?
For Virgos, it should be, but it's not. No. So mine came and told me. She said, "I hope you know that academics are never going to be the most important thing in my life." And I said, "Okay, sis. Okay, you got it. Just this is the kind of stuff we dealing with."
And mine told me, she was like, I'm making a 70, so I don't understand why you're upset. I'm passing.
Yep.
I'm passing.
Yeah.
So, and this was about band. I said, listen, you got a 70 in band. So when you have to practice 20 minutes a day and turn the card in. So my objection is to how did we get here in band?
Yeah.
in band.
So whatever you know about the signs is just not holding up for these ladies.
It really isn't. It's all my assumptions are falling apart in real time about your kids. So,
but your point about the Leo and I guess Leo and Taurus, it's not working out. It's not working out.
Oh, it will, but I see why it may not work out though, because Leo, I mean, you cannot make a Leo do anything. So I don't know how you, as their parent, how do you make her do anything? Because you really can't make a Leo, but consequently, you really almost can't make a Taurus do anything either that they don't want to do, right? So I see how, there's a conflict.
Yeah. No, that one told me she's driving now. So I'll ask her to go do something. And she said, you need to tell me now if you need me to go to the store because I'm not going back. And I was like, some of this stuff I'm just taking aback because, I have a real Black mama. And so for you to be like, telling me what you're not going to do, I'm flashing back. Like, I can't imagine what would have happened if I would have said something like that to my mother. But anyway, times are different and I'm evolved.
Times are different. But you can't just kind of let that ride though. I understand if you keep your hands.
No, it's just
you cannot let that ride.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because then I have to talk about how the only reason you're able to go anywhere is because we have afforded you this car. And so if I need you to go back out, I want you to know that you will go back out and you'll probably have to have a good attitude about it. So just reframe how you say that the next time. Just tell me, you might be tired or stressed or whatever, but you can't just tell me what you're not going to do.
Not in my car, in my gas, under my insurance. I don't think so.
Yeah. But life is good.
I could raise somebody's kids. I think I could step right in and raise the children's.
Look, we can put it to the test.
I was just thinking the same thing. I can FedEx you a couple of them. And by FedEx I mean in the back of the Spirit, but back of the Spirit plane. But I get
the back of a Spirit plane.
Wow. Do they know how to wash their own clothes? If they can do their own laundry, then we way ahead. We miles down the road. This is great.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is the legit training program. They start as toddlers around here. No,
she's not joking either. Like the group chat is like, Erica, you are like one chore away from being on Dateline. She's like, the kids are outside mowing the lawn with scissors. I'm like, Erica,
you need to stop.
Now, Erica,
you need to stop.
No, y'all, there's a lot of people out here not teaching their kids to do a goddamn thing. And there's going to be a lot of useless fucking adults coming up real soon. You know what I'm saying? Niggas don't know how to do nothing. So I'm glad that y'all teach y'all children
how to do anything. They don't desire to do anything. I was just talking to my girlfriend a couple weeks ago, and she was saying like her daughter has no desire to drive. She enjoys Ubering. She does not want to go to driving school. Like she has no interest. And I was like, I know so many parents with that same testimony. These kids have no interest in being fully functional humans at all, period. Like they don't cooking, none of the things. They're like, why would I cook when I can DoorDash?
And see, we too cheap in my house. My kids don't know what DoorDash is unless they go to the grandmama house. We've never had that. DoorDash what? No. No.
Well, my kids will get offended because we do it. But like my husband will DoorDash himself some food and the kids will be like, you didn't get us nothing? He's like, no, there's food here for you. You don't have DoorDash money. So yeah, I DoorDash myself something. I did not DoorDash you anything. You can eat the food at the house that I purchased for you. Well, that's not fair. He's like, well, I have a job and you don't. So that's why I get DoorDash tonight.
So the thing about not wanting to know how to drive, I could see how that could be a challenge because I'm thinking, were I a parent? I'm not, but I don't know if I'd give them a choice. Like, you don't have a choice. Like, you got to learn how to drive. Like the same way your Black ass need to know how to swim. The same way you need to know how to do a lot of life skills. You got to learn how to drive, baby. I mean, what if Uber ain't around? What if y'all just saw there was a power blackout in San Francisco and all the Waymo self-driving cars were stuck in the damn intersection because technology will fall down on us and it will let us down. And so I don't know. I feel for parents who children like refuse to adult or even consider adulting. And it's like, I get it, because adulting is trash. I say this as someone who's been an adult for 30 years. It's garbage. I get it, kids. At the same time, we have to survive capitalism out here. So
well, I don't know. I'm conflicted on the whole thing because, like you mentioned before, Kim, you can't make them do anything.
Not the Leo child, no.
You can't make them do anything. But then also, early on, when my daughter was driving, before she actually had her license, somebody hit her while she was driving. And so I also am very sensitive to, I understand that's traumatic. And then, like, it was a big deal for her to sort of get back out there. And so that's why when she says she doesn't want to drive, I'm like, if you go out there and get hurt, I'm going to be, a mess. And for me to be the one that sent you out there. So I don't know. It's weird. I feel conflicted.
I don't know, but fender benders are part of the experience, right? Like, you guys drive. How many fender benders have you had in your driving experience? If you said 5 or less than 10
One.
to me, okay, that's great. That's really good. But it wouldn't. But that's just part of life. In my experience, like,
it is.
It's gonna hit you. You're gonna hit a deer. Someone's gonna, something shit happens.
It does.
I've had my fair share as somebody who was not. I'm still not the best driver, but I was not a good driver as a teen at all. Like, I got so many tickets. Like, the magistrate in my little town was like, if I see you one more time, I'm taking your license. Like, I was being my own little lawyer even before I was licensed. So I would always come down there with a little argument. And he was like, I don't care. There's nothing you can say to me. If you come in here one more time, I'm taking your license because you've been in here too many times. Like, I was hitting everything. I probably rear-ended 6 people in high school. Like, I was the rear end queen. And what's crazy is, like, half the people just let me go because I didn't really do no damage to their car. But I was hitting people left and right,
Okay, that's terrible.
But girl, I went to prep school. So I went to school like 40 minutes from my house. So I was driving a very long way starting at an early age. But I was not a good driver. Like, I've never been a good driver. That's why I keep my little bootleg van. So I understand too, but I tend to agree with Kim. I think it is a necessary life skill.
It for sure is.
And you just only need to be a C- driver. Like, I'm always gonna hit that little pole at the gas station. I'm always gonna hit that little pole in the McDonald's drive-through. I'm always gonna be not quite in the parking spot right. I just am. I mean, I'm not. That's not my ministry, but I do what I need to do.
And you're still amazing. Look at that.
Listen, but when I hit that Powerball, in Jesus' name, I don't need a new house. The only way y'all gonna know I came up in the world, I'm gonna have me a new wig. I will never drive again, and I will never touch another piece of laundry ever. That's the only thing I want. That to me is what a wealthy life is. Oh, and I'm switching exclusively to Kerrygold butter. I can't do that right now because this shit is too high. But that's the only thing that will be the markers of my wealthy life. That's it.
Gotcha.
That's all I want.
I'm not cooking no more food. I actually play the Powerball. Kim, do you play the lottery?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'm a middle-aged Black woman.
Exactly. It is an auntie. And I don't even play Powerball. I buy Powerball for my husband, but I buy scratch-offs. Like, I'm even like, I'm the auntie that goes in with my coin purse and I be counting out my coins for my scratch-offs, and I buy the $3. Gotta get you a couple $1. And then you save your $5 for that big, like 4 games on one. I won. I
don't even know what she's talking about.
You don't scratch off?
I'm classy. So I have a line sister, and she plays the lotto. And so every now and again, I'll Venmo her a few dollars, and she'll go pick them up. Like, I hadn't picked them up for us in years, but this last time when the Powerball had hit the latest milestone right before Christmas, she's like, I didn't have time to go get the tickets. You go get the damn tickets. And I was like, it's been years since I got them. I forgot to get the tickets, so I had to send my husband to get them. Neither one of us plays the lotto. So she's giving me the instructions like, you want the no extra Powerball. I'm texting him. He was like, well, what do I ask for? And I was like, I texted it. We're clueless about how all of this works. It didn't matter in the end because we ain't win not a single thing. I was like, we didn't even win $1 million. Like, nothing.
When I was at the DA's office, when I was a prosecutor, a group of public defenders played the lottery.
We got to stop.
Oh, we got the other Amber.
We got double Ambers. Amber squared.
Hey,
it's all here.
Hi guys.
Oh my gosh, Amber! It's so great to see you.
It's a good to see you too, Erica. I had to hop in because Amber was giving us a bad name as drivers, and I really can't have you doing it.
She came in just for that. Well, in her defense, she's the old Amber, so that's probably what we can attribute that to.
I only passed my driving test because the lady at my driving school, she went to our church, and so she knew my grandfather. He was the pastor. So shout out to Miss Fennell, because she looked at me. She's like,
she risked putting you on the road.
She said, I gave you a 70. That's exactly what she said. And
see,
I was
you like your baby just getting 70, and then you want to be mad at
her. I've been about this life. I've been faithful to this life from the beginning.
I wasn't judging you too bad until you said, I'm gonna always hit the pole at the gas station and the pole at the McDonald's. Those are not plastic. Like, those are taking the paint off. You're doing too much.
Well, I drive my van is old. Like, I drive a Hell Cell van. She's good. Like, she's good.
Van.
It is.
She anticipating all the dings she don't get every day.
She does. She does.
That is funny. So we got 2 Ambers and 2 Browns.
Somebody
Look at
said
this.
Amber South and Amber more South.
For sure. For sure.
Amber, congratulations.
Oh, thank you, Kim. For what?
For your journalism, right. My girl got accolades, but no, your journalism award from the Prison Policy Initiative.
Oh, congratulations!
So we don't know, Amber. When I tell you I ain't watched this channel in a month, I don't know what's going on Black Liberation Media. Please get us caught up.
Well, I didn't mention it on here, but Kim follows me on TikTok. That's probably where she saw it. But the Prison Policy Initiative put out a Best in Journalism 2025 list, and some of my pieces from my MLK 50 reporting were on there about juvenile justice and like access to juvenile court.
Congratulations!
I love that. And are the braids new? Because they look good too.
The braids are new.
Yeah,
I know that's right.
You going out
I had
of
to
town?
get my hair done. I went out of town. I had went to Europe, and I had a vision and aesthetic in my head of the outfits I was gonna wear, and it included blonde braids. So
hit the Europeans with a little blonde.
Okay, where did we go in Europe? Tell us more.
My little sister lives in London, so I wanted to go visit her. I haven't seen her like in person in like 13 years, and we've been planning this family trip for like 2 years. So like it was 10 of us that went. It was supposed to be 12 of us. My siblings were supposed to come too. My twin sister and my little brother.
You have a twin?
Yes.
Yeah.
You ain't know.
You know, because I think it's important that on social media that your social media is about you. This is my page. Them other people, it ain't about them. So sometimes people don't know from that. But I talk about her on Facebook and stuff. When I that's who I'm like close friends with. So I talk about her on there. But I talk about her on our birthday. So I think Erica saw that when I was talking about her on our birthday, and we talked about it at the conference. But they were supposed to come, but they're irresponsible. So they didn't come because they didn't save any money, even though we had been planning the trip for 2 years.
Wow. They don't have no financial literacy.
We're fraternal, but we actually look exactly alike. She's just light skinned.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. We look very
similar. 2 of them.
2 Ambers.
Oh, yes, they are. They do look alike.
Yeah. She looked just like me. She literally just like a shade brighter. That's it. But yeah, I wrote that piece. Well, I wrote a piece about juvenile justice in the juvenile court and people's access to juvenile court, because our juvenile court just made a decision to say that we're not going to let you come see court proceedings, even though they legally cannot do that. And that there are only certain cases that are barred from people to attend. And they're written out in the Tennessee like rule code for juvenile court. And they said, well, we just decided that you got to request 24 hours in advance and we can deny you. And that's not legal. So I did a video about it, and it actually did really good. It got a lot of numbers. And I think it's so interesting that they were doing this too, because the judge, who's a juvenile court judge, Tariq Sugarman, he ran on this super progressive platform, and he's done a lot of changes in juvenile court. Tariq? But this feels very backwards.
Like Tariq?
Mm-hmm. He Black. Now I do think it's a white parent. I think it's a white parent in there, because he real bright. Real bright.
Okay.
But he is a Black guy, and he did make a lot of changes in juvenile court. But this was like definitely a step backwards, like especially for him. I was very I have his number, so I had like even texted him. I was like, "What the fuck going on?" Because this was so random for them to do this, and I was like, "It must be something happening they don't want people to see," because this is really weird for them to like restrict people from coming to see court proceedings. Because, you know, for a hobby, sometimes I just go sit in court proceedings because I
As
want
you
to see what
should.
they're doing.
As you should.
And it's so interesting. One time, this lady told me when I was at traffic court, she was like, "Yeah, you can sit in the back because I know you, but anybody else I would have told no." And I really wanted to say, "Bitch, you can't say no," but I didn't say that. But I wanted to say, "What you mean? Anybody else you gonna say no? You can't say no."
Yeah.
Sound like she's saying no every day.
I think nobody ever really asks, honestly. She's not.
And
It's not
it
an
is
interesting
common.
court.
Like I have seen judges, like people come to sit in court, and they might during a break be like, "Oh, who are you?" Like I have seen judges ask that, but it is pretty much across the board. Court proceedings are open. Like if you need to have a private court proceeding, there's already ways on the books to do that. But you can't just be like, "We locking the door." Like you can't do that.
Lock the doors.
Yeah. Oh, Marvin Sapp looking at.
Yeah, I thought it was so random. Now I have had a judge go into recess because I was sitting in their court proceeding, and they went to recess to come talk to me because I knew them because I actually helped her get elected. This one judge, I actually, when I was like super active in Young Dems, we endorsed like 30 people, and we got 28 of them elected, and a lot of them were judges, and they have done really good work as judges. Actually, like she was going to bat for this lady. They were trying to. It was like a financial case where the lady had stole some money from a nonprofit. They were trying to negate the payment plan that she had set up to make her pay more money. And she was like, well, no, because the judge ruled this, you can't go beyond that. And the prosecutors were really like arguing about this. And she's like, I'm the judge. Let's take a break. And she went to go read the law. And she came back. She said, yeah, like I said, this is what we doing. And I love when people do that because they be trying to do people dirty. Like granted, the lady did steal now. But I mean, she paying it back.
Capitalism made her steal, probably. Like it wasn't her fault.
You know, these nonprofits are set up to scam because Memphis has the most nonprofits of any like urban city. We have like close to 10,000 nonprofits here.
Because y'all got the most
shit
of any urban. Oh, can I say one thing real quick? It looks like people have been giving us money. Like Zenzabel just gave us $40. Shout out to Zenzabel.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Shout out to Zenzi. She said, let's have the Amber Browns every Monday in 2026.
Yeah, that's right. Now somebody calls us the A's and the B's, and I don't know, Kim. That makes us the B team. I'm not sure I like that one, but
take B team. I don't object to the B team. I like Brown.
Album coming soon, y'all.
You know what I'm saying?
And Random Thought gave us $199.99. Like,
whoa,
another thank you.
Where is it?
Yeah, Amber. I don't think
see
I have
it.
the ability to do it. Random Thought.
Shout out to the sisters on the panel. Thank you, African period.
Yes, I see that
for the
one.
$199 one. Hold on.
Look, we don't know how to act that we didn't got remonetized out here. People showing out.
Well, whoever it was, thank you for the $199. We appreciate you.
It was Random Thought 7807.
Who dog?
That's my dog. I'm sorry, guys.
That's okay. Shout out to the dog.
My dog is an old black lady. She don't
He's
bark.
a very black dog. Sometimes when I'm on the show with Geechee and Lord, he'll come. Like if he hears something interesting, he'll come and put his head on the table. Like he want to say something.
Which one
he
be
looking
about?
like he want to say something.
Okay, Amber, what's your dog's name? Do your dog got a black name?
His name is Mac Avery, like Mac and all the hoes.
Okay. My dog's name is Hazel Bunquisha Jean Booker.
Okay.
Hazel.
Yes.
And Mac.
You know,
that sounds like an old black
better for the
married couple.
I know.
They gonna forever say
I
we
was
doing
over here for Christmas and she was laughing because I make my dog say her grace before she eats. And I was like, my dog is saved and sanctified and filled with the Holy Ghost. She is a black dog, a dog of God. And she will say her grace just like all of us. She will bless her food.
She love the Lord.
I love that the people are just understanding what old Amber is like. I love that they're just getting to see her and know that. Jody Glenn with a $50 super sticker.
Yes, thank you, Jody. Thank you.
Y'all see what happened when all the Ambers come on at one time? I hope you guys too.
These people, they donate this money for my rec fund.
To pay for your body work you need on your car.
Somebody said they have a dog named Lily and she's just snoozing under a blankie.
That's Sweary Fairy's Lily. Lily has a Sweary Fairy dog named Lily. I know some of the platform dogs, some of the channel member dogs.
Dizzy got a cat named Cool Herc and Rumi the Poet. I like it.
Okay.
I like it.
Classy pets. Classy.
I don't have no animals, but y'all would be excited to know that I did get a bonsai for Christmas. Very excited.
Aww.
I got Bonbon, Bullseye, the bonsai. for Christmas, and
you named the trees.
You got a name your
West? Is that? Did you ask for that, or someone just decided
no,
that's what you should have?
I did. By my mama's house, there's always a lady that's selling them on the side of the street.
Mm-hmm.
And I had told my stepdad, I was like, hey, next time you see that lady out there, give me a bonsai. And he did. And they brought it to me for Christmas. I was super excited. Now, I fed her, of course, I gave her water, but she developed a mold problem.
Damn.
So I had to take her down to the hospital to get the people to diagnose her and to look at her and tell me what I could do. So they told me to scrape the mold off, and I did. And then they told me to put some fungicide on her, and I've been spraying her with fungicide. And so far, she's been doing better.
You know, you could put a little bleach water on your tree too, and it'll get all the mold off. If you know.
Her mold was pervasive, Amber. It was.
Oh.
How did you get mold?
I think they're saying because her drainage is not good, like the water. But then they also told me not to repot her because it's going to be too traumatic right now.
Oh, wow.
So I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, don't uproot her.
So I'm just trying to keep the mold off of her. But that's the most life other than these children that I'm supporting right now. I can't do the animals.
I feel that. My mom for Christmas, she asked me what I wanted, and I said, well, I really would like some shelves in my kitchen. And she was like, okay, I'll work on that. You don't want anything else? I was like, no. I went over her house and she definitely got me other things. But she bought me, I opened the bag and it was like a knife set. And I said, did you buy this because I only have one knife? And she was like, yes. I was like,
you only have one knife?
Yeah, but the knife works well. I don't understand. Like, I don't see a need for multiple things if I don't need them. That one knife works great. I've had it for like 8 years. It works fine.
The one knife. So do you have company and do y'all eat steak at the same time ever?
I don't eat steak. So that was never
well, not even that, but you know, you got to have different knives to chop different things and cut different things, you know?
You know these young girls, Amber, she don't know. She probably not even chopping.
For everything. What do you mean?
She probably buying
like you can't. You need a serrated knife for your tomatoes and your bread.
I'm cutting everything with the same knife. I don't understand why y'all don't understand what I'm saying. I don't think that all of that is necessary.
Yeah.
I don't need any of those things. But my segment, I just want to say, time zones are my biggest enemy. Like, I was supposed to be here earlier. I'm sorry. I thought it was 10 a.m.
You're fine. You are fine.
Erica already put in a complaint with HR about them not specifying time zone. So we got your back on that.
There's definitely East Coast bias on this platform.
When no one puts the time zone behind the number, I automatically assume Central Time. I forget there's other time zones that exist. But my segment is supposed to be like a review of like albums and like bringing people onto the stage.
Hey.
So are y'all okay with us doing that? Because I want to make sure I'm sticking to it. Because Lord might cuss me out. I mean, I'm not gonna put it past him. He might yell.
Why would he cuss you out? He's a nice man.
He said, "I'm not following the list." I said, "Let me get on the rush sheet."
Oh well, I'm super ratchet
over here real soon because I've
300.
I've done my 2 hours.
RC 2022. Yes.
What? Oh my gosh.
Listen.
That is so nice.
I just want to say I don't cook everything on high, but I will say that I eat the same like 4 or 5 things. I know I might have mentioned it on here, but y'all wasn't on here. I have ADHD. I eat the same 4 or 5 meals. It don't need multiple knives. So I just put the stuff in the toaster oven or the microwave and cook it.
I just want to know, are you going to use the knife she gave you? Or are you just going to stick with the one knife?
I am going to use the knives. I think that she's trying to tell me to retire the one knife. Now, sometimes I have difficulty cutting some stuff. So I do understand what she's saying. So I am going to use the knives. I just want to say I didn't see an issue with the one knife.
Okay. We all do.
Minimalist. I don't think you need so many things. I'm trying to
you didn't even know you needed that deliverance. In like 6 months, you're going to be like, Mama, while I was over here filleting my Dover sole, slicing through that meat like butter. I just wanted to come and call you and tell you thank you for ushering me into a new level of deliverance that I didn't even know I needed.
Well, I don't eat red meat, so I would never need a steak knife. But
soul is fish.
I don't eat red meat either, and I got more knives than one.
I mean, chicken requires cutting. Salmon,
chicken wings. They don't require cutting. I'm from Memphis.
Oh shit. She used her teeth. She telling you, Kim. She said, "I use my teeth for the cutting on the wings."
I just don't understand.
But now you're gonna want to get curious. Now you got these knives. You're gonna see some like boneless, skinless breasts. You're gonna be like, let me go.
Amber's gonna turn into a pick-me. She's gonna be cooking and having these men over, and she's gonna be making all kind of stuff for them. Whole transition finna happen.
No,
she like, how I get to become a pick-me because I got a knife.
I'm become a trad wife that quickly. No, ma'am. No. Mm-mm. I don't even let people in my house. My best friend I've had for 10 years just came in my house for the first time yesterday. So I'm just telling you right now. And that's because she had to use the restroom. I'm telling you right now. We're not letting people in.
I endorse that philosophy. I don't think everybody needs to be knowing where you live at and coming to your house. That's the last thing. Oh my God. Somebody knock on my door. Why?
I must admit, like, it's kind of crazy because I do have 6 kids, but I do think about living alone a lot. And if I, again, maybe one more thing I would add to my, if I won the Powerball list, I would not necessarily buy a new house, but I would want someplace. I would want like one of them she sheds in the back.
I have a she shed.
Do you have a she shed?
I do have a she shed.
She lives alone.
Like nobody's on fire.
I mean, you know, I think there is
a commercial, Amber, when the she shed was on fire.
Yes, that was so hard. And I was like, girl, I'm so glad you got that policy and covered it.
But I will say, after seeing it, it really made me hard to believe that she shed was actually on fire, though, because she sheds are made from concrete. It's a concrete shed, and that's how they're all made. And on my street, every house on my side of the street has a she shed, which is so interesting.
But
they can't burn down. That's what I'm trying to say. So after I saw the commercial, I didn't believe in them more because I was like, oh, who said that made me get a Capital One card? Now I will say, I got a Capital One card, and I be racking them reward things up, boy. That 3 times on gas, them little points add up. I be having like $40 every month.
Yeah, Erica went to Madagascar on points.
First of all, it was Bali. I went to Bali, and she's just being extra.
You pray love?
No, girl, we was celebrating 19 years, me and my man, and then because Amber's been teaching me, she's been teaching me how to be a thought. So I didn't post my thirst traps on Facebook. Yeah. Girl, I was naked and I was holding my flowers in front. I was like, yes.
Was you in the little pool with the flowers?
She was. She was at the pool.
He had given me a bouquet of, like the Halle Berry pose. I was recreating the Halle Berry pose, and then I had another pose. I did that.
But I vetoed the pool pose because I was like, you look like a trafficking victim. She didn't have her face together. The body was together, but her face, she didn't have the confidence. But I think that must have been like the first picture. Because by like the third picture, the face, she was giving face like, yes, bitch. And
Zizi gave another $5 and she said, yeah, I gotta stay now. Shout out to us folks with ADHD meal struggles. Yeah, I think that now I will say, especially as a Black woman, I feel like they don't explain to people like some of your food aversions and stuff like that. Like there's sometimes I won't eat actual food, like I will only drink meals because I just don't have like the longing to chew. It's really weird, but like that's a normal ADHD thing. It's like in the morning I'll drink a protein shake because it's easier to just drink something versus like actually chewing and eating food because I just don't know what I want, and that becomes very, very hard. Like the decision paralysis. So I just drink a protein shake. And I feel like people don't talk about that a lot. They don't like mention it. Like sometimes it's really hard to figure out like what your food like schedule and stuff is that like that's gonna be. And people just end up not eating.
That's what I do. I there are days my mother will call me 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon. What you have to eat today? I didn't eat anything. I've drank some water, drank a bunch of coffee.
Yeah, that'd be me. I'd be drinking so much water and protein shakes, and then by dinner I might actually cook
hunger pains don't overtake y'all. Like I don't understand. I be hungry.
I'm not hungry. I had a protein shake. I had a green smoothie.
That's interesting though, because I know a lot of Black women who are very habitual, like who tend to eat because I'm that way personally. I mean, I have to cook because I have a big family, but I am a very habitual person. I tend to eat the same things. I tend to like eat at the same times. And I know a lot of Black women like that, which kind of makes me wonder if a lot of us are undiagnosed or haven't quite identified our neurospiciness. Because I know a lot of friends who just, they like the same things over and over and over again.
I send people my like lemon balm tinctures all the time. The people use it. It's like a natural ADHD medicine. And my friends, like my creator friends especially, boy, they be thriving off that stuff. Like they was just
what is it called?
Lemon balm.
Lemon balm. It grows in my backyard. So lemon balm, the herb, and mugwort grows in my backyard naturally. I don't plant it. And if I had to plant it, it wouldn't be there. So thankfully, I'm just God's favorite and it is there. But it's a natural ADHD medicine. It also like naturally boosts your serotonin levels and dopamine without like coffee
just
or
by
caffeine.
smelling it, like the just inhaling
It's
it.
a tincture. So I take the herb and I put it in 100 proof vodka for 6 weeks. And I let it sit. And I turn it over once.
You eat it? Like what do? You put it in liquid?
It's like liquid, and I take a dropper bottle and I drop it into my water.
That's dope. And it's so funny you say that you have lemon balm growing in your yard. I'm actually trying to plant lemon balm in my yard this spring.
You should plant some. And it's invasive. So after you plant it and you pick some, it spreads. Because now there's some growing by my front door. There was never any there. So it's like in the garden, my front door, and like on the other side of my yard when it was never really there before. I just want to say, Steven, I did not spend $4,000 in real money. It was $40 in rewards from gas. So you get for Capital One on the reward card, quick silver card that Samuel L. Jackson be talking about. You get times 3 points on the gas, and I be filling up. And I fill up a lot because I be taking trips and stuff, and that just equals $40. But it's not I'm not spending $4,000 at all. I just don't want nobody to think I'm spending $4,000.
So let me ask you, Amber. You came back from overseas. Didn't people bother you when you came back through customs?
No, actually, I brought snacks and stuff with me through customs. I brought some churro Kit Kats, some biscuits from London. We went to Paris too. I brought some stuff from there. It was cool. I mean, you just can't bring dairy or like fruit back, which I wasn't gonna do anyway.
Girl, I'm talking about your dissident political ideology. I'm concerned.
Customs.
No one bothered me at all.
They didn't throw your phone on the gray key, the grayscale, whatever the shit is called.
No, when I was walking through the customs thing, I turned my phone off. I took my AirPod out. I put it in my bag. And then I went through, like I have global entry, so I just walked through.
Exactly. You just go through the
They
machine.
looked at my passport and they said, "You got anything to declare?" I said, "No." She said, "Bye."
Yeah.
It was easy. I would say the customs in Paris took longer. I landed in Paris, and when I walked through there, I had to go through a little machine thing that looks at your passport. Then I had to go to a person. He took a while to do the little stamp. Then you had to go through one more thing. But I'm just walking through multiple places. I didn't have to actually talk to anybody. I was surprised though, but it's also why I didn't go to Africa this year, because my friends who tried to go for Dirty December, they visas ain't getting responded to, and I personally don't want to go somewhere where niggas don't like me. If you just bomb Nigeria, why would I take my ass there? I don't think that they don't like us. They may not like America, but they don't like us. America, and I feel like they will relate that to me being an American, and I don't want to risk it.
No, I can see that where you
because when I was there, every time they found out we was American, they was trying to finesse. I ain't gonna hold you, Ken.
But that's everywhere. Everywhere I've ever been, except for Canada. Anytime they find out, I've never been to Europe. I'm talking.
Well, Europe and America are the same, so that's why they doing it to you through the regular prices.
It was the same exact experience, except the food didn't have no seasoning. That was the blandest food I ever had in my life. I only had 2 meals that had some seasoning on it.
In Nigeria?
No, in London.
In London.
You didn't go to Brixton then. They got good food in Brixton.
Welcome to Brixton. It's this UK drill song I like called Welcome to Brixton, but no, I didn't go to Brixton. I went to Camden. I was in Camden. I went to the South Bank, and I went to Richmond because I'm an AFC Richmond fan for folks who watch Ted Lasso. So I went to go view all the Ted Lasso filming locations in Richmond because I'm like that. And it was really fun. I liked it. I went to go see the pub where they filmed the show. I went to the empanada place that's like famous. I went to the Ted Lasso like gift store and bought like an AFC Richmond hat and a hoodie. And then I actually did go on a date with a Nigerian while I was there. And he was like, "What's your favorite team? I can guess it." And he kept guessing and it was wrong. I said AFC Richmond. And he was like, "Don't tell nobody else that."
Is this a bad time to ask who is Ted Lasso?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
It's a TV show. It's about a guy named Ted Lasso.
It's a TV show. Okay.
He's a football coach for a team in the UK. It's a fake team called AFC Richmond, but it's like popular.
Oh,
that's soccer.
And everybody there watches.
I know what soccer is. I know it's called football. I'm classy.
Don't do Amber like that.
Okay, I'm classy.
She knew
Cultured.
But
and
everybody
classic.
there in the UK watches Ted Lasso. Like they like the show. Actually, it was more people from the UK in the bookstore gift store thing they have. They have like a like they rebuilt the locker room from the show upstairs. It's like a photo place, and they have people up there who would just take a picture for free. So I was up there like taking pictures and making TikToks and stuff. It was really fun. They have like the biscuits from the show. On the show, he makes his boss biscuits every day and calls it biscuits with boss. And they had those, and I bought them. They were really good. It was like shortbread. It was really delicious. I also bought some regular biscuits, and then I got some English fine tea that I sent to like my mom and like Nana, like as little gifts. And they had them with the biscuits, and they said it was really good. I also want to shout out Brother Jamil because he said the Amber Browns. My soul says yes. Appreciate the $4.99, brother.
Yes, let the Lord use you.
We got to put the S on the Ambers. The Ambers Browns. It's got to be double plurals.
This is true. This is true. But now we didn't talk to me and Amber actually have a meeting at 10 Central. So we only have 10 minutes left. So Amber, are you going to be able to do some of your music before we go?
Yeah. We're just talking about some of the more popular albums. I'm going to share this list.
I'm gonna take my leave here because I don't mind. I don't mind young people's business.
Girl,
I'm the oldest one on the screen.
But not by much though. I'm right behind you, Kim.
You are.
So, but
it's great to see you, Kim.
I know it
per usual.
Yeah,
I'm
also gonna drop the link in the chat for folks who want to join and talk about music stuff too. And then we have like a few questions to ask people who join about like what they would like to see from the show and stuff like that.
Oh, that's good.
I want to do like a live survey.
Look at you, learn the folks. You
guys, you gonna get the show we give you.
I want y'all to enjoy the rest of y'all Kwanzaa. If you guys deserve the Kwanzaa.
Yeah. I've been posting these. I post daily videos for Kwanzaa. I've been posting like old ones and recording some new ones too because I want to change some of the topics and some of them. And people have eaten them up. I said, I know that's right.
Have a happy new year.
You too, Kim.
I want y'all everybody to be safe. Next year, I don't know. I know I do the astrology, but next year for Chinese astrology is the horse year of the horse. So ride that horse energy.
Look, you ain't got to tell me but once.
Next year is supposed to be like the best year ever for cancers. I don't know what's gonna happen. They saying next year is like astrologically is the best year for cancers. I don't know.
It must be a summer thing because Leo's supposed to have a good year next year too. Jupiter is supposed to be moving into Leo, which is supposed to be a great thing. So people say that the world is down bad because Leos have been down bad, and hopefully Leos are going to come out of our season of down badness.
Because I mean, I've been having a great year. I don't know about y'all, but I had a great time.
And I love that. Y'all be safe out here, okay?
Bye, Kim. Happy New Year.
She said, peace, Ambers. I did put the link in the chat, but I'm going to put the list. It's right here. Because, I mean, we talked about, me and Laura and Geechee were talking about music last time. I don't know what y'all been listening to, but
I can promise it's nothing that you've been listening to. I can 100%
It might be. What you been listening to? Come on. Hit me with something.
Alex Isley. I just can't get enough.
I do listen to Alex Isley. I love her.
All the time. Every day. I can't get enough. I saw her in LA. Always Jasmine Sullivan.
Thought you had one on me. I listen to old Jasmine Sullivan too. I listen to Let It Burn a lot, actually.
Yes. These new people, I don't really, I do a little SZA.
I love that SZA SOS album and the new one that came out afterwards. It was like the follow-up for SOS. It was so good.
So it's so funny because I had a job for like 2 minutes. Literally, I worked there 3 weeks, and they invited me to a weekend concert at the Dallas Cowboys Stadium. And I just remember being there. I was with my husband, and I was just like, I know one song. Like
I wouldn't know that.
Who was the artist?
It was The Weeknd.
Oh, I don't know The Weeknd. I didn't see the album either. So
it was
I never heard it.
And it was the Dallas Cowboys Stadium. So this was like not even an arena. He packed a football stadium. The people was everywhere screaming, going crazy. I was like,
I listened to GNX by Kendrick Lamar. but I didn't like it as much. And I did listen to some Sexy Songs for You, but the only ones I really liked on that album were the Look Call Me song.
We don't know what you're talking about. Amber listened to gospel because I
love the Lord.
You don't.
But I do listen to gospel, but I listen to like old like ratchet rap. I listen to like Juvenile, Webby. I
listen to Webby.
I
dated a BR nigga. They love Webby.
Yeah, so I don't know none of these new babies. Now I listen to like a little Kalani. I like I like Kalani.
What does Kim call them? The whisper bitches? I think that's what she did.
I do. I could get down with a few of them, but this new music, I like R&B back when the people was, you could tell they was saved.
We was just at the
I feel like that's what
concert.
I feel like that's what Leon Thomas is bringing back, though. Like I really feel like there's so many good R&B musicians.
I like Leon Thomas
that are
too.
bringing back real R&B. You got the October Londons, your Leon Thomases. I really like Victoria Monet. I listen to her
I do like Victoria Monet. I do like October London.
I like Daniel Caesar, but don't tell nobody.
I only like one or two Daniel Caesar songs, but I do love Giveon, and Giveon's new album was really, really good.
So I do enjoy some Giveon, but it has to come on. Like it has to come on my mix. I couldn't tell you. Yeah, but every time I listen to it, I'll be forgetting. I'll be like, I like him. I like Duran Bernard. I like Avery Wilson.
I like Avery. My favorite, other than Leon Thomas's album, my favorite album this year was from this other R&B artist. I'm gonna pull up so I can tell y'all the right name of the album. It's what am I looking at? Hold on. What this is. I just want to say I really don't like that all these people change the way the apps are because I can't find nothing.
Yeah, I don't.
I literally can't find anything anymore because they changed.
Y'all don't like Progress?
I don't. Don't progress my phone. Don't progress my phone.
I really regret updating my phone. I only did it because I will say the reason why I did it was because my AirPods will translate languages for you, but you have to have the update on your phone. So when I was in Paris, I was using my AirPods to translate what they were saying to me in French because I don't know French. And then after I left, I turned that shit off.
I didn't know that. I didn't. Yeah.
You see how we can learn from the other generations?
Yes.
That's amazing.
The album's called "To Dry a Tear" by Kamari, and Kamari is like my top 2 R&B artists this year. Leon Thomas was number 1, but he had an album before this that was also really good. He's a really great writer. I think if you're not into like sad bitch music to tell a story, you won't like him, but it do tell a story, and it is really good. And he do be writing them songs himself. You could tell. I said, "Ooh, Kamari been through a lot."
I love it. That's why I like Alex Ivy.
Yeah, that's why I like Alex Ivy too. She really does. I didn't know she had a baby with that man.
Wait, who she got a baby with?
It's another R&B artist. What's his name?
I don't know. Somebody put El Mean in the chat. I do like El Mean.
I like El Mean. Oh, the Drake song is called Nokia. The who's calling my phone? Who's calling that shit? Who's calling my phone? Is it Stacy? Is it Mackie? Is it Tisha?
No, you lost us. You lost us. We was just at the Brandy Monica concert. That's what we own. So
I really used to be obsessed with Brandy. Like Brandy from Cinderella. I was like a musical person. Like I still am, but I was really into musicals as a child. So I loved Brandy and Cinderella, and I was obsessed.
Brandy Rihanna Norwood has the anointed coming out of her throat. The baby is just.
But I only listened to that one song from this Drake and Party Next Door album. I did not listen to Take Me Gray. I don't know who that is. I didn't listen to Lady Gaga's album. I did not listen to Eternal Sunshine by Ariana Grande, but I heard it was good. I didn't listen to any of these other ones. I listened to Bad Bunny. I did listen to Playboy Cardi. Definitely didn't listen to Morgan Wallen Racist Ass. Did not listen to Travis Scott. I did listen to Tyler the Creator's Don't Tap the Glass. I think it was a little better than Chromacopia, but they were pretty close to me. I didn't listen to none of these other ones. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I ain't listening to none of these other ones except for
Cardi B. I did listen to Cardi B.
The aunties
love. Am I the Drama was a hit, boy.
Listen, my little scratched up van. We keep Am I the Drama on repeat. Okay, that's probably why I be hitting shit because I be listening.
It probably is why.
Because you are the drama.
I am the drama.
Well, Amber, it's been a blast. We actually running off to another call, so we got to jump on from this to a Zoom. Great to see you.
I know, it was nice to meet you. We have to reunite the group. Drop an
I'm
album.
always down to do a Monday show with y'all.
But Amber got a job now, so she messed up everything.
I got a job too.
Well, I'm saying y'all working and this messing stuff up. But shout out again to Raj for the $300. Pew pew pew. Thank you so much. And
they said that they calling us the Amber Advantage, Amber.
Yes.
Let me get off now. Amber, I hope that Renee coming in have your back. I'm sure she will. So
yeah,
you won't be here by yourself.
I can manage by myself.
I was gonna say, but I know you don't have no problems by yourself, so I'm not worried. Not worried at all.
So, Happy New Year, beloved! It was so nice to connect with you. We have to do it again. I'll block my schedule to reunite the group.
Don't have to.
Yes. Yes.
Look at you, Brandy. All right.
Goodbye.
Oh, somebody said Destin Conrad in the chat. He's a great artist. I like him too. I do like El Mean, but I haven't listened to his full album. Zenzi, you ready to come up? Okay, cool. Zenzi just popped in.
Okay, why did everybody leave when I come on? I don't understand.
They was actually supposed to be gone. They had just stayed on for me to get on because I definitely thought I was supposed to be on at 10 a.m. Central. No.
Well, it's great to see you. It's great to be on up here.
I know. I haven't seen you since you came to my Black August class.
I know, it's been a while. And you know what? Let me lift up I'm at my sister's house sitting while they're on a cruise. So listen, first of all, yes, it is nice of me. Second of all, they got like unlimited booze here and food and everything I want. So.
Oh yeah, they set you up.
Yes. So I'm all set now. Okay, much better. Yeah, so I'm loving it. I'm having a good old time. I'm only like an hour away from my house. So I can go home, feed the cats every couple of days, and do all the things.
I don't know if you listen to Metro Boomin, but somebody said Metro Boomin's last tape was a summer hit. It actually was good. And I don't know if y'all saw what they was talking about with Summer Walker's new album, but they was like, she really did need London on the track. And I actually understand what they were saying. Some of the production wasn't as good on some of them songs, and she would have did better.
I've heard a couple of her new songs. I actually like her voice. I'm all over the place with my musical taste, so I am
so
too. Funny. I don't know if it was Amber,
the other Amber.
Yes, the other Amber. I don't know if it was her that said she needs to hear young people that sound like they're saved or sing like they're saved or whatever, or I don't remember what she said. And I don't know how young this dude is, but Lucky Day singing his.
I actually really like Lucky Day.
I love him.
I refuse to go to a concert because he don't pay his child support. And
I didn't know that. Why you tell me that?
I listen to his music though. I'll listen to it on like YouTube or something like that. I won't buy an album. But he got like a 9-year-old daughter. He don't pay his child support. Let it be taking him to court all the time. It be pissing me off. Because I'm like, bro, you're not broke.
This will be my last show because I saw him I think 1 or 2 years ago. Last time he was on concert.
I've only ever seen him when he mysteriously popped up at the show. Someone's going to go to Essence Fest and he popped up because I never.
Yeah, I didn't go to Essence Fest because it's too damn hot down there. That time of the year, and I love New Orleans, but I'm like, why?
Yeah, my mama went for the first time like this year, and she was like, "It's definitely hot, but it is fun." I was like, "Isn't it? It's a good time."
Listen, it does not matter what. Listen, I wasn't thinking. I went one time in August. What the hell was I thinking? I was miserable, but I had a ball being miserable. Okay.
I was having a great time.
Yeah.
Also, Brittany said Amber likes Benson Boone, right? I love Benson Boone.
Okay, let me write down Benson Boone because I don't know who that is.
Magical, oh baby, what you
I gotta write.
I actually really have a very all over the place eclectic music taste, like you, Zinzi. I'm all over the place, and I fuck with Benson Boone hard. He came to our music fest that we have in Memphis, baby. I was up there early to make sure I got like close to front row as possible to see him perform because I love them songs. Now he do be looking like a cop with that mustache, and I want him to cut it off. But everything else, he has this. You know how white men get that mustache. You know how white men get that mustache only, no beard, because they really can't grow a beard, but they won't say that. So they just get the mustache look. And he was rocking that for a little bit, and I said, "You need to cut it off. It looks weird." But he is a great singer.
Okay, I'm gonna check him out. I have a somewhat, I don't even know if this is an unpopular, Renee, if this is an unpopular opinion or not, but there's this white dude that sounds like, every white dude that people accuse of sounding black, Teddy Swims. I cannot stand his voice.
I love Teddy Swims.
No, you know why? Because I've heard enough of them in my lifetime where it's just, oh God, another Michael Bolton.
I love him so bad that, are you even real?
Another Michael Bolton.
Make you up. How could someone like you come and give me love? I said, oh Lord. I actually got the dude that I was dating to live in Memphis. I got him on it. And one time I walked into his house, he was in the kitchen cooking, listening to it. I said, oh, you're hooked.
Okay. Who am I feeling right now besides Lucky? Always gonna love him. Alex Isley.
He has that song he has called On Red is one of my favorite ones.
Yeah, listen. Oh, absolutely. Every single one. Right now, I'm all about this song he does called Top. Oh my Lord. I love Destin Conrad.
I like him.
Jane Hancock. Of course, Kendrick. This woman, I had to look her up. She's actually white. I assume she grew up around black. I don't know. I don't care. Whatever, And I was like, her name is Maita, Maeta.
Okay.
And dope music. She has like a lot of upbeat stuff. She did a song. Well, she did like an interlude on her album with Lucky Day called Clarity. I mean, she does like, she's another one of those white chicks that, black people be bringing on, black dudes be bringing on.
I have this album on my Apple Music called White Singers Who Sound Black, of like all white people who sound or write songs that sound black.
Yeah, I have one. I just called Blue Eyes,
One girl I had in there, her name was Madison Ryan Ward, and she pissed me off so bad this year. I started off this year listening to her. She's like a neo-soul gospel artist. Then she posted some shit about Israel and some Zionist shit this summer. I said,
who I had to stop listening to, and this was a few years ago, and I was feeling her so hard until she came for Black women. Sabrina Claudio. I was like, bye.
Yeah.
I love you.
She could have been on her Dua Lipa shit and shut the fuck up. But
thank you. Like you and the thing is, like, you didn't even have to bring us up in the conversation. We were not talking about you.
I want people to be like Dua Lipa so bad, baby. She get out there, she sing them songs, she go home. That's it. That's all you gotta do. No. Also, shout out to 1A Afraid Not for the super sticker. We appreciate you. Y'all support us hard.
I love Black. I love Sir. Are you
talking about Six Leg?
Yeah, Six Leg. I had to stop calling him that when I found out what that was, because I was just like, oh, Six Leg.
Yeah, that's Black.
I'm like,
it's just so funny.
It's like, good idea, but not really. But no, I love his voice, his music. I love Sir. I love the fuck out of Sir, man. Oh my Lord.
His brother. I like his brother a lot too.
Oh yes. Listen, I saw Sir. Yes, D-Smoke. I saw Sir twice when he was in New York, and D-Smoke was singing background both times. I had a picture when I was way up in front. I had a picture when D-Smoke walked past me, and I took pictures. Yes.
Somebody else in the chat said, I'm liking Olivia Dean and Ray. Let me tell you that. Baby, where the hell is my husband? What is taking you so long?
All right, I'm gonna write that down.
That shit is a hit. I love Ray, and she has some really good songs. Also, her grandmama on the song that was like, your husband is coming, is a Jamaican Black lady in the UK. She did a video of her grandma for the holidays. I said, I knew her grandma was Black. I knew it. Because Ray just looks like a light-skinned Black woman. And Olivia Dean, her new album, ate it up. I love that album. I listen to it every single day. I listen to multiple tracks a day. Okay. And someone was doing like a breakdown of the album, and she talked about how they did an interview with her, and she was talking about how she wrote the album based off of Ben Hook's All About Love. And I was like, I can see it. I can see
love
it.
That book. Oh my God, I love the hell out of that book. All right. Okay.
Yeah, it's a really, really good album.
What's her name again?
Her name is Olivia Dean. It's called The Art of Loving. And then Ray has that Where's My Husband song. I will say I like the big orchestra style music that she does. Yeah. I like the artistry of it. It's similar to Leon Thomas, like he plays all these instruments, he plays guitars. I think that's also a big pull for Ray too, is that she's like having all these orchestra instruments, and it's really, really good.
Yeah. And I love me some Giveon. Oh my, I've been loving Giveon since like 21. Oh my goodness. Love him. Yeah. love his voice, you know. But yeah, I got a lot of stuff.
Oh, Sinead is really good too. I listen to them.
Is it Sinead or Sinead? I'm sorry, because there used to be a Sinead founder way back in the day, long before some of y'all were born. And you know, hey, she was cool.
Somebody said I've been spamming "It's Like That" by Mariah Carey lately. That whole Emancipation album is fun to sing. I have never listened to that full album.
I haven't listened. See,
so
I have not listened to an entire Mariah album since Butterfly with Fantasy and all that stuff. That was my from beginning to end, and then I just kind of fell off on.
Everybody in the chat saying they fuck with Sir hard. So
yes. Oh, listen, I've been fucking with Sir since his first album, God knows how long ago. Like he showed up.
Okay,
on
Maggie, I have heard this, and I will say that after hearing her other songs, that is like it's not a bad song, but I think it's interesting. That's the one that went viral because she got this one is like Oscar Tears or something that's really, really good. Like she has a lot of other really good songs. I think the Where the Hell Is My Husband song went up because it was a TikTok song and people were clipping it, and that's why it went so viral. But her other songs are really good too, and she's a writer. Like she writes a lot of her music. It's really good. So I do think that this helped to get her on a platform of like, hey, listen to my other music, because I had never heard of her before this. Other than like a few songs I had listened to on what's the thing that Spotify does when they're like looping stuff? I was at my friend's house. We was making burritos to give out to some families. We were making like a huge batch of burritos, and he was listening to it on his TV. He was like, "Oh yeah, I'm in love with Ray," and I was like, "Who is that?" And then I heard the "Where's My Husband" song like 2 weeks after that, and I was like, "This is the same person? She making a pivot?" I've never heard of Yasmin Lacey. But I'm gonna add her. Renee, what you listening to? Don't say audiobooks.
Don't say
I'm like audiobooks.
I knew you said that. Don't say audiobooks.
I know. I'm sorry. I've been back here like Amber done set me up like, come on. She know I don't listen to music. Oh,
you do though.
So when you said the husband song on Instagram, I was like, oh, I saw somebody doing a thing with that. So like any music that's popular right now, if I've heard it, it's only because it's attached to an Instagram reel. And so
yeah, that makes sense.
I just don't. It's just not. Honestly, if I walk and I decide to listen to music, I'm listening to like 80s R&B, like New Edition.
That's so cool.
Like that's what I
like that too. You know, and for me, it's like I don't. You know, if I hear something I like it, I'm gonna listen to it.
Yeah.
Of course, I love 80s. I mean, shoot, I'm a
Brittany
70s.
said Thundercat is great, and I will say Thundercat is really good.
Thundercat is amazing. Yeah.
I don't know if y'all ever noticed about artists, but like, you know, some artists have like little side quest albums and stuff they do. Yeah. So I really like when Anderson .Paak does his side quest album.
Listen, oh my God. Best concert, one of the best concerts I saw, was him in what's his name? Silk Sonic in Vegas. Lord, yeah. I love Anderson. I don't know if y'all ever heard of this collective called the Foreign Exchange. The lead is this guy Fonte, who is now doing a show on YouTube with Questlove. Foreign Exchange started out with like Fonte, Zoe, who's dope, Carmen Rogers, like it's R&B. They're strictly independent. Fonte started out with Little Brother. Has anybody heard of Little Brother? Okay.
Renee.
Listen, y'all be throwing out a whole lot of young folks that I ain't never heard of, and I listen to them. Okay. Google or YouTube or Spotify or whoever, the Foreign Exchange, and start there, and you'll be like, as a matter of fact, Leon Thomas, the first time I heard Leon Thomas was on Hide and Seek by the Foreign Exchange. They did this song called Role Play, and I was in love with Leon from that moment. And that was like quite a few years ago.
Hide and Seek by Foreign Exchange.
Hide and Seek by Foreign Exchange, and the song is Role Play. But that all the Foreign Exchange music, it's you know, the main band, and they all branch out and they bring in people, and they like, you know, yeah.
I love when musicians do that, because like, you know, Anderson .Paak, the album he has with No Worries that just came out, it's called Why Lord. Yeah. It's like an R&B album, but it's so good. Yeah. And the song he has with him, the guy, and her is so good. It's one of my favorite ones. But then he only does those like one-off joints. Like he'll do that. He did it in last year, 2024. They won't come out with another one for a few years. Like they just do them randomly one-off, and they're usually the best albums they do. And then like when people do EPs, like Justin Bieber. I'm sorry. I knew y'all finna laugh.
Hey, I don't judge. Oh, hey.
Has a Christian album. He did a Christian EP.
I'm not surprised because I was watching on some clip or whatever.
Justin Bieber loved the Lord.
Right, but
he got out of that legal trouble. He had that legal trouble. He said, "You know what? Let me go."
It's some like questionable youth Christian minister. It's kind of,
Yeah, he don't deal with him no more. But he do love the Lord, and he made this little Christian EP. Man, that shit ate.
Wow.
He was eating it up. And I really I think I understand a lot of themes that he has going in his music and like a lot of other artists around my age because I like grew up watching them. Like your Leon Thomas's, your Justin Bieber. I grew up watching these people. So I understand what he's saying. He was like, I just really grew up too fast. I had way too much access to stuff and it really messed me up. And that's what he was saying in the songs. He was like, and I had to come to God and be like, how do I fix this? Like, where do I find solace? And it was really, really good. It was impeccable writing. And a lot of it was stuff that he wrote. It was just really good. And I just feel like sometimes those one-off albums really be the best ones. Someone in the chat asks, are we legally allowed to have youth guests? I don't think there's a requirement. Renee, help.
Yeah, Renee.
You can always, with parental permission, have a underage guest on as long as the parent has given permission for them to be in a public space. That said, I can't think. I mean, Kamal's son be guesting on the show all the time because
he just happens to be walking by. I will say, I remember I manage a YouTube channel, and for like I set everything up, and it was like every video that I post to this channel it's a private channel. It's like, are there youth in there? This is accessible. They are super, and listen, I applaud that because of shit that be happening. But yeah, they're very, very strict about, and Caleb showing up with his daddy is different than him like with his own YouTube account and stuff like that. So
right.
Yeah, I get
but
it.
But it's with any media space, as long as you have parental permission.
Okay, that makes sense.
They can participate. Our channel, however, is an adult channel. So we on the channel like settings, it says this channel is not for kids. So
so yeah,
wait, first of all, not Latif saying Bieber, stop it. First of all, as a believer, I can't even say nothing because the next time that man go on tour, I'm gonna be front row. I couldn't afford it before. I've been saving up.
My shame when I was grown and way too damn old for any, to justify this shit at all. Okay. There was an NSYNC album that I was like accidentally found and was like, oh shit, this is dope. I hate it. I hate the fact that I like this. What is wrong with me? But shit, I was listening to that.
That's
if I like something now, again, if you're not doing some dumb shit, like I used to like Justin Timberlake until him and Robin Thicke lost their damn minds. And so they kicked out of my playlist. Okay, they were never coming to the cookout. There is no cookout. Cookout does not exist. But I was like, there was a time when Robin Thicke and Justin. I mean, not Justin.
Not Steven said not claiming being a believer. I just like Justin. I just like him as an artist. I just want to say that. I listen to him and other people, and I just like them as artists. There's a white. We can't deny that man's songs is good, and the way that I feel about his music is the same about like your Leon Thomas. Like they just are really good writers. Now every song, the album he just came out with, the Swag album, every song wasn't good, but a lot of them were really good. And then he came out with a Swag 2, and I didn't like that one as much. I feel like he just had extra songs. He put out another album. He actually could have kept them, but it's okay.
There is a white dude that I was listening to a few years ago. I'm sorry, my brain just don't be working like it used to, but I'm gonna look him up. And like he's an R&B guy ish. But yeah. Also, I love Alex Isley. I don't know if anybody here knows about Alex Isley. She is the daughter of Ernie Isley, meaning that, but Ernie Isley is one of the best guitar players ever. He used to play with Jimi Hendrix.
He is.
Okay. I've seen the Isley Brothers live several times, and Ernie be doing the solo, like, yeah. So Alex Isley has a voice of honey. You know, okay, this is scaring the shit out of me because both of y'all have the same thumbnail. It's weird as hell.
Amber forgot to change her.
I saw that one day when Amber was on. I was like, when did Renee show up? Oh shit. Yeah. Y'all got to do
something. Because it's preset to whatever the last thing was.
Oh, okay.
That so you do. Like, so if you're not paying attention and you just jump off real quick, it'll revert to whatever. So.
Oh my god! Oh.
But Amber has a little thumbnail that's herself in there. All good.
Yeah, I have updated that thumbnail multiple times and it's not working. But the car people were calling me about my car, and I had to answer it real quick because they tried to tell me I owe some money for a tire, and I paid like $900 2 years ago for the tires with the warranty things and the road hazard. And he was like, "I don't see that on here." I said, "I'm telling you right now, I came there 2 months ago, and y'all replaced a tire, and I didn't pay nothing." He said, "I'm gonna figure it out." And he just called me and said he figured it out. I said, "I bet you sure did."
There we go. There we go.
Wow, that's crazy.
You know how much $900 could have bought me? Shoot.
See, I do know. Listen, oh my god, my brain ain't working right now. I had 2 weeks ago.
What do you think about that? It's Mixie, I think how you say it. We on all day, girl. We on all day. Or
yes. All day. Yeah. Mac Ayers, Macayers is a white dude.
I love Mac Ayers. Oh my god.
Oh my god, yes. Yes.
Oh my god. It's this song. Hold on, I gotta go to the playlist. It's this song that they got that I listen to all the time.
Which one?
And I hate how obsessed I get with music. There's some
me
songs I
too. Over and over and over again. That's me. Okay. Okay. So
that's how you know I got ADHD.
Right here, me too. My car issue was 2 weeks ago. I went out to start my car and it wouldn't. Found out I needed a starter. Got that fixed. Of course, my car knows when it's payday. So of course, they, $600 later, I went to SOB's in Manhattan to see Eric Roberson, who is my dude. And so I went to go see him, brought him some banana pudding. He loved it. He said, it tastes like I put love in it because I can cook like that when I want to. And so I'm leaving to go back home. Now, since my car had been in the shop and I hadn't driven and all this other stuff, I was on E. And I don't know anybody that lives in New York City. I will never get gas in Manhattan ever. Okay.
Oh
because
you risked it.
No, listen, I risked it a little bit. So I'm crossing. I'm on the BQ. I was like, let me get to the next exit that I see. Cause I don't want to, I have a gauge that tells me kind of how much, but I don't want to test it. I get off the ramp, make a left turn at the light, and I'm going straight ahead, and a giant pickup truck sideswipes me by my gas tank. And I get out, I've put my heart hazards on, pulled to the side. I was someplace in like Queens on the side, in a busy street at like 11:30 at night. And I get out
11:30 at night.
Yes.
You're doing a lot, Zinzi. Okay.
It was a lot of, I'm in New York. It's a lot of, we be out. Okay. I'm not out. So I'm like, I have this look like, what the fuck? And so he's like, I'm sorry, sis. I ain't hit you. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And I'm looking around like, what's that? So he gets out and he was like, oh my goodness, my wheel hit you. I didn't see. And I was like, I believe him when he says I believe when he says didn't see me because I'm in a sedan, and he's in, So what happened was he has those big ass tires with the bolts the size of my head. And I did not feel anything when he hit me because it was just like this. But I heard a crunch that said, let me move the fuck over. I think somebody hit me. And I'm glad I did, and he pulled over to the side and everything. And so he exchanged information. He knows someone that owns a body shop. So he was like, I'll just pay for it. And I'm pretty sure it's because he lives in Queens, but his pickup truck is registered in Florida. So I'm figuring he don't want to go through insurance or whatever. My record is clean, but my car is 17 years old. So either or, I ain't got collision. Why? So, you know, so
at least you got it fixed.
He got it fixed. Listen, I had like dents on, you know, it's an old car. I had like dents on my hood. He was like, I can fix that for free. The guy at the garage, I'm like, sure. My car came out looking better than it did going in there.
He said, hey, hook this up real quick because I don't even know.
I had to pay a dime.
Period.
You know,
I will say that's one thing I learned as an adult is to go ahead and get the little warranty or whatever, because I got the warranty on them tires when I really did not want to. I was like, nah, honey, it was gonna be like it's close to $1,000 I spent on 4 new tires with road hazards and everything.
Yeah. If I get tires,
I got those tires replaced about 6 times in the last 2 years.
Oh wow.
And never had to pay anything. So it was very much worth it.
You have to go so often.
I live in Memphis. I don't know if y'all understand that we have horrible roads.
Okay.
And I have hit a pothole. Even when I slowed down and tried not to hit it, I've hit a pothole and my car went so hard that the electrical cut out.
Have you been to New York City? Have you been to New York City?
But I actually haven't had horrible experiences like in cabs and stuff in New York City, like in Ubers and stuff. It was only like when I was in the subway and I saw a big rat. That was about it. I didn't really have bad experience.
That's just like a Tuesday. I hit, and this was like 25 years ago, probably more than that. I hit a pothole on Canal Street during rush hour. I hit that pothole so bad, my tire just gave in. Like I had to blow out immediately. So I'm in the middle of Canal Street.
I've never had that.
There was
like, fucked up my like.
Oh yeah, fucked up the axle and everything
before.
I had to drive just, you know, like 500 feet around the corner, like up about 5 blocks and around the corner, because there used to be a garage over there. So I'm like chugging. Of course, some helpful dude is yelling, "Hey, you got to blow out."
No, you don't say.
Very much. Okay. Yeah. Like New York City, I try to look where I'm going. If you see people in New York driving straight, then they go like this and back. It's because we're trying to avoid, you know.
I be swerving too. The song by Mac Ayers I was talking about is called "Get to You Again."
I love that song.
I love it so bad.
Oh my God. Yeah. I love him.
How did we meet again, my friend? I said, you better sing, Mac. Is it a white man? I can't tell. He just be singing for his life. Oh, it's so good. And I agree with Brittany. She said Ernie is so underrated. Alex inherited her uncle's golden.
Yeah, that is so true. That is so true. She has this song Mike On where she's basically like, you know, repping herself and the Isley. Like I love it. But yeah, absolutely. She's beautiful. And I like the fact that she's doing her own thing.
I just want to say that it was not for 2 tires, it was for 4.
Okay, Amber is a whole adult because Amber bought 4 tires new at the same time. Okay, that is adulthood right there. Let me tell you.
I was crying about it. I just want y'all to know that I had cried about it, but I did do it because it was what I needed to do.
But no, and the thing is, honestly, you should buy all 4 tires at the same time because they wear down at the same time. And as soon as you get the tires, you have to get alignment.
He said, Latif said, it's your steering and suspension components, Amber. Yeah, they had fucked it up. And then I had to get my car aligned. But it was okay. They fixed it. And I got a warranty on the alignment too. Because I'd be scared not to get no warranty. Because what if it happened again? I don't want to pay again.
I get warranties on everything. I did not get a warranty. Like they have these warranties for older cars or whatever. And after my dad's experience with it, I was like, oh, hell no. He says, I'm never doing this again. Because, you know, first of all, there were so many conditions, number one, for you to qualify. It's not cheap. It ends up adding up. Like it might be a cheap like startup fee. And then he said, when I canceled, they were still taking money on my account. My dad be looking at his account like he ain't got nothing else. So fortunately he caught it. I was like, oh hell no, I forgot what it's called. Like, you know, they have different names for
it's like a little extended warranty thing.
Yeah. I'm like, you know what? My car is fine. It's 17 years old. It's an Acura, which is a Honda, so it'll rust out before the engine dies. You know, just
Renee, what you be doing for your car? Nothing.
You got a car, Renee?
I'm still driving my car that I borrowed from my mother, which is a 2007 Avalon. That it gets me from point A to point B, and that's it. When something needs to happen, I bring it to my stepfather. That's what I do with the car.
My ex gave me his old 2008 Acura TSX. I'm driving that right now. He's like, you can have the car. I'm buying a new one. Okay, this is the best $0 I've ever paid for. So, and I'm one of those people. I will drive a car until it dies. You know, I hate car notes.
Oh, I found the playlist that I was talking about, Zinzi. It's called R&B hits written by white women. Because there's also this other song
written by white women.
Yeah, it's all white women, but you would never know that these
were
were
a lot
white
of
women.
black folks. Carole King back in the day wrote for a lot of black folks like Dionne Warwick, and yeah. So
it's a song on there called "Love Me for the Both of Us" by CJ Fam. It's a white lady, but you would never know she's a white lady. She has such a beautiful, sultry voice. It's so good. I don't know. I'm on Apple Music. I don't be using my Spotify as much no more because they be doing racist shit. But I do be on SoundCloud. I listen to stuff on SoundCloud and I listen to stuff on Apple Music.
Okay, I might have to.
And I listen to DJ mixes a lot, like on SoundCloud and YouTube. So I'll be on there for that. But she probably is on SoundCloud and YouTube. I feel like she is. She definitely is on TikTok because one of her songs went viral on TikTok. But all of the songs be fire.
Yeah, I'm paying like $4.99 for Spotify with a plan. So once that's over, I'll switch because I'm just like I'm cheap as hell too. But no, I hate that.
I also listen to a lot of alternative music. I don't know. I was literally going to ask for Nate. I don't know if you listen to Imagine Dragons since you're married to a white man, but I feel like you would listen to I feel like you would listen to Imagine Dragons.
Oh my God.
Oh, she said BRB. She'll be back.
Okay.
So I do listen to a lot of
I've heard of Imagine Dragons. I'll look them up. I never heard their music.
I listen to a lot of white alt music, like a lot of Imagine Dragons, Panic at the Disco. Yeah. When I was in London, I went to a record store in London and went bin diving, and I got an Amy Winehouse record, a Whitney Houston record, Sam Smith record, and a Coldplay record. And I really like Coldplay. But I got all 4 of those records, and I paid like £62. It's like $70. It was really good. Really good deal. They weren't super expensive.
That's good. Yeah.
Latif said I need to invest in lifetime will alignment. I did pay for that.
Wait a minute.
There was an option at the Firestone, and I did pay for that.
I'll consider that. It depends. I plan on keeping my car, so yeah, lifetime will alignment.
Yeah, my car is almost paid off, and I am gonna forever have it. I also miss old SoundCloud. I don't like how some of the artists from SoundCloud had blown up and took their shit off. Like Central C, before he was Central C that was signed. I talked about this before. He had this song called "Welcome to Brixton" on SoundCloud. He took it off, and I can't find it really anywhere. And I hate when they do that. And I hate that the new SoundCloud they have, you got to pay for stuff. You can't get stuff free like you used to. I hate it.
Yeah, I don't like that. Wow.
That's
yeah,
annoying.
that is why.
Leah, it's the Coldplay album that has yellow on it.
I still buy music. Hey, how you doing? As far as going off on a slight tangent, this is why I took all of my digital books off Amazon before August, because I was able to download them to my computer, because now you're not able to do that anymore with Amazon. And what they were doing
stuff.
Yeah. And also they would have a book, and then next if they took it off their catalog and you bought it and you didn't download it, it's not yours anymore. You don't have it. You don't have a hard copy of it. So now I have something called Kobo, Kobo. Love it. You own your shit. You get to download it. They are building their library up a lot more to compete with Amazon, but they're, as far as ownership and rights and stuff, way better than Amazon. And the only time I will get, and technically, if you still have the old Kindle app, which I do, I can still kind of move stuff that I buy recently from Amazon over there, just because I have the old legacy app or whatever. But yeah,
Justin, it is parachutes. I was trying to remember which one I bought. It's parachutes. Renee, we were just asking if you listened to Imagine Dragons before you had left.
That sorry.
I thought you might, because your husband, it seemed like he would listen to you.
My husband listens to Eric B. and Rakim.
I can see that too. But I can see them listen to Radioactive in the football locker room when they doing warm-ups. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, like so the music that plays pre-game is all current music because it's all stuff that I'm like, what the hell is this? So it's that no.
I ain't gonna hold you, like it's a lot of I got like at least 3 Imagine Dragons songs. It's like my hype music. Like
I don't even I'm gonna ask him.
Oh no, they had Snoop on the freaking Detroit fucking oh Lord.
Imagine Dragons be popular, and I will say, as somebody who watched them like when I was in middle school on the like MTV thing in the morning, I never knew what they looked like for real because they were never really showing themselves in the music videos like that. I saw this nigga on TikTok. This motherfucker fine. Like got like abs. He's big. I was like, what?
Okay.
Wait. I said, Lord.
Okay, confirming from my husband that he does not listen to Imagine Dragons.
Okay. Oh,
I love me some.
He's not doing the whole white thing right.
No, but you've met him, Amber. You know he doesn't like.
I know. I could see it, but I was trying to
all
get
like 90s hip hop and.
But I feel like at least all white people listen to Panic at the Disco and Imagine Dragons.
I can tell you, he also does not listen to Panic at the Disco.
Oh God.
I've listened to more Panic at the Disco than my husband has.
Oh my God.
Wow.
That is so crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
I expected better.
Oil House said my special friend listens to Janae Aiko. I listened to her before she started annoying the hell out of me. I don't know why. At some point.
Sometimes the whisper voice thing, it's gotten annoying.
Yes, it was. And then, it was a lot of people doing it at the same time. Like, oh, y'all need to stop that shit. So yeah, I haven't, but I love
to repost the link for anybody else who wants to join. But I do have some questions, Zinzi. One, why do you watch Black Liberation Media?
I watch Black Liberation Media because my girl Tandy, who I've known since Howard University, she actually referred me to Jared when he was with Yvette Carmel before she lost, when we didn't know she lost her damn mind. And then I kind of morphed over to Black Power Media. And then again, I've known Kamal since 1995, literally. So here I am. And also, like, I rock, of course, I rock with the content. I mean, I've been, me, Tandy, and Tandy and Kamal have been comrades and friends. Like, me and Tandy were comrades, friends at the same time because we both, were rocking the same, like I've been
sharing Tandy's videos from about Kwanzaa stuff with people. Yeah. They've been getting on my nerves.
I agree. I do agree. I think that I'm shadow banned whenever I try to share YouTube. I don't know, but I do it anyway. And so yeah, that's why. And again, like I want to burn this shit down. So I rock.
And what my other question is, what new guests do you want to see in 2026?
Sun Michaud, who Geechee brought on one time, refuses to bring on again. He is a Gullah Geechee linguist. He has excellent content on all the platforms. I think he got sick of, he might still be on TikTok, but they were like shadow banning him and giving him problems because of, the shit that he posts, but he's on Instagram. He's dope as hell.
I do want to bring up Leah's comment. She didn't mean
no. That I'm sorry. He wasn't
like doing content.
They were doing a couple of videos together. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. No, I did not mean it like that.
I knew you didn't know that, but I want to clear it up for the people.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. Sometimes words just come out of my mouth and shit. So I'm sorry. So yeah.
What's the other question I want to ask? What kind of Black Liberation Media content is on your wish list? Like any kind of in-person events, stuff like that?
I would have liked, and I tried and it wasn't able to do it, but I would like to bring on Lumumba Bandelli, who was with me and Kamal during the MXG days, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people probably know who he is. He got he's joined Wamdani's team, and we all have questions about that. I don't think he's able to talk about anything, but that's my wish list. And
they're not under on NDA shit. I'll ask Alex Vitale to come on and tell us.
He has an NDA. So I'm not, and
then NDA?
Yes. And then another
is he
brother,
on the transition team or he working
I
for him?
don't know all that. I just saw there's an article that said, okay, so again,
girl, let me text Alex Vitale and see if he under NDA, if he can snitch, because I love people get on the side talking.
And there's another brother who is still in the December 12th movement, and I don't know if he's working with Mamdani, but he's in the December 12th movement, and he was also somewhere around that, and I would have loved. He's also a very elder statesman, very, very elder statesman who doesn't necessarily answer his messages because he didn't see him or whatever. And back when I lived in Bed-Stuy, I was like right around the corner, could find him, and I'm gonna let that go. Those are my two of my, and of course Lumumba's beautiful and very active wife, Monifa Bandeli. I'd love to have them. So that's my wish list right there. But
Renee, what's on your wish list?
It's a lot. I don't know if we want. It's a lot. I want a lot to happen.
Event?
Huh?
You want to do in-person events?
Yeah, we should. Yes.
In New York.
I would love to do some live shows. I feel like those are really fun.
Yes. And it turns out that my 50th birthday is on a Saturday this year. So
you turning 50?
Yeah, girl.
Dang, that's still crazy. I still could not believe you was in your 40s when we had met. I said, damn, for real?
I'm turning 58 in March. I might throw.
Y'all be aging so good.
Listen, black
it's
don't
why I
trash.
be telling
They
niggas
say
to
it
go
all
to
the
the
time.
doctor.
Listen, okay, go to the doctor. Be careful about what you put in and on your body. And also, I can't even front. This is genetics. I don't do shit.
It really
Yeah,
is.
because people be like, "What's your routine?" I'm like, I wash my face in the shower, y'all.
Exactly, like my mom and dad. Got together, made magic.
And I don't wear makeup, which I think is probably
I do wear makeup, but I'm only wearing 3 steps, and I don't do it every day. I just wear some concealer, blush, and I might do a lip combo. Like I might have a little brown lip liner. That's it. Like it's just concealer and blush though. It's like not a lot.
I'm not doing
I feel like you don't really need.
And even though I did a full face, I'm not even doing disclaimers. I wear concealer because I got shopping bags under my eyes, and I wear shit.
Yeah, I used to not wear makeup at all when I wear my glasses too.
Danessa Myricks is my all hail Danessa. So I wear makeup.
Yeah, I'm not a big makeup person, and then when I wore glasses, I definitely didn't wear makeup. I wear my glasses like on and off now, so I'm mostly wearing my contacts, and so I wouldn't wear makeup when I had my glasses on because you can't even see it. I'm only wearing blush. Yeah. If I'm only wearing blush and a little concealer, you can't see it with the glasses. It wasn't really worth it to me. I do understand. I can't say I kind of get now how people get into makeup because it is really fun, like creating lip combos. I really like that, like using different lip liners to make combos, and I just be doing it for fun sometimes. And I definitely see how folks be like, "Oh, this is such a good time! Like I'm gonna make this a little hobby." I see how they get into it because it's really fun to do in real time. But I'm not doing nothing beyond like a little lip liner and lip gloss, so it's like
I don't wear a lot of makeup, but I have no problem with people wearing makeup at all. Zero full fucking.
Do what they want to. My brother is a makeup artist, and he be transforming people. Child.
Yeah, no, I don't have no issue with it. I'm just lazy. That's literally.
I have to do a full look.
Like it's literally like whatever effort is going to take for me to put makeup on is effort I'm unwilling to make to walk out of my house. So I agree with it.
I agree with Leah. I don't know how to do a full face, and I've had a full face done before. For my birthday, I had a full face done, and I had like lashes. It was so uncomfortable. Like I just felt I could feel something on my face. I could not wait to take them lashes off. It looked great, like it looked really cute, but I also just I don't wear foundation, stuff like that. So I feel like it was just a lot. Like the foundation, the contour. It was still my same face for real. It just was like blush and contour, and I was like, I could just have my regular face.
Yeah,
and
I don't do contouring. I don't do contouring because I'm very proud of my African nose. I'm fine with that. I have done a full face. I don't do foundation, but I have done a full face. I have had a makeup artist put eyelashes on me, and it was wonderful. I couldn't feel it. I tried doing it myself. It did not work. I do not do it. So I'm like, and I blink too much any damn way. So yeah. But
it is like I agree with Latif. So it's definitely like engaging in a
it is art.
hobby. Like
It
there are
is
people who
art.
really do makeup as like an art, and it's really cool. And I just don't want to put all that shit on my face.
Yeah, and it's like it's art. You have to know how to blend colors. You have to know which colors go with which. You have to know, a lot of like I used to do visual art, in high school. Like I know how to paint, like how to blend colors and stuff like that. It's the same shit. It's just this is your, canvas. So yeah.
I agree with Renee about the live show thing. I think it'd be really fun to do a live show. I feel like I'm great on the live stream. I'm even better in person. I'm just saying.
We need to be in New York in person. I'm just saying. Okay. By the way, are you okay? Pardon me for asking a dumb ass question. Is Nashville anywhere near Memphis?
It's 3 hours from Memphis.
Okay. Because I'll be in Nashville in the summer in 2026.
I'll drive up there. But I do just want to say that, it could be closer if we had better public transit, but they take it forever to do simple stuff. So
I feel you. Listen, I've been in many places.
Say that was the coolest thing when I was in Europe. It was so much fun. So when I went to Europe, that was my first time riding on a bus. I actually have never ridden on a bus in Memphis because the buses suck. It takes you 2 hours to get someplace that could take me like 15 minutes to get to on a car. And so I just never have taken the bus. And I took the bus there, and the buses had USB things to plug in and charge your phone. It was so cool. I love taking the metro. I've taken the metro in other places like in DC and New York, things like that. But it was so much fun. I thought it was going to be hard to navigate. It wasn't that hard to navigate. I actually just looked at the Google Maps thing and looked at what stop I had to get off at, and I was okay. So it wasn't that bad.
The one thing I appreciate about having traveled throughout the states, because up until I was 18, it was like New York, North Carolina, maybe Boston once on a school trip. I learned that number one, like every other city is not like New York City. Number two, every other city doesn't have the same public transportation like New York City. Oakland and the Bay Area, San Francisco, they have public transportation. None of them are connected to each other. No bus is connected to any other bus. And you try to ask somebody at the station how to get somewhere, they probably don't
explain it. Yeah. You have to use Google Maps. Like they don't know for real.
Yeah.
I agree with It's Art with Words about this though. They said that they love to see BLM link up with more Black YouTubers and allow for more opportunities for us to chat with y'all in real time like today. I do definitely love when we do the all-day shows. Those are fun. And would love to do more of the like drop the link in the chat videos. I mean, the chat like live streams. I think those are really fun too. And definitely would love to link up with more Black YouTubers. I know that there's like some who have like posted about content that we've done on BLM or like shared videos like other Black YouTubers. So I think that'd be really cool too. Does anybody else, if there's any other comments, anybody else have any ideas?
I think that and I'm really careful about this because I say this I mean this to be done in good spirits. Like if there is a content creator that you severely disagree with, but they're not doing some shit intentionally, they just have different politics or whatever, bring them on, have a chat with them, why do you think about this or whatever? That's just my idea. In good spirit.
So it gets tricky, right? Because not everybody who openly disagrees does it in a way that allows for actual discourse.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm cool with having a conversation with people, whatever. But sometimes people really come at you in ways
they just want to argue.
Yeah.
That you like, oh, we're not. Right. Oh, we're not doing this because you're not really trying to have like a conversation. Right. So
and that's why I say, something in good spirit. Listen, I've seen people on this channel be doing that shit. So we can't even put it on one way.
Right. That's why I love a good dialogue. And I really love when we're able to like have them. I think that they're so beneficial and we don't do them enough. So I'm definitely down. I agree with Renee on that one.
And I understand, and if there's somebody like that I'm diametrically opposed to, I don't fuck with you anyway. So, like if on principle, like we ain't ever going to agree, I ain't fucking with you on that level. So yeah,
Taylor said, I'm still thinking of the lemon balm tinctures and a holistic panel will be fun. I agree. Actually, I'll go grab a jar for y'all real quick. I'll be right back so you can see it.
I am growing lemon balm in my arrow garden right now. So yeah, because of what Amber said, because I didn't know lemon balm. I love lemon balm. I just didn't know that it was beneficial for those of us living with ADHD. I also love, unfortunately, I cannot, there's an herb called lemon verbena, which I fucking love. And it only comes like, it's only at farmers markets, like a couple of times a year. And I tried growing it indoors and it just did not happen at all. I bought a plant, it died, but so yeah, I have to like love lemon verbena only the couple of times.
Plant and it died.
Yeah, lemon verbena.
This is a lemon balm.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like, you guys.
I'm growing that in my air garden right now.
And so I'll make a 32-ounce jar of this, and it'll sit in the jar for 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks. And then I put it in a dropper bottle, and this one's recently full. So this is what it looked like. It's just a liquid.
And
then I just put it in water or tea. You don't need a full glass. Like I've gotten like just a little tiny bit to take it and not drink a whole glass, but it works great. I mean, because it's liquid, it hits you pretty quick. Yeah. So yeah, we should bring in Laura to talk about this because
I was just about to say,
Laura, we are on the same screen. Hey.
You live in Florida and they got lots of plants and shit.
You're muted, Laura.
You're on mute.
The word you're saying. I love Lorik Unexpected. I love it when he's caught off guard. I love it when he doesn't have, he just has to show up unplanned. Love that.
Oh no, that's not happening. Not on this platform. I'm very planned. In fact, we got some structure that we're gonna get back to. But happy to see you here, Cindy. You're part of the programming. So thanks for coming in from the chat.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
There
are a lot of really good comments in the chat too, Lorik. I don't know if you've seen them, but about what they want to see. So I hope you're taking notes.
Yes, I actually was taking notes in the other chat. So
what you call it?
I got your Lumumba and Monifa Bendelli recommendation down.
Wally Clay.
And Omawale Clay, you said?
Yep.
Got it. Yeah.
I wish. I don't know if this brother is even like, I have not seen him since Howard 1990, but he's still around. Brother Braba Zulu, who runs Ujima in DC. That's like one of the few remaining independent African-centered schools in the country. I would love to, have him on. Why not? If he would be open to it.
Definitely. Okay, cool.
It's Art Where Words said they're going to pick up some lemon balm earlier today based on the strength of the suggestion. I hope you like it. Yeah. I would just say, one, I'm not a doctor, but I do tell people I take more than one dropper full. So I take like 2 or 3. But if you are like, how much should I take? I would definitely like seek out a holistic wellness person. And like Leah said, for the panel, we need someone who's actually studied nutrition. I definitely think we need like an actual holistic wellness doctor or somebody. Because I'm not a doctor. I just be doing shit and it be working. I just be doing stuff.
Not a doctor. We know this, but we
y'all should know that. I just be trying to
figure out,
and seeing what sticks. It's supposed to be working. I'd be like, oh, I guess it works. I just want y'all to know I got like a good chunk of content creators taking the lemon balm right now, baby. They pushing out videos left and right, boy. They said it's working.
Oh my God. No, like I said, I'm growing it in my aero garden. And so once it, gets lush enough, I'm going to do that. So yeah. Awesome. Yeah. I love it.
Wait, Lord, Florida has a lot of protected reserves.
Yeah. More than most places, but
California, again, I'm pretty sure they have a lot of them too.
Oh, they're protected until they're not. They're protected until they need to build a concentration camp on them.
Yeah.
And also,
that's a good point.
The Miccosukee are a lot of the folks who tend to that area and keep it sustainable. But yeah, pretty much out west, if you go a certain, distance, you just hit swamp, undeveloped land, things like that.
When I drove from I went to where Hodge University is. I drove from there to Miami, and it was just straight swamps. I drove like past the whole time. Leah said the person is named Baba Zulu.
Yeah, Baba Zulu. Well, that's what we call him. It's El Sengen Kazulu. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce his first name, but yeah, Baba Zulu. My uncle lives in Central Florida, Merritt Islands, and that's
Oh,
yeah, he's over there, and they have something that happens over there where this like some red algae or something is in the water certain times of the year. What is with that? And you can't.
Yes, it's very interesting. Definitely recommend anyone who comes here check out wildlife, but also like it's just so many amazing beaches to see.
Oh,
So
I will
that's
say,
also
first time I went to Miami,
yeah.
the first time I went to Miami, this was like 2007, just to go on vacation. I did not believe that was the same Atlantic Ocean as like Coney Island.
Yeah, it looks different.
Yes, yes. Oh yeah.
Are they doing something to the water? Snitch on
No,
the
we
Lord.
just closer to the equator. That's all it is.
Listen, we were on the beach, and you can go way out and still be like, waist deep. And we were just standing, and the water's warm. We were just standing for like an hour, I can't do this back at home.
That's how it was in Fort Myers. I went to the Fort Myers beach, and it's so clear. Like it looks totally different than the water we got. I said, what kind of water we got?
Like no matter how deep you're standing, you can see all the way down. You can see fish.
This is a different type of stuff. We don't have this.
No.
We have random springs too in areas like Gainesville and stuff like that. So real movie-esque, like go into the swamp and you can jump off a rope into the water. It's really cool. Yeah. Fountain of Youth, Ponce de Leon was like the mythology down here. So everybody's looking for that.
Yeah.
The spring.
So when I go to visit my uncle, we don't go in the water we don't go to beaches over there. We just sit around the house. They're elderly.
I do want to shout out this $49.99 we just got from Random Talk. I'm at the point where
Renee, I don't know if you're watching or Lorik, but they was pulling in the big bucks this morning.
I saw.
Amber, Brown were pulling in the dough every Monday, y'all. I'm saying 2026. We can get a whole
Listen, this isn't on me. This is on those women's very busy schedules.
Renee
I'm sorry.
Big wigs.
I actually was available to do Mondays this year, but Jerry's schedule didn't fit, and then we had to move stuff around. And I was sad. It's been rough.
Get Erica and Amber on a Monday, and they're not doing school drop-offs and work and a million things. And all right, trust. I'll make the show. If you can do that, I'll help. I'll do the run sheet for y'all. Trust. Figure it out.
Okay, I just want to read what Random Thought said in his message. He said, I'm at the point where I probably consume more BLM than any other media, especially mainstream media, of which I watch practically none. Continue the conversations, including bringing new folks to the platform like Lorik, Mtume, Amber, etc. It was Amber.
Well, Mtume ain't new. He been here several times. All right. Lorik is a regular every Friday. We love to see Lorik and Amber, but they're not necessarily new. But yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree.
That actually is perfect for this transition because this segment was to honor all of our new comrades this year. And one of those is, of course...
Welcome to the Remix Morning Show. This is Amber with your favorite segment, Amber's Approach.
So that was this year. That happened in 2025.
Why was the intro so long? And why did he pick them pictures? We got to talk about this.
And Lorik, you're newer than Amber. Where's yours?
I don't know because I'm supposed to be.
He doesn't have his own segment.
I'm supposed to be temporary. We'll see how this goes next year.
Oh, who are you
He's
supposed to be
permanent at this point because Jared
got put on lockdown at school and they gave him all them classes.
All right.
So he had to sub out.
Well, that'd be a long sub thing. Okay, it's a trap. You in here? Okay, Jared.
That's how it go. Well, I got some comrades I got to bring through here too.
Amber, did you know about this? I did know about that. I just want to say I didn't know it was going to be that long. When we recorded it, I only recorded the part that said, "This is Amber with Amber's Approach." I didn't know nothing about them other pictures, but I knew about the other part.
Well, Amber's a comrade from 2025.
Okay, Tony Hardy, don't be starting no shit up on here, okay?
What you say, Lord?
Oh, I'm seeing the chat's funny as hell. I'm Josh again, same person. Don't listen to Yipper. Yipper spreading the conspiracy that we're different people. Anyway, Peace again to the chat. Thanks for coming to the 2025 wrap up. In this segment, we have live from the chat. Talk about new comrades we made this year, who we had on the platform. Amber, one of them, and then we're going to bring to the stage comrades Alchemy and Boricua. How you doing?
Yo, Tabari Gani, Happy Kwanzaa, Hotep,
Ujama,
Comrade Amber, Ujama, Comrade Renee, Comrade Laura, Comrade Zenzabel. Oh my God, I
Tabari
feel like
Gani.
I'm with the cool kids.
What's
And
up?
we
Welcome.
got our swag on today.
Yay!
I love it.
You guys all look so beautiful today.
Thank you. Y'all look very
Thank
festive.
you. Y'all look great in your swag.
Okay, do I earn a hoodie now that I've been on
Yes,
stage?
yes, Enzi, we got to get you your hoodie. We're
I'm
getting
sorry,
everybody
Erica
yelling.
first, Ricky Ryan first, because that's shady that she still has not gotten her hoodie.
Okay, can we just real quick?
There we
Just
go.
real quick. I just want to make it clear that there is a whole ass form available for people to let us know what they want, what size they want. And so if people don't respond to the request, they can't get it. Like, this is how these things work. Just like Amber tried to sneak on this morning and get on me about the time change, about me not putting things in CST, when we literally had a whole back and forth about her saying, and I was like, listen, you making me do math. That's 10 to
I just want
12
to
on the
say,
East
that
Coast, right?
I always said it was my fault. I always
So,
said it was
you
my
know,
fault.
You took it. I was gonna say
so I
criticism,
just
self-criticism.
listen, but I will concede. I will, and I did actually. It's funny that Alchemy's here because I did the same thing to him, because I will concede that I am not good with the whole time zone thing. It is not a strength at all. And whenever people tell me time zones, I always have to say, like, what's that? Like, what does that translate to?
We
so that
almost
I
didn't
can
have a
figure
meeting
out.
one night, remember? Shout out to
I know,
Midwest.
because I was like, wait,
Midwest time
what
zone.
time? So I'm gonna work, but that's gonna be one of my goals for 2026 is to always put like the time zone and stuff. That's gonna be one of my.
They need to get rid of fucking daylight savings time. Don't you guys agree? It's some book shit.
I was about to say I'm good with time zones, but there are actually a couple of states that don't use them at all, and I don't know which ones they are. So
It's Hawaii and Arizona, sister, I think.
Thank you. I know Arizona's one of them. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah, them time zones was with my ass. And when I was in London, it was a 6-hour time difference, and I was trying to make sure I was on time for a remix. And I still was a little late, but I was trying. I was like, I just feel like I'm supposed to be somewhere right now.
That's why when I was out in Oakland over, I think it was like beginning of June. I did not tune in. I'm like, listen, I'm hanging out. I'm not getting up at 5 a.m. or 4.
Do you guys think there's like a filter that makes the people on the west side of Turtle Island like less likely to watch y'all live? Laura, Amber, Renee, have you guys ever thought about the statistics of that? Do you guys get more East Coast viewers live, do you think, because of the time?
I don't know.
I think
look at
Baby, y'all spinning back.
Just real quick, I'm gonna because Revolutionary Women's Radio, shout out. They reached out to me on my Substack, and I was like, oh, thank you, because stuff like people don't understand how hard it is to maintain like the work for these shows. Like, and every now and again I'd be like, is this actually worth it? And then I get like a note and I'm like, okay, all right, I'm doing the right thing. So shout out Revolutionary Women's Radio. Appreciate this.
Women's Radio.
I'm gonna read the message real
Y'all have
quick.
been such a lifeline for me this year. I walk away from every episode feeling rooted, connected, and full of revolutionary optimism, no matter how heavy things get. So grateful for y'all. And I'm grateful for you, Revolutionary.
So $199.99.
That's dope. We
Chat.
appreciate
I
you.
love that.
We
I love
appreciate you.
I think like Tom DeCee's way Shimarenga, who is root work, lives in LA. So she is always three hours behind us. And she show up early. It's a blessing and a miracle. She's aware. I mean, she's part of the channel, but sometimes she be staying up texting me at 3 in the damn morning for no damn reason. So, my time, 3 in the morning.
Is California too, right?
What?
Yes. Yeah, Chi Matcha is
Sorry,
also on the West Coast.
She's California.
I thought she was in New Orleans. Okay.
No, she's from there. She's from there.
Okay, so she's not there. Okay. Yeah. So a lot of people know about it, but people be sleeping.
So real quick, I'm gonna jump because I'm due back at 4.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump. Yeah, me too. So I'm jumping.
This is technically Loric's time, and I see Ryan. I think I just noticed Ryan pop in the chat, so you'll have company, Loric.
Maybe people here with you.
And I think you're doing Geechie's supposed to show up
Geechie
too.
on
So
the way. We will.
All right.
We will
So
see.
then we'll
y'all all popping in the chat.
I know we'll all be there, but I'm a jump because I gotta come back later and I got like
me
2
too.
meetings I gotta get to. So peace, y'all. Thank you.
Much love, Renee. I'll see you soon, sister.
Loric, tell Geechie yet again he needs to bring Summer Show back on the show.
Ooh,
So,
I had it down, and we just covered that, brother, last week with a really good video.
I love your segment on that, by the way, Comrade Lori.
Thank you. So we're gonna bring it back. I'm gonna let this live with the chat. Zenzi, thank you so much, by the way. Love Zenzi. Again, someone who's been here from the beginning. Live from the chat right now. I want to bring someone else to the stage. First off, my co-host for this section from Black Myth Podcast, we got Ryan Mills. What's up? Welcome.
What up?
What's up?
I'm a little tired. Didn't really get much sleep, but we're gonna push through this. You feel me?
I hope you get some rest soon. Since y'all bringing more folks, I'm finna dip. But I do just want to say I wholeheartedly agree with Renee. It's really helpful when people talk about if your work is impacting them or not, because I never really know if people are paying attention to shit I be posting. And somebody commented on one of my videos the other day and they were like, I just want you to know, I say to myself, it's important to be aware but not afraid every day. And stuff like that is like, okay, I am really doing the right thing. So it really does help like people who are creating stuff to know that like y'all are resonating with the things that we're putting out. So I really appreciate that. And I want to say that before I dipped off.
Wait, before you dip out, Sister Amber, I'm sorry. I didn't know how much time everyone had. I'm so starstruck. I wanted to say a little bit to each of you. First of all, shout out to you and me. We're cancers. Shout out to the cancer squad. Even though I'm a dialectical materialist, Loric, I don't necessarily believe in that stuff, but I see it as a competent cultural pathway to build connections to people with from a past life. But I'm a Leo Cancer border. That's why I'm so talkative, for a Cancer, right? but Sister Amber, before you go, here's my thing. I'm a huge fucking Amilcar Cabral fan, just like you. I know he's one of your cousins. Guinea-Bissau, my Boricua partner's got that too. Here's my 2 questions for you. One, I've been on an Amilcar Cabral kick too. I've just been trying to suck up all his literature. I'm on Return to the Source and the critical theory book, where he talks about cultural, political. I know probably Lark's read that. Here's my question for you. One, what are some recommendations for Cabral you have or you've been on? And 2, you said you were from the Balante people, which Cabral famously said they're communal, horizontal people. They don't have do you have any other ancestry from Bissau, or just what other groups do you know that you have? And what do you know about the Balante people? That's my 2 things.
Okay, I don't know a ton about the Balante people other than like basic stuff and like the facts about them being a matriarchal people. And I think that that's very like, it really resonates heavy with my family because my family is very matriarchal. And it's on my mother's side. So I don't know my dad's side, what country I'm from on that side, because you have to buy a test for each side. And the test is $250, y'all. So I bought the first test and I was like, I'm gonna buy the other one eventually, but they are expensive. And I'm gonna get the Cabral books I think you should read. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Comrade Josh, I got some questions for you too. Don't worry about that. I'm saving them.
Okay. And we seen someone said Ryan's the funniest on the platform for real. Ryan, you saw that one?
For real?
Yeah.
Who said that?
I'll find it for you.
That's love.
What's
That's
up?
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we bringing in people from the chat for a little bit. And while Amber goes to get that, I'm going to bring to the stage someone else from the chat. It's Art with Words. And then I wanted to ask y'all a few things for this section.
Brother Art,
transition. What's up? Live from the chat. This is a schedule for today. Remember. So we getting ready to do the top 5 BLM shows this year that we had. So that's why Ryan is joining me. Geechie will be here soon. But
we're going to get off,
Conrad. I'm sorry. Chat. No, you're fine. Actually, this was supposed to honor you. So for this segment, for this segment, we were actually talking about people who we made contact with, built with this year. So Amber and Evan being our newest Friday Remix hosts, of course. We got Brother Dwayne Monroe with This Artificial Intelligence Will Kill You. Great work on AI and that bubble. We We had Sister Samantha Yusuf join us. Lots of great commentary about Disney, animation, propaganda. And then, of course, you, Alchemy, with the Dialectic series. And then shout out Deculturation, Carlos, affiliate programming over there, because it's just been great. And all of that, this chat, that's the ecosystem that builds BLM. So,
what about
that
you,
being
comrade?
said,
What about the Dialectical Material Atheist series? What about you?
yeah, me and Jared got to find, before he gets back on his work schedule, before they get him back in the sweatshop. We're trying to find some
Me on
time.
that, comrade. I'm serious. Like, I love how you brought the lore with Luna. By the way, the Luna EJ, my brain fucking exploded. You need to do more. That was legendary.
We're gonna do some great. Yeah, that was shout out Renee. Comrade, I got quick questions for you, and then it's our words you too. All right. First and foremost, why do y'all watch BLM? It's for you, Alchemy, Broiqua, and it's our words.
You should go first, babe.
Why do we watch BLM? I don't know how else to say it, but like I feel like you guys are like probably the best family we have, and we love how we love the political education you guys present on the platform. We love hearing when you guys have different perspectives and when you like tackle on a topic, because it gives us more to kind of like deep dive and think on our own. I also just really like the diversity that everybody like brings. Everybody's very, very unique and like very, very like very intelligent. I love everybody's got their own sauce. Everybody's got their own recipe. I don't know, like I love hearing Amber when she talks about like her hometown, when she talks about Memphis. I rarely hear anything about Memphis, so I love hearing that. I love Jacquie Luqman when she always pushes back on like the Christianity like rhetoric. When she doesn't always like kind of like overemphasize, like, you know how some people are with, you know, Christianity, but she's got a really good mix of kind of just keeping it real, you know. Dr. Ball and Ear Doctor, I always love their remixes, their music. Yeah, and then I mean, you guys just keep like adding even more like really, really cool people. Like, I didn't think we'd ever hear from like people like Dwayne Monroe or Samantha Yusuf. Like, yeah, I don't know. You guys bring a lot. You guys come with a lot, and we're always just up in here for it. And it's bountiful. Your platform's very bountiful. I feel like a lot of other just, you know, platforms are just I don't know. They discourage you from critical thought, I guess. And that's not what we're here for. So I don't know. Off the top of my head, I guess that's all I got.
Oh, that was amazing. We really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
I just love, very quickly, y'all know how I can be a chatterbox, those of you who know me, but I'll just say I came here to look for Pan-Africanist thought, education. For myself as a Marxist-Leninist, a decolonial Marxist-Leninist, what is our Black left, the most radical tip of the spear segment of our Black USian and worldwide left thinking? And what are they gestated on? And what are they theory crafting? You know, what is their practice and theory? I was looking for that, and I didn't know exactly where to find that for a long time, comrades. But you guys were that for me. I came during, you know, the Kalanji BPM BLM split. I came because of George Jackson. I would love for you all to do more of those kinds of things, by the way. But I would say overall this year, especially, Comrade Lork, I know you've been involved a little bit in the channel and the programming, so I'm sure, you know, I hope this reflects the pride that I'm sharing on your channel, that reflects on you as well. I hope you know that. First of all, I love your Malcolm magazine, by the way, with Black Men Build. I read the whole thing in an afternoon. You got me to do that.
Yeah.
I was learning shit about Sudan and Kenya. I'm like, okay, I knew about Nnamdi Azikiwe, right? And then Nkrumah, but I didn't know about that. I'm like, oh shit. But comrade, I really would love for Jared or you or both to do more, not just dialectical materialist atheist series. You need to do more of those than once, just every 6 months. But the Lumumba, Fanon, 100 Years of Malcolm, I would love to see him do that for like Kwame Ture or George, right? You guys, right? Yes. And then I would additionally say, Josh, just on the closing, the Red Nation collab that you all did, that was Amber's first time, if I recall, too, when it was Anime Aquash and Comrade Peltier getting out, right? My world just fucking collapsed in the most beautiful ways when I saw BLM and Red Nation work together. That's like my two favorite colonized, you know, revolutionary platforms, comrades. So all I'm gonna say is please collaborate more with our American Indian revolutionary left, and please do more memorials to our revolutionary forefathers and foremothers. That's my favorite thing, I think, out of all the things.
That Red Nation episode was really good. I really enjoyed it.
You're on the right track. You're again. The chat helps build this from the bottom up. 100%. This is what we on next year. Very much appreciate you. Shout out. We'll have you back. Oh yes, Amber, go ahead before I take Alchemy and Mariko off the stage. Show us the broad recommendation.
So one, I can't find my Tell No Lies book, but Tell No Lies, Claim No Easy Victories is one of my top faves. But my other one is Unity and Struggle. I feel like this is a really good book to talk about how he, worked against imperialism and discrimination and like the gender equality work that Emil Cocker-Broad did. And I use a lot of the stuff from the Unity and Struggle book for my conjunctural analysis about sustained campaigns. So when I talked about like the type of sustained campaigns that he was leading that lasted so long even after he was assassinated, a lot of that was built in the Unity and Struggle books. I think it's a really good one too.
I really appreciate it, sister. I'll let you guys go. Thank you for all that you've done.
Peace. Thanks for coming live from the chat as always.
We appreciate y'all.
All right. Next up, Art with Words. We got some questions because we need feedback for next year. So. Of
course.
First of all, you got any guests you want to see on the platform in 2026? Any collabs we need to be looking at that we haven't explored fully yet?
Yeah, I threw one in the private chat, but I think Dr. B Cheeches. So to expand the Rainbow Coalition that BLM has been doing right now, I think just more Black, Brown, Indigenous faces, names, different conversations. It's a combination of like keep doing what you're doing, but and I'm glad Ear Doctor is not here because he'll probably laugh at this joke, but like it's like length and width, just kind of like expand, turn things to like 3D, 4D. It's like you keep doing what you're doing, do more things, but just like the expansiveness of it. And not just like this, we're doing these marathon sessions, which is fantastic. And I know like grateful to be here and all that, but Amber picked up what I was putting down, and just like that, these moments where we can speak, these opportunities where somebody from the chat or somebody who's like a fan like gets to be here, and iron sharpens iron. I actually get to like really get to express myself. I think beyond that, what I would also like to see, I'm going up beyond guests, but I think I'm kind of like, I'm putting myself out there. It's like, I would love to like be part of the crew. I would love to like see what that feels like, right? Job opportunities or anything of that sort. I think about what y'all have been doing. I always think about that with Chuck D and talking about like Black CNN, and this truly has been a place where you've done that and then expanded that with the the United Shades of Black, different, like we all are different, but we all like come together, and we all like, I'm sorry, I'm collapsing because it's one of those things where like, I'm just, being a part of this, and then literally being a part of this right now, like that just warms my heart. So first and foremost, like I'm really grateful for that. But then the expansiveness of that, to see what that's like, to see somebody who actually, speaking for myself, really understood organization and got, joined CMB and BAP because of this. It like practicing what I preach, practicing what I'm hearing to actually become something like that form of transformation and metamorphosis. I think that is also what is fantastic. And, that is the thing that I think is so great. This isn't just passive. I'm not just watching. I'm not just I can contribute more than my dollars. And that's what you provide. That's what everybody here provides that. So like,
come on, theory to praxis.
Yes. Man. Thank you, Amber. Man. That's it. Theory to praxis. You've actually created that. You created the opportunity for somebody like myself to do that, for everybody else here doing that. And I just love sharing and I would love to give more, and that's what I wanted to throw out there. So thank you.
That's amazing.
That was beautiful. Well done. Well said.
It was very much art with words.
Hey.
Thank you.
I gotta get off in a second, Lord, but I do want to answer this. I want to answer this question real quick. Someone said, where can they find the conjunctural analysis? It's not public. I did it for a fellowship I was in, but we have talked about doing an episode about it that people can watch if they are really interested. So if a lot of people are interested in it, I will go deeper into it, but it's kind of nerdy and I know people really want to like hear about it. So
we do. Hello, look at this program. All right, so we're good. We're gonna come back to do that. Definitely bring you on. And Amber is out. So we appreciate you. Thank you for coming through.
Peace, Amber.
Hanging with us for a while. And so then we got Geechee. What's up? What's up? Welcome back.
Geechee?
We missed you, buddy.
Good to see you again, brother.
Peace. All right. What up, Ryan? Lord, how y'all feeling?
What up?
Amber.
I did have to say I miss Geechee so much.
Aww.
That's all.
Hearts in the chat.
I miss you too, Amber.
I know, even though they don't know you love me so much. Geechee,
they know. They already know. They know. I'll be talking about you all the time. Each one of you.
Oh, okay. I'm a Cancer. I gotta go.
What's up, man? Sorry, I'm a little bit late.
Nothing. You're good. You're good. It's all right. We're gonna take you off with one more question. You got a favorite Malcolm X fact or quote? It's 100 years of Malcolm X. Close out the year. You got anything that comes to mind? Any speech you want to tell the people to listen to?
You know, the knee jerk is always the knife. The knife quote is always, because I feel like, and James Baldwin kind of did it well, like the expansiveness of that concept, but like the fact that people shame beyond white people, like just like the fact that people like are afraid to like look at something, address things, that is going to be the thing that always holds us back, like in general, but I think in particular for myself, like me understanding that I had to accept little aspects about myself. Like, obviously I have privilege. I obviously have like I can't deny that even though I'm oppressed, that I'm still able to do things. And I think as I wear this keffiyeh, like that's also something that Malcolm gave me. All my elders and ancestors gave me. When I talk about the Rainbow Coalition of Friendhampton, I think that is the true thing of, it isn't just peace, it's a liberation that we want to get in to establish. And I think I'm so grateful that people like that exist. I'm so grateful that, you know, just I'm so grateful to actually like know that there's somebody out there that, like Malcolm, that kind of got me to something, that deeper level of exploration. I think somebody else said this a while ago, but I think it's like the thing about the movie. Like, the movie isn't the greatest thing in the world, but it did get me to a place. It got me to the autobiography. It got me to actually question and understand and actually look at the quotes and what does that mean to me? What does that mean for my community? What does that mean? So yeah, but it all started with that knife quote, because it just hit me so hard of not just like other people's pain, but my own too. Because there's a couple people have like stabbed some knives in my back, and I kind of had to, you know, understand how to get myself out of certain situations. There's people in my life that are not in my life anymore, because subconsciously or not, unintentionally or not, they were causing me harm as well. And so that contextualization of that quote really helped as well, because if there was no healing, and that's, I think, the strongest part of that, the way that ends. Like, the acknowledgement is one thing, but true, it's like, hey, wait a minute, we're not discussing this conflict that actually happened to me. And getting into therapy, getting into community with y'all has really healed me, and I'm grateful at 40 years of life to experience that. And so I think that's a great place to wrap up here. So once again,
it truly is.
You keep helping me. Thank you.
We appreciate you, brother. Have a good one.
Yes, definitely. Man,
want to bring Brother Dre to the stage.
Oh,
How you
snap.
doing?
Dre.
What
I thought
up?
Dre was coming in. What up, Dre?
Yeah, what up? What up? What up? What up? Yeah, because I need to go to the bank, but it's snowing because Ohio doesn't know what it wants to be. It was just 70 degrees yesterday.
The Midwest. What can you
Bro,
say?
yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, that's why I stay in the house and need to sound like New York when I step outside, so they know I'm not from here. How you doing? Though?
Cooler, man. What's up with you?
Right now, actually, like I said, I need to go to the bank. I'm trying to get ready for this hematologist oncologist appointment tomorrow and all that. So yeah.
Bro, I'm just staying warm. It's a blizzard out here, man. It's blowing. Man, I woke up early just to go to work out. Man, that wind was pushing the car, snow on the ground again. That Midwest shit, bro.
Yeah. And then what makes it funnier though is like since they're trying to end property taxes in Ohio hard. So if they do something like that, then like all this cleaning up of the snow and shit, it's gonna be even worse. Like as far as like being able to keep the blocks and everything clear. But yeah, they're trying to end property taxes here. It's been in the news like low key for a little bit now, but like they're really going hard for that.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah. It's that, and then obviously ICE is here. What is it? Operation Buckeye. Like they yanking people. Obviously, the Wexner Center's out here, so they keeping his name on everything. Shout out to Kamal's, dad and shit. But they keeping but so the Wexner Center, the ICE shit is out here. They're trying to, like I said, end property taxes. They're trying to refigure this pipeline out here. And what else? What's the other bullshit they're trying to do? And they kind of went out of the news circulation too with school buses. So shout out to like Dr. Ball and everybody for like talking about Glenn Ford, because like I heard about him like tacitly. I didn't really know who he was. I just knew he had a really cool voice. And then I like started to really listen to him, and I'm like, he was saying all the things that I thought about as a child, but I just didn't understand what was happening. Because like in New York, I went to SUR schools. What a SUR school is basically a school that is on the brink of being closed, but they keep it open and try to like act like they care about it with bringing in more security guards, giving you a metal detector, standardized testing. This is supposed to be all the things to make your school better. But realistically, it's just going to close down. So, like, for instance, my elementary is not the same no more. My junior high don't even exist no more. That shit gone. That was a Roberto Clemente junior high. It was a service school. But he was talking, but the story less long, Glenn Ford was talking about, like, how, the power structure went from trying to do private schools and realizing that was a fool's errand, and let's just do charter schools because we could still use public money but do private school type shit. So in Ohio, what they're doing, and again, it's really hard to follow the story because I've been trying to follow it. I haven't seen anything new in like 5 or so months, but they were trying to take public school buses and designate them to charter schools, like, and making kids who go to public school have to walk to school. And some of these kids live, if you've been in Ohio and especially in Columbus, the distance between like a school and a person wherever they live at is like is ridiculously long, and then there's not that many sidewalks. So they try to make it where like, nah, these charter schools need these buses. Public school kids, they can figure it out. We got vouchers for them for the bus. So yeah, but Glenn Ford, again, him talking about like how charter schools do what they do on public school money, it just made me think of that.
Well, Dre, you set us up perfectly because our countdown starts there. So if you want to chill with us for this number 6 honorable mention, for the BLM Live. Also, have we talked about BMB Columbus, our chapter up there? Have you been able to?
No. So I'm in BAP, Ohio. We're trying to get that together, but I did.
Okay, word.
Yeah, but I did hear about y'all. But like, so funny story. Like getting into this, I was living in Thailand, fighting out there one night because of the time difference is like 12 hours and some change. So I was watching Earn Your Liberation. That's how it's like Geechee and Diallo and everybody. And since I'm a principal hater, I love the way that y'all hated capitalism, especially after I fell off for Earn Your Leisure. So watching that, it got me into BAP. And then from BAP, before BAP though, I was trying to mess with PSL, but we didn't really align like that. So then I found BAP and just been in BAP ever since.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Definitely work collabs that need to happen. So glad you moving like that in the community. I appreciate you. So we got our honorable mention. Okay, so y'all ready? Y'all ready to count down? I'm gonna start at number 6, and then I'm gonna kick it off. All right. From there. So first off, we're doing top 6 most viewed. That's how we're calling it, top BLM stream. It's not value. It's not, we're not rating it that way. It's just what got the most views. Count it down 2025. So honorable mention. We got first up, I Mix What I Like. Let me pull it up real quick. This is the first one. So number 6, honorable mention. I Mix What I Like. The Imperial Grammars. I believe that's what it was called. Hold on one second. The Imperial Grammars of Various Colonialisms. So that came in. That was one of the most viewed videos y'all had this year, 5.6K at the start of the year, January 6th. And what do we see but Michael Eric Dyson versus Glenn Ford, belt to ass. So let's get started.
I remember this.
With this segment. A little bit of Jared's commentary. Great way to start off the year, coming in at number 6. Wanted to play this a little bit. All right.
But because of whether it was that was canceled,
Right.
Talk about your response to his address last night.
Well, it was electrifying in the sense that Obama had before him the task of repudiating all of the myths and the lies and the deceptions and the deliberate distortions generated just a week earlier in the Republican convention, but also to rally the base, so to speak. And various aspects of that base had been either disaffected because they felt that they were marginal, or that his progressive agenda that he had initially articulated had not come to fruition. But many of them have been chastened by the intransigence of a Republican Congress that refused to acknowledge anything of worth that the man put forth. So he's operating in a very difficult zone. So he's got to organize his resistance to the Republicans.
Do y'all remember how bad this was?
Flowing enough in poetry, but rooted enough in public policy. Starting
The
with Michelle
Obama
Obama a couple
defending.
nights before that, and then Bill Clinton himself in his vintage form. Obama, I think, took the baton and ran the last leg, and did so with aplomb, with verve, and with oratorical flourish.
Glenn Ford, your assessment.
Well, it certainly isn't the sports-like assessment that I just heard from the good doctor. We at Black Agenda Report have for some time been saying that Obama is not the lesser of evils, but the more effective evil. And we base that on his record and also on his rhetoric at the convention. So we would prefer to talk about what history-making events have gone down under his presidency. He's first of all created a model for austerity, a veritable model with his Deficit Reduction Commission. He's introduced preventive detention, a law for preventive detention. He's expanded the theaters of war and drone wars, and he's made an unremitting assault on international law. And I think that possibly the biggest impact his presidency, and I'm not talking about all this light and airy stuff from the convention, but actual deeds. I think probably the what will go down as his biggest contribution to history is a kind of merging of the banks and the state, with $16 trillion being infused into these banks, into Wall Street under his watch, and the line between Wall Street and the federal government virtually disappearing.
You know, what's interesting is that, look, despite the poetry of my dear friend Glenn Ford, the reality is that the American left will never be able to participate not simply in the pageantry of American politics and the light and airy stuff that conventions engage in, of course, the fluff and the desiderata may be absolutely true, as Mr. Ford has indicated, but the reality is that Obama is as progressive a figure who has the chance of being elected in America. Friedrich Engels is not going to be the Secretary of Labor, and Marx will not be the Secretary of Treasury. Bottom line. Now, having said that, all of the stuff that Glenn Ford has talked about is absolutely right. In an ideal world, message erosion can be stemmed by progressive forces that have an upsurgence. This is the same thing he said during Brianna's show. But if you ain't in the game, Miami Heat is playing it's talking about sports, is playing the Oklahoma Thunder. It's not, I prefer it be the Los Angeles Lakers. This is the game we're talking about. And if the American left can't be involved in the actual practice of government to offer the critical and salient insights that are available, take 2000 when siding with Nader, then Al Gore, who should have been president, who would have prevented some of the stuff that we see now happening, didn't occur. The left won't take responsibility for the fact that with the extraordinary intelligence of a Glenn Ford and many other leftists notwithstanding, the reality is that he's the most progressive president, as Gary Dorian, an American leftist who teaches at Union Theological Seminary, argues, since FDR. Those are the stakes on the ground. We're talking about what he's done with earned income tax credit, when we talk about bailing out the American automobile industry, when we speak about the fact that Affordable Health Care Act is forth, you talk about pre-existing conditions. When you speak about across the board what Obama has been able to do despite the intransigence of the Republican Party, then you talk about on-ground practices of actually achievable political goals. I think Glenn, we have to take that into consideration.
Glenn Ford.
Well, what Obama has done has actually moved the entire debate to the right. He claims that he's the one standing between the Republicans and Social Security and Medicare and the entitlements. But it was Obama 2 weeks before he even took the oath of office who said that entitlements would all be on the table. This was at a period in which the Republicans were in disarray, couldn't mount a challenge to anything. Obama followed through and created this model for austerity with his deficit reduction commission, which came up with the figure of $4 trillion in cuts, which he now includes among his solemn promises to the American people. Those cuts would savage, in fact, Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security. We say that he is the more effective evil because he is able, being a Democrat, to accomplish more of that right-wing agenda than the Republicans ever could. Remember, George Bush tried to privatize Social Security. He got his worst domestic defeat of his term in so doing. And the Republicans were reeling from that even in 2009. It took Barack Obama to introduce the model for austerity. And it is, it certainly is a twist on history. I think it's a lie to claim that he is the bulwark of defense. Now, we need to tell the truth. That is our first obligation, not just get in the game as the rules of the game have been laid down by either of those corporate political parties.
R.I.P. Glenn Ford. Man, he killed that man.
Yo.
This nigga.
Bruh, the way he could. Michael Eric Dyson is a rapper, so the fact that he said that he was spitting poetry is ridiculous. I've listened.
I remember that.
Like,
yeah,
bruh, like, I remember listening to Michael Eric Dyson as a child. Like, yo, he just rapping. Like, it's just he sounds like I'm from Harlem, so he sounds like the dudes that be on 125th Street telling me the white man is the devil. Like,
but also I think how I looked at it or heard it. Somebody who's doing poetry versus a sports commentator. It's almost like poetry and the gift of cultural work has far reach and clarity than a motherfucking sports commentator. Like, so even when he tried to like come back at Glenn Ford, he looks even more stupider because, like, again, if I had to listen between a poetry and a motherfucking sports commentator on anything political, I would prefer a poet to give it to me.
Yeah, Toni Morrison rather than Tony Romo. I get it.
Easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Michael Eric Dyson is always known for using this very colorful, flowery language and be dancing around the topic and never really get to the meat and bones of the topic. You see a Glenn Ford just cut straight to the point, giving cold hard facts, and Michael Eric Dyson is over here just like, because he's a wordsmith, and that's what he does. He just wants to throw around a bunch of terms and stuff like that, and never wants to go any deeper than that liberal bullshit that we hear, like you said, Dre, like that pastor, he just knows how to be charismatic and pull people in. That's it. There's really no like, meat and bones to what he's saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. If you, my bad. Go ahead, Lord. Oh, yeah. If you, to your point and to Geechie's point, it's like the poetry rather than sports commentator. I like that analogy better, where it is sports commentating. Like Tony Romo is probably he was one of the best sports commentators for like a short run because he could tell you when plays happening. He can do all this other cool shit. But then after a while, he stopped making sense because you started to really watch the game. You like, all right, Tony, you was a pro player. You did go to a couple playoff games, but you can kind of shut the fuck up right now. So like with Michael Eric Dyson does, and what like pastors do, and what the dudes screaming on 125th do, is that if you don't really listen to them, they sound like they're saying some shit. They sound like they bombing atomically. It sounds like the first verse of Victory or whatever the fuck. But like when you really start to listen to what he's saying, you like, what are we talking about? Like what are we talking about? Like you're telling me that Obama is all of these things, but you're speaking about things that he hasn't done or that you want him to do, but you're speaking about it in a place that is happening now. This is anachronistic, and you're an asshole.
So how Glenn Ford went directly at him, then opened him up. I guess in a not so polished sense. Like all I heard was like, "What the fuck this nigga talking?" but he did it in a like a digestible way. So I'm curious what each of y'all heard, like when Glenn first came on and directly like gave this nigga that energy. Like what did y'all hear in your head him saying off the record?
I'll go real quick because I love I'm, as a principal hater, I love how Glenn Ford hates Obama because he's always to the point about everything. So when I heard him talking, I knew he was speaking from let me act like I didn't know who Glenn Ford was, but I'm just listening to him speaking, how he's speaking. Hearing him talk, I hear him talking directly to things that this man has done. So he is cutting to the point, to your point, to what is actually happening. He's speaking in a shared reality that we can all see, but that you choose not to. So what I heard is essentially, what is he talking about? And also, bitch, this is what's happening though.
I was going to say, go ahead, Brian.
No, go ahead, Larry.
To this point, Dyson was the beginning of my journey, though, along with Howard Zinn and autobiography, Malcolm X. Like a lot of people's. I mean, Dr. CBS, I think, talks about Dyson having a good book that helped her consciousness. But it just stops there, is where it is for me. Like y'all have already said, there's no nutrients. This dude's talking about Medicare and shit that affects like my grandparents. And Dyson is saying aplomb and verve. Like it's not what we do it. Like this is how I get to it. When I hear his first response, though, it's like it's so quick. It's a quick dismissal. Like I'm not taking you seriously because you're an opponent. And that's how I look at it. Like he's very clear. Look, I'm talking to Black America. That's my concern. That's who I report for. That's who I organize with. This guy's here to say some sports like commentary and some bullshit. We don't really, other than disrupting that programming, we don't have to engage much. And so that's how I'm seeing it. I will say it's just liberal cultural nationalism with Dyson, which has an appeal to the Black middle class or those aspiring to the Black middle class. So I always saw him and, like you said, the rapper thing, but he reminds me so much of preachers, as you said, people on soapboxes on the street, but also what I would say like hip hop educators, but people who are really big on this movement and like, you got to rap the science in the classroom. That's why kids don't get it, yo. Like, no. It's cool if you want to do that shit, but that's the problem. So he was always, that's what he's like, yeah, you could wear the suit and you could rap like Jay-Z. Well, nigga, Jay-Z wears a suit now. Now what? Like, this is useless for me. So that's why I moved past Dyson on it. Even Mark Lamont Hill, to his credit, was like the one. If I got comparison, Granny only got a few comparisons in her hair. You like the Cornell West. So I hated the Cornell West one. Don't give me that. I hated anyone who said Dyson, and that was an easy one. But Mark Lamont Hill would be like okay, this is the gateway into the left. You kind of getting there now. So the situation.
So somebody can splice in John Henry Clark's "I only debate my equals, all others I teach." He could have put that right in that clip. Go ahead, Ryan.
Oh, I was going to say, when Glenn Ford comes up on the screen, it's like a shift, right? So he goes straight to the point, talks, dropping facts and everything. And then also later on, like Michael Eric Dyson, seemingly, correct me if I'm wrong, like admits that he's right. In a perfect world, this would happen. All your points that you're making would be, and it's like, it's just like, this whole, it feels pandering, right? Because back in the day, I think Dre mentioned this, right? Back in the day, I think I used to listen to a lot of Michael Eric Dyson, but then as I get older, I start to realize, like, once you're in the game and start paying attention, it's like, okay, this dude really ain't talking about shit. But yeah, I guess from my point of view, that's how I kind of just like gauged everything from that clip.
I wonder if a couple things. So I know we and then the audience can watch that clip and be like, obviously Glenn is working it, right? But then we also tend to believe that we represent all the other people who've seen that, and they kind of like, they got the same analysis as us. So I'm curious what y'all think in terms of like the Obama versus the Republican that this guy is trying to have. But then there's a Obama versus the Black left who happens to be on, I guess, national, platform at this time, versus I don't know if we feel like we get that same type of platform. But yeah, I'm wondering how you think others might be seeing this that don't have the politics that we have. And then I wonder if there's any value in anything that you might have heard Michael Eric Dyson said about a decent critique on the Black left. Like whenever he said something about the practice of governance. I think he was saying like, y'all ain't living in the real world, y'all, whatever the case may be. So I'm curious if y'all kind of like think about seeing and hearing this thing outside of our current level of clarity. And then also like, is there something that was a critique we should explore?
Yeah, well, I think people left to their own devices will not break out of propaganda. That's what we cover so much on this platform. That's what Samantha just covered on Saturday with, Renee and Jared. Like, if this is shown in addition to somebody like us in the community who knows what they're talking about, in addition to somebody who's on a point of consciousness where they're seeing contradictions and they're trying to figure it out, I think that's when that happens. But on its own, no, like people are programmed to fall in line with the status quo. I think seeing somebody like Glenn who exists and can challenge, in addition to having people around you, community, family, comrades who can challenge you. And then also pointing out, like, who does this sound like? That's what I'm always like. This sounds just like what Obama says. So that's where I'm helping people do a power analysis. He's saying the same exact lines Obama's going to give you. In an ideal world, is perfect, blah, blah, blah. And then the easiest part for us, in my opinion, is pointing out how unprincipled, shiesty grifters like these people are. So shout out to our super chat, $20. I think Dyson had one of the biggest L's of the year when his DM to MAGA politician Nancy Mace were read out loud in Congress. So this is what I mean. Like, my job is easy. I'm gonna throw that article in the family group chat, and then I'm gonna throw Glenn, and that's just we go work from there. That's how I organize it. But Curious about y'all.
So I would say, actually, I'm writing this essay for this podcast episode I'm doing on Jasmine Crockett and lining her up with this wild ass fucking cult shit that's happening in Tennessee. But the point of me bringing that up is like to Geechie's idea of how do we speak to people who haven't necessarily, we're all in the same class, but some people haven't taken the material the same way. So how do you speak to those people is like, obviously we all say, pointing out the material conditions and things of that nature, but it's not speaking to them in a way that you think that you know more than them, and that because you just was listening to this motherfucker before. So I think that's the issue that tends to arise in a lot of these spaces where people have this like kind of weird air of like, how we gonna speak to the people, motherfucker? I was listening to Ernie Alesia. Like, you just was doing other shit. So it's not a matter of like, you gotta break it down and get meticulous about how I can break it down. It's like, yo, look, Eric Dyson is like, if I were to grab somebody, some random off the street and we watching the shit, I'd be like, okay, what does Eric Dyson say that is in the material world right now? Just right now, let's just compare. What is he saying? Okay, now what is Glenn Ford that's saying that's in the material world right now? All right, so what's bullshit to you? Like, what is bullshit to you? Because at the end of the day, that's really all it comes down to. Rather than over analyzing it and thinking that we're talking to some kind of subjects, it's like, fam, you just was doing this shit. Like, nobody, we all are constantly learning. We're all in class. We're just taking the material differently. So Michael Eric Dyson, the reason why he's so good at the bullshit is because it is like pimping. Like, he talking to you in a way that you want to hear that shit. So he gonna spit all that bullshit. The plus to Glenn Ford is that he has a very commanding voice, so you want to hear what he's saying. But a lot of other people, and he's very plain with it. He doesn't have a lot of uhs and ums and shit. So it's really about your oratory skills and also your ability to talk to people as fucking people. Once you start to feel like these people won't understand, you ain't gonna go nowhere because now you think you're better than them. But yeah.
That's facts. That's facts. And also when you have a group of people, I think to answer your question, Geechie, you have a group of people that's not used to black left ideology, black left thought, they're going to revert back to the same old business as usual. But if you're able to be in community with people like us and have constant communication, then people will be able to, I think everybody already kind of said this, people will be able to further understand our stance and be able to explain our politics and our stances in a way that they can understand, like Dre just said, or even like simple things that they can look out for. Like if your talking points align with the state, then obviously you should assume that it's bullshit. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's really just it, kind of for me.
Sound like Dre and Ryan said, you niggas on the left need to go to Toastmasters.
Go to what? What'd you say?
Toastmasters.
Yeah,
Toastmasters.
That's what it sounded
like. Dre, I wanted to, before we transition to our next in the countdown, I wanted to ask if you could read this quote by Charles Becker dropped by Malcolm X.
Oh, don't be in a hurry to condemn because he doesn't do what you do or think as you think or as fast. There was a time when you didn't know what you know today. Exactly. Like, fam, like that's why, again, in these spaces, everybody talks about how can we bring more people over to the left? How can we do all that? It's like the enemy you got as somebody that was a professional fighter, amateur fighter, like you have to study your opponent, right? But studying your opponent means you have to think like they think. But one of the things one of my old coaches said is a issue that tends to arise in a lot of people that fight is they think about, oh, if I do this person gonna do this. If I do this person gonna do this. It's like, but what if you just punch them in the face and they don't do nothing? Like, what if that's just it? So it's just understanding who you're dealing with. So if you are training and learning, whether it be fighting, whether it be political work, you're realizing that before you ain't know how to throw a left hook. Before you ain't know how to throw a leg kick. Before you ain't know who the fuck Malcolm X was. You ain't know what Milka brought. You ain't know who these people were. So when you're talking to these people, you aren't teaching them. You're just helping them. We're all in class together. Nobody, like, you're not a pedagogue. You're just a part of the learning. we all are learning, because the more shit we find out, the more we like, oh damn, I didn't realize it was like that. So yeah, Charles is absolutely right with the Malcolm quote.
Appreciate that, and thanks for reading it. Yep, just spoke to me. Appreciate the chat for dropping that gem, and let's get ready to continue with our countdown. So we are past the honorable mentions. We now in the top 5 most viewed BLM lives of 2025. Dre, appreciate you for coming through.
Oh wait, no, I wasn't leaving.
Oh, you want to stay? You want to? No, you don't have to. That's you. Peace out.
I was on like top 5.
Okay. No, come join us. Okay. Word.
I was like, damn,
Wayne, you ready?
Off, my bad.
No, not
Yeah,
at all.
so I guess the next so the next video that we're going to be doing is the 100 Years of Malcolm X, done by Dr. Ball on I Mix What I Like. So we're going to be going to time set 24 minutes and 4 seconds. Is that correct?
Got you. We're going there right now. Yes, sir. So coming in at number 5 this year, we had 100 Years of Malcolm X, the series by Dr. Jared Ball. I Mix What I Like, hosted on this platform. You said, what was it, 2401? We're close enough.
2404.
04. Okay. All right. Start us off here.
We're going all the way to 2803.
Night by Stephen A. Smith to if the NBA players pool their resources. So now we can go back to where I began this video, and we'll come back and see why the Stephen A. Smiths and their approach to Malcolm needs to be abandoned.
Assalamu alaikum. Mr. Moderator, our distinguished guests, brothers and sisters, our friends and our enemies. Everybody is here. As many of you know, last March, when it was announced that I was no longer in the Black Muslim movement, it was pointed out that it was my intention to work among the 22 million non-Muslim Afro-Americans and to try and form some type of organization or create a situation where the young people, our young people, the students and others, could study the problems of our people for a period of time and then come up with a new analysis and give us some new ideas and some new suggestions as to how to approach a problem that too many other people had been playing around with for too long. And that we would have some kind of meeting and determine at a later date whether to form a Black nationalist party or a Black nationalist army. There have been many of our people across the country from all walks of life who have taken it upon themselves to try and pool their ideas and to come up with some kind of solution to the problem that confronts all of our people. Message! To try and get an understanding of what it is they've come up with. Also, recently, when I was blessed to make a trip or a pilgrimage, a religious pilgrimage to the holy city of Mecca, where I met many people from all over the world, plus spent many weeks in Africa, trying to broaden my own scope and get more of an open mind to look at the problem as it actually is. One of the things that I realized, and I realized this even before going over there, was that our African brothers have gained their independence faster than you and I here in America have. They've also gained recognition and respect as human beings much faster than you and I. Just 10 years ago on the African continent, our people were colonized. They were suffering all forms of colonization, oppression, exploitation, degradation, humiliation, discrimination, and every other kind of Asian. And in a short time, they have gained more independence, more recognition, more respect as human beings than you and I have. And you and I live in a country which is supposed to be the citadel of education, freedom, justice, democracy, and all of those other pretty sounding words. So it was our intention to try and find out what was our African brothers doing to get results so that you and I could study what they had done and perhaps gain.
One of the reasons of many that I wanted.
So that was Malcolm's opening address to OAU. That series was excellent. I know Jared covers a lot of ground in it, but that was just from episode 1. All the episodes were fantastic. If you haven't caught those yet, y'all remember anything? Did y'all learn anything from that series that you didn't know before?
Man, first of all, like, hats off to Dr. Ball for that whole series. I think it was 13 episodes. Each one's like an hour and some change, going to different aspects of Malcolm X's life. I just enjoyed it so much. One thing that sticks out to me is the Yuri Yochiyama episode. I probably butchered her name. And the connections between her and Malcolm X. And I think that was the episode where they brought Hiram Rivera on with Yuri's granddaughter. That one was excellent. And then I think it was either the last episode, they're talking about how going further into Malcolm's development internationally. And then I think there was a interview that he did with somebody from somewhere in Europe, and they're talking about his development and his Pan-Africanist ideals, and it was just like it was just a great series, and I recommend anybody who hasn't given it a try, go ahead and like view some of those episodes.
No question. Dre, seeing some things from the chat too.
Honestly, well, mine, because I didn't watch the whole series, but I did watch the first one. Like the first one, I think I watched the last one, but I definitely watched the first one. I just like listening to Malcolm speak. So it's really that overall, what I did like and what I do like about, this platform is the deep dive into the intellectual side of the quote unquote thought leaders, for lack of a better term, of the movement. So delving into Malcolm's intellect, and I mean delving into his friend, into how he was able to get from the nation, how his family was a part, how his mom and dad, whatever, was a part of the Garvey movement, and to getting the way he was getting on that end of Pan-Africanism, and also just the hate that was given to the Malcolm X movie, which I appreciate. But so I like that, just again making them human, but making them human, but also in turn making them more revolutionary in that sense, because now you know what you know, and it's not just the damn Malcolm X movie by Spike Lee, which I'm surprised nobody talks about this one part of that movie before I stop talking. There's a part in that movie where they're calling Malcolm and he's keeping the phone off the line so that way he doesn't have to, Denzel doesn't have to pick up. And the FBI or whatever is on the other side. They're like, damn, I guess he's more cleaner than Dr. King was. They're basically insinuating that Dr. King was out there wilding out. And I'm like, Spike, you piece of shit. You didn't have to do that. You piece of shit. And then from there, I started to hate Spike Lee. So but shout out to Malcolm.
That's a great catch.
Yeah, that was dope. A couple things. So what we are doing on Fridays now, as Lord, is definitely quarterbacking. Of being able to tie for not only the audience, but for the people who are participating and hosting. We ain't just on this fucking internet just talking shit and just shit. There's a history before us that we are hoping to continue and struggle with. And so showing Glenn Ford as the one about Glenn Ford, and then the one about now Jared, talk about Malcolm. I just think it's for me, it's a treat to, I guess, watch as a viewer also, but then I guess be a part of being able to take deep dives, but also personalize people in their politics in a way that's digestible for people, and in a way that's also just helping people grapple with their work that they're doing when they get off the internet. So I initially started thinking about that conversation or that public mentioning that Malcolm was sharing about the OAU, and they wanted to kind of get a group specialized focus and have these students study so they don't keep perpetuating the same type of solutions that we've been doing. Like, niggas is tired of the unscientific stuff. So like, y'all sit down and understand this shit before y'all move on. And it actually makes me remember a meeting that I was in. One organization that would probably say they follow Malcolm X. Another organization who intellectually, I don't want to say superior, but analysis is there. And then the anarcho, not so black at all group. And one of them was saying how they were studying for almost 2 years because they didn't want to do any type of work out there. And the other one is kind of mixing between work, but also deeply studying. And the one doing the less studying and the most visible work kind of scoff at this, like, studying too much, all the studying. And really it's so that just kind of put me in that mode of, but again, I'm thinking it's like the work that we're producing and how we're presenting folks is getting people to not just see these people as icons, but like grapple with their life. So even as I've told you, Lord, probably 15 times, Ashley Farmer's book on Queen Mother Moore and Brian's book on Hubert Harrison, but also Bobby AK's book and the rest of this book on Robert and Mabel, like reading it, sitting with the reality is that, like, just as you can read about these people, like, people are gonna read about us, and some of those people was for sure thought they had the right path, and they end up being the NAACP or whatever the fuck we call them. But like, at the time, they didn't think there was an NAACP and their limitations. They probably thought there was the most radical thing smoking. So I just appreciate for, again, like the deep dives, I agree, but also just being able to personalize knowledge that this platform has been doing. But again, coming from Glenn Ford and those before us who was able to do that.
Yeah. Shout out. And we got our next story coming up. We got Jacquie coming in too, so I want to keep our show running smooth. And I didn't learn it from the series, but it was inspired conversation, and Jared's always been teaching me about Malcolm. But some brother at a panel I was at with Peniel Joseph, Ashley Farmer, and who else was it? Ibram Kendi, and then Joanne, who was over the Malcolm X Memorial Foundation. They had their panel or whatever. There was some nonsense in there, but one brother from the crowd just came up and talked about Malcolm knowing how to do the Lindy Hop, which is a dance back then, like the crank that or whatever it would be nowadays. And he says that's the part he loved of Malcolm. He's talking to Alex Haley one day about the autobiography, and he's talking about, I was in Harlem, I was in the clubs, of course I know how to do the Lindy Hop. And Alex Haley's like, I don't believe you. So Malcolm in his suit just stands up, puts the record player on, and hits the little Lindy Hop in front of Alex Haley. And that's the kind of humanizing, like, stories I love, because again, he's really grounded with our people for real, to Dre's point. Like, how do you talk to people? Be people.
That part right there. Be people.
That was that. All right. Number 4, we got coming.
Are you still there?
Muted myself. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Number
Coming
4,
in next.
the BLM special, Mbrock opening plenary. Let's go ahead and pull that up.
Yes, sir. Okay, I got it open. Got me.
I got a lot of timestamps. Let's start out with
what you feeling? Also, I know I got credit for timestamps, but it was Ryan, y'all. Ryan came through this.
Yeah. I kind of overdid the timestamps. That's one of the reasons why I didn't get any sleep. I was doing the timestamps, and I think I went a little overboard. Let's go ahead and just start out with 52 minutes 47 seconds and let that run to the 58:20.
Our LSR comrade, Dr. CBS. Got you. Pulling it up now. 52:47. This was at our National Black Radical Organizing Conference, which was in your neck of the woods, right, Ryan?
Indiana. Hell yeah. man. That conference was just amazing to be a part of, and it was amazing to be part of the organizing of that conference as well. But go ahead and hit that.
Yeah. We see Baba AK, 2 Black on the stage, Malika Jabali, and then of course Dr. CBS to the left there.
Hey y'all. So I am here as a student. I have no answers. I have no solutions. I'm just trying to understand the problem. So bear with me as I just have some disjointed remarks. And I have a statement to read later. But what is the state of our people? It's really difficult. I struggled with preparing for this panel because I got my usual spiel that I give to, academic handkerchief heads. Join an organization, political education, right? But you are the people already doing that. So I just feel like I'm telling you what you already know, right? But my sense of things in terms of where we are, we're disorganized. And nothing brings that into sharper relief than our fundamental inability to stop a genocide. We can't do shit. Nothing. We haven't stopped a weapon, right? We haven't shut down a company. I think maybe one of them did shut down or something. But I think that was a white anarchist. I'm not gonna lie to you. What else? We have not. I think that where we have been successful, perhaps, is shifting the consciousness around Palestine.
Right.
And I think that Black radicals have been integral in that, not least by lifting up the long, long history of Black and African, African and Palestinian solidarity. But we can't bust a grape in a fruit fight with steel-toe boots on. And I think we need to be serious about that. You see, Cabral says, claim no easy victories and tell no lies. But I think that we're actually lying to ourselves, right? I think that we are claiming easy victories. There was this post right at the end of the Biden administration. For a very short period of time, I think maybe Cuba was temporarily moved from the state-sponsored terrorism list. It was like 2 days. And there were organizations like, yes, come on, y'all. Like we have to be more discerning than that. We have to be more serious than that in our analysis. We can't claim easy victory. So I think that we are disorganized. And I say that with the utmost respect and acknowledgement. There are people organizing. You all are organizing. And so sometimes when we have this negative assessment of the state of our people, we're discounting people who've been organizing, who've been doing this for decades, right? I think that we're distracted. Like, I think that we're distracted people. And that feels like something that's not unique per se to this moment, but that's very, very, that's intensified in a way that feels unprecedented. We doing all kind of stuff that has nothing to do with anything liberatory, right? We just doing shit. Even when it comes to our so-called organizing, we're just doing shit, right? We're mobilizing a lot, but I think that mobilization without organization is very evident if we look at 2020 to now. Like, we're no more prepared now to stop pigs from murdering us than we were in 2020. And there was a huge mobilization. And again, I say this not to shit on the work that people are doing, but to be realistic. I think we have to be realistic about where we are. We're poor. I was trying to look up so destitute. I have 4 Ds, but we ain't got it. What is it? Pot to piss in, window to throw out of, or ground for it to land on. But we're poor. And so I was trying to look up some economic statistics. And do you know, they try to say that 46% of Black people are middle class.
Whatever that means.
Okay, they try to say that 12% of Black people are working class. And this is how we know we're lost in the sauce. This is how we know we have no class analysis whatsoever, right? But it's important. But the fact that people having a consciousness of themselves as middle class is very important. Why? Because the petty bourgeoisie, irrespective of race, is the most amenable to fascism. We know this historically. This is a historical objective fact. And so if we look, when we think about fascism, it's not just white Nazis. Fascism is a particular disposition of power. That includes Black people. That includes everybody, right? I'm going to read something later from the Dominican Republic, which is also fascistic in its treatment of Haitians and in general how the island is organized. And so I think that the fact that we're poor, but we don't have class consciousness, are not conscious of ourselves as proletariat or lumpen proletariat or sub-proletariat or shit, at least not bourgeois, right? No means production. And so I think that misconception goes back to the consciousness. Like we think that we're doing better than we are, which means that we're defending the accoutrements of that illusion, right? And that means that because the reason why the petty bourgeoisie is so reactionary is because they're always looking up through fear of being declassed, through fear of, and so they really hate the working class. And so the reaction.
Yeah. That was one of the first clips that really stuck out of my mind because the way she goes into engaging with the community, whether she goes into engaging with the community and then offer clarity on our current situation as organizers of a growing Black left, right? And one of the most poignant things she said was how we are disorganized. We couldn't stop a genocide that's happening currently in Palestine. That when she said that, kind of just like one of those moments that kind of jolt me when she said it, being there at the conference, and she was just cooking. She was going into how the bourgeoisie is the most reactionary class just because of their fear and their complacency and their hatred for the proletariat. So that's one of the reasons why I chose that clip right there. If y'all want to go ahead and offer input, thoughts on that, whatever.
I'd say, because I completely agree with her in that the only way to stop something is to stop something. So I've brought this up before, but there was a rent strike that was happening in Kansas City, Kansas for like a year and some change. I think it was 248 days, where 2 buildings decided not to pay rent because the state and the government, like the federal government, had the buildings all run down, right? So they decided not to pay rent. They was putting in the escrow, blah, blah, blah. They ended up winning some concessions in the 248 days that they stopped paying rent, right? That victory came in June of this year. But I'm sure most people just are hearing about it right now. In that what I've learned, like tacitly trying to organize and then now actually being in an organization, is that the disconnect amongst us all makes a lot of people feel like that nothing's happening. And it makes a lot of people feel like there is no motion. Like to her point, people are organizing and are doing stuff, but like, what are we really doing? And that disconnect is a weapon by the machine that we are currently under. Like we're the white blood cells within empire. So we can either just keep empire going fine, or we can be cancer. And we haven't decided to be cancer yet. So when you have stuff like what she's speaking about, with Palestine, you have again the rent strike that was 248 days. They keep us disconnected on purpose. So it also makes you feel like nothing's going on. And then you are surviving under capitalism. So you have to think about your bills as you're trying to organize. And when she was talking, it also made me think about an episode of Early Liberation with Geechee. I think it was just Geechee and Dr. Ball, where y'all were talking about protesting for Palestine and how like that's dope, but it feels as though people are so quick to do it because they know ain't shit about to happen. Like you so quick to want to do it because you know nothing about to happen. So to principally hate on Zoran Mandani again, his middle name is Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah was trying to send military over to the Congo. Kwame Nkrumah was Pan-African. Zoran Mandani has said absolutely nothing about the Congo, but people are like, oh yeah, but he's been about Palestine for so long. Bitch, everything is connected. So if you are talking about Palestine, you have to talk about those other places. So back to Dr. CBS's point, the feelings of Malay, like just wanting the feelings of like nothing going on it comes from the disconnect caused by the system and capitalism, all by the system. And if we are the white blood cells within this, we can either keep this shit running fine or we can be the cancer. So last thing I'll say, Kwame Ture talked about Dr. King and Al-Hajj Malik Al-Shabazz. He said Dr. King was great at mobilizing. He could get anybody to rally up and go march on some shit and things and get done. He said Malik Al-Hajj Shabazz was amazing at organizing. He could leave a mosque wherever he went. So the issue is we ain't merging those in a wider way because a lot of people feel like that this shit is supposed to be this way. But yeah.
I love that the analogy you made with white blood cells fending off a sickness, right? Because that's the job of the white blood cells. And that's essentially what we are when we're in the system, right? And when it happens when you get sick, you get a fever, things get really bad, you probably get body aches, but that's part of the process, right? The white blood cells are multiplying and fighting off this sickness, but it's going to get worse before it gets better. And I love that analogy. Also, your point about capitalism and alienation, that capitalism already makes you feel alienated, but then also to add on, we're all in these silos when it comes to, I think Baba AK made a point about social media algorithms. A lot of times when puts you in a silo to the point where you don't even realize what's happening in your own neighborhood, your own community, and makes you feel disconnected even further. So I'm glad you brought up that point. That's it. Anybody else have any input?
Yeah, I think I don't know if y'all did this on purpose, but it seems like the clips are lining up really perfectly. Like, Glenn come on there, and Jared come on there who work with Glenn and kind of give the analysis, and Malcolm talk about being the students coming together and studying, and then CBS says, started off with, I'm a student. I don't have any answers. I'm trying to study and figure this shit out, right? And shout out to Dr. CBS for always dropping the type of shit that, depending on your relationship with your ego, it's gonna fuck with you, or you're gonna have to sit it down and come back and get it later. But I appreciate her always doing that. And then again, starting off with acknowledging that she's a student. So I always wonder what that conversation looks like on stage with everybody, what that conversation looked like with the organizations who are responsible for organizing that thing, and then what that conversation looked like in particular organizations where it's just you and your comrades. About and again, these are the type of things that stood out, like lying to yourselves, being realistic about where we at, and then this idea of like just doing shit, like how things look, right? It looked like we're doing this, and look like we're doing this, and people saying they're doing this. Each of us are given sanction of, they are revolutionary because they're in this organization. Like, and I just wonder again what that conversation looked like off stage, again. And Lord, maybe you and I know a little about the conversation that it might foster with the organizations that kind of put this together, but then also individual organizations. Because I hear maybe 3 different conversations, and yeah, and sometimes I'll leave it there.
Yeah, well, I'll just, this is what we highlighting this for. I will say, from a bird's eye on the platform, what's interesting is this stuff is lining up, but these are also just our most viewed videos of the year. So in a sense, there's like a democratic way that our people, the messages we're crafting here, dialectics, all that, are coming together to point out the same thing. And I think to Ryan's point, it reveals where we are right now. We're getting a conjunctural analysis of the moment through what people are being drawn to in our analysis. So I just appreciate that. I want to shout out, everyone on that panel. I think Derica showed out as well. So I think there's some answers to those things that Dr. CBS opens up with that Derica responds to. So check it out. That was number 4 this year. And then just so we can keep time, because we got Sister Jacquie coming on. We're going to move on to the number 3, top 3 most viewed. I'm curious, chat. Let me know. What do you think is going to be number 1 this year? Because I think it's going to surprise you. So which program do you think got the number 1? Even the top 2, I think, will surprise everyone. But we have a lot of programs on BLM. It can be hard to keep track of all of them, but it is very worth it if you do. So we just want to highlight those. Coming in at number 3, it's none other than the flagship program, the Remix Morning Show. And specifically, Chickens Coming Home. Does anyone have an idea what we were referencing with Chickens Coming Home to Roost? What do you think might have happened in 2025?
But bro, man.
Charlie!
This episode right here had me dying.
What about his glasses?
Coming in. It's Chicken Coming Home.
Big head,
number
small
5.
face.
This was the episode after Charlie Kirk's unfortunate assassination, where hearts, thoughts, and prayers. I'm gonna get us yanked off the super chats. Get the super chats in while you can, y'all. Get the super chats in before they pull the plug again. Please give us the money for now before they demonetize us.
Yeah, you can't talk about white Jesus like that.
Oh man, Ryan, you laced us with some good timestamps.
Man, I'm looking at them right now. There's so many because they were cooking. They were cooking all through this episode. Let's do the
Charlie Luther King.
Let's do Charlie Luther King. That's the one thing that stuck out of my mind. Let's go ahead and go to 38 minutes and 40 seconds.
Got it.
Mute my mic.
No, man. Oh, because they're on the someone from TikTok. All right, hold on. Someone gave us some nonsense. All right, number 3, Chickens Coming Home to Roost. Let's check it out.
That Charlie Kirk had created in this country, the political movement, a political assassination, they are not going to know what to do with themselves. They're celebrating right now. They are. All you have to do is look across this platform, look across X. They are celebrating right now. But I'm going to tell you, I'm having conversations with my 2 boys in college down here in the South, and you have no idea what you have just awoken in the college age youth. You have no clue what you just did. This is the equivalent of assassinating Martin Luther King. And you can come at me if you want.
People will.
Charlie Kirk started a movement, and he led that movement, and that movement changed the election. Without Charlie Kirk, President Trump does not win in 2024. And the people whose minds he changed and the movement he led, they know it. And you just woke them up. This was the equivalent of assassinating Martin Luther King. And you'll never be able to live this down.
But you gotta love them. They're so naive and violent in their naive.
they're so stupid and violent. That's what it is. Like, they're so stupid and violent.
Like, oh, they're so adorable.
And have access to weapons.
Hold on.
And have access to nuclear weapons and have access to missiles. So it's this the type of stupidity you gotta live with and deal with. Because they have access to weapons. They make the number one thing they make is weapons to keep their stupidity, their stupid ideology and belief system going alive and basically controlling the world systems. So you can't just laugh it off like it's not, because they're the fucking ones who
But
they're
the ones with all the guns. Every single last one of them. But what's hilarious to me, again, the public school systems have failed everybody, right? Or whites included. Sir, what you mean? What you mean? We don't know. We woke up. Sir, we know our history. We know what your people have done. We know exactly what you're capable of. You have murdered people by the millions, even in this country, slaughtered indigenous and black people by the many millions and thousands, burned down entire towns and communities. So when you say we don't know what we woke up, what the fuck?
What is wrong with you? Yes, we do. We know you. We know you very well.
Very well. Better than you know yourself.
And, you know, just because we sitting here laughing at the chicken, at that big ass chicken, that's the biggest damn chicken, and it just coming all home to roost, flew right into his. Anyway, listen, we understand how serious this is. We know these people are we know that there is going to be a blowback. We know this. We know. But look, the saying karma is a bitch exists for a reason. And you cannot put all of the hatred and the evil and the violence out here that Kirk as an individual put out and justify it as some type of a higher moral enlightenment than the rest of us unwashed masses, and not expect blowback. I mean, look, it's.
But Jackie, he had a family.
Somebody
his
said
wife was there. His family was there.
I'm still trying to get around the reality of some woman who claims to be normal who wanted to lay down at night with that dude every day.
Oh, we're learning about that.
Said, not Charlie Luther King.
He's raising little Adolf Eichmanns and whatnot, and I'm supposed to be concerned about his family.
Yo, Jackie was cooking crazy. Shout out Jackie and Kim, man. That was a great moment. That was a great day.
That was a great day.
Yeah,
the whole episode.
Man.
I run that.
So y'all think it's the old? You think it's the old folks or the young folks who are woken up? Because I shout out Goddess Crew, another chat legend. I do not believe that this woke up college age people. It seems like people my age and older are trying to milk this. Yeah, I only see college age people making Charlie Kirk AI. That's all I'm seeing for the Charlie Kirk AI memes. I see nothing woken up as that. So curious if y'all think it's the youth.
It's a finesse because people forget that Charlie Kirk was like, they keep trying. So it's funny. Everything is funny. I mean, he was turned into a fountainhead. And he had a really big ass head and a really small ass face. I don't understand. That should have. All right, but so Charlie was in college. He was found by Bill Montgomery, who had hella bread. Then he was funded by the Uline group, the Uline people, the packing people. Some Tennessee or Texas former or Wyoming former politician. A couple people, because once he died, all these motherfuckers like, yo, I gave him money when he was just a little startup, and I gave him $1 million. Like, bitch. So, fuck we talking about? So, Bill Montgomery, who also died of COVID, he was a big anti-vaxxer and also killed himself because he died of COVID. He saw Charlie as a stochastic terrorist. Charlie was corporate media. This whole idea that he wasn't corporate media, oh yeah, because you're doing media online, you're not corporate media. That's where media has shifted to. It's like not a lot of people are watching television and all of that like that. Like they're watching online stuff, even older people. I mean, everybody got people on Facebook who write in Facebookese where they writing in caps and shit and making no sense. So Charlie being smoked like he was, it is not young people that are making a fuss. It is the reactionary older groups because they see him as not necessarily a watershed or a launching off point, but they just see him as just like another voice that they can use to manipulate the masses. Like all of this conspiracy around who took him out, all that other shit. He's a stochastic terrorist. We live in violence. It don't matter who took him out. He took himself out, essentially. You were working in a system that creates this. What the fuck did you expect? Like, they're like, oh, but how could somebody smoke him from 200 yards away? Fam, I live in Ohio. I got a gun shop right up the block from me that I can go to every day. People be shooting. So all this other like, whether or not Charlie's moment is something that is going to reshape how racist already are makes absolutely no sense. People still racist. Like, people still do racist stuff. There was still several school shootings that week. Like, there was a shooting at a naval base that week. So Charlie getting smoked is like, okay, cool. Like, honestly, the funniest part is Erica having to come out and act like she loved him. I love that because she's like having to try hard, like she really cared about him. Like, fam, we know. Looking at him, I don't like to judge people on how they look, but he was objectively ugly. So looking at him, it's like, fam, ain't no way. Like, I know, like, especially when you consider the story, like, okay, she had a college degree, she was on her way doing her thing, but Charlie was getting funded by millionaires and billionaires. We could see the play. I would have went over there too. He got money. What are we talking about? So all of this shit. So to close it out, sorry for talking so long. All of this shit.
Go ahead, cook, bro.
All of this shit with Charlie, it's like, fam, he was a stochastic terrorist that was funded by billionaires, by millionaires and billionaires. The state was behind him. The whole thing about him being able to push up Donald Trump, yes, that is true because they funded him. Again, the piece that I'm doing for my podcasting, one of the fucking groups that are trying to start this cult shit, they have a page dedicated to Charlie Kirk. So it's like, all of this shit is because white people just do white people shit. We are in a racist system. It's violent already. It would have only, to end it off, it would have only been odd, so to speak, if Charlie was just some random white dude talking cash shit on the corner and got shot from 200 yards away. Then I'd be like, damn, people wilding. But damn, people wilding. But this is a man who was funded to go and be an agitator at college campuses, speaking on topics he had no education in, and then got smoked over it. Like, he's a part of the state. He's not anti the state. They work together.
And he would never debate any experts. It's always a bunch of college students.
Of course not. Of course, bro. Of course, like okay, sorry, one more thing.
Do your thing, bro.
When this motherfucker, when he got on, what was it? He was talking about the 3 waves of feminism. So he was like, yeah, first wave feminism was, they needed it, because, women had to, do something with themselves. Second wave feminism, wanting to vote and all that. But really, they put themselves in a bad spot because who wants to work and do this and the third? It's like, Charlie, you don't even work. You get up there and nonsense. And your wife don't love you. We know that. We seen her on them shows. Ain't no way. Erica Kirk looks angry, not because her husband is dead and she has to raise her children by herself. It is because she has to admit to the world that she let a man who looked like that lay with her. Like, Charlie Kirk was objectively ugly, bro. He had the smallest face and the biggest head I've ever seen. I didn't know they make people like that. That shit was wild. Like,
I just want to keep entertaining the theory that Erica Kirk might be tied to certain people, certain agencies that Erica Kirk, was working through, because that background, something's not adding up. You know what I mean?
I mean, oh, go ahead, Brian.
No. Go ahead.
I was saying, I mean, like, so I watch, my algorithm is my algorithm is shit. Like, it is bad. Like, I get ads for like ICE. I get ads for like some kind of program that's giving IDF soldiers it's funding IDF soldiers by getting food from Israel, because I watch all types of shit because I gotta hate. So I need to know what to hate to write about it. But I was watching what I call my version of Fox News. I'm not going to say the person's name because I don't want to disrespect their platform, but whatever. Watching them, they talking about Erica Kirk. They bring up the fact that Erica Kirk, she talk about like, yo, you need to be a stay-at-home mom, marry a objectively ugly man and have kids and then get millions of dollars and you be all right. And this woman exposed Erica Kirk like, yo, you was on reality television giving it up. Wow. There's pictures of you all over the internet and TV shows that you was in where you were wilding. So this whole thing about you loving Charlie sound kind of wild, because like, did you though? Like, the whole thing, to Laura's point, like, was she an agent? I don't think, like, I'm not giving white people that much. I'm not giving people that operate in whiteness that much fucking room. Erica, mama and daddy. Yeah, exactly.
So maybe.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm open either way.
I'm not giving them that much room. So, in the sense that I agree with that, but in the sense that, again, we live in a violent place, right? Whiteness is the overarching thing, right? So wouldn't it make sense for all of this to be? They're trying to make Charlie Kirk to be an activist. That doesn't make any sense. He was funded by millionaires and billionaires. So it's not to say like, oh my God, it's out of the stretch, it's out of the realm of the imagination that he says something wrong and somebody was like, hey, yo, take out big face, take out big head, little face. It's like, no, they was like, yo, he's a part of this whole system. Again, if Charlie Kirk was just some dude off the corner that was calling me out my name, then I'd be like, damn, that's kind of wild. But Charlie Kirk was a part of the system. So, of course.
Yo.
No question. And that's why that story is number 3 of the year. What else do we say? We know we moving and grooving.
Yeah.
To number 2 up next, but the remix morning show, y'all did great on this episode. So we just want to celebrate what we do well on this platform because that was well done. Dre, absolutely. We also covered that, I think, last Friday remix with the video of the woman tracing all the people that Erica Kirk dated over the years and stuff like that. So yeah, wild stuff. All right, we ready for number 2 on the list? And chat, let us know who you think is number 1 this year of all our programs, because I definitely didn't guess correct. We should have put we should have bet you sports betting. We should bet with our super chats. All right, number 2 this year was Real Talk, History as a Weapon for Black Liberation with platform affiliate FD Signifiers. So Real Talk, me and Ryan, we some real watchers for real. So we know all the gems that we have on the platform. Dr. Sundiata's show is another one of those amazing gems. So shout out. He did this episode talking about our network and how it's organic. It was his nephew who saw FD out in like a barbershop somewhere and told him, you need to have this dude on. And of course, we have built that relationship on BLM, so made it happen. But this was our number 2 most viewed of the year, Real Talk, where Dr. Sundiata interviews different personalities from the Black left and gets a little bit about our background. So check this out. You have any specific spot? There are timestamps in this one, which I love.
Let's do the 42-44 because they're talking about sinners, Blade, capitalism. Let's do that. 42-44 to 52-44.
Okay, 42-44 sinners. Dr. Sundiata had a great article reviewing sinners after he watched our review Geechee with Mtume and Jared and Renee. So, all right, got it up. Number 2, we got Real Talk, Dr. Sundiata.
I don't think his vampires should represent capitalism. I think Blade got that more right the first Blade, not the silly stuff after. Yeah. But the first Blade is clearly dealing with an anti-capitalist message, and it roots capitalism in whiteness, in the sense that that's Detroit, right? Right. You take those 2 scenes where they're meeting at the headquarters of the House of Erebus, and it's marble, lavish, and like being in a bank kind of thing. And then when they then jump cut to Blade driving from the hospital, and he's driving through the city of Detroit, and you can tell that it's been sucked out in the same way that vampires would do a human. The town deindustrialization, deproletarianization has hit that city, and even the space that Blade and Whistler have as their headquarters isn't a defunct factory, right? But you get those kinds of elements. Yeah. And so the one problem I have, and it's an interesting problem for me, in that the focus on cultural appropriation, which makes sense given Kugler's generation. Y'all focus on culture, and the big thing is white folks been ripping off our culture. So by buying into the historic metaphor, the dialectic of Saturday night, Sunday morning, right? Blues, gospel, the secular and the sacred. That old dialectic. What gets lost in the film is Monday through Saturday afternoon, meaning the labor life of Black folk, right? And by not giving us a bit more of Monday through Saturday afternoon and showing that direct relationship with the exploiters of our labor. And so I'm operating, and I, you know, the only thing I can say is that I love this film. I've already seen it twice. I'll be showing it in my film class next year. I love it. But I wish Ryan Coogler had read Marx, and I can tell that he didn't, because he doesn't get that, you know, like Capital is full of allusions to vampires, right? Capital is dead labor, and the more labor it sucks, the more it is.
Right.
Marx.
And not to cut you off, I've had so many pro-vampire debates, because like he left the vampires with a valid and almost sympathetic like politic.
Well,
like, you know, we
at one level he does. At one level he does.
Yeah.
But
you
if
know,
you dig deeper, right? The vampires are a simulationist, and it's clear that it's a hierarchy from when you're bitten, when you turn, right? So Black folks were never becoming leaders of the vampire nation. That's a given.
Right.
And so I just wish that where we end up with Hogwood, the Ku Klux Klan head that sells them the meal, right? By the time we see him, he's simply a racist. We don't get to see him as a capitalist exploiter of Black labor working in the sawmill. And because of the way it ends is that what was it Remick, who reminds me of Nimmock in the Anne Rice Interview with the Vampire series.
Yeah, I'm not familiar. I know it, but I've never watched any of it.
He just lied. Don't believe a damn thing he says. Okay. But what I see that happens is that it ends up as a film that is overwhelmingly about race, even though he deals with the Irish as one of the first places that are colonized, and he draws out that level of sympathy. But if the final scene is Michael B. Jordan mowing down the Klan,
right,
that makes it more about race than about capital.
Right.
And so I just
Brother Sundiata, this is why I was like looking forward to like conversations from my elders and from people that have spent more time in these politics and in this media, because like I caught some of that, right? I remember vividly thinking it. One scene that relates to your thesis is the way he pulled cornbread off the field, like for some quick money, essentially.
Yeah,
you know, and how enticing that was, and how that his own wife was like, "Hey, you know, we need this."
Yeah,
you know, look what we doing. But like, there wasn't a lot of, and so art almost becomes like a relief. You know, Sammy has that line, "I've been working all week. I just want some peace and some joy tonight."
Yeah,
you know, but we don't get to see that. We only get, you know, and it's of course it's a bottle movie, so it's all happening in one day and night. But you know, the only other illusion I think is the wooden nickel.
Oh,
you
that
know?
was powerful.
Yeah,
that script. Yeah,
because Smoke and Stack are Black capitalists.
Yeah, no, they're lumping. They're lumping. I mean, see, this is the thing. They are lumping.
Right. Okay.
They are a criminal element, and the criminal element are capitalists by nature. Well,
Right.
Newton called them illegal capitalists. That's who they are. It's primitive accumulation. That's who the hell they are. No doubt. But there's a good debate around that wooden nickel stuff that shows that they're open to subordinating their accumulation to be more supportive and understanding of their people and culture.
Right.
And the decision to accept the wooden nickel and the scripts.
Right. What was your take? Somebody in the chat just mentioned it. What was your take on the thing that I thought I understood a lot of what you're getting at, and I thought I had some takes that I felt good about until the very last scene with Buddy Guy, and then that kind of left me very confused because like that's where a lot of the debate about are the vampires actually bad? Like when I have those debates, they usually talk about that when he got to live forever with his love. I'm like, with a white girl that looked like Kim Kardashian, like you think that was really meant to be completely positive? So what was your take on that?
I thought that's where he was trying to suggest. This is my take. So one, I took it that Stack nor Mary had been out trying to recruit and build a vampire army. Nothing suggested that to me.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think I think it would have been impossible for Remick not to try and build a vampire army. That's why he is a victim of colonialism, but he's a goddamn colonizer too.
Right. Neo-colonial, if you will.
So I got the impression that what I thought Coogler was trying to suggest that black folk can move into these capitalist spaces and not be predatory.
I hope not. I hope not.
Yeah, brother.
So that was number 2. That was a review of Sinners. We had a lot of discourse about that during the years. So appreciated Dr. Sundiata's Marxist analysis. I very much appreciated that class analysis of Sinners and those areas. That was pretty solid. What y'all think before we reveal our number 1? How y'all feeling about that conversation? Dr. Sundiata teaches. It's great to just hear. He'll give you resources. He'll point you to lessons. If you got questions, use the chat if you haven't been on his show before or watched it. But yeah, go ahead, y'all.
So I think it was like I don't think I saw that episode, and so I think it was a ride that I was going on with the two sides, and again how this platform, all of us in our own right have engaged FD in particular ways. It's like some of us are very clear on FD's limitations, and some of us, even though we're clear on FD's limitations, we still get upset when FD reaches his limitation. It's like it's kind of weird. Like nigga, anyway. But then when I also think about this is because I was in DC and I was with a group, and this group was everybody was trying to get to know each other, and it was like, okay, we're gonna go watch Sinners, and I was like, fuck, I don't want to watch this shit because I already watched the shit and we already had a review of it, and you can go just watch the review with the review crew. And then I watched it. I ain't say shit. I'm just like, whatever. Like, what you think of the movie? I was like, it was straight up, But the two sisters wanted to press me more on it, and I was like, okay. And I shared back some of my feedback, and I said, you can watch the film. And one of them started arguing how sexually liberating the movie was for Black women, especially non-traditional, beautiful Black women. I said, what? And I was like, but then I was like, okay, so everybody can go and they can be adept, like you can get into it as depth as some of you are, and they have, but then it's kind of like when your argument around some of those things, it's like you almost can't even argue that that's bullshit because of who it's coming from versus who you are. And I'm like, so anyway, I'm just like art. Right, art and I think Laura, you said it earlier about like none of this stuff can be left to its own device. Like it's a need for the commentary, the analysis, the maybe look at this again and what, and because it's just like any other time when you watch a fucking movie and then you like go away for a while and then you watch it again, you're like, oh my shit, or like it said this and all these other things. So I don't know. I guess that's what I was thinking of because that's my first time seeing them have that conversation. I also thought about all the other conversations around Sinners that I engaged in, I'm like, man, we in trouble.
Well, we
Yeah,
had
I
a few. Go ahead, Ryan. So I was actually
I
about
was
to
gonna
keep
say,
it to you because go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna say, I appreciate that clip. A couple of things. Appreciate that clip just because of Dr. Sundiata's analysis on the film. Because talking about how vampires have been historically linked to capitalism because of parasitic in nature, but also what kind of like kind of stuck out to me in that conversation was he talked about how our generation. Well, I'm a millennial. Our generation is so concerned about culture being extracted and everything, and not concerned about black labor being exploited. And it kind of reminds me of the opening plenary. I think it was Derica Purnell where she talked about there's a fear of black cultural theft more than fear of black labor theft. And I was like, okay, that's kind of connected the Inbrock conference to what was said right there in that clip. And I was like, oh, this is definitely an issue. And I would just enjoy the Marxist take on that right there. And to your point, Ichi, talking about the limitations of FD, I get the feeling by watching this whole video that he's kind of aware of his limitations. He makes sure to realize like, hey, that's why I'm pulling in people from Black Liberation Media from our channel to guide them in a way. And I think that's really just it. Kind of my take on that whole video, that whole episode.
I want to also include aware of the limitations that he could possibly be aware of, because there's parts of his limitations that he cannot really be aware of, and he also want to approach it as if he's for sure true. So he might even give you some smoke or aggression because there's part of your limitations that you cannot be aware of. It's just you cannot, especially if you believe that you're correct.
That's true. If you believe that you're very correct.
Completely agree. And I think we all come to this platform to learn and grow. And to the extent that we can, that's the work. That's what becoming revolutionary is, internal transformation, as we've been told. So I think this platform exists as a resource for that. And I'm glad it's being used. And again, we just want this resource to be generative, not extractive. So our collabs that we shout out, they tend to generate for us. They don't come here to just steal. So I appreciate that. Samantha Sketches, shout out you. We talked about you earlier, one of our new affiliates, comrades. This film is such a great example of how the CIA wanted to use Marxist language to co-opt Marxist leftists. I want to shout out Gabriel Rock-Hills, who paid the pipers of Western Marxism. I've already been talking to Renee about that, to get into this analysis and just hold the dialectic that it's both. We talk about this a lot. There's the co-optation of Marxist analysis. We talked about it in the review crew, but there's also the fact that what Ricky's pointing out in the chat, they are trying to tell a story. There are things that they're trying to get at. Right, a bad one.
Very bad one.
But I don't know if it's about what Kugler did or didn't do, but how it's perceived and what a materialist conception of the movie can be. In other words, how does Dr. Sundiata explain this to people, explain the history that Kugler is bastardizing to other folks? That's what I see it as. So yes, it's a CIA construct, all those things. But Dre, what you did earlier with the Malcolm X movie, for example, like that's the stuff we're trying to work through, you know?
Yeah, I appreciate Dr. Sundiata's analysis. I mean, as a principal hater, again, and as somebody that watched the breakdown of the movie, like I already watched the movie twice because I don't like Ryan Coogler's ability to make a film because he's not good at it. So watching that movie, I was already pissed off. And then when I saw that y'all did a breakdown of it, I'm like, oh yeah, this is exactly what I was seeing. It's like he himself, I've listened to him talk. He himself doesn't believe in the politics that he's saying. So anything is art. Art is expression. It is how you interpret it. So Dr. Sundiata seeing it that way is great because he can explain it to somebody as like it being a jumping off point. Like this is a motif or whatever. I'm gonna explain this to you. But don't watch this though. Let me explain it to you because if you watch this shit, you're gonna be ass out. So if you, for instance, like Cornbread being a sharecropper, just being able to be removed off of the cotton field, he would have been shot.
Ridiculous scene, by the way.
or the finessing of the smoking stack where somebody with a young lady that did the interview with Ryan Coogler, and she was like giving him all types of, yo, this is some Marxist Leninist, like, yo, oh my God, yo, you bombing atomically, yo, are you E.P. Newton? And he just like, yeah, you know, I'm from, you know what block I'm from, right? But like, this is also the same Ryan Coogler that when Black Panther, I think it was the first one, came out, he was like, yeah, you know, I went to Africa and all that, and I had hung out with them, and I thought we was gonna be putting on paint and stuff before we was chilling, because they said we was gonna go in the house and go get something to eat. Like, he didn't understand that other places hang out outside of their homes and have, you know, communal meals. But I'm supposed to believe that this motherfucker has any understanding of Marx and Lenin. Like, you could shape anything for anything, because you could watch Toy Story and have a class analysis. That doesn't mean shit.
Right.
It's like it's giving the whole thing of it all is don't give Ryan Coogler any flowers. The movie was ass, but you could watch it and break it down into some other shit, because you can interpret anything for anything. Anything is art. So Dr. Sunyata, him taking that and seeing what he saw and being able to break that down to somebody is dope. But don't have them watch that movie by themselves without somebody explaining it to them. Because if they watch it by themselves, they're gonna be like, okay, so I gotta, okay, so I'm gonna have a twin brother. Like, even the idea that Geechee was saying with the whole thing of saying like black love. Like, me and my homegirl, my best friend, we watched the movie, and because she also hates shit too. So she was highly offended at how Michael B. Jordan pulled up on I forgot the actress's name that ended up getting brutally murdered. What was her name? I forget her name. But he pulled up on her.
Wumi Masaku.
Yes, and had like some unloving relations with her. He just came in the crib, angry, entered her, went outside, looked at his dead son grave, and went about his business. That's black love? That's black love.
That's actually the scene that they was arguing. I was like, what? Huh? And all they could have focused on is like that this type of woman had a love interest with the main character. And I'm like,
well, this is a trap, right? Yeah, we want to be seen.
All the trash and found a piece of coin and be like, look, 5 cents. What the fuck are we talking about?
But and they got. Go ahead. No, I was gonna say they got that ready for us. You know, like I think you're about to. That's the plan.
Because perception is reality. Because if you look at, if they want to play that game of that's black love, look at this this non-conforming body that we don't usually see in that spotlight. Look how she treated. Okay, she was violently exterminated near the end of the movie. And then if we forget, Michael B. Jordan, even though he was playing two different people, because he's a horrible actor, even though he was playing two different people, the woman that they couldn't tell whether or not she was half or whether she was white or not, he was lighting up being around her. He was happy as shit. And every scene he was next to that woman. You couldn't tell that he loved the darker brown skinned woman, the heavier skin. That just looked like a friendship where they hump sometimes.
You know, what I'm saying is like that point cannot be made in that environment, because like in the environment of like the two people at the time, two sisters at the time was telling me that, and I was like, I can't really argue that that's not like sexually liberating and not like, but you know, I can say it, but I don't think it's gonna land, because it's like, who are you to tell me this? And I'm like, and I guess back to Ricky's objective and subjective is like, I think that's where, like, what's the objective truth here and what your subjective experience of engaging this thing. So yeah, that's a hard thing to.
Yeah, it definitely is, because that's like people have emotional connections to that, because the whole thing is you want to be seen. Yeah, you all want to see Michael B. Jordan. Like, yes, of course, like that's a fantasy. That's what Hollywood is selling you. So yes, seeing yourself as a full body woman and him selling the fantasy that you could be with him is cool. The same way men have for years been selling the fantasy that these nerds who are unathletic and uncharming can charm, dime pieces. Like, it's the thing. I think it's more complicated when it's done that way, Geechee, to your point. I think we're dealing with this dialectic that we've been talking about all the time, which is, what is it constructed to do? We do have a materialist analysis, right? If 100 people walk into that film, most of us don't have a Dr. Sundiata, right? So if 90 of them walk out with some bullshit and then 10 of us walk out, it doesn't mean that was a good starting point. So to your point, Dre, like I heard some people, some organizers are like, you know what? Well, we could just use this movie. We could screen this movie and then we can use that. And I agree, that is a strategy, but I don't think that should be our starting point. I think there are a lot of other movies along the way that you can use. I think there's a lot of Malcolm actual film we could show before we show people the Spike Lee Malcolm.
Funny enough, there's a movie. I think maybe you brought it up, but I had seen it. It was on Netflix with Mero from Desus and Mero, where they were vampires that were in the Bronx that were literally that were literally gentrifying. Like that was a simple kids movie. That's like this is not heavy-handed. This is not like over intellectual. This is kind of to the point. These vampires are gentrifiers. They're all white. I'm a bodega owner and y'all some black kids. We about to figure this out. Like
Yes,
that's
sir.
cool. I can show that to children. I'll be damned I show them Sinners. That shit sucked. Like it made no sense the whole movie. Because the fact that you are in 1930s Mississippi and there's not a talk of the Great Depression, the First World War, shit, even the Bonus Army, the fact that people were kind of freaked out about Chinese people being in Mississippi, forgetting that Chinese people were considered colored in that time. So it's like, again, Dr. Sunyata, him explaining that to someone, awesome. Don't ever show anybody that though.
Yes. Let's definitely land a plane.
No,
I don't think we have to rely on Dr. Sundiata to have a conversation. No, I'm saying that people who are trained to be critical thinkers are the ones we're going to have these conversations with, and then having access to our history through someone like a Dr. Sundiata or through organizers, books, whatever we use is what we want to do. And with that, that's our number 2 story. Going to close it out there. Number 1, most viewed BLM live stream this year. I was curious what people were guessing in the chat. I'm going to bring the winner, although I don't know if she knew it yet, to the stage right now. But the number 1 stream episode this year was Jacquie Luqman's Darker Than Blue.
What the hell? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I was sitting here drinking my tea.
Hey, really quickly before you go, Jacquie, I think this was really funny by Sheena, who's a lyrical genius, but she said Jacquie over here being held up by sinners. That's it.
Hey, look.
My bad, we late. I'm sorry.
Look, I am a movie fan. I watch way too much TV. I consume way too much pop culture. I like Sinners. I like horror movies. I like vampire movies. I love vampires actually and werewolves. Sinners, however, was not a vampire movie, but it was entertaining. But you know, it's a movie. And we are an uneducated population of human beings in this country. So it's got everybody fucked up.
Thank you.
This is fact.
But anyway, so what is this about the most watched live stream, huh?
Welcome.
Yep.
So
Yep.
we're doing a countdown. Ryan helped us go through these videos, and we talked about the top 6 we had this year. So I'm gonna just review them real quick. Number 5 was I Mix What I Like, 100 Years of Malcolm X. This is by views. Number 4 was the Enbrock opening plenary.
Nice.
Number 3 was Chickens Coming Home to Roost, where we were shouting y'all out earlier. The Charlie Kirk episode, Charlie Luther King.
That still tickles me.
Number 2 was Real Talk, History as a Weapon for Black Liberation with Dr. Sundiata featuring FD Signifier. That was the Sinners conversation we were just having. But what actually came in at number 1 was your episode on the reaction to plantation fires with 11,000 views 7 months ago.
Seriously?
That was the one. And Ryan was going through. Ryan, I'm gonna let you talk. Ryan was going through and saying this episode was fire. So go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, you cooked on this. Yeah, the sharp analysis that you had, and the way you just flow so effortlessly when speaking on this topic. You know, it reminded me of your propaganda episode. My father and I watched that whole thing. It was like a 2-hour episode, and we were just captivated the whole time.
Oh, wow.
I was like, there's so many timestamps for the sake of time. Let's go to 50 minutes and 43 seconds and let that play to 55:55.
Got you on it right now. 50, you said where? 50, 40.
Let's go to 50 minutes and 43 seconds and let that play to 55 minutes and 55 seconds.
On the air. Now, the fact that there is even a fight over the meaning of that wretched building and every other Confederate monument related to it is because the South played a central role in distorting education about slavery. And this is where the weaponization of history, of education comes in, particularly after the Civil War, through something called the lost cause mythology. It's white domination ideology propaganda, and through the systemic control of textbooks used in schools across the country. Here's how that happened. The romanticizing of slavery after the Confederacy lost, Southern elites constructed this lost cause narrative, which claimed that slavery was a benevolent institution that civilized Black people, that the Civil War was, about states' rights and not slavery, and that enslaved people were loyal and happy, while Reconstruction was a period of Northern aggression. The United Daughters of the Confederacy and Sons of Confederate Veterans pushed this propaganda into schools in a few ways: by donating pro-Confederate textbooks, by erecting Confederate monuments near courthouses and schools. Those monuments were not put up during the Civil War. They were put up after the Civil War by these people who wanted to whitewash the history of the Civil War and terrorize the descendants of the people who were enslaved and fought for and won our freedom. Okay? And also by hosting essay contests for kids on Southern heritage. As an example, there's this textbook apparently called A Measuring Rod to Test Textbooks. I guess that there was a guide that was created in 1919 by the United Daughters of the Confederacy that banned books that criticized slavery. They controlled Southern textbooks and curriculum. Southern states censored and rewrote history books well into the 20th century, where they reflected that slavery was downplayed as a side issue of the Civil War. Slave rebellions that were led by Nat Turner in Denmark, VC, and John Brown were erased or painted as violent uprisings. And you know how they called John Brown crazy, right? The whole reason for making John Brown insane is to invalidate his righteous cause against slavery. These people were responsible for all of that. The Ku Klux Klan was glorified as protectors of Southern womanhood. Publishers of textbooks, they all complied. They all colluded to sell these books in Southern markets. So the History of the Old South was a 1950 textbook that was taught in Mississippi schools that claimed, quote, most slaveholders treated their slaves kindly. Many slaves did not want freedom. This is literally the kind of stuff that when I went to school for middle school in my little tiny town of Jarrett, Virginia, 90 miles south of Richmond, this is the kind of stuff that was in our textbooks about slavery. And then Jim Crow schools and Black miseducation under segregation. Oh, you don't think they left us out, did you? They didn't. They covered all the bases. Under segregation, Black schools, where they did exist, were underfunded and forced to use white-approved textbooks. Southern states banned Black history from being taught in Black schools and punished the teachers who taught it. Black children were taught in Black schools that slavery wasn't that bad. Y'all still here, ain't you? Couldn't have been that bad. And that they were taught that Reconstruction failed because Black people were unfit to govern. Not that Reconstruction was violently destroyed, that white people murdered Black and white Reconstruction elected officials and destroyed Reconstruction governments and the progressive Reconstruction constitutions and the policies they enacted that even provided for uplifting poor white farmers. And they did all this to get us to accept racial hierarchy, where they did that by convincing us that vocational training is more important to people like us than political education. And this is why pushing for trade schools with no focus on providing a real, complete, and honest historical education that impacts everything else is a problem. Damn, why you end on that?
Because it was heat. All right, first of all, it's cussing time. Okay, people who know darker than blue. They're saying it's the after party right now, so we just want you to be comfortable, Jacquie. And I'm gonna let you cook on that, Ryan, if you had any thoughts. But I appreciated that outline. Go ahead, Ryan.
This whole episode was just fire. I mean, the connection of so many different through lines that you went. But for people who don't know, she was talking about how education is weaponized against us. She talked about, like plantations, slavery, Jim Crow laws, connected that to Palestine, labor camps, and then talk about how all the education behind that is whitewash and co-opted. And then she even took some shots at Cornel West, and I was like,
I'm sorry.
She went in and she talked about HBCUs and connected that to colonial schools in Africa, and it was a lot. It was just great. It was a great episode for anybody who did not see this. Please check it out. Please check it out.
Oh my God. Thank you so much. I think I love history anyway, because like if you learn just some of the history, the actual history of how this place was established, a whole lot of stuff that we see now wouldn't be a surprise. I mean, honestly, it's disturbing, it's scary, it's like, oh my God, how can this be happening again? But when you learn the history of this place, it's like, oh, so this is just like part 6. Okay. This is like settler colonialism in the Americas limited series episode 6. That's pretty much what is going on here. But what I think I realized in the past couple of years is how, even as I'm learning more history, and you never learn it all, there's no such thing. The thing that I didn't realize I wasn't doing was connecting the concurrent histories of other oppressions during the same period of time that we're experiencing this oppression here. So while all of this stuff that I'm talking about during Reconstruction is going on here, it does have a connection to the colonization of Africa, because it was happening. Slavery was going on at the same time as the colonization of Africa. So folks are sitting around going, I'm not African. I ain't got nothing to do with Africa. Well, the colonizers absolutely think that we are all connected, because they were kicking all of our asses at the same time. So so now I think when I talk about these issues in the context of what's going on today, I kind of can't help but look at, all right, this is happening to us here, but what was happening that's related? In what does this have to do? This looks like it happened during a period of time that I know this other thing was happening over here in Congo, in Haiti. And then you kind of look into it and you're like, oh my God, it is all connected. They were all doing all of this at the same time. And even with the discussion that you guys were just having about centers, like, we would not be confused about some of the messaging that we get in entertainment if we understood the actual history of this country. Because all of this messaging, it's just reinforcing the white supremacist, settler, colonial, fascist ideology that founded this place. But we don't understand that that's the ideology that founded this place. We literally do not understand the depth of just the how dedicated to this indoctrination these colonizers have always been and still are. And for me, more than anything else, that lets me know how important organizing really, really is. Like, these people have not been able to maintain the power they have and do the things they have done because they all agree with each other on every single thing. They do agree on a goal, and that is to dominate the world. We can't even agree on what the fuck our goal is. We cannot agree on what it is we want. They know what they want, to dominate the world. And that is a concrete, material desire for them. Our desire is we want liberation. What does that mean? What does that look like? And that's where we get lost, because we can't sit down and agree on what liberation looks like. And we can't agree on what liberation looks like because we don't know how we are colonized. We don't know why we are not free. We don't know how they've done it. We don't know how they've continued to be successful at it. So we keep ending up in this point, where we find this moment in either political or popular culture, and we have a big old community argument about it, and nothing. We just keep, it's just rinse and repeat. So that's why I focus on the things that I do, because while this other stuff is important, like, I really think our lack of understanding about how well these people are organized still to perpetuate these ideas that they started this shit on, we have got to get that right. We have got to get that right, because if we don't, we'll just stay here. But I think that if we are more clear on these things, people like Nicki Minaj wouldn't freak us out. People, we would, we can look at her and say, all right, well, she exists in a particular context, from a particular framing or a reality of celebrity being a reactionary tool against colonized and oppressed people. That is true, I think, for us. Because, white people are not running around talking about, Kid Rock told us to vote for. That's not what they do.
Yeah.
But somehow we're always, what is our favorite celebrity doing? Why do we care? Well, they can make music, and that's great. And because they're not all Nina Simone, that generation. I don't know where they're at, but they're gone. So that's why I do what I do. And it kind of frustrates me sometimes, I think, when we do get into these cultural or social conversations without this foundation of, this is why we think about the things we do the way we do, because that's how they've designed the system to cause us to see these things. There's a lot we don't understand about how we got here, that I think not only uncovering this history and connecting it to other histories of oppression would help us, I think, move our struggle forward a lot. I hope so. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So really quickly before I go, thank you, Jackie. I think Renee was the one who said something about study your enemy in the chat. And I think over the years for me, or I know over the years for me, seeing your work, it is very evident that you are a serious student. But then on top of that, the way in which your show comes up, it shows a historian, a journalist, and an organizer who's kind of like rooted in with the people. So I'm always appreciative of that. And part of the reason why I'm always sharing, like, listen, if people want to know about something, I'd be like sharing this thing with them. So for instance, I got some sisters back in South Carolina who they've been grappling with, I guess, Moms of Liberty. Isn't that the new Daughters of Confederate type shit? And I remember sending them that actual thing. That actual airing, because again, like, from a journalist's perspective, you can kind of speak to a particular group of people. And then from a historical perspective, like the cleanup job that the daughters of the Confederate did, what you pretty much talked about, was like, it seems like this is a part of history that people just tend to forget. Like, oh, we fought with them. And then did you know about that cleanup job they did that actually make it look like they actually won? I mean, they might have lost this little skirmish, but they actually won and they're still winning. So I think that's beautiful. And then so I've been reading Momia's and Jennifer Black's book. I'm blanking the name, but John Brown's letter and Nat Turner's letter was in there. And just for anybody who can read, who read his letter and think that he was crazy or out of his mind, like even thinking beyond what I read in the letter, he thought beyond the atheist debate too. Like, you know what I mean? Like y'all gonna be struggling with this, and this is for the educated among. But so again, I think that's always included in your analysis, which is very important. And then but a question that made me think of is like when they did tear down some of Black governance, to kind of go back to this point that Michael Eric Dyson was making. Like I would like to see more about that small window of when we were in governance or when we did implement particular policy. Because again, I think I just feel like it has value for even us on the left now, because it seems like we kind of hands off when it talks about governance and shit like that. So I'm appreciative of that broadcast and your work too.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I always say stuff because it's true. I talk a lot. I'm very, very chatty. And that's really only because by myself. So, y'all are getting all this because Abdus is gone, basically. But, I first I have to correct myself. Some white people do prop up white celebrity. Yeah, some white people do, because that was a whole Charlie Kirk thing. That was the whole, and that's the whole thing behind these online right-wing podcasters. Ain't no way somebody like Joe Rogan can be as popular as he is, because that man is not smart, but he knows how. He knows what to say to get the clicks and the likes, and he knows how to be provocative to cause controversy. That's like the core of online success almost. And I hate it because if I have to fight with people to get people to watch my shit, then don't watch my shit, because that's not why I'm on here. I'm damn near 60 years old. My days of fighting niggas is over. That was done in high school. And if that's what you come looking for over here, please go somewhere else. So I recognize that for a generation of people, that online celebrity pugilist shock jock bullshit is, yeah, that's very much what does my favorite podcaster say about this issue? I'm gonna believe what they say. Yes, that is true. I think that's kind of like a generational thing where you have a whole lot of young white folks following after these online white edgelord alt-right assholes. Yes, I think that's true. But to the point that Geechee was making in a question he asked, that the Reconstruction era is a grossly understudied, just like the 1990s. Honestly, we do not, and I didn't even think about the 90s until Erica Keynes pointed out all of the way a popular entertainment was kind of corralled in the 90s to both deflect from the neoliberal policies that were being implemented at the time, but also to reinforce neoliberal imperialist ideas, right? So that's a whole nother issue. And I'm making plans on how to talk about that. But Reconstruction is an incredibly understudied period of time, because you got progressives in this country talking about, oh, we want Medicare for all. We were close to the kind of country, or closer to the kind of country that we say we want today during Reconstruction than we realized. And that's why the white supremacists had to destroy the Reconstruction governments, because the level of equality and access that and dig this just blew my mind when I really understood the depth of it. formerly enslaved Black men who had every reason and right to use their power that they had to be like, you know what, we on some get back. Yeah, let's go find them let's corral all of them and put them all in prison. Let's corral them all for what they did to us and our people and punish them in They didn't do that. Our people didn't do that when we had political power. What we did when we had political power instead was to try to shape the society that we knew was unjust, because look at what it had just done. Fought a whole war to keep us enslaved. Instead of revenge, what these Black men elected to government office did with their white counterparts was to draft state constitutions that codified the things we are fighting for today into law. Like, so we talking about redistribution of land so that poor people, white and Black, can have access to the Reconstruction constitutions provided for those. In the southern states, we talk about suffrage, all the years that women fought for the right to vote in the South, in the Reconstruction governments. Black male elected officials created constitutions providing for women's suffrage. Right? There were progressive policies that were written into these constitutions that the settler colonial, white supremacist, Confederate ruling class would never have allowed to be implemented, because that meant that they were going to have to share their shit, not just with free Africans, with the formerly enslaved, but now they got to share their shit with their women too, and they won't doing that. Right? So Reconstruction is a period of time that it is so important to our understanding of Black people in this long durée of struggle in this country, and our advocacy for our place in this mess, where there was this limited period of time where we actually had political power, and we have an insight into what we could do with it when we had political power. But the other important thing about Reconstruction is understanding how far these white folks will go to make sure we never get it again. And understanding that in Reconstruction makes understanding everything that the state has done to our people throughout the struggle for liberation, civil rights, Black power, all of that. Understanding what happened to Reconstruction is critical to understanding why we're still in this position today. Because this is not happenstance. We don't understand how these people are going along with a few genocides. You got to understand Reconstruction. You have to understand what they were willing to do to make sure that everybody didn't have equal economic opportunity. Everybody didn't have access to a robust social safety net, that the poor were not cared for, that women did not have equal rights. This is not a new thing that popped up with the Trump regime. This is what this country was founded on. And Reconstruction was the reinforcement and the re-entrenchment of those original white supremacist, settler colonial, genocidal ideologies that these people have not let go of to this day. So if I always tell people, please read W.E.B. Du Bois's Black Reconstruction in America. It's a big ass book. Yeah, it is a big book, and it's a lot. It is very dense. You need some notebooks. You need some sticky notes. You need some highlighters and some good ink pens, because that's not a book that you read just for leisure. in order to understand the importance of Reconstruction. And Du Bois was a genius because he was able to describe Black Reconstruction and the centrality of Black self-determination at a period of time in this country where we don't even realize we had it for a period of time. And he is able to project what that would mean in the future because of the way it was destroyed. And this book was written so long ago, right? So I know there's this big old debate now about, oh, I don't want to read you. I'm sorry, you're not going to get any of this if you don't read. There's no getting to this kind of understanding with TikTok video, not even mine. Not even mine. I can't tell you everything you need to know and learn about this history. Start with W.E.B. Du Bois's Black Reconstruction in America, and then turn to the back of that book when you are done and get as many of those original sources, those primary sources, as you can. And finally, about John Brown, my favorite white man, aside from Slipknot, maybe. But I was asked to write a book based on a monologue I wrote when I was on By Any Means Necessary. I wrote a monologue about John Brown, commemorating his execution and his legacy, because I have every year. Ever since I grew up in Jarrett, Virginia, not too far from Harper's Ferry, not too far from Nat Turner's Rebellion. White folks in Virginia still hate those people to this day. Do you understand? When I went to school in Virginia, they ain't talk about Nat Turner. And if they did, you could see how much hatred they had for that man. And John Brown, they still think he's insane. So eventually I did write the book, and the book is now at the publisher. It's being edited. I've got a book workshop that is being organized by the fantastic Dr. Sharice Burton-Stelly, and Dr. Sharon Gramsby Sobukwe, Dr. Roan Frazier, and I've got a couple of white Christian comrades who I'm going to let read it to give me, because the book is We Need John Brown Christians. Because I am a person of faith. I'm a follower of Jesus Christ. I actually study my Bible, and I study the history, the context of the scriptures, what they meant then, what they should mean now. So I always kind of had this like, okay, I get people hate Christianity because of the way it's been misused, but people are also wrong about where it came from because of the way it was misused. And then there's all this thing about all these, abolitionists and anti-slavery revolutionaries who were themselves Christians and used their faith as a reason for why they did what they did. And John Brown was one of those people. So yes, I have written that book. We Need John Brown Christians, and the subtitle is Embracing Christianity that Confronts Power. So that book will be published in spring of next year, I hope. So yeah, that's why I do what I do. This is important stuff. I'm not sure why I was the one. I'm not sure why.
It was the video. It
Ooh,
was the analysis.
Yeah, this is like not. I wish that my passions stopped at gardening, dogs, and metal. I really do, because and vampires.
Jackie,
Shit.
can I take a second to just reset? We are going on with our telethon right now.
Mhm.
We have all our folks coming through. Just want to let everyone know we are currently having our fireside chat with Jacquie Luqman, and that's our programming going from 2 to 4, because she was the #1 most viewed video of 2025. So I just wanted to thank Dre, Geechee, Ryan for for this segment. Y'all are welcome to kick it and stick around. But I also wanted to bring a comrade who we know very well on this platform, Erica Keynes, to the stage. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully, hopefully we can get that. Hold on.
I just wanted to say, Miss Jacquie, I appreciate all your content. Like, I love that you connect. I love the historiography of your history lessons. Like, it's not just this, and this happened. It's why are you learning this? Because again, principle hate. I need to know why these things are going on, not just this happened. Because even to your point about Reconstruction era, and taking away the ability for African kids in America to learn about their history. That's what they were doing in South Africa with the Bantu education. Like, it's the same things. So it all ties into each other. And I always say that the system that we live under, like, they understand how to be internationalists. They understand that borders don't exist. They understand that race is a construct. We don't, but like they do. Like, they get along, and then they get along because everything is by contract. They're contractually obligated to get along until they're not. But thank you. I appreciate you.
I appreciate
Truly.
you. Thank you so much.
Well, Erica is figuring out some tech difficulties. We are getting our other part of Dare to Struggle, Dare to Win. Right. Cherie, welcome.
Hey guys, what's up?
But hey, I'm about to hop off here. This was fun. Thank you for having me a part of this special, Jacquie. All praise and all flowers to you.
Oh Lord, thank you. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you more than you realize. Even when the first time at the BAP convening in Baltimore, first time being a part of BAP, hearing you speak at the table with a bunch of young people, that really touched me. So, you know, I just want to make sure that I give you your flowers.
Oh, thank you so much. Don't make me cry on here. Damn it to hell. Oh, God.
Ryan, thank you so much for coming through. Shout out you. Shout out Black Myths Podcast, a show that is tracing these myths, that is doing the challenge that Jacquie told us to do. Seems like the chat wants to get into Reconstruction next year, so we might have a new rabbit hole to go down. So thank you, Ryan. Welcome, Cherie.
Hey, everybody. What's up?
Hey.
Black Liberation Media. Hey, Jacquie. I've been watching you for years now, but I don't think I've ever had the joy of being on anything the same time you have been. So nice to finally get acquainted.
Thank you so much, and nice to meet you.
I know, I feel like I already know you because like you're always playing in my home. So I feel like, you know, I know this lady, but no, it's our first time meeting, and I'm happy to be here. Hey, Josh, what's up?
What's up? Peace.
What's the conversation? What's happening? I've been working all day. I got like an hour to spare.
That's why we doing it like this.
Get back to the corporate, prison.
Well, Jacquie was #1 most streamed on BLM this year for her episode on the Plantation Fire, right? She was surprised. I had to do the numbers. I had to do the count. Our elders held it down. It was Jacquie, and then Dr. Sundiata was right after that. Also, Jacquie, I hope you're hearing that this is the intergenerational mission of the program. We all listen to you. We all learn from you. Deeply appreciate it. Your recommendations are fire. I have Black Reconstruction here. Yes, y'all. Thick ass book. Very scary, but it's okay. 10 pages at a time. Just slow. But for real, man.
That's the goal.
You put that on my reading list now, because I got my New Year's resolutions is like I gotta at least read 30 minutes a day.
It sounds like we gotta do this as a platform. We know we study collectively in the Black radical tradition. I also wanted to shout this bibliography you mentioned, because Du Bois does something that Black studies does that these bourgeois scholars don't do, and he tells you people's position on the things he's citing. So he goes standard anti-Negro scholars. He goes fair to indifferent to the Negro historians who study Negroes and write sympathetically, authors that seek facts in certain narrow, definite fields, and in some cases do not ignore the truth as to Negroes. So he goes through and gives you how to use each of the citations. So just an amazing book, truly overlooked.
Reconstruction, got you.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild how I think I first read that book probably maybe 10, 15 years ago, and did not get through it. The same with it's another big the Blueprint for Black Power, I think it is. Yeah,
We read a lot of segments of that
Yeah.
this year in CMB. Geechee is over our political education, so he had us read different segments of it and have deep discussion on each segment. It was really good. I mean, it's not the whole book, but we read like a few of the chapters. I feel like I did more reading this year than any other year of my life, but it's like reading through a whole piece still hasn't happened yet, because it's like, through political education stuff, we always have different segments, and sometimes even on Dare to Struggle, Dare to Win, we'll have things that we need to read beforehand. So it's like I'm reading a lot more, but I feel like I really want to finish some things next year. So.
Well, I mean, look, I like the 10 pages a day, however many pages, 8 pages a day, 30 minutes a day, however you do it. I think you should read every day. Read a little bit of something every day, and eventually you'll finish the book. But finishing the thing is not as important as, are you understanding what you're reading, and are you able to apply it to what's going on now?
Yeah.
That's the good thing.
That's key, because I think for a long time, I feel like I was just watching so many different people talk about books on Black liberation media and watching the interviews, because it felt like not that I was never going to get to the book, but I just felt like I would pick it up and not even really have a foundation for what I'm trying to read. So I feel like now, since I've been, organizer, over a year now, and like now I'm like hip to more things in history, but obviously I need to like get a deeper understanding. But I feel like that surface level wasn't there, so it just felt intimidating to be like, okay, I'm gonna read this whole book on this person, when I'm like, I don't even know like their 3 main things about them, as far as them being a historical figure or not. So I felt like stuff like that makes me more confident in like, picking up the book,
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Erica. I'm gonna grab my charger really quick, y'all.
What you got to say about reading, Erica?
Support liberation through reading. Much of what was just discussed, I think, hopefully 2026. I know we have the goal to do that this year, but the What's Going On Around Us program with children. So how do we bring imperialism to kids? What is colonialism to kids? How are they understanding Palestine, Sudan, Congo, when they're seeing even their parents engage in these things? So that is the 2026 goal, moving beyond providing children books that represent them to what is critical thinking. How do we develop that for kids? And then also, and I use liberation through reading really to trap the adults because they're not mostly engaged in any of this most of the time. So even to the conversation around Ryan Coogler that sparked liberation through reading, when there was a whole conversation around Black Panther, and this is the first time we've seen ourselves on screen, yada, yada, yada. But, ain't no Black people in your home. You ain't got no Black books, so you can see yourself on screen, but your kids, ain't no Black people in your home. So how do we change that? So a lot of that was the books, and now moving beyond the books to helping the children develop their own books. And so what is that process? So shout out to Generation Right Now that's partnering with me on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I have been thinking about 2026 and what the next steps are, especially since, this year I got something done that I didn't think I would ever get done. Because this whole book idea, I told this story before, and it is people, it really is true. One day, Abdus and I were doing a show, we were wrapping up the show, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this man says, "Oh, by the way, Jackie's writing a book." This was like 4 or 5 years ago, something or other like that. News to me. I didn't know, what are you talking about? I was working on By Any Means Necessary. I would do a 8 to 10 minute monologue at the top of the show every day. That that 8 to 10 minutes is actually two pages of text. That 2 pages of text read translates to 8 to 10 minutes of dialogue. But I'd written 2 pages 5 days a week for, at that point, it was just a year and a half. So in Abdus's mind, I had already written a book because I had written 2 pages of text every weekday for 365 days, for 52 weeks a year for that first year. And then another 26 weeks. In his mind, I had already written a book. So he had already decided we're going to take her monologues and give them to somebody. We're going to arrange them and we're going to publish them in the book. Except that was an idea in his head that he didn't tell me. He told everybody. We all found out at the same time. So when we pushed end on that stream, I turned to him and I said, "What the fuck was that?" What do you mean? I'm going to write a book. Oh, I was so upset.
You can still do it, You still have those 2 pages per day. So that could still be a separate collection.
Yes, I know. Did nobody ask you to channel Mr. Luqman?
But I'm just saying, that was my guy. So full support.
So that is where the idea for me writing a book came from. But then, like I said, this specific book was asked of me to write. And I didn't think I could do it. I never looked at writing those 2 pages, those 4 years that I did by any means necessary, as anything other than, writing for the monologue. I didn't think of any of that as a book. So yeah, I do have all this content. But this year was a lot. This year was incredibly intense. It started out fantastic because I started out in Colombia, went to Colombia and Santa Marta and hung out on the beach, and then I was in China at the end of May and the beginning of June, and then April comes and we have the transition in the Black Alliance for Peace, and myself and Erica and Austin and Tunde are now in major leadership positions, and the world unfolds the way it does. And this has been an incredibly insightful year for me as an organizer and as someone who is in leadership as an organizer. This year it's been difficult. It's been intense, but it has been very edifying, I think. And I'm not sure where I'm going to go with that in 2026, but I know that just means more work. So,
well, I want to even circle back to the reading.
You're breaking up
on my end, or is it? Oh, okay.
It's a little bit of a tech difficulties, unfortunately.
It's better? No,
I can't hear you now. You're still frozen. Okay.
Right. They still haven't come and fixed my cable wires, by the way. It's a whole community issue. But last year I read 25 books because I do those book challenges things. This year I read 3.5. And I say that to say, I think there is a difference in reading, like what you're reading for objectively. And so there's reading to study and there's reading for leisure. But I think even when we talk about the reading to study, I am a chronic highlighter, a chronic right in between the margins, bookwormer. And that's how I get through heavier text, especially if there's a topic that I really want to engage. And then I'm probably reading multiple of that topic at once just to pull. Look, they say that they're saying this here, they're saying this here, and I'm writing. I take a lot of notes. And that's how I'm able to, because I find even when I'm reading, if music is on, I'm looking at the words. I'm going through the paragraph, but I'm also singing that song. If the TV is on, I'm glancing up. You know, I have a 10-year-old that's busting in the room every second. Like if I'm reading, he's climbing on my head. So just thinking about, you know, what is the purpose of this? Like if I'm just reading Avatar, it doesn't matter how long it takes me to get through that, right? Because, by the way, great series of books by F.G.
You talking about the comic books? Like after the first series ends? The Promise and all that? Oh, wow. Yeah.
It's so good.
She no ball.
But it doesn't,
Okay.
like for this, it's fiction. I always like to take a break in between, like because some of these texts are heavy. And mostly I like to take a break so that I can discuss the first 3 chapters with someone like, hey, what are your thoughts on this, and this before I can get through the book? So I look at it collectively in that. So I do try to pace myself. I'm not really on a time thing. And I think with those kind of listings do, like how many books do you read a year? I think they challenge you to read more. But then I think it also becomes like you're just consuming and not really engaging the text or really pulling from it, or even having cross conversations, because there's a lot of fictional things that I read that it's like, oh, this was said, you know, Marcus Garvey expressed that in this kind of way, or I read that in DuBois kind of way, or like even the way that DuBois has fiction books, by the way. The Dark Princess is really good.
Yeah.
You know, because he spent a lot of time in Asia. So yeah, and that's the other Paul Marshall, Toni Morrison, people who have a bit of both. Relatable fiction that you can apply to. So yeah, I wouldn't say make it a thing to feel like you like a pressure thing, but make it something that you enjoy. Because I'm always trying to be wary of how I don't want my son to think like when I'm like, go read, like it's not a punishment. You really do need to go read something. You really do need to get out of my face and pick up a book. But I never want him to think like, you know, that's just punishment. Like read because you like to read, or read because it's something new. So I also give him an array of books. I like audiobooks in a car because that's how I also force him to get stuff. But also I don't like Kindle so much because I like to flip the page. I like to bookworm. I like to write.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm a kind of person when it comes to reading. Like I need to absorb it in all kind of ways.
Yeah, for me, I use the app Speechify because it's like I'm super neurodivergent, so it's like I have to have the hearing the words, seeing the words, all of that, or else it won't. Or else I'll just read the same page like 30,000 times and still not like really know what I'm reading. So like I use the Speechify, that helps me. Sometimes if they have the audiobook, but I don't just audiobook or just speak. Like I usually am looking along as I hear it as well. So then it's like I'm thinking it, I'm hearing it, and I'm seeing it. I'm more likely to like really take in what's happening. And then I show, because I do like the way real books feel. And then I do like the action of being able to highlight, take notes, but then it just gets tricky with Speechify because you have to have the digital copy. And there are a lot of cases where I have the digital and I'll have the hard, so it works. But in some cases I only have the digital and I, can't afford to have the hard as well. So then it's just kind of like, I have to just try to look at it and stuff. And then I feel like the way Speechify is I only use it on like either my phone. I think you can use it on your computer, but it's just kind of wonky on the computer. So I'm like reading it off of my phone most of the time. But if I have the hard copy, I can let it play on my phone as it's reading on the phone and then look at the hard copy. So then that helps. I'm not even sure how many books I actually read or finished this year. I feel like it probably is somewhere around 3 if I'm just thinking about our PE and the books that we did read in full. But I did a lot of writing too. I mean, I finished my solo show and that had started the end back in October 2024. And then I finished it in April. So that was like, you know, a long writing task for that. And then obviously I'm having to read and research as I'm writing those things. And then even with that, it's a continuation, because even when I first premiered it in June, I went back, read, and changed a few things when I did it in Atlanta in October. So I feel like that always helps. Right now I'm trying to pitch like this short film for this short film grant thing for like environmental justice. So it's like I'm reading and taking in more information on environment because I wanted to tie into like, you know, Meta Center, even some Cop City stuff, talk about environmental racism. So I'm trying to take in more information on that right now. And then I also have a pilot that I wrote way back before I was radicalized that I'm trying to like see if I can update it as well, because I think it had a good premise. I just want some more politics in there as a cultural worker. So I'm trying to update that too, but I also want that to have some sort of environmental ties to it as well. So with that, that's kind of like, but even as when I research as I'm writing, it's typically not, you know, one, but it's usually like pieces of a book or pieces of articles. It's like multiple things. So that's why I feel like I've read more like multi-sectional things as opposed to like a complete piece. We are reading the Hubert Harrison. We have like a little Hubert Harrison club and CMB. And so we're finishing that up as a group. And then we're probably going to go into another book as far as our actual statewide PE. But yeah, for now, I am enjoying reading Hubert Harrison, but I want to also take the time to just read more through and not just, you know, focus on the chapters or sections that we're reading in PE. But that is something I want to read as a whole because I think it really connects to me because I really, you know, it's a lot in there, I feel like, for people that are trying to do cultural work. So, yeah.
Well, I think it's a good plug for the Climate, Environmental, and Militarism committee that has a webpage piece. So it's a real focus on that. And then also, as you all were on, it might be streaming now, Austin Cole is on Millennials Are Killing Capitalism, or was just now, talking about rootedness and communes. And so a lot of his work is in environmental and climate change. So that'd be good to check out, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah, dope. Yeah, I definitely need to hear more from like environment. I mean, I have somebody that I'm kind of working with in BAP Atlanta on this short film project. And like, yeah, I definitely need to tap into like my resources more. Right now, I'm just kind of trying to get the idea. But as far as the actual information, I definitely need to tap more into my resources.
And Larik, I think you shared in the chat for us the Black Agenda Report has published a reading list just a few days ago, December 17th, 2025. This is Black Radical Reading. And this was in the last edition of Black Agenda Report. This is our end of year Radical Black reading list from the editors of Black Agenda Report. And they have some really interesting books on here. I have one of them. We got Gerald Horn. Huh?
Sophia.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we go through who's read what?
Sorry. No, I was excited to see Sophia.
Yeah, I wanted to go through because I want to know who knew who or who's read any of these. If you wanted, it talks about starting with Brandford Liberation Capital. South Africa's apartheid government banished Winnie Mandela to Brandford. They did not realize their presence would make the center of Black radicalism. Has anyone read that one yet? Brandford Liberation Capital.
Nope, but it's on my list now.
Yeah, that's how these are crazy. How about I'm gonna mess it for two. So feminism in Africa, gender knowledge and resistance. Any of us get to that one yet? Is it on anyone's reading list?
No, and it looks like has it been published yet? Because it looks like the published date is next year. Yeah. So looking forward to this. Yes. Very, very exciting. All right. Then we've got The Revolution Will Be a Poetic Act, African Culture and Decolonization by Mario Pinto de Andrade. I hope that's how you pronounce his last name. Have not read this, but we'll snatch it, even though I will have to say again, not crazy about poetry. Just saying.
All the cultural workers got to handle this one. That's all.
Well, also, well, be sure to buy my book, All the Love is Fair.
Which is a book of poetry, but yes, buy it.
Sure is.
And Zofia, you were saying you were shouting Zofia out?
Yes, she is a Hopkins professor. She's also, I think she just had a piece with Sharice Burton. No, was it Tominanisha John and someone else in Black Agenda Report on the Caribbean. She's a fellow Trini. She just had a baby. Congratulations. But yes, brilliant scholar. So I'm excited about this one because we talk a lot about there's a radical history in Trinidad and Tobago, especially given the climate that's happening now. I do think it's important that we understand that, like we talk about Butler riots, but who was Butler, who was Elmer Francois. And so there's names beyond Claudia Jones, there's names beyond Kwame Ture, there's names beyond CLR James for the people who actually were stayed and were allowed to stay. As we know, Eric Williams did not let any of those three back in, but so if we want to talk about the duality of parties, these two-party systems, that's how they unfold, and they do have an impact on trade unionism, because workers' struggles was a big deal in the Caribbean, and it is the backbone of so much of the revolutionary history in the Caribbean, including Carnival. So I would be very, very much interested to read that, especially to see how it plays on with Margaret. What is her last name? She wrote what was it? Read Something Black Caribbean. Margaret Stevens. Dr. Ball had her on here, and every time I mention that, he never remembers. But she was on here. It was a while ago. It was some years back. But yeah, they it's a really, really good book that talks about the impact of communism in the Caribbean during that time. So I would really be interested to see how the conversation between these two books.
Yes.
Sorry if I'm that much stays. Shout out to my girl.
Shout out. And then that's a very Jared coded thing to forget somebody on the platform doing an interview. Oh man, y'all get through this one. The book. I'll talk about the thick books.
I'm trying to get to the Texas one. I'm still making my way to the book on Texas.
Yeah, thank you. I have the book on Texas. Shoot, what is that? The Counter Revolution of 1776. I have the book on DC. I think I read the first chapter. And I have this one, and I think I've read the introduction. That's
Gerald Horn's trap is that you finish a book and he publishes two more by the time you finish the first book.
I don't understand. I have not been able to figure out how this man writes these books. That if you've read one Gerald Horn book, you know how densely Gerald Horn writes the way he talks.
Yeah. Yes, which is good or bad. It's a double-edged sword, I tell you.
Right. So you are going to get an incredible analysis of history and an amazing connection of the fine details of it. But you just got to remember, he writes the way he talks. So, or maybe he talks the way he writes, but it takes a bit to get through his stuff. But when you get used to his prose, it's just so fantastic. So yeah, it's definitely looking forward to getting into this as it's sitting on my bookshelf looking at me right now.
But you know why? Even to your point about Reconstruction that you were saying earlier, Jackie, and I think you and I have had these conversations about, I think there's a way that people are discussing Trump in like the Jim Crow era, 1950s, but he's, I think, has been very vocal about a very specific era, hence the challenges to the Supreme Court, hence the tariffs and the mechanism and the use of the tariffs, like that all athens back to the Reconstructive period. So I do think it's very interesting because Texas is so much involved in that. And admittedly, probably a contradiction, but I love Tom Hanks and I love Julia Roberts, so I love Charlie Wilson's War. And if you know the history behind Charlie Wilson's War, all of that is coming out of Texas. The break in Afghanistan with the you know, how they supported and backed Al Qaeda, like all of that was in policy and congressional rooms and back rooms in Texas. So Texas actually played plays a major role in how the nation is guided, essentially. So I do want to read the book. It's just, you know, in the long lineup of books, and it's, you know, thicker than his other books.
I have the reader. I'm trying to learn to drive this year too. I'm like, ooh.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this next year I really do want to learn how to drive. So I'm like, oh man, reading, driving, it's gonna be a lot, but I think I could do it.
Yeah, and that movie, Charlie Wilson's War, by the way, is a movie. And it was from what, 2005, 6, 7, somewhere around there. And it stars what's that man's name?
Tom Hanks and Julia Roberts. And who was the one who that was in oh Lord. He passed away. He had an overdose. He was in everything.
Heath Ledger?
No.
Philip Seymour?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Because he played the one, he's not a politician, but he's the one who's making all the backroom deals between Al-Qaeda and so it was it's a really good, because these are top tier actors, you know.
Yeah. And this really is, but I think
really good movie, but it's propaganda.
It is propaganda, but it's interesting because they almost sort of a little bit expose how U.S. foreign policy treats people in the countries that they get mired in. It's like, oh, there was this huge, you know, alleged humanitarian mission to help the women in Afghanistan and protect them from the Taliban. And, oh, we have to go into Afghanistan because of 9/11 and look at the you know, the evil Taliban, and we have to protect the people. And then look at what the United States did to the people in the country when they were like, well, we don't need anything from you anymore. And that's pretty much what that movie is about. This guy, Charlie Wilson, who's like, no, we have to do what we said we were going to do for these people. And you know, the establishment is like, no, we don't. No. And just kind of seeing how that whole coalition of the willing and the political will to do anything decent that they alleged that they were doing in Afghanistan, how quickly that dried up. That was interesting to see that they actually put that in a movie.
Yeah, one of those ones that snuck through. We got Sobukwe Odinga, Treachery and Diplomacy. The Shadow Politics of U.S.-Africa Relations, which looks like it's coming out in 2026. Oh, no, I skipped it. You're right. Thank you.
Oh, whoops. Okay.
Tammy Navarro, Virgin Capital, Race, Gender, and Financialization in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And it was already published 2021. Financialization as a process of racialization. So it sounds like we're talking about Eric Williams, but it sounds like it builds on that work.
Yeah.
I'm really interested in that one.
I wonder if it builds on Peter Hudson's work too. Banks in the Caribbean and the capture, because I saw that Dre mentioned the Black Power Revolution, but much of that is all encompassing of this sort of ownership of the Caribbean, even as it has sovereignty. Like there's still Canada all over it. There's still the U.S. all over it in the form of banks and properties and resorts, etc. So I'd be interested to read that one too.
I appreciate how diasporic this is. Like we have Gerald Horn talking about the Afro-American struggle. We're looking at the Virgin Islands and the Caribbean, and then U.S.-Africa relations. So good list. by Bar here.
Pan-Africanism, let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. This is, and I think this list reflects something that I realized, like I said earlier, like if we're not connecting the concurrent liberation struggles of people throughout the diaspora and not just the African diaspora, but throughout the world, because there's more than one diaspora and all of the diasporas exist because of colonization. So we have to connect these histories. We have to know why these people are continuing to struggle against US imperialism in a way that we're not. And a lot of it is because I think they're clearer on their history than we are on ours, but not because they have not had to overcome the same colonial indoctrination that we have, because they absolutely did. But I'm curious how they did it, though, to get to a greater or a wider understanding of the struggle than we seem to have here. But I also could be completely off the mark at that with that assessment. So that's, yeah.
It's also distinct of the Caribbean, and as we're seeing,
Hold on, you're cutting out a little bit.
Yeah,
Just a little break up, a little bit. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Now she's
better.
frozen.
Hang on. We're hearing you a little bit now.
Yeah, I might still be frozen. I don't know.
Oh no, you're unfrozen.
Okay, no,
now.
there you go.
You're back. Welcome back.
No, but I was saying, in when we look at what's happening in the Caribbean, I think we could argue that with all diaspora, we have a small set of people that have a critical understanding, a material understanding, but the majority, I think, are overcome by the propaganda. Because there are not too many, even in the conversations that we're currently having with Trini's in Trinidad and Tobago, there are people who remember certain things. They remember names, they remember times, they were there for it when, they recall Black Power movement, but they don't know anything about it. They couldn't express it to you. They couldn't give you the details because it's not talked about. And then also to the credit of anti-communism, so much of that is so seeped in how people perceive those movements. So because there's been, the 90s really did a number, but because there's been so much influx of anti-communism, where communism is seen as bad, or people who have that kind of leftist language is perceived as like, you're one of those, right? It's not so much taken in. So there's another direction of a kind of organizing that occurs there. Because I think we're all at a level of everyone needs to be politically educated. And like we can't make any particular kind of assumptions. And when we see areas that are taking off with these mass movements, it's because that was their first, like, all right, we got to really educate everybody here. There's some backwardness happening. And if it has to be community to community, that's what it's going to be, because we need to build the mass base. Because people need to actually be aware and invested in what they're fighting for. Because I do think that there's a difference between knowing that, shit is fucked up for you, and then being active in how to resolve shit being fucked up for everybody. And so I do think that there still is that disconnect in all diasporas when we are in these kind of movement circles and we're talking to one another about, hey, what are you doing to organize, and how are you struggling with your folks, and what conversations are you having? I think we're all kind of noticing that there is this gap that exists throughout all of us, primarily because we're all colonized, we're all under the same kind of mechanism. But then there's a way that, there's an individuality seeped in where that's your struggle. I got to get me and mine protected. There's nothing we could do about, so there's a lot of that happening in these spaces as well that makes it difficult. But to the point, Jacquie, I do think we're seeing like in Venezuela and Cuba and Nicaragua and like these particular kind of places, there is an investment in moving folks forward collectively that you're not seeing in other places.
Makes sense. Yep.
Yeah.
What's next? What do we got next? Do we do treachery and diplomacy?
Yeah, we hit Sabukwe, and then I think we were on.
That's coming out.
Those next two look very related. Michael Blakely, The Blinding Light of Race, Race and Racism, Western Science and Society, by anthropologist Michael Blakely. And then Aisha, that comrade, Jemima Pierre, and
Jemima.
Sorry, Jemima Pierre.
Not Aunt Jemima.
Jemima.
No, the Pearl Company or whatever it is, they changed.
I was winding up to mispronounce that third name, so that I already got it out the way. Help with the last one, because Rana, The Anthropology of White Supremacy, a reader. A massive work of scholarship. Throws a grenade in the classroom of eugenicists and race scientists and explodes the theoretical pretenses of the entire race-based discipline of anthropology in its entirety. I like that.
Now, you want to know what's funny? Dr. Jemima Pierre didn't tell anybody that she contributed to that book. That's the first. That is the first I have seen about this book. So, of course, I have to go get it. Of course I have to, because anything the editors at Black Agenda Report and Michael Blakely's, because anything they call brilliant has got to be absolutely that. Because the editors of BAR, we know who the editors of BAR are. They're not lightweights. So and they don't give compliments, like cookies. That's not how they roll. So if they're saying these books are brilliant, then we need them.
No question.
Oh, and we got two more. And then this other list of also mentioned here. We got
they had the reading list after the reading list. That was hilarious.
What are overachievers?
Right.
Extra credit for some Pan-African points.
Right. Let's
what
see.
Baraka is that?
I don't know. That I saw that. I'm like, who? Hold on. Let me.
Let's look it up. Yeah.
Wait.
Around here.
Oh no. Oh, this is Baraka Books. I've never heard of them. Okay.
Because I'm like, sir.
I know. I was like, oh, you will
I'll give away here too.
But yeah, I put the link for this reading list in the chat for y'all, so you can check it out yourself. And there's, as you can see here at the bottom, there's a previous reading list from 2023. And what is at this link? Okay, that's just another link to that. So that's that. That's the Black Agenda Report reading list. Recent books from the past couple of years that they've included on this list. So check them out. This is great.
Right, I'm gonna read about 3, and I'm gonna look up some YouTube interviews to everybody else and pretend I read it. But yeah, it looks good. It looks like good stuff.
Someone asked about my method, Cherie, and yes, a lot of YouTube interviews. I gotta hear your argument out loud.
I watched like 50 Jared Ball interviews before I ever read.
That's what I'm saying. This is
propaganda of Black buying power. I was explaining it, and I kept sharing people the book, but I'm like, maybe I should just share them the videos like I did, because I know damn well I didn't read this book, but I understood it from watching all the.
We need the elevator pitch. He has an elevator pitch one. He has a barbershop talk. He has debates. Like, I think everyone needs all different.
Yeah, I watch the debates. And people be like, "What you mean? So we just not supposed to be supporting each other?" It's like, no, that's not my argument. But yeah,
yeah. I gotta admit, I hate debates. I hate them.
I don't think we do them anymore. I don't think we actually have debates anymore.
Yeah,
so
yeah. I mean, first, what we think are debates are not. They are
Yeah,
online
because they really
arguments.
weren't even debates. They were him doing a presentation and people asking questions afterwards, being like, "So what you mean is?" And he's like, "No, that's not what I'm saying."
Now, and I mean, look, public forums are necessary because isn't that what we do as organizers? We do teach-ins, we do speak outs, you know, we do book talks and film screenings, and we take questions from the audience and we engage with people. Yeah, that's great, but this online debate industry, Jesus Christ, it's just it is
an
just,
industry, yeah.
and this is
Yeah.
not, and I want to be clear. I'm not. I know I said this after Dr. Ball's, debate video, that I'm not condemning him. This is an issue I have had since the beginning of the Bernie Sanders whole online commentator environment exploded in, what year was that? 2016, something or other like that. So that's where a lot of these white progressive podcasters and some of their black hangers on came from. Or at least where some of them got famous. Right. That's where some of them, they may have been around for a while, but as soon as they started talking about Bernie Sanders and saying what, the young white progressive audience wanted to hear, then they blew up. And I'll probably try to write a book about that. But
I was going to say, Jacquie, we should actually talk about that time at some point, because I was there when. I remember the Stacey versus Stacey. I remember the. I was.
You remember that UNAC conference with them two white girls? Yes, where those two little white girls accused our comrade of being racist against white people. And how that thing blew up into, well, if you want the alt-right to join your anti-war movement, you have to stop othering right-wing voices. I was in the room when it happened. And we went through God knows how many years of white folks, white progressives, making the argument that if we want to win Medicare for all, because that's all that we're talking about, if we want to win Medicare for all, we need to unite with the alt-right because they want Medicare for all too. And we argued, and then Charlottesville happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then not a one of those racist bastards. Yep. We told them, stop thinking these people are your friends just because they want some health care too. Everybody gets rotten teeth. So that ain't nothing unusual. Just because the Nazi wants some health care. So, but they wouldn't listen. It was all you and your identity politics, and you blacks always talking about race. And this is why we can't have nothing, because y'all keep talking about race. And we're telling them, listen, these people want to kill us. Period. I don't care what they say, they agree with on this one thing. Same thing with the Unite the Right rally. Same thing with the Rage Against the War Machine rally. We had these arguments with these white progressives over and over and over again. And they did all of these big debates online with their right-wing friends, debating against other white people about so-called identity politics. And now here we are in the Trump regime, and all of these white progressives who prop that shit up are quiet as church mice, but they are part of the reason we are where we are. They always are part of the reason we are where we are.
Jacquie, and y'all, I'm gonna head out and let y'all go. I very much appreciate being a part of this, and we got Tandy coming up next to give some clarity with Renee about our ancestors who speak on that. My favorite tune to that point, Jacquie, is when they like to make Fred Hampton turn in his grave and bring him up and say the Rainbow Coalition was out here with their cape on, saving Confederates, working with the whites. And that's why y'all disrespecting Fred Hampton over there on Black Liberation Media, talk about, so the whites have to organize themselves. What do you mean they can't be settlers, Jacquie? Market communism.
That's
socialism. We gonna bring
that's
it back.
the point. That's the point. That's the point where at which I pull out the history. I don't argue with people anymore. I'm not debating you. We're not debating.
With this.
That's it. It's like, no, what did he say to the white people before they came to the meeting? You have to repudiate your racism. We understand you're dealing with the same bullshit. We get it. Absolutely. But you ain't coming up in here if you're gonna still be a racist. We can work together, but you're gonna have to deal with that shit. Now, when you deal with your racism, then you come back. And that's what they did. But they don't want to talk about that. And I don't care. So that's why a whole lot of them hate me to this day. And I'm glad. Good. Make another video about me lying. Go ahead. Do it. Because I know where. Let me stop.
Speaking the truth. Truly do. All right, y'all. Thanks for holding it down. I'm gonna be in the chat again. Peace.
Peace. Thank you so much.
I gotta go back to the remote job plantation that but I'm gonna hold on for a few more minutes. I just got a bunch of coffee dates with random people. Stupid. But it's like people that I don't even know. It's like you just want you to have coffee dates with people in the company, get used to our culture.
That's why I don't think.
What kind of coffee?
It's all virtual, so it's kind of I'm drinking water.
Okay.
No, call it coffee date to make it,
I don't want to. This is why I don't want to. Yeah, I don't think I can do another office job. If I'm hoping that I won't have to.
Oh, I desperately want one. I need to get out of here. Okay.
I'm thankful for it.
I can understand that.
For a month, so I'm happy for it. But I'm just like, I'm gonna do this coffee date. Y'all not about to hear nothing else from me, especially the people that I don't need to do my job. I'm like, why am I meeting with this person? But okay.
Right.
But, yeah.
Right. Like, but then again, I was always the person in my job who was always accused of not being a team player because I hated team building. Like, I hate these team building exercises. I hate these corporate retreats where you go with the trust exercises. I hate the stupid what do you call them? The personality tests. The Briggs-Myers personality. And then when I found out the racist origins of that shit, man, everybody in the office was racist off at me.
I felt like I'm just answering the question like everyday Black woman would, but it's like they're dictating it as like a certain, I was like, this is weird.
Snitch. That's really what that test is. Who is likely to show loyalty to the company and not. So
I definitely answered. I was like, they're like likes to do her own thing. That's it.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm like, yeah, break the rules.
And after the second time, because I was with my last company for like 13, 15 years. So I like took that damn thing 4 times. And by the 4th time, I'm like, you know what? Why do they keep doing this? This is stupid. I don't. So I do a little bit of background reading on where it came from and who it was and what it did. I'm like, oh, you know what? You people are going to stop forcing me to take this racist shit. Because I like doing my own work. Give me an assignment and a deadline. You're going to get it. And you're going to get it on time. And I don't need to work with anybody else. And if you think that means that I'm not a team player, fine. You don't have to you can put that on my performance review. I don't care. You're not going to give me a raise anyway because I don't have a degree. You keep telling me that. So I don't know why you keep making me do this. And it's some racist bullshit too. No.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And it's like my job is very like you can do it by yourself, but it's just like this training stuff is all the group and get to know. And I'm just like, I can't wait till I'm like 3 months in and I don't have to like talk to people no more. And I can just like do my own radical reading / do my job, and like, and not have to deal, but it is what it is. I mean, I guess, it's like you move from one company because the other company, I know they fired me because I was Black. This company is like, okay, they like more diverse and stuff, but it still is just kind of like the same BS, but at least they're nicer about it. But it's kind of like, no.
Yeah, it's working is Ugh. Ugh. I mean, we all have to earn a living, but good God, does this whole, can we stop pretending that your job is another family? Your job is your job. That's all it is. It is a way for you to make money so that you can pay for the things that you need. That's it. This I don't need a corporate culture. I need the check not to bounce. I need you not to be abusive to me. And I need you not to steal from me and give me my time off when I ask for it. That's
exactly. They had a question one meeting. They were like, "What would you do if you didn't have to work? Like, what would you do if making money wasn't a thing?" I was like, "I'd be doing every single thing that I'm doing now. I just wouldn't be here."
I'd be doing exactly what I'm doing. Exactly.
Everybody was like, I would be in some island. I'd be on permanent vacation. I'd be like, no, I think I'd be, I was like, I like art. I like, I'm an activist. I said all the things. I was like, I'd be doing all of that. I just wouldn't be here.
Yeah. It is very weird. And at least the countries that I visited, people have a different, work is a different thing. Work is work.
Okay, they're done by 3, honey.
Yeah, man. Work is like, I gotta go earn this money for this rent. I gotta go earn this money for this rent. I'm gonna come home and take my nap at lunch. I'm gonna go back and I'm done at 3:30, 4 o'clock. That's it. There's no.
Yeah, they were all in the messenger on like Christmas Eve saying stuff they're like, Cherie, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, I turned off my notifications. I'm trying to because they're like, oh, you're smart. I was like, yeah, why would I? Like, I'm already working Christmas Eve. Like, I'm trying to get my studying done so I could. But yeah, I'm a tap out though. I'm 3 minutes late for this meeting.
Oh no, go have your coffee before they fire you for not being the team player.
But I'll try to come back on. But yeah, but this is good, guys. Nice to finally meet you, Jacquie.
Nice to meet you too. Talk to you again soon.
Bye.
Okay, Erica. Wicked for good. Wicked for good. I know you want to talk about it. Wicked for good. Come on, let's go. Let's get it over with.
One of the best things to happen to 2025? Sure.
There we go. Okay.
Hold on, because there's a child at the other end of the other side of that door hollering. In case anyone wants to offer some office space. I'm your girl.
You trying to get a job?
I need to escape.
Completely understandable.
You. Hold on. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed the movie. Well, a few things. It was such a production. So great. I have no complaints about the album. I have no complaints about the story.
There's an album?
Of course, it's soundtracks.
Oh,
the soundtrack for the musical.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry.
I'll send you a song.
Oh,
but no, I thought it was great. There are some aspects I do think of pop culture aside from Wicked that I am thinking that's probably my avenue of exploration in next year. Just because there's certain things that I think help legitimize the state apparatus through pop culture, through media. And then even as I'm talking about like the 90s or understudied, anybody could tell you in these last couple of weeks that have gotten me on the phone has had to hear a tirade of, girl, do you remember when? And you remember when? And wasn't it funny? You remember? Did you know? Because I've just been on top of it. Like the other day I was playing, Pop Tart charts, play all pop girls, my Britneys, my Christinas, my Mandys, my Jessicas, these all the all the goods. And
excuse me.
Listen to this. I was like, Jimmy Larvine is responsible for like all of these songs.
Wait, who?
Jimmy Larvine. And if you, who now owns Apple Music, but at the time was partner, co-founder of Interscope with Dr. Dre. And then he was part of Sony Music. He has a long career like Leroy Cohen.
Yep.
You know, both Zionist Jews. You know? And then, because of the situation with Nicki, and I have no dog in the fight. You know, drag her, don't drag her. My thing is, even to the point of debate, there is a opinion as analysis culture where everyone has to give a particular opinion without really kind of giving an analysis. So it's really like saying things just to be the person to say it, because this is a hot issue, right? So we want to be seen kind of like breaking it down, but I don't think it offers much, like the whys and the hows and how do we end up here? Because for me, if it wasn't Nicki, it would have been anybody else, because it has been other celebrities. And they've done it in overt ways. And
breaking up a little bit. You're breaking up a little, hun. And now she's frozen, so she'll be back in a minute. So yeah, I looked at the Nicki Minaj thing, and are you there?
Am I back? I don't know.
You're back. Yes,
okay.
You're back. Okay.
So I was saying, so at the same time she's at the TPUSA stage, we have Cardi B is performing in Saudi Arabia. Steve Harvey took all the To-Do Blacks to Dubai for the golf tournament. You know, Pharrell is making, these, so when all the To-Do Blacks, the who's, the Joneses, they were there. So for me, I think there's a way that we get fixated on the individual in a way that we miss the forest for the tree. So I have no real fight in the game again of whether or not people criticize Nicki, but I do think there's also bias, right? Because the same people who criticize Nicki will not say anything else about anything else.
And
it doesn't help that she's doing it for Trump, right? Because if she was to do it for Biden or Obama, with the same level of conversation, right? So, because we've had celebrities do it for Obama, that was Bring Back Our Girls, which was save them from the evil Muslims. That's right. It was a hashtag. Right. So again, and we had Michelle Obama, and we had Vic Mensa, and all of these people, and it was a complete psyop, right?
Hold on, was that the Coney tooth? Was that the Coney thing, or was that a separate
Coney?
Okay, that was post Coney. Okay,
Coney was 2012. Bring Back Our Girls was 2014, 2015-ish.
Okay.
And that led to the expansion of AFRICOM, which helped, just blew up, bombed Nigeria. So for me, I think, and I think, again, I'm a much better, writer than I am to being able to speak, because I get time to sit down with my thoughts, as opposed to, there are people in my DMs like, oh, your girl said something. What do you got to say about that? Like, holding their breath for me to give an analysis on Nicki Minaj. And I thought that was weird a little bit, right? Because if I said or didn't say something, does that make or break how you understand her role? Right? So don't be waiting on bated breath for me to say something, because I'm an adult. I don't really care what Nicki Minaj does. I just, I'm not invested. Just because, shake my ass to a song or two. Me and Sunday locked down since preschool. I don't know her. So I'm not invested in that kind of way.
Right.
But I do think there is I did think there's a space to make commentary, but when there's so much commentary, what difference does it make if I say something? Because it just gets lost in that, right? And then it becomes abstract, idealist. This is why Nicki is wrong. Nicki. And then we spend weeks on Nicki Minaj as all the To-Do Blacks is in Dubai.
Right.
So, Yeah, so I think that there's, you know, I mean, why is Nigeria? Because for all we could say about her, the Nigerian government is gun ho. They're saying, yes, please bomb us. Yes, we agree.
Right.
So what is the motivation and the material conditions of Nigeria currently, and has been? You know, there's the colonial and capital accumulation of Nigeria has been the undercurrent of the neocolonial and reactionary politics of Nigeria for a long time, for a very long time. And the investment in this leader in that last election, when Stacey Abrams was flying to Nigeria to be the election observer, and they had a bunch of US politicians as election observer for this man, we have to think through, like, what is actually being done here. Then the Nord Stream pipeline, when they blew that up, right? Now, where are they suggesting that this new pipeline come from? Algeria, and connecting to where? Nigeria, right? So all of these things are not happening because Nicki Minaj is in fear for the Christians. She has just been put in place as another mechanism to validate what is already ongoing.
Right. And you know, when people like me who listen, I pay no attention to, I'm pretty much the same in that, you know, if I hear one of their songs that I like, yeah, I'll shake my ass to it. But other than that, I don't pay any attention to what these people say about politics or anything else, really, until they actually say something about politics that I know is ridiculous. And then my concern is always the people who do hang everything on these people's existence and what they think and what they say and what they do. That's the thing. And it's like, oh boy, now you're making political comments. Oh my God. Oh no. You know, but outside of that kind of critique, it's like, and the fact that, okay, I recognize, you know, that your role is to not bite the hand that signs that check. But you have to know that you are being used by these people. You have to know that, right? That is pretty much the extent of my criticism of celebrity in this kind of political context.
Yeah.
Outside of that, it's like, I know that everybody is going to be paying attention to that person and not paying attention to who is actually responsible for what this person is talking about. And you know, it's hard to get to that point in the conversation because people want to stay on but Nikki, or but Cardi, or but, you know, their favorite celebrity, and I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah. I think for me, it's always like, okay, so what does the materialist have to say? You know, what is, because we are going to only get that perspective. She wasn't, because even if we can argue, you know, the streets said the money is gone. The streets said, you know, the streets are saying the credit card has been used and we don't know who has been using it. But that's what the streets are saying. I don't know the girl. So, you know, there's you know, spaces for being desperate, right?
Sure.
But I don't necessarily think that's always again to my interest in pop culture. Suddenly, if we are to actually pay attention to the child stars of who have been, right, and when they talk about the catastrophic falls from Hollywood, much of what we understand about celebrity is 100% smoke and mirror.
Yeah.
None of it is real. None of it. And these are people who are living paycheck to paycheck, which is why they have to do. This is why we see all these brand deals, right? These are actresses, these are musicians who cannot sustain a lifestyle without accumulating brand deals because they cannot survive being an actress. They cannot survive being a musician. And so when we think about it in that way, right? The industry itself has been set up to capture many of these people. So when I talk about Jimmy Iovine creates the 360 deal which the Pussycat Dolls become the first to really get binded by the by the 360 deal, and then you see that go on and on and on. When we talk about LimeWire, I would love to have Jared on to talk about the days of LimeWire, because his book, I Mix What I Like, is all about that too. But even when we talk about the interest of LimeWire, Metallica went after LimeWire with Jimmy Iovine and all of these others, right?
Yep.
Because God forbid we get free music.
and believe it or not, that is when I stopped liking Metallica. That is when I stopped being a huge fan of Metallica. And I'm like, wait a minute, y'all are fucking rich. Y'all are selling out and not understanding the smoke and mirrors of the music industry, right? Completely not understanding it, but still they were selling out stadiums all across the country and all around the world, and they getting pissed off because some kids are downloading some free music. You're kidding. And it was like, come on, and that's when I was like, yeah, this is not cool of them to do. And then of course, by the time they settled, I think the lawsuit, the golden age of Metallica was thankfully over. And then that last album that came out after that period, Death Magnetic, was shit. So that's what happens when you fuck with your fan base. But
well, here's the thing about intellectual property and protecting it. The artists are attacking the consumer, but they're being ripped off by the industry. Okay? It is the industry. The fact that the artist is making 10 cents to $1 on their own record, so you getting it free impacts how much they get to make, is not you as the consumer's fault. That is the industry.
Right.
When we had thatpiff.com, stay with me, millennials. We remember when we was getting all the free mixtapes and everybody was touring off those mixtapes. So we had that good mixtape era between 2006 and 2010, right? And all those artists were not releasing anything commercially. It was only on mixtapes, and everybody was touring on their mixtapes. They took that shit. They stopped it. Because now mixtapes are EPs, and EPs now have to go through the record label. So, yeah. so it's bigger than who owns these companies, who owns the industry. No different than us being workers in our own, I don't say what the fuck, but I show up here, whatever, keep my job, right? Theirs is at a different stake. And they're being used, so they're weaponized tools, of course, but they're being used as a buffer class so that we go after Nicki and never go after them. Because we don't even know who they are. We don't never see them. We're only going to see the people they put in front of us to carry the message they need to carry. And so that is the thing that I think that we are constantly missing when I say, like, we be stuck right there at the tree. It'd be a whole forest. And we beating the shit out of the tree.
Yeah, we obsessed about this tree.
Right. So I think Jared's book really does a great, I think that was one of the first times I seen colonialism applied outside of, the typical context. He applies it to the music industry and how there's a colonial sort of relationship between artists and industry. And we see that in all forms of industry, and how it impacts what we understand to be successful people. Because, I mean, if we want to really have these discussions, how many of these artists that we love, renowned artists, legends, get paid? Like, they're only sustaining because they get that $100 million to perform for Saudi Arabia Princess Mariah.
Right.
We have artists that we love and revere that were baptized in Tel Aviv.
Ooh, come on.
Okay,
so, thank you so much. Oh, sorry. Just real quick, Ricky, just got to say thank you so much to Big Dumb Animal 55 for this super sticky. Thank you. Thanks for the marathon and congrats on getting monetized again. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
So I say all that to say that we can all, focus on these individuals, but I do think it does us more justice to understand the mechanism that they play. Because we're talking about class struggle, and they are innately class enemies. And so I think the role that they play, especially now that they've taken on roles as influencers, because again, they ain't making no money. So they need to be an influencer now. You see that they are aligning themselves in particular ways. They are doing things in certain ways. I mean, the to your point about be a John Brown Christian, the takeoff of traditional families and Christianity that is seeped in all that we're watching, whether social media, mass media, there's a structural thing happening. Even at Christmas time, it's like, wow, I didn't even think our people was as conservative as they are until Cardi B took a picture with her child without the baby father. Like, oh Lord. Now we got to hear about, but it is the way that we have sort of bought into these sort of conservative values that these people are also playing on, and that they also represent.
Yeah.
So they represent whatever the system needs them to present to us so that they can have that buy-in. But so I do think it's really important that we continuously kind of interrogate what we're listening to, watching, but then also why everyone feels the need to say something. Because sometimes everything doesn't need to be said. We don't always need, especially at that moment. Let folks be able to process it. We don't even know how people really actually what they walked away from seeing because they were already given what to think about it. So there's not even a time to process what even is happening. How the hell she ended up on that stage? And like, it's just like it was a lot. It was a lot. And I know times are hard because that wig, I know, because she done cut off so many people. She done cut off so many people over the last couple of months. The stylist got it too. But there's some things happening in the background there. But I think for the purpose of what is CPUSA, right? Do folks even understand that? We have a lot of our Black youth turning evangelists. Right. Sororities turning evangelists. Right. It's like it's happening at a speed and a rate that we can't really. The amount of reality shows centered around Mormonism, or there's a thing happening. 1 second, baby. There's a thing happening that we're seeing develop that we're not able to really pick apart, process, comprehend because it's continuous, right?
Right.
And so when you enter a celebrity, then they're only justifying what we're already in motion. It's already happening, right? So they're just coming to say, well, I mean, why would we? This is what we need to be doing. This is how you get it. This is what's liberating. This is how you break free. So they come with a message, a very specific message for us to say, y'all worried about the wrong things. And and that's the role of celebrity. And that has been the role of Black celebrity in the last couple years. And the last thing I want to say, because you see, he's gonna bang it down, so he's about sick of me. To the point, I'm gonna end my rant here on pop culture. But I forced my son to watch Xenon, Girl of the 21st Century, and Johnny Tsunami. Ooh. We have to teach the children the recipes, But then we were having this conversation around Disney and the characters and all these other things, because he was asking me about Fame, and because he's seen me watch Lindsay Lohan before and all these other things. He's like, is that the girl? Is this the girl? And so we were having that discussion. I said, well, I don't know if Fame is all that good because all those actors in the movie, they've grown up and said it was miserable for them and all of these other things. And so as I was talking about that, I don't know what made me think about Kabbalah. Jacquie, do you remember Kabbalah?
Yes, I do.
I was like, yeah, like Lindsay Lohan and
all these little white celebrity women were deep into Kabbalah.
Well, listen,
it
was that damn Madonna. Remember Madonna?
Yes, it was. She started it.
She got
with her red bracelet.
Moved to London, and came back across the pond with that red bracelet. And
Yes,
then
she did.
it exploded, Jackie. And Kabbalah is Zionist mysticism.
Yes, it is.
And so the influence for years, that little red string, people were converting in mass to Kabbalah.
Yes.
Because it was a mixture of yoga and all this. It's just like what they're doing with Hindu nationalism now, essentially, making it very mystical. But it's rooted in something. So even the influence that pop culture has, that Madonna could just wear this bracelet and then it becomes a fad for the celebrity class and then trickles down. This is their role. Because she's very much in with the Mossad. That's no secret.
Yeah, she is. Yes, she is.
That's no secret. So yeah, and so even Scientology, yeah. So like it's the way that these mechanisms and these industries are set up. And so when we get to these pawns of industry, like those are the only ones we will ever see. We're not seeing the big ones. We can't even name. I mean, even when they released the Epstein files, we couldn't even name who some of these people really actually are. Like in terms of like what role they play geopolitically, because there's so many, and there's so many that are under the radar. It's like when Forbes lists the billionaires, we're never going to know who the fuck the real billionaires are.
Right. They would never put their name on a list. They don't want you to know who they are.
Yeah, you'll get Kylie Jenner and Beyonce and Rihanna, but you're not getting the families.
Right. You got to watch documentaries and read books to find out. And they're not going to be in a lot of those.
Yeah, and those families, coincidentally, were on stage with Trump at the inauguration.
Right. So, exactly. Yeah, that whole but that thing is it, and interestingly, because my pop culture reference and focus was always focused on those religious themed shows because I was active in a traditional like Baptist church at the time. And I remember folks in my church, and the church was predominantly Black. As a matter of fact, all Black. We had a white lady in the church, right in Northeast DC. And that was the time that 19 Kids and Counting was on TLC. TLC and Bravo, but mostly TLC was the network for these fundamentalist religious traditional family shows. It was 19 Kids and Counting. It was the Duggars. It was that was the Duggars. What was the other one? Kate, John, and Kate. Yeah.
Aftermom, I think it was on TLC.
And then there was a Black family that had like 5, I think.
They had 9 kids, right? They had a set of 9.
Was it 9? It was a bunch of them.
Yeah, but they still have them. I mean, obviously they still have them. Sorry. I mean, like they're all. I mean, like they're all adult.
Yes.
Bravo at the time wasn't doing it yet. Like Housewives didn't exist yet. They were still Bravo had a very interesting turn post the writer's strike, but they were doing more so following people who had jobs. So like Jefferson and Tirzine, or Bobby was on Bravo in the initial era. So
yeah. So when I look at the way these TLC and the shows that they produce, the 19 Kids and Counting, Kate plus 8 and all this kind of, those were not like traditional family shows. Those were conservative, fundamentalist Christian family shows. Not just, they were pushing a particular brand of conservatism through these shows. But then we also don't understand that talk radio was the precursor to that, because focus on the family, James Dobson and his bullshit focused on the family, and Chuck Colson and those fundamentalist Christians with their radio shows, Janet Parshall's America here in Washington, D.C., on WAVA, which was a conservative Christian radio network. They were pushing that stuff for decades. And so many Black folks that I went to church with listened to James Dobson and his anti-gay, anti-trans, anti-divorce, anti-feminism, anti-equality views. And they were like, well, yes, this is biblical. And I'm sitting there reading my Bible like, that's not what it says. These people are lying and you're letting them lie to you. So seeing the same tactics used in different aspects of society, the faith community and popular culture, but it's the same tactics being used, same strategy, and it's all done by the same people. We don't quite understand that the same group of people with the same interests are organizing and implementing the propaganda strategies in churches, in faith communities, and in the entertainment industry, in movies and music and plays, and in the education system, at every level of school, and in politics. That is what we don't get. These are not separate entities of people who are doing all of this manipulation in different aspects of society. Same group of people, deeply organized to do this across multiple sectors.
I was thinking about TBN because I still have I still have an aunt or two that don't turn on TBN but they are they're anti-Trump, which I find wild, right? That they don't connect the two, or don't see, because for them the Lord is the Lord, and this is the Lord's. But so whatever else they're doing is separate. So even those kind of disconnects in the ways that we've kind of been again conditioned. But even in my youth, I think we talked about the WWF and WWE and those kind of normalizing brands like Abercrombie and Fitch and Von Dutch that come completely out of fascist history, right? But who didn't have a Von Dutch hat? Who didn't have an Ed Hardy jacket? And even now, if you love me, buy me Chanel. What's that Tyler song? That all the girls want Chanel. Because what's a little Nazism? What's a little fascism? Right. It only matters for Trump, I guess, right? But there's a way. Again, the role of celebrity, because Chanel is a song now, right? So we just normalize all of these things. We have, the hottest celebs wearing Von Dutch on their head. It becomes no issue to even care about what Von Dutch actually stood for. We don't need to know those things, right? And because we have this nostalgia, because fascism breeds nostalgia, we're in a very nostalgic era. All of these things are coming back. People are finding Von Dutch as vintage. You're finding Chanel as vintage, and they're normalizing all this shit all over again. And there's a mechanism of profit that exists. There's capital accumulation that exists. So there's nobody. If people are making money from this, and there's no politics, they don't necessarily care what they're promoting. And again, we're in an age of influencer now that every time you look at an Instagram post and they're holding something, you could be sure that this is a paid ad.
Yeah, absolutely. and that
they couldn't even drink coffee in the morning.
No
paid ad.
Right. And actually, it reminds me of just a couple of days ago, Bridget Bardot died, and everybody's posting all of this. Oh, rest in peace, Bridget. Bridget Bardot is a fucking transphobic, bigoted, racist ass Nazi. She was literally a goddamn. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Just because she was beautiful in her youth, she was still a Nazi. Like, we know nothing about the actual people that we prop up as celebrities, and that's not the whole thing with Bridget Bardot. That is an example that it's not just this new generation of folks who don't know. No, Americans, none of us, we are not clear on who these folks are. We are not. But you know what? We are clear on our comrades who are coming up after us. And here they are. We got Renee and Tonda Sizwe. What's going on?
What up? What up?
Hey.
Good to see y'all.
Good to see you too.
Whew.
Everybody is like, oh God.
It's not New Year's yet, but I'm close to it. I made it this far.
There you go.
I made it. I think.
We ain't called yet.
We got a couple days. Keep your head down.
We ain't won yet, but I'm here. Whew, you keep my head down, exactly.
Because anything can happen in these last couple of.
Well, I appreciate y'all, Jackie. I appreciate you. I sent Jackie the text. Jackie, what are you doing?
I'm looking at that test like, oh no.
Okay. You came through. Erica popped up out of nowhere. I'm always a fan when Erica decides to send an email.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually, since I'm going to leave, I did want to pop up because I did not want to let the stream go by and me not say how incredibly thankful I've been to this platform and this program that has allowed me to meet a plethora of people and engage them on some serious work, be able to bring a lot of the organizers that I work with internationally on this stage and really begin to talk about what's happening, what's going on, different perspectives. So I am grateful for that. I don't take it lightly that I could be in Cuba and someone say, I watch BLM and I watch you every Wednesday. So I am very deeply appreciative of that. Also, this being the platform that, helped me get my car. So every day, there's a thankfulness. But yes, I did want to be able to say that I deeply appreciate what this channel is attempting to do, even with all the bumps and the hiccups along the way, because I think that's kind of the learning curves. Hopefully lessons are learned on those bumps and the hiccups. But again, thank you so much, and let me go tend to my child because y'all might not see me no more once he gets his hands on me.
He gonna take him home. Give him what? Go get a baby. What
do that? Go do that. Peace, Erica. Thank you.
That's a priority.
And before I hop off, I just want to make sure that I thank Sarah Ziggy for your super sticky. Appreciate your work. We appreciate you, Sarah. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate y'all. Y'all have given me an opportunity. Honestly, this platform had a hand in saving my sanity, I think. After everything I have been through, and we'll get into that another day because I ain't trying to bring nobody down, but after everything I've been through, y'all let me get on here and say whatever the fuck I want, however the fuck I felt, and you do not realize how incredibly therapeutic that has been to be able to stay in the community that supported me in Abdus the way y'all did, and to be able to have you all continue to support me in the work that we continue to do, and to have met you all also priceless. Thank you. Peace. I'm out.
Peace, Jackie.
Thanks, Jackie. Toddy, what up?
Hold on one second. The
do
chat.
What you gotta do what you gotta do.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where is there you go? Right. Snowman 7696. Text Spicy in the house. All right, you want to go out on the year like that? All right, I got your number. But other than that, how y'all doing?
How y'all doing? You know what? Listen, y'all. I'll give a little clue on how sometimes this stuff be happening on the back end. So, me and my brain ideas, I was like, "Ooh, the day-long stream the last time went really well. We should do another one. one." And then I start sending emails, and I swear y'all sick of me because although I will say, y'all, just so you know, Tondi always answers my emails, which I truly appreciate.
You're very welcome.
Because I know at least somebody.
I am not trying to run afoul of the administrator. I learned that in my youth. I'm good.
So when we start doing these, like, you know, how we gonna, Zenzi, give the thumbs up, because you can just come up when you're ready. All right, there we go. And so
I can't just come up when I'm ready because I don't have the power.
So I start sending out notes. Like I 5 minutes. But so many people sent me email responses. So
I have to read everything from A to Z. I'm actually about to do that though. No,
listen,
you know,
it'd be a process. It'd be a process. And then Andy's on the West Coast, so I've been yelled at 3 times today because I don't use time zones when I send emails out. So I'm gonna work on that for 2020.
You weren't yelled at me. You weren't yelled at by me. So settle down, Zen. Settle down. New York is not the center. Stop it.
I wasn't even about to say that. What I was about to say, number one.
You were thinking it. You were thinking it though.
Hey, chat, because the chat, first and foremost. Second of all, okay. I know, I do know time zones, but this chick right here, it don't matter what time of day and night. She gonna reach out to me when she wants to. Okay, it don't matter. I be asleep sometimes, maybe, and still.
We're not. See, that's your problem. I just told you, New York is not the center. We're not talking about reaching out to you. We're talking about We're talking about Black Liberation Media.
See,
and Renee sending her emails.
I'm glad you corrected that.
Shut up. Just shut up.
Ooh, child, I tell you.
But I appreciate you, Tani, because I sent out my notes and Tani was like, tell me what you need. And I appreciate
I did respond to you and said, as soon as I read
you did, but you have time. You have time, Zenz. You have time.
You know what? This month I really did not, even though I did get to read it. I have no time. And let me tell you how I'm at my sister's house sitting while they're on vacation. Yesterday, I did not move from this place. I ain't going nowhere. I sat around all day because this is the first day I was able to just do that. Because if I'm at home, even if I have nothing to do, there's always something in my house to do. Clean up, clean this, you know, always. I ain't got shit.
I always have something to do, but I don't want to do it.
Well, yeah, that too.
I don't do it.
But I'm at my sister's house. Ain't none of my stuff here. They got their own stuff. I don't have to do anything but enjoy myself. And I'm going to try and do that. So.
All right, so we already got questions.
They
want to know. The people want to know.
Water, Jersey water.
Jesus Christ. So, Renee, let me get off of that real quick. Yeah, I've been sleeping, saving up my energy for right now. What I missed this morning? What I miss?
So
what have we already covered?
It's been a busy day, and everybody came. A lot of people came through, so they covered some stuff. Lots of chatter this morning about some of the things that have happened in 2025, and then in the second hour, Amber and Erica joined, as did Amber. Both Ambers were on with Erica.
They brought in the dough. Okay.
Brought in the what?
They brought in some money. They brought in some money.
Ridiculous. It was ridiculous.
So, and they, you know, they chatted about a lot of random stuff, which is where it turns out that Amber in Texas, Amber doesn't know how to drive, and so that was an interesting conversation.
Renee, you're from New York.
That is hilarious.
Never driven in there, 65 years old.
Okay.
That is hilarious.
See, you know what though? New Yorkers only need to learn to drive when they leave New York City.
Yeah.
The only reason I got a license was because I went upstate New York, and you can't you have to have a license. You can't get anywhere.
Yeah, my mother moved up to Albany, and that's, you know, years ago, and that's how I learned to drive. I didn't need a car. And my uncle is 64 years old, and he's, you know, from the city. He moved up there to be close to my mom. He's finally at age 64 about to get his learner's permit.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's coming from my world, that is crazy.
Let me tell you, when I
went to LA is car centric.
I went to visit Tangi.
Okay, could you just hold that off? Let me mute Zen for a minute. Anyway, You know, LA is a car-centric place. And back in the day when you had high school, not middle school, but anyway, we had driver's ed in like the 10th grade. You would take that if you could. And then in the 11th grade, when you're 16, you get a learner's permit and you could drive. And I wanted so desperately, I was almost in tears to learn how to drive when I was 16, because driving is freedom. You got to ask your mama, can you take me here? Or can you pick me up? It was just, and driving gives you a sense of freedom out here in LA, in the car-centric place. So I couldn't wait to start driving. Oh my God.
Well,
what'd you say, Zan?
Did your folks say yes, you could take driver's ed?
I couldn't get in the class. It was always full.
Oh, wow.
I was never able to get into class.
So see, and depending on where you are, because when I worked in Virginia, driver's ed is a graduation. It's a graduation requirement. So it's part of.
We didn't have a great public transport. We still don't have a great public transportation, but we didn't have a great public transportation system. So yeah, it was freedom.
When I was in high school, you could, with permission from your parents, get driver's ed at 17 in your senior year. My mother said no. I'm still mad, but whatever. And and I get it, because if they had 16-year-olds driving in New York City, there's 30-year-olds that can't drive in this damn city. So you know, they still do not allow you, if you don't have driver's ed, 18, full stop, 18. They don't even have, like, I think in some places you can drive at certain times if you're a certain age. Here it's like, no, driver's license. I went to visit Tandy. This was years ago.
She just got to tell that story. She just hang on, y'all. Let's let her tell it, so I'll never have to hear it again.
I'm holding that story for a good day. No, one day I was bored and I wanted to walk to the store, which was like not too far down, apparently, as far as, and she's like, people were staring at me like I had 3 heads because I was walking down Crenshaw, like it was like I was in Brooklyn.
Like there was something wrong with you. Are you out here
Although
walking?
I'll say so, but that makes sense, because when I visit my stepdaughter at USC, I walk wherever because I'm used to it. And as you say that, I'm just thinking, you know what? There was no one else walking. This actually
nobody. There was plenty of sidewalks and nobody. Now, if I'm in the town where my family is from in North Carolina, it's like this big, maybe one street light, if that. If you're walking down this road and you could be walking down some road, somebody's going to stop and ask you where you're going. And it's usually somebody you related to or somebody you know, because again, you shouldn't be walking down this road, when someone could take you, but I love driving. I love having my own car. My car is old as hell. Don't care. Love it.
Yes, we talked about that today too.
They talk about from a tax standpoint or whatever, that as soon as you drive a car off the lot, it begins to depreciate.
It does.
And I'm like, I don't know.
Because it is it's a
no, I'm talking about out here, depending on where you live, if you don't have public transportation, you need a car. So it's really an asset depending on what community. Depending upon the community that you're from.
I had a friend that got a car, like she was 24 years old, her very first car, brand new, drove it halfway off the lot and got totaled. So,
Well, if you're supposed to have insurance before you drive off the lot.
She had insurance. She had insurance.
Yeah, they don't let you drive off the lot without insurance.
Yeah, but when you talk about food deserts, etc., child care, public transportation being in the toilet, some places you need a car. And judging from these this rabbit hole I've been in for the last year of body camera footage, Black people don't like you towing their car. Ooh, they will fight on the side of the road like silverback gorillas.
Have you seen? There's some dude that I saw that he actually picks up those repoed cars, and he got some, whatever, souped up pickup. Like the way he was chasing these people and cornering them, like he was catching people moving. I had never seen anything like it before. It was just
Are you talking about repos?
Yes, repos.
Yeah, the repos is
I ain't
something
never
else. But
seen that.
But these, well, we already know police are dogs anyway. But these black people, ooh, don't, you're not towing my car. They were free to walk away. That's what you want to hear when you are cornered by the police. Am I being detained? Am I free to go? You're free to go. No, you ain't towing my car. You were free to go, and now you in the back seat of a police car. Why? Because they was going to tow your car. Black people not letting go of them cars, and I don't blame them. I don't want to see black people in the back of police cars.
Yeah.
But I understand about the not towing the car part. But yeah. But at any rate.
Listen, Chitamacha said people complain about public transportation in San Francisco, but it was sufficient, not always pleasant to get around walking in buses. I didn't have a car for 20 years. I agree, but every time I'm out there, I'm not from there, and the people on the BART and on the buses don't know how to get nowhere except their own bus. Same thing with, listen, New York City, I love the fact that I can pay one, comparatively, honestly, it's cheap, okay? To go from one end of the city to all the 5 boroughs. I'm going to still bitch and moan when that fare goes up to $3, okay? I don't care. I'm going to still bitch about it. Even though it is...
Damn, $3.
I don't have to drive.
Listen,
Public transport.
Yeah, but it's so how Freedom came with a car in Cali, Freedom came with the token in New York.
What do you mean?
So meaning I could go wherever I needed to go with a token.
Yeah,
I didn't need to.
Yep.
Because it was, you could get just about anywhere.
Yeah.
And because I went to school far from I was like 12 and riding public transportation. So
Me too.
It was.
And see, that's the other thing too.
Oh, younger than that.
Out here in LA, when it came time for junior high, not middle school, junior high school and high school, we were bused in many areas. So we didn't have to take public transportation.
Yeah. I mean, I was bused in junior high for the couple of years that my mother dragged me to Staten Island. And we were bused. I've told this story before. We were bused to a junior high school that was predominantly white, named for Rocco Laurie, who was one of the cops on the Jersey Turnpike, Black Liberation Army. I didn't learn that until I was older. Rocco Laurie, look him up. Yeah. Now I did a deep dive one
Foster
time.
and Laurie?
Well, it's just named after Rocco. It's just named, yeah.
No, but he's the one from Foster and Laurie. Okay.
Yeah. I did a deep dive on how cities became, how this country became car centric. And it's basically, them building roads through Black neighborhoods and, all this other stuff, because this country could well have been a country with a really, really good public transportation system throughout the entire country. However, I'm saying that they fought that, like car manufacturers fought that shit. It's all political. And that
car manufacturers fought it, and depending upon the the municipality, they didn't want Black people coming to their neighborhood.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so
it's okay to ram a freeway through our neighborhood.
Of course.
Us to get out to your neighborhood to clean your houses and mow your lawn. Oh, we don't want that, because we might come on the weekend now.
Let me ask you something, Tom. Do you say, and I agree, there are lots of places where cars are an absolute necessity. Does that mean it's cheaper for you to get a car where you are? Like, is it easier for you to get a car than it is in like New York City, where
Well, see, I don't know what it's like to get a car in New York City.
I'm just saying, like in New York, which I get. Okay, you have to have, to get registration, you have to have insurance, and vice versa. You pay a lot of money depending on your location. Cars are expensive in general. I would never buy a car in New York City, even if I wanted to buy a used car, because I don't buy new cars. But a used car from New York City has all them, bumps and problems and suspension problems from driving in the city all the time. So I usually just, go upstate if I buy a car. And also just like getting financing and is it hard? Like, because I think, and then you guys have to have emissions testing that is way more.
Yeah, got emissions testing. If it doesn't pass because of smog, if you don't pass emissions, you can't get your registration. That's after you've had the car. Once you buy the car, and I'm not talking. Well, once you buy a new car after a certain amount of years, like right now, it has to be a clean car. the emissions, built in a particular set point. But after a few years, they tie to your registration. Go get a smog test. If you don't pass until you get it checked or get whatever fixed, then you can get your registration. And of course, you have to have insurance, at minimum liability insurance.
Yeah. Okay.
At minimum. And that's in case you jack somebody else's car up, not in case somebody jacks your car up
Of course, yes.
and they didn't have insurance.
Yeah.
But yeah.
If I hit a wall, I got
And
Mhm.
that story that I was saying, that story that you wanted to hold for another day.
I
Go
just
ahead
say
on and
babies
tell it.
and fools. Okay, so since you
Babies
gave-
and fools, babies and
you
fools.
gave me permission to tell this story. Oh my Lord, I think this was like 2016. I don't remember. Okay, it was a long time ago. And I only took a car to LA one time, and that was the last time because hell no. And so we had to go. I don't even remember where we had to go. It was nighttime.
I was taking you somewhere to show you something.
She was taking me somewhere to show me around. She's a really good tour guide because she's been in LA her whole life. So we're driving, we get stopped by a police officer. What street was
By
that?
the police,
By the
LAPD. We were on King Boulevard, just past Vermont, the LA Coliseum in USC.
Okay, so listen to what she said. Okay. And so, of course, I'm in the passenger side, and the police officer, well, white woman, stops.
No,
and
it was a white dude.
Oh, was it a white dude? Oh no, the white woman was on my side. Yeah, she was on my side. Yes, it was two. So he's asking for her, information, and she had the car wasn't registered. The car wasn't insured, and there was something else going on with the car. And
See there, you want me to tell the story?
57
your,
years old.
your memory.
You go ahead. You tell that detail part.
So-
I'll tell you the rest of it. Shit.
So the car, I believe, had insurance, but it was not registered. And I had an illegal tag on the back of the car.
Yes.
Because I was having some money problems at the time, and I went and bought a little registration sticker from a man on the street, slapped it on my car. Well, of course, they have license plate readers. I didn't know that at the time. Dude pulled me over. He was like, he comes back and he didn't give me a ticket, but he said, ma'am, that sticker on your car is illegal. I'm gonna need you to get that taken care of. That's a felony. I could actually arrest you and impound your car, but I'm not gonna do that. I was like, God damn.
Mainly because Tanya know how to put on the old auntie voice, the old Southern auntie voice.
It was not Southern.
And I'm sitting there like,
And it was the mature.
Okay,
We are going to jail. It's going to be female Rodney King. Oh my God.
You don't even like, he didn't even
She
say that
was-
right away. He went back to his car. I was like, oh my God, we're gonna fucking
She
die.
was gently panicking. Oh, I wasn't panicking.
I was gently
like,
panicking.
oh, sorry, officer.
Wait, listen, it was one thing after, and then she said something about, oh, well, my brother is supposed to blah, 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 some bullshit about your brother, which is probably a lie. I mean, she's walking this, polite and shit. I'm like, do y'all know who she
Very
is?
polite,
You know
very
what
polite.
the fuck she does for a
Do
living?
you know that her middle name is fuck the
Right now,
police?
no.
Are you familiar with her? No, they weren't. And
I was
none of that came out. None of that came
Okay.
out.
Okay, and he let us go. I was like,
He let
I
us
was
go.
cussing her out all the way back to the house.
Yes, she was.
Are you fucking
And,
kidding me?
and cussed me out all the way back to the house.
And
Got in the house. I need a drink and walked out the house. Started walking again. She wasn't getting in no car with me again. Okay.
Okay,
But the point being, yes, I should have been arrested that night. My car should have been
Listen,
impounded.
okay.
It was not.
And yes, we do know that, it could have gone a horrible way. And yes, we do fuck that shit. But she walked her ass out of it like
I drove my ass
she
out.
drove her. They let her drive the car home.
It shouldn't have been on the street. He told me to get that taken care of, ma'am.
Oh my God.
But here's the thing. And like I told you that time, Zen, I think it's because of 65 and 92.
Why?
I really do. Because LAPD, you have to be here to know. I think that they were very, very polite, very, very nice. And I think it's because they know what can happen. I'm not saying it would happen because of me. I'm just saying in general.
Okay.
I think, well, they were nice to me. That's all I know. They was nice to me. And it could have gone real bad.
For those that don't know, what does that mean?
What does what mean?
You said because of
because of 1965 with Watts, and then 1992 with the rebellion after Rodney King.
You think they still worried about that?
They
okay. Now listen,
these people
don't give a fuck
concerned
usually in the city.
when I started to say Rodney King, when Oscar Grant, the trial of his murder was moved to LA, they was like, oh shit, and they was on alert.
Mm-hmm.
They know LA is not afraid to throw down. And my point being, like I said, it wasn't just because it was Tonda Seasway in the car. It's because they know over time frustrations get pent up. So you better be nice to every Black person you see until you can't be nice no more.
Yeah.
And of course, that's Black folks' position too. Y'all better leave us alone.
Absolutely.
Unless you want us to tear this shit up again.
Mm-hmm. Now, Stephen Pellicer asked how'd her brother get in it. She added him to be, it wasn't my fault. My brother's supposed to have been taking this car and getting it registered or whatever.
I did not add, first of all,
you said something
about my brother. No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. Anyway,
that's how my brother got in it. He wasn't in it.
Mm-hmm. Not in the car, but she was able to drive a car that should not have even been on the road back home at night. It was after dark.
And probably should have been arrested.
And probably should have.
But that's another story for another day. See, that's not for the scientific.
I was gonna hold that, but it's been a long time. I've been holding that. I ain't telling nobody. I told my mother. I told my mom. I'm like, well, let me tell you what.
You've been holding that almost 10 years, if not more.
It was over 10 years. I was like,
that's another story for another day. That deals. People used to call spirituality spookism. That's a spookism story.
Oh yes,
one of many I have for another day on this on this channel.
I got somebody not like that, And here's the thing:
Renee, where you at?
I'm the only person that is allowed to do that in my presence. Because anybody else, like, this friendship is done. What the fuck you doing? Her, I was just like, ain't this some shit? Ain't this some Tonda Seasway shit?
Listen, I'm just here listening to the story.
Oh man.
You ain't got no traffic stories.
I got plenty of those, but
when my insurance got lapsed and I just was absent-minded and and when your insurance gets lapsed, you got to turn your place in that day or whatever. I panicked and I hadn't got stopped by the cops. Okay.
Whew. Listen, we gotta. Well, I don't know going back to these body. What's the topic for do we have a topic for these next couple hours?
So because Lorik be trying to do his best to get things.
And where is he? Where is he?
No, he did his time. He did his time. He went through the top 5 most viewed shows in 2025. Okay. And he did, create a list of things that we could talk about should we choose to. Mm-hmm. But it's not necessary. Look, we are the last of the last for the day, and
okay.
You do story time sometimes, and Zenzi's here. Cherie just dropped back in. She must have got out of her her stronghold at work. The work day must be done. You ready, Cherie? Because I can pull you. Okay.
And Lorik knows. Lorik is trying to bring some order and all this stuff to the show. He knows I do what I want. So hey, Cherie.
Hey, everybody.
So
hey,
I just stopped working, so I was just like, I can hop back on. I just didn't know what today was gonna look like, so I just was kind of like, I just started a new job 2 weeks ago. So
okay, these are a lot of new people. Where's the run sheet? Why you want to know? You're not enjoying yourself? You're not having fun?
Okay.
Are you having fun yet? No, I'm just saying.
Hey, I just want to thank you for helping me out. You educated me so much more about Kwanzaa a few days ago in our CMB chat. So I just want to say thank you.
Well, because I was gonna figure out what's the time. Like we got to talk about that at some point. But I can wait.
No, you don't have to wait. This is what always I appreciate about like how small the world is. So people might not have caught it, but Tondi's phone dinged and my phone buzzed because we're on the same national chat, right? So,
we are. We are.
I might be on that one too,
And so I was like, what is going on? But I think you should just do it now, Tanya. I mean, why wait? I look.
Well, like I said,
Let's
okay,
just
I'm not
roll.
going. Where is it at? I'm not. Hold on. Who was that? Well, I can't even pronounce the name. The one that asked about the run. Jap. Who's it? Jep. 3603. Okay, I will ask about the run sheet, but not because of you. But anyway, no, I did want to know because, like I said, I had Kwanzaa on my mind, but I didn't want to, hijack the conversation because it's really getting on my nerves. It's really getting on my nerves.
This is yours. Listen, I'm here to keep you company. All
right, well, since it's the end of the year, let me go on and get this off of my chest.
It's Kwanzaa now. Perfect time.
It's Kwanzaa time, and every year in December, it is just so damn messy.
The bullshit, yes.
It is so. It's like, really, y'all. I need y'all to mature. I'm not gonna say grow up. I need y'all to mature. The hatred of Karenga and the US organization has, I'm not going to say clouded. People are naturally upset, even though many of the folks who are upset were not here on the ground when a lot of that shit went down in the late 60s and early 70s. They've inherited or adopted ideological arguments and sectarian arguments from the time. So they mad about something. Okay, fine. I feel you. But just, Kwanzaa, because people hate hate Karenga and the US organization, they use that as an excuse to attack Kwanzaa. And they'll say, well, Kwanzaa's a made-up holiday. So we went from a made-up holiday to this year, first time I ever heard, it's a COINTELPRO approved holiday. I'm like, you know what?
Yeah,
you niggas
were saying it's a CIA holiday on.
You niggas need to stop.
I was like, y'all are everywhere with this.
And yes, N-word, niggas. You niggas need to stop this shit.
And it's always people that ain't done nothing that the FBI or CIA needs to really look at them for. But, whatever.
So there's just, but thank you. All of them made up. You think Christmas and what you think Christmas and Easter are?
Thank you.
They were made up. They were made by people.
Hello.
Just like Kwanzaa was made by people. And that's the operative word, people, not a person. And one of the reasons I think Karenga is able to get away with saying that he's the creator of Kwanzaa is because after the US organization fell apart, they were already losing ground with the murders of John and Bunchy on the campus of UCLA. After the torture of Gail Davis and Deborah Jones and his conviction and imprisonment, everything went away. He goes to jail for 4 years. He comes out and he rebuilds. So anybody he's got around him long-term now was not there during the founding. So he's able to tell them, I founded Kwanzaa, and they go out and push and promote, I founded Kwanzaa. And a lot of the old heads from the late 60s and 70s in other places, like New York is considered with the East and other organizations, Philadelphia, down south, a lot of folks, Detroit, they celebrate Kwanzaa. Many of them don't mention his name, ashe to that. But some of the older ones who do say, oh yeah, Karenga, blah, blah, blah. And they're able to say, well, yeah, he founded Kwanzaa. He did not found Kwanzaa. He was part of a collective in that organization, a group of people, male and female, that created Kwanzaa. First Kwanzaa happens in 66, a year after the US organization is founded. In 67, a sister by the name of Makenya Kuwate up in the Bay Area hears about Kwanzaa, and she begins to proselytize, if I may use that word, spread about this new Black holiday. Black holidays or holy days are needed. They are necessary. And if people are not hating on Karenga and are not hating on the US organization, they've got a strain of anti-Blackness. It's a made-up holiday. Like as if Black people, it's not celebrated in Africa. Nobody in Africa heard of Kwanzaa. We need people in Africa to hear about something in order for us over here in the US to celebrate it, to create it, to come up with it. It's like a form of anti-Blackness.
Y'all supposed to be calling yourself foundational Black Americans anyway. I thought
they ought to be happy.
New Africa. Which one is it? Well, now Africa's the litmus test.
But Kwanzaa, it was created here in the US by Black people from the US for Black people from the US. That's a problem now? It's not legitimate. It's not real. It ain't really from Africa. Neither is Christmas. Neither is Easter. You celebrate that. 4th of July, damn, you ain't. You're celebrating that. So what are you talking about? Get it together. You got people who hate Karinga and the US organization because John and Bunchy were murdered. A lot of people feel because of that, and then subsequently the torture of Gail Davis and Deborah Jones. Oh, Karinga's an agent. He has to be an agent. But there's no paperwork that says he's an agent, real or imagined. Like the paperwork on Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael was made up. You know, you doctor up a document that looks like a field informant filling out his timesheet or his report, and you leave it in the car of the person that just gave Kwame Ture a ride, drop him off somewhere. So that's made up paperwork. Where's the made up paperwork? I first learned about the Karinga US situation from Agents of Repression and COINTELPRO papers, where they reprinted the graphics of the cartoons that the FBI would send to us and the Panthers. And one of the cartoons is Karinga with his feet kicked up on a desk, checking off a list. It says Bunchy, John, Sam Napier, all these other people, Sylvester Bell. I was like, God damn, they were sending shit like that. Yeah, they were sending shit like that. So yeah, the FBI's involvement is despicable and diabolical. But where's the timesheet of Karinga checking in as an agent? Where's his W-2 form? We don't have that. And because of that hatred of Karinga and the US organization, people are like, I don't want nothing to do with Kwanzaa. Okay, I can understand that one, kind of, sort of. At least you're not saying it's a made-up holiday, it's illegitimate, it's not real, or it's an FBI, CIA, COINTELPRO approved holiday. Because now you sound stupid.
I heard someone
Now you
say
sound stupid.
that it broke up the Black Panthers. I literally saw somebody else there being like
Kwanzaa broke up.
Kwanzaa was used to break up the Black. I literally saw someone.
Jalil Muntakim, member of the Black Panther Party, Black Liberation Army, who has been a guest on this channel, was talking the other day about how he celebrates Kwanzaa with his family. My sister friend out here, Taliba Shakir, 16 years old, joined the LA Panther Party under Bunchy Carter. She celebrates Kwanzaa. Taliba was here at the time. Taliba went to Bunchy's funeral. She celebrates Kwanzaa. So here's the thing. A lot of people say, well, Karinga's an agent. Karinga's an agent. I wasn't there. I don't know. What I do know is that so many people say Maulana Karinga's an agent, and Geronimo Jijaka Pratt, one of the most popular, one of the most celebrated, I believe, looking back, members of the Black Panther Party, became the chief of security after Bunchy Carter was murdered, chief of security for the LA chapter of the Black Panther Party. One of his attorneys, Johnny Cochran, may he rest in peace, was one. Another one, a white man by the name of Stuart Hanlon. After Geronimo is freed from prison in 1997, Stuart Hanlon writes a book called The Last Man Standing. It's got Geronimo on the cover, or should have him on the cover. They do a book signing out here in Los Angeles. Geronimo speaks. Someone in the audience asked a question about Karinga, because whenever a Panther gets up to speak here in LA, somebody's going to ask about Karinga. Anyway, the point being, ask Geronimo, well, what about Karinga, blah, 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 blah. And Geronimo Jijaka Pratt says, and I quote, Karinga is not an agent. Elaine Brown is. Needless to say, I wasn't prepared for that. We'll get to that one later. But yeah, Geronimo was like, no.
I need you to put a pin in that. Do not forget to get to that one later.
No, I won't. I won't forget.
Thank you very much.
But Geronimo said Karinga is not an agent. And I'm like, well, damn. I wasn't there. But am I going to take the word of Panthers from the East Coast who ain't never set foot in LA? Or am I going to take the word of Geronimo Jijaka? If I, being here in LA, got to take somebody's word, It's going to be Geronimo's. Now, does that mean that Karinga's not an agent? No. I'm just saying the waters are so murky. The waters are so murky. And see, here you go. Elaine Brown is selling us affordable housing. Elaine Brown is an agent. She got a spot is an apartment complex up in the Bay Area in Oakland. I wasn't there, but if we're gonna compile information, Geronimo said he wasn't. And Wayne Farr, one of the Panthers who was involved in the shootout at 41st and Central. He used to drive Elaine when she was on the Central Committee in the Bay Area, would come back to LA. He would drive around. He doesn't believe that she was an agent. See, the part of the problem is we get hooked on who was an agent. And we need to know these things. We need to know the damage caused. But I remember this brother one time, this was years ago, you can tell by the analogy. He said, we need to organize the way the Lakers play ball. He said, if Kareem get the ball, you know what he gonna do with it. If Shaq get the ball, you know what he gonna do with it. If Kobe you know what they gonna do. We know they coming to infiltrate. We know they're coming. What are we gonna do? We gonna stand around and not pass the ball? We're not gonna shoot? Or are we going to run our plan? I don't know. Brother Jamil said, I am just thankful and happy that I ain't no goddamn agent. How do we know that? No, I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you.
See, Tandy got stories and she tells them very well. Okay. She a journalist. She an actual.
I got a couple. I got one or two.
Journalist and know her shit. So I just
one or two.
I've been
Can I just say that I like your little story time thumbnail.
I've been trying to tell some more stories.
Yeah,
that are relevant to the situation. But the rocking chair. I'm gonna tell you a story now. Auntie Tiny got a story for y'all. Gather around and listen.
Love it, absolutely. So Elaine, did you have any other things to talk about, Elaine, and all that stuff?
Well,
we put a pin in it, so you gotta come back to that
about
one.
Kwanzaa. Jesus Christ. Let me just say too, Zen and I know each other from Howard University. We're not gonna say how long.
It doesn't matter.
Zen tells her age. I don't tell mine. But anyway, the point being,
just 5 years ago.
Yeah, 5 years ago. We were young. We were very young. We were 6 years old. Yes.
Yeah, less gray. But anyway, I'm up in Washington, D.C. Even though at the time where I'm living now, Karinga used to be less than a mile. His headquarters is still less than a mile. He moved to another spot, but less than a mile from where I live. I didn't hear any of this when I lived in LA. It's not until I go off to Washington, D.C. that I start learning about Kwanzaa as an African in America holiday and about COINTELPRO, about the COINTELPRO papers, about the agents of repression, about Louis Tackwood and the Glass House tapes, even though many people don't feel that can be trusted because he says, I was an agent and I did X, Y, and Z. Oh, you telling us you was an agent? That's very interesting. But the point being, I didn't learn any of this stuff until I go back east. And when I went back east, learning about Kwanzaa, it was really a beautiful. Oh, is that Brother Jamil? Oh, hey, Brother Jamil. Salam alaikum. Yeah, Brother Jamil from the Nation of Islam.
I love Brother
story about that too. Anyway, we're gonna come back to that one. It was a really beautiful citywide celebration. You could go to it didn't matter what night. You could go here a few hours, then you go to another place for a few hours. It was like literally like a Kwanzaa crawl without the alcohol, without going to bars, but going to community institutions, churches to celebrate Kwanzaa. Very, very rarely heard Karinga's name mentioned. As a matter of fact, I got my name changed for the very first time during a Kwanzaa celebration at Ujamaa Shule. I forget the year, but the point being, same thing when I lived in Atlanta. You can go to Kwanzaa at different spots. And I come back to LA, Augie, where the Kwanzaa at? And people looked at me like I had an eye in my forehead because of Karinga and the Panthers. And so I missed that initially. Then I started learning about Karinga. I learned about the two sisters, because that's brought up every year. That's the other way they denigrate Kwanzaa. Well, he killed them two Panthers, John and Bunchy, right? And then when that don't work, well, he tortured two sisters, right? Well, what are the two sisters' names? Are they alive? Are they still around? Nobody ever used the name. They were simply used as a hammer against Karinga. Well, the names are Gail Davis and Deborah Jones. Thank you to Scott Brown for his book, Fighting for Us, which talks about the rank and file and the actual ideology that people believed in the US organization. And then later on, years later, I was put in touch with Deborah Jones.
Yep.
And after excuse me, after she did, an oral history at Cal State Northridge with their Black Power archives, we were put together so that I could help her write her memoir. And that's the book that came from that. It's called What We Stood For, Story of a Revolutionary Black Woman. So I don't have a copy. It's a copy around here somewhere. Anyway, y'all go look it up and buy it. But at any rate, so yeah, these are the things that are used to denigrate Kwanzaa. Somebody said, can Haitians celebrate it? Kwanzaa can be celebrated by anyone. But now here's the kicker. And understand what I'm saying. Can Haitians celebrate it? Of course. But why do you want to? Don't you have your own celebrations? And I'm not saying it's closed. I'm saying I never thought I'd say this. Oh my God. I'm saying what FBA says. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, but seriously, Haitians, Trinidadians, Jamaicans, John Canoe, Boxing Day, Emancipation Day, or whatever have you day, which is why we know Kwanzaa is not a made-up holiday. Every people have their own celebrations and holidays. Every people have their own celebrations and holidays. A study group was formed in the US organization looking at seasonal festivals, New Year yam festivals. And people said, okay, I'll take South Africa. Well, we'll take East Africa. We'll take West Africa. We'll take North Africa. That study group is the group that was formed and that came up with Kwanzaa. It's based on a New Year celebration. Looking back at the year, what have we accomplished? How do we move forward into the year, into the new year coming up? In Ghana, they would call it Ojira, right? Every group of people has seasonal celebrations, has holidays that comes out of their culture. Kwanzaa comes out of Black people in the US. You are welcome to celebrate it, to be a part of it. But why do you want to be a part of it? Is it because you just Black and you Pan-African? Bring your ass on up in here. Come on in here. If you just curious and want to know, that's fine too. So please understand. Yeah, thank you. First fruits harvest. So yeah, that anybody can celebrate Kwanzaa. It was created to give Black people in the US something. And Lord knows we need something. Lord knows we needed and need something.
Did you see Tony Hardy's question about Bruce Dixon's article? I didn't read it. I didn't read that.
Hold on. I did see it, but where is it at?
Some article about why he doesn't celebrate Kwanzaa.
Hold on. Where is it at? I saw it.
It's a little.
I see where he said Bruce. There it is. Any thoughts on Bruce Dixon's article in Jacobin? Yeah, why I can't celebrate Kwanzaa. What are your thoughts on it? I knew Bruce, but I was not Bruce. Like I said, I was not a Panther on the ground at that time. Don't get me wrong, I loved Bruce. Bruce was my brother. I got a Bruce story too. Anyway, I love Bruce. But so what? That's why Bruce can't celebrate Kwanzaa. Were you there on the ground? Did you have comrades in arms in the Panther Party who were murdered? Then you probably feel the way, even though Jalil and Taliba, then you probably feel the same way as Bruce, and I can understand that. But you who were born in 75, 1980, I'm not celebrating Kwanzaa because of what they did in the... Okay, like I said, are you celebrating Christmas? Because what have they done historically? How do I feel? Bruce Dixon once said that I don't remember if he wrote an essay, but when Black Panther came out, I remember him saying, I don't need a movie. Bruce Dixon, Bruce Elroy Dixon. I don't know what your middle name was, Bruce. You were a member of the Black Panther Party, not only during the time of its heyday, you were in Chicago working with Fred Hampton. Not too many people can say that. Only a handful of people. Of course, you don't need Black Panther. Of course, you don't need a movie. Some folks needed that movie, just like some folks needed Judas and the Black Messiah, just like some folks needed Sankofa. Sankofa blew my mind when I first saw that. I went home and dreamt about Sankofa. I was like, wait a minute. Some folks needed it, and some folks need Kwanzaa. If you don't need it, okay, fine, all good. But see, here's my thing. Just don't be stupid. If the treachery created, I want to say fomented, exacerbated by COINTELPRO, if that's your reason, I understand it. If you were right here in LA when you saw everything go down and it's traumatic to you, I understand that. One thing we don't talk about, and maybe we'll get into it and put a pin in this, because the Panthers were a public organization, we know a lot of their dirt. We don't know about us organization dirt. A lot of what they were doing internally, it's the same shit Panthers were doing. Maybe we'll talk, and I'm talking about brutality and assassinations. Maybe we'll talk about that on a future show. The point being, if you don't want to celebrate Kwanzaa because of that, I hear you. And whatever reason you don't want to celebrate Kwanzaa is your right. I'm just saying, if you say it in my presence, I don't like stupidity, I'm going to call it out. I don't celebrate Kwanzaa because it's a COINTELPRO holiday. Shut up, nigga. Shut up, nigga. You're a nigga and you need to shut the fuck up. I don't celebrate Kwanzaa because it's a made-up holiday. Shut up, nigga. Shut your mouth and don't open it again. Stop laughing, Zen.
Listen, okay.
Nigga. Not the ER, not the hard R. Nigga. Shut up, nigga. Just shut up.
Ooh, child.
Renee, you okay? You still there? Cherie? Y'all there? Can I run y'all off?
We you yelled at Zenzi for laughing, and I was thinking to myself,
she yelled at me
over here.
I yell at Zenzi when I say hello.
Exactly. Okay, this is just how we communicate and shit.
We here. And I did want to put my 2 cents into it. I had made another post because I feel like, what was it, the day before yesterday? Because I do think it's important that we celebrate. And then I do think another thing that I don't like to see is how people have co-opted Kwanzaa into this kind of like just support Black Business Day. And they're not even using it as a reflection of the collective work done for the year towards liberation. And so I made a post kind of saying that, all of these things have to be rooted in, radical thought as well, because I've seen stuff like the Kwanzaa crawl in New York City, where people will, with this sister, and she's an actress, I've known her for a while. It just becomes this bar crawl, and it's just like every year they're like, oh, we're so happy we supported all these Black owned bars, then that's Kwanzaa, and there's no thought of like, especially when you think about cooperative economics, I think that should be rooted in Pan-African socialism as a radical. And then when you think about one of the like self-determination, Kuji Jacquie, you have to think about being anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist, and thinking about all of those things. And we know what happened in Nigeria on Christmas. And so I think that we can't just use it as like another escapism holiday and then turn it into like this capitalist, sort of thing where it's like, oh, we're just buying Black. And, that's my Kwanzaa effort. Because people will tie every principle into, oh, I did this, Kuji Jacquie, I started my own business, self-determination, Creativity. I created, Nia creates, and they talk about like creativity, and then they're like, oh, I created my own empire, and it all just goes back to the same stuff under capitalism.
And the gifts of Kwanzaa are supposed to be a book and a handmade gift. I mean, that's
But let me say this also. That's not Kwanzaa's fault. That's what we have done.
Yeah, that's what
we have made it about. The cooperative economics is about business. In the 60s, again, put a pin in it. That's a story for another day. There was this push of getting back to our African roots, right? One of the ways that they decided to do that was the use of Kiswahili. And now Kiswahili comes out of East Africa. I believe the majority of us over here are West African. We'll get into the complexities later on. But in Tanzania, where Julius Nyerere was the prime minister, the president, Kiswahili was one of their languages. The brand of socialism they attempted to practice, I think it was called Jamaa. But first, when Kwanzaa first started, that principle of Ujamaa was defined as cooperative economics and familyhood. And over the years, the familyhood got left off and it became about cooperative economics. Well, we know it's not about cooperatives. It's about supporting Black businesses, which we do need. And I just found out about the Kwanzaa crawl. I thought that was dope. But be that as it may, it's not dealing with cooperative economics. It's not dealing with socialism. It's not dealing with mutual aid. But that's our fault as organizers and practitioners of Kwanzaa. So that's something that we have to begin to put forth.
Yeah, that's why, I also commented on that with like some of the posts to try to kind of get it back into radical thought. And I think it would honestly help people want to get more active in, because they'll see kind of the difference in the overall ideology and it's the separation that it has from something like a Christmas or, all these other things. Is I think people will just look at it as like, oh, it's Christmas in African garb. And it's like, that's not what it's supposed to be. And so I think, as organizers, we do have to put that push out there to people are actually radically thinking and imagining each of these principles and not just looking at it as like, oh, all about me and my self-determination. People will be like, I overcame. And not to say this is bad, but it's like, we have to think, for the collective and towards collective liberation with these thoughts too. Like, yes, obviously I, lost my job and I got another one, self-determination, whatever, but it needs to.
How is that self-determination, getting a job?
But we need to be thinking about actual collective self-determination, which is, at its core anti-imperialist, and I think people will personalize these things because that's what we do in America and that's what we do under capitalism. But I just think we have to constantly be collective thinking and thinking, in a Pan-Africanist as well.
Absolutely. Renee, get up in here. Every time Renee come off the mic, she giggling. What are you sipping over there, Renee?
What I tell you, even when I do remix, when I do shows where I don't have to be the person paying attention to the run sheet and making sure that I can just listen and just enjoy the stories. I see you trying to sneak away from this pin on Alay Brown. I'm not gonna let you sneak away from it because I want whatever story you about to tell. But honestly, I appreciate listening to the story. I appreciate understanding some of the background. I appreciate what Cherie just pulled in about how, because everything gets sensationalized here. There's nothing that exists in this place that does not get propagandized and sensationalized and turned into a damn bar crawl. This is just what, this is what happens, right? And, for me, I struggle all the time with the commodification of things, right? I deeply struggle with it. And I think sometimes I'm almost too harsh about it to a point where people don't want to talk to me because I'm like, I can't believe they did this shit. You know, like that's always where I go. So
here come Renee.
Exactly.
Debbie Downer.
Exactly. Here she come to ruin the rainbow. And so
there
like,
she
this
go.
is, you know, this is always. So I'm listening and I'm thinking to myself, how the hell they decided to do a bar crawl? Like, how did that become a thing? Like, how did that become a thing? I don't even understand. But
it looked dope on Instagram.
Look,
Sherry done dripped
Jacquie,
out.
You're muted. I can't.
Sorry, I was saying that they started the Kwanzaa crawl in like 2012 in Brooklyn, and it was a bar crawl. It was, and honestly, it was like people like around 35-ish at the time. And yeah, it was just about going from bar to bar. Listen, I don't have a problem with bar crawls, but you know, I'm being reminded by this conversation about how, and I'm, you know, talking about Black folks primarily because fuck it, that we are losing the general principles of Kwanzaa, and it's our fault because we only talk to ourselves. And whenever we're around people that think about the, you know, capitalistic, you know, elements have been brought into it, we don't correct them, or we correct them in the way that's just like, you know, not healthy, and they're not really willing to listen to us. I feel like, okay, I feel like I have to think about how I talk about it, you know, without, you know, being like, oh shit, what you talking about now, you know, because that's like, you know, fuck if Target got some, you know, Kwanzaa shit, I ain't gonna buy it from them, you know. And
we're not buying it from you.
Right, exactly. So
this was before a boycott. We ain't buying it from you.
Exactly. So we can still kind of be like, okay, well, this is what, you know, the original spirit of, you know, Kwanzaa is, and we can kind of move slowly back to that, you know. Yeah. So I appreciate this conversation, because it's like me, I can be like, well, you know, I celebrated, you know, the right way with like the few people, but I feel like, you know, it's a collective, and it shouldn't be so, you know, just my little, you know, conscious crew or whatever. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I celebrated by myself for a long time. It's like I was like the only one, like especially when I was in my Hotep era, I was very like Kwanzaa, and my family was not here for it. Like, what is this? I think I bought a Kinara from when I bought one like in Brooklyn, and then I brought it back with me because I would always come every year to Atlanta to visit my family. And then me and my mom would do something, like she would participate with me, but now it's like I live by myself and I'm back in Atlanta, and it's like, you know, it feels, I think for like the first 2 years in this apartment, I would still put up the Kinara and all that, but then it's just kind of like, yeah, the past 2 years, I'm like, doing it by myself is kind of lame. So I just kind of am like, but you know, I want to do it like once I get me like a husband maybe, or like, and have like a, you know, start to actually have like a family, then like really try to incorporate that. I mean, I'll still go to a Kwanzaa event, but and then I still acknowledge the principles on my own, but I guess like the whole setup and everything, I just was kind of like, it's kind of weird doing it by myself. And then it's harder, I think, to pull people in when it's just me, where I feel like if I have like a family, people be like, oh, y'all doing something, like actually we're doing this for the family, we're doing our little Kwanzaa thing. It's like people are more supportive for whatever reason. But yeah, but that's just my thought behind it. But I think overall, I just want to reimagine like all of these things, because I mean, I think even with Kwanzaa, we can look to that as the as something to, you know, is aspire to. Like they created like their own thing with these principles. Like there's other ways we can do that throughout the year as well. Like we can still make more holidays and other, you know, things too, and have Kwanzaa. So I do think, look forward to that, as like, you know, creating all different traditions, you know, during this time. Overall, because I think, yeah, all of this stuff is made up. So it's like, it means that even this new generation, we can make something up as well, you know, and we don't have to necessarily get rid of the old, but we can take from inspiration.
Yeah. And I'm lucky because I was introduced to Kwanzaa at an early age. Again, my first church at 3-4 years old was Nation of Islam. So this is my mom come from. So, and also like the shocking thing to me was my mother moved up to Albany, and I went up kicking and screaming and whatever. There is a sister up there who is, she's like 81. She was the director of a very, very small center in Schenectady, New York, Hamilton Hill Art Center. And she been doing Kwanzaa since like probably before we moved up there in the 80s. And she's still she's retired from the center. Her daughter is running it now, but they have a huge Kwanzaa celebration in a place that is very, very not majority Black. You know, a lot of Black folks there, but not majority. So I'm very, I love you. Oh my goodness. So yeah.
Thank you, Brother Jamil.
It's very hard for me. Like, of course I was in DC at Howard, but it's very hard for me to leave New York because I'm so surrounded by, you know, people I've been around for so long, and, you know, I can still kind of stay connected with people. But if I move someplace else and I can't get like, you know, a turkey sandwich at 3 a.m, it's gonna be a problem. But no, I just, you know, sorry, random.
Yeah. I remember Brother Jamil. I don't know if you remember me. I think you remember me. I used to work at Brown Rice.
Did Brother Jamil come
in the House of Knowledge? Huh?
Did Brother Jamil go in there when we were there?
I'm sure he did.
Probably.
I remember seeing him. I worked in Brown Rice for a minute.
Well, then I saw him.
Which was in the House of Knowledge.
On the second floor.
Where Pyramid Bookstore was located on Georgia Avenue in Washington, D.C. And I don't remember the name of the business, but there was a Nation of Islam business in there. You can get video. You can get. Will you please be quiet and let me finish this story? Because you told the first story wrong, so let me do this one. Your memory is bad, but anyway, you could get Qurans in there. Shut up, Cherie. You could get Qurans in there. You could get tapes, videotapes, and cassette tapes of Minister Farrakhan speaking. You could get bean pies. And you could get your clean and fresh products.
That's right.
See, some of y'all don't remember the clean and fresh products. I do. And there was a couple down on the first floor, elderly Nation of Islam couple, that sold the best fish sandwiches on planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Whiting fish.
Oh, Brother Jamil knows that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah.
And Sister Alicia used to have the clothing like right on.
Yeah, she had some kind of clothing. Yeah. And there was a black toy-ish. I don't want to say store. I think the store, they had a space, and I think it was the display window, and they had black dolls and black toys. You remember that? Yeah. And the other story I have, the other NOI story I have, was when the Nation of Islam was doing the patrols in the drug-infested housing projects. And one day they were doing a patrol, and I'll just call him a misguided brother, came out there with a shotgun. I think he thought he was helping the Nation of Islam. That's the story I heard later on. But at the point he came out there with the shotgun, they was not having it. And let's just say they corrected that brother. I don't think he ever gonna roll up on nobody with a shotgun again. They didn't kill him, but he was corrected. And I saw that on the news. I was like, I know where that is.
I remember that.
Who said that?
We
who said
have.
Remember that?
Me.
Oh yeah. You should remember that. You was there then too.
Yeah, we have fond memories of that place, man.
Okay, now tape connection. Thank you, brother. I was like, where did Brother Jamil go? The tape connection.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Look at that. 2849 Georgia Avenue Northwest. Yep. Across the street from Blue Nile.
Yep.
Where you go to get your herbs and your incense and your oils. And Sylvia's. I'm not sure what Sylvia did, but anyway, Sylvia was over there.
And that that cheap Chinese restaurant, like right in the next corner or something like that. Yeah, right over there. Wow.
There was Howard Cafe and the cheap Chinese. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mayfair. There it is. Mayfair Mansions. That was it. Y'all go look it up. You can see the video. We say he got tapped a little bit. Yeah, they touched him up a little bit. Maybe the news didn't show the video, but somebody had the video, Brother Jamil. I heard Brother William, I think his name is Abdul now. I knew Brother Williams' voice because he was, I think, the manager of the Tape Connection. He was always in there. You could hear Brother Williams' voice on the tape saying, break his neck. I was like, ooh. Break his neck. They didn't break his neck. I don't think they broke his neck, but yeah. Yeah.
And oh my God, I forgot the name of that young brother who was a filmmaker that you asked me if I knew him, and I told you I knew his name, and why can't I think of it right now? The one that went to Howard with us. What the heck?
Yeah, the one that went to Howard. He worked with Spike Lee. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, young Muslim
I
brother.
can't remember his name too. Yeah.
I see him in there all the time, and I actually, wow. Let me think of. I gotta think of his name. But
Yeah, and another brother by the name of Ross Baraka was at Howard during that time period.
Yeah, we know.
You may be familiar with him. Yeah.
Yeah, we've had conversations. Renee, we know we've had conversations. And Renee's in his proximity. Are you in Newark actually, Renee?
No, not actually. No, I'm next door. I'm in Union. So,
but Renee, I'm in Union right now.
Are you really?
Well, my sister and brother-in-law bought a house here in 2020. I'm house sitting for them until like the 6th, and the food in this area is amazing. Oh my gosh! Wow.
Wait a minute. Somebody said they watching the video right now. Y'all done went and looked at the video. Break his neck. Okay. All right.
Oh, that is hilarious. Wow.
Man, I know you got some memories of something.
Y'all make me miss up north. I'm like, I miss being in Harlem and like all the old heads and stuff, and just the
knowledge. Down in Atlanta.
How did I end up in Atlanta?
It's the new Mecca.
Well, no, I'm from Atlanta. That's where I'm from. I'm from Atlanta, born and raised East Atlanta, Mountains on 6. But I moved to New York when I was 18 because that's where I went to acting school. And I stayed in New York for 10 years. So then so it was about 2010 when I moved to New York, and then I left late 2019 is when I left, like right before COVID. So I've been back in Atlanta for like, I guess a little over 5 years now. But yeah, so but I'm from Atlanta. Just most of my adulthood has been in New York, and and I lived in multiple places in New York. I was kind of in Manhattan at first. That's where my school was. Then after that, I was in Jersey City for like a year, and then Jersey City. I was in Washington Heights for about 2-3 years. And then from there, I went to like Brooklyn, Ridgewood, and then I finally ended up in Bed-Stuy, and I was in Bed-Stuy for like about 5 years. But
Bed-Stuy, do or die.
Yeah. I miss all the Tompkins block parties, and just like all the cultural stuff was really, I just really enjoyed all of that. And then even I remember when I lived in Brooklyn, I did have my own like little Kwanzaa get together because I actually had friends to do it with. Like there was one year where I was in town during Kwanzaa time, and I think it was like a Kwanzaa New Year celebration. I had like all the people in my little conscious community, and we had like a little celebration, us youngins all in our 20s. We thought we was doing something deep. We was like, we really had the knowledge of Kwanzaa. We were trying, but we got together and had our own little Kwanzaa New Year celebration. It was cute. But I feel like I know so much more now and understand more of its intention now than I did then. But it was still nice to have people to do it with.
Yeah, I left Bed-Stuy 2 years ago. I'm still very mad about it. I was on Halsey between Marcy and Tompkins, so I used to go right around the corner to that open streets every summer. And anyway, man.
Oh, Redan, my sister went. Yeah, my sister went to Redan. My homeschool. But I went to the art school. I went to DeKalb School of the Arts.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I went to Brooklyn Tech.
Hey.
Did you really, Zenzi?
Yes, I did. We everywhere. We are
so okay. So I gotta send you an email because my aunts and uncle all went to, and they're probably your.
That is hilarious. Yeah, you have to. You absolutely have to.
I'm about to send you an email.
Oh my God.
I'm so sure now that my whole family.
I'm pretty sure I do.
That is hysterical. That is hysterical.
If y'all don't know, there is a pipeline from Howard, from Tech to Howard. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was always afraid to try to move to New York City. I was like, I will definitely be a bag lady if I move to New York City. I am not going to New York.
Listen,
I
there
will
was
be
a time
homeless.
when I
I'm not
was,
doing it.
listen, if I didn't have family here, I would have been right in that bag. But you know, I mean, I'm doing good.
Yeah, I was spoiled.
Exactly.
My parents were paying my rent the whole time I was there, so I can't. You know, I was spoiled. But it was still hard. It was still really hard.
Well, the thing is, like, when I was in my 20s living in Bed-Stuy, it was nobody, you know, nobody was trying to go there, so my rent was cheap. And then, you know, now it's not. Now I will say I've always been super fortunate to have always found an apartment in New York City since I was a young person, the word of mouth. I've never had to use a real estate agent, have never had to use a broker, any of that. Okay. And the apartment I'm in, the main reason I'm in this apartment in Queens, well, this is Jersey, in Queens was because my aunt's best friend was moving down to Maryland and she, you know, and I took over her apartment. So I didn't want to tell people my rent because they would like,
they'd kill you for it.
Yes, they would. Okay.
They try to kill you and move in your apartment.
Now, I can't stand South Ozone Park, Queens. It's like, I can't stand it. I miss Bed-Stuy, but I'm not willing to pay as a new person and, you know, not having that connection of another word of mouth situation. You know, I just couldn't live there. And now all the private landlords want to get some of that gentrified money. So, okay. Like I had a friend down the street from like my neighbor down the street who was like kind of salty. I was moving, but I'm just like, yeah, you got a whole apartment on your third floor that you won't rent to me because even though, you know, well, I ain't gonna give out his name or anything like that. He was still booking it on Airbnb and getting like these, you know, people from like Berlin and stuff to spend like a month there. And he was making way more money. I'm like, dude, I know you. I've been living here forever. You know me, but you won't rent to me. So people
living was interesting. Like I always was subletting and I always had roommates. I always had some of the crazy.
I've never had roommates since
I never lived really alone. I had one situation where I was the top floor of like this older Trini woman's brownstone, and she was like, I only was there for like 6 months because she came out there one day and decided I wasn't clean enough and was like, you gotta go. So I was like, that was a very short-lived experience, and it wasn't even dirty, but she was like mad I was putting coats on chairs and I'm paying like $1,200.
And that's inside your apartment. You got coats on chairs.
Yeah, she went off, and so it was just like, okay, we can't. But yeah, I had a whole situation, and only real like starving artists know this about. There was this lady that you would go to in the Heights. Like I first, she was like an older Hispanic lady. You would go to her, and she'd have like a list of rooms. She'd have a list of rooms that different Hispanic people, Latinos, I don't want to say Latinos were renting out, and she'd give you 3 from the list. She'd call to make sure they were home, and she'd write down the 3 addresses on the paper. You go see 3, and when you saw a place, you had to immediately claim it and say that was the place that you wanted to live. And I did that like maybe 2 times. I only got 1 place out of it, but I probably went 2 times just, you know, because it was always sublease hopping. I'd be one place for 6 months, another place for a year, another place for like 3 months. But one time I would go there and there was literally like people would be trying to fight her because they're like, no, they wouldn't let me like see the place. They were racist too. And so there was like this black guy that they wouldn't even let see a place because she was sending them to like different Latinos that, you know, might have had some racism. And so like there was like a time where like the police were called. I just remember the whole time just being like, how did I end up here? Because it just so crazy. But yeah, you get a room, and most of the time you couldn't use their kitchen. Like I stayed with a lady for like 6 months, couldn't use her kitchen. I could only use her microwave. And she just you couldn't be in her space. Like you would just be in your room. If you like,
there's a question. Yes, New York City has great tenant laws, but you have to know about that. And like, for example, the only person that could evict you from a New York City apartment is a judge, not your landlord. Also, now I have never had a roommate, never getting one, because I think it's like a certain short time, like maybe 30 days, maybe less, that if you're staying, whether your name is on the lease or not, you are legally like allowed to because you live there. And you know, that person that whose name is on the lease can't kick you out unless they go to tenant court. Ain't no dudes moving in here with me. Ain't nobody moving in here with me. I've never had, you know, roommates. I haven't had roommates since 1997. You know, I've had my own apartment. I've always lived by myself. I've been fortunate. I've been here. I'm born here. I got a lot of family here. So I've been fortunate. fortunately, a lot of my family left the area, including my mama. So, and like I said, my landlord sold the brownstone. I would have never left. My landlord sold the brownstone, and it just happened to be during a time. Right now, the prices are going up, and I have two of my friends wait lists. They have tenants that are probably not ever going to move, but I'm like, as soon as they leave, So
when I was living in DC, I was a student, so I was in student housing apartments.
Yeah.
I had roommates then until I wasn't in student housing, and I never had my own apartment in DC. I was always renting a room.
Yeah.
Washington, at that time, it was indeed a chocolate city. Marion Barry was the mayor. It was majority Black.
Mm-hmm.
So on the one hand, I can kind of understand Black DC homeowners making extra money, renting out rooms. On the other hand, just because you went to Howard didn't mean your parents had money.
Thank you.
When I'm telling you, some of these folks was gouging for rooms.
Yes, they were.
We have technology now where you can have, even with the glasses, you can video and show people what you're seeing. Right. I used to always want that when I was a kid, because I'm like, you need to see this. I can't explain it to you. Now I can get colorful with my stories, Renee, but I'm not being colorful. When I tell you I was looking for a room one time, when I tell y'all this woman wanted to charge me $800 for a closet, I'm not comparing the room in her house to a closet. It was the closet. I swear I put that on my mama, my daddy, my grandparents. I am not exaggerating. I am not embellishing. It was I burst into tears because I thought I was going to be homeless in DC. I eventually found something. But the fact that this woman wanted to rent me a closet for $800, she put a mattress in the closet. And I was young. She was an elder, so I shouldn't have cussed her out. But I didn't have the maturity to be angry enough where I formulated cussing her the fuck out in my mind. I was just so hurt and scared because I was young. How could you do that?
Yeah. Yep.
It's horrible. Yeah. It was horrific.
I definitely lived in like $1,000 closet in New York for it was after I got put out of the Trini lady's place. And I guess I didn't leave, but I think I just didn't feel comfortable being there because she didn't want me there. So I just ended up finding one of these new gentrified places that they were booking out to younger people where it would be 4 of y'all and you wouldn't know who you were going to be living with. There's a lot going on. And throw you all, and it was like 4 of us. But the room, you could tell that the way they were made, these are really 2 bedrooms that they turned into 4 bedrooms because you could tell they split the room in half. My room didn't have it's basically the size of my closet now in my 1 bedroom, where it had a little full-size bed in the corner and a cabinet on the other side, just a little bit of walking room between you and your cabinet that you put your clothes in. And then the bed was high, so you could put storage underneath the bed. And then there was a pull-out desk I had an altar for that was my altar, but it was super small. And then they had little holes in the room, basically, where it was holes to the other side of the room, just so it wouldn't, because I think there was something against not having a window or a room that small with no window or anything. So it wasn't a window. It was basically a window to the other room. Luckily, the girl was never there, so it wasn't we were necessarily hearing each other. She was one of those white girls where her parents was paying, obviously, but then she just ended up staying with her boyfriend. But yeah, that was my last year in New York, and I think at that point I was getting closer to 30, and I was just I cannot do this anymore. I can't live like this anymore. I just was I need to just start over, and that's when I was I gotta move back home. It just wasn't it.
Thank you. That's what you moved back home for. But listen, y'all are not hearing me. It was not like a closet. It was the closet. I'm not exaggerating. I'm really not.
In New York City, you have to have a window and you have to have 2 ways, what's egress? Like, more than one way
way to
in.
get up out.
Yeah,
Now-
that's why, because it wasn't a real. It was literally just the opening to the top of the room behind me. Everybody would be come over like, what is that? And it's like that's their way of getting around that rule. The building itself was super nice, but yeah, I was depressed as heck being in that room that small. It was it was a lot.
Look. That's black capitalism. Come on, stop hating. Everything is not black capitalism. Black people trying to survive in a capitalist economy. Everything we do is not trying to be black capitalists. We're trying to survive.
Pretty much.
Some of us.
Yeah, my bougie mama was so disgusted when she came to get me.
Some of us want to be on top.
She was like, "This is how you live. This is what I paid for." She almost had a heart attack. She's like, "We have to, because my mom's best friend, they both drove down to get all my stuff for me to come and move back to Atlanta." But they were like, "Oh my gosh." So she just was like, "I just can't believe you were living like this." But I mean, that was her the entire time. Like, because in New York, it's just but you just get so normalized to everything, but it's so different, down south or whatever. But everything was just like, from the mice and all that. She would just be so like, "What do you mean?" Like, I remember one apartment where the mice just kept coming and, and we'd always have to call my landlord to come get it. Or if you had a roommate that was a guy, that was like the resident mouse guy. Where like
the mice was like, "We was here before you."
You wait until he got home, and then like he throw away the mouse that got stuck on the truck. But like all that stuff, not having a microwave, just weird like New York kinks that like, certain places you're just like, "No, there's no microwave here. We don't have the energy to buy one." So.
And again, and I get it, okay? Because listen, New York has always been a place of people coming in, always. Gentrifiers, that's a whole nother level of bullshit, but people have always come here. And I think if you come and you don't really know people here, you don't really know a lot of people, you don't know certain things, like, it was illegal to rent. And the thing is, for example, I am living in a legal basement. It is huge. I got plenty of space and everything like that. However, it is illegal because it has more than these two things: a sink, a toilet, and a bathtub. This has a full apartment, separate kitchen, separate bathtub, and only one way in and one way out, and it's illegal. Meaning that my rent is dirt cheap, number one. Number two, she ain't going up on my rent. She ain't doing shit, okay? And I have it good. Too bad it's just in fucking South Ozone Park. I wish the shit was in Brooklyn. I'd never leave. So that's why I'm still living there, and it's comfortable and everything, but just anyway. So yeah, if you're living in a closet with no windows and you accept that, you could probably be like, "Yeah, I am paying you. I'm gonna pay you what I feel like paying you, unless you want me to report you," because it is illegal to do that, and a lot of people don't know that. Now there are legal basements.
Housing.
But most of them are illegal. The vast majority of basement apartments in New York City are illegal, but nobody really enforces it.
But they just changed a lot. Didn't they just start working on changing a lot of those laws so that they could?
They are, but they haven't yet. And
okay.
There are still some things that are still illegal. And, and also my landlord lady and her husband, they in, Middletown, New Jersey. They barely come to New York, but yeah. So just like knowing and the reason why they're making these changing these laws is because the population has changed, meaning the people that are working in the court system, legal system have in some levels have changed, but yeah. But
so
what's the question?
What's the homeless? I don't like that word, unhoused. What's that situation like?
It's horrendous. However, now I'm always interested in finding out, like when I was in Bed-Stuy, you are on Nostrand and Fulton. And there were a lot of homeless people in that area. And then there's the Macon, which is one block in from Fulton. There was a school that constantly had scaffolding. It was like a night school, like an adult learning center that constantly had scaffolding. And there were a lot of homeless people living there. They actually somebody basically bought the building, and now it's going to be apartments or whatever, and so they moved them. I know that there's been a bigger population in the subways, but it's not as big because now you still have a lot of people that are in the subways However, I think during a certain time, you know, the cops might run them out, but they come back and they don't have like, if I'm like correct, Renee, at some point they had 10 communities in Newark. Do they still have that?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Now there is a street in Brooklyn called Van Sinderen, which kind of runs along, I think it's the BQE. And you go to some certain area. It's Williamsburg, but not really. Where you like, I'm driving in the daytime and I'm like, okay, just let me just go. Like I only have to do a couple of blocks, but it is homeless, drugged in. Like it's crazy. And that's the only place I've seen lately where it's just a lot of people. When I was in Bed-Stuy, there were a lot of people around the Fulton, Nostrand area. And like, there'd be people in front of the Walgreens over there. It's always a major issue. I know there is a huge, the Armory is a homeless shelter. I don't think that they're allowed to stay there all day because there'll be some people just kind of hanging on outside. And that is
they put everybody out of the Armory during the daytime.
That's Bedford and Atlantic. So I really wonder what they're doing because I don't see them. I know they're there, but I don't see them at the numbers. And I'm like, y'all had to go somewhere. So it's, you know, it's always a concern about where they went, you know, especially
I remember a few years ago, there was some storm that came through New York and it just showed nothing but water.
Sandy. Well, Sandy or Irene, because Irene was one year, Sandy was the next.
But I don't remember which one. It may have been.
I was in the Heights.
But it was all of this water just pouring into the subway. And I'm like, there's people living down there. Where they gonna go?
Yeah, I was in the Heights, so I didn't get the harshness of the flooding because I was up, but people that were down, it was really bad. I remember that was the time I was super churchy and we went to like, you know, because all of them, they put all of them in different places and you would volunteer at the different, whether it be like a school or just a church or like all these different places people were just put out because of like the flooding and stuff. And I remember it was because I volunteered maybe 2-3 days and like it was a mess.
Yeah. One of the places where you saw all that water just like raining in was Lower Manhattan. That was the South Ferry area. That's like a big train station. And that was where my job is like maybe it was a 5-minute walk up there. Now you had in Lower Manhattan, you still have really old buildings. There are some residents that have just been living there for years. They had to evacuate. They lost their, you know, apartments. And also a lot of houses and buildings down there, some of them are high rises, a lot of them are not. A lot of them are like 2-story buildings or maybe 3 at the most. They're not. So they got flooded. Lower Manhattan was a mess for at least a couple of years.
You know, it's so funny that Monty said this. No, because this is still this literally.
Yeah, this is still happening.
Yeah, it's always flooding. Like 2 weeks ago, the city floods if it rains. Ever since Sandy, something happened when the structure in the train stations, whatever damage happened, it consistently floods. If it rains, if it storms for more than 30 minutes, something is going to flood in New York City. That's just what happens now.
Those structures were built when the subway system was built, and there are a lot of things you can't just keep patching up. Seriously, you can't. Listen, research how old the switching system is in the subway. They're still using the original switching system, which is why trains just get like stuck during rush hour, just sitting there because, you know, they're waiting for other trains to go by. It is horrendous. Also, I learned that when my friend they lost their garage and basement, there was a rainstorm in October. It wasn't a hurricane, but it was heavy rain. And they, you know, the basement apartment got flooded, the garage, they lost a lot of stuff. And she was telling me that what Con Ed does when they're doing work on any old street, a residential street, when they have to clean up, they will stuff people's pipes with whatever it is that they're cleaning up. And the people that homeowners don't know until something happens, they think it's something they did, and then they pay to clean it up.
Yeah, and then a lot of the pipes that heat places don't work. Like I had this one place where it was freezing outside. No matter how high we tried to put the heat on, it just didn't work. Like, and I think it was just more of like the pipe, something was like the pipe frozen. And
Oh
then
no, that was
we
your
were still-
landlord.
and we were still
that
paying
was your landlord messing
yeah,
with
and
y'all.
then I feel like it never got fixed, or it got fixed for a second, but then something else happened where they tried to stop the mice because we had an issue with mice, and the things that they used to end up blocking the mice from getting in stopped the heat from coming out. So we were still in like a vicious cold place, but it was just like from the pipe to like then it being blocked off, or the heat being blocked off to keep the mice out. It's like we were finally like no more mice, but then it was still freezing cold. We would put it all the way up, and we all had these space heaters that were, and then you used to always have to put the plastic over the window just because of like how freaking cold it was. And I just remember like when I first realized you couldn't just turn the heat on, like you had to wait till your building turned the heat on. I was just like, what is this?
One more thing. I know this because it's the landlord that sold the brownstone. He had abandoned the brownstone, so we weren't paying rent for the last like year, legitimately, because the furnace wasn't working, and we called 311 each and every time, and they would make like put a notice on the landlord's door who was downstairs, and he would never respond. So if you have no heat in New York City, you do not have to pay rent until you get heat back.
I think I had a little bit to suggest that, but this is before I was radicalized. I was like, "What you mean not paying the rent?"
You know something? You don't even have to be radicalized.
I was very much like, "What do you mean? I don't want to get put out now. We can't just not be paying rent." But like, we were all just trying to figure out like, how do we? It was tough, man. Looking back, because I remember it was a whole month of just like ridiculousness of just like it was not getting really warm in the house and like boiling the water to everything, and like it was really bad. And then even in that same place, I remember it was a weird situation where it was a friend that lived there before me, and the apartment was actually in her name, so we were all sending her our rent. And I made the ignorant mistake by telling one of the new roommates that that's how the system went down, and he ended up taking advantage of that. And then my friend did it, she had to end up covering when he didn't pay for like a month or 2 months. And then I know this is gonna sound bad, but we put him out. I mean, I might have put more thought into this, but we really did put him out. Like we put all of his stuff like out in the lobby because we were like, because I mean, it didn't really affect us, but it was impacting my friend because it was like she's having to come out of pocket. He purposely was skipping rent, and like I said, I wasn't as conscious back then. So I mean, maybe then I would have probably, if I knew the stuff I knew now, I'd be like, maybe he's just a black man trying to survive.
No, I would have been get the fuck out now. Okay,
we definitely put him out, and that was the most disturbing incident too, because we had to wait until he left his room because he barricaded himself in his room. He was not leaving his room or whatever, and he would not even leave to use the bathroom. So we went in there. He had like jugs of like his urine. So we had to take gloves, all of that. It was crazy times thinking of that. And then me and her both had boyfriends. My boyfriend was battling homelessness at the time. Her boyfriend was battling sickle cell. And we were like, we'll get our boyfriends to fight you. And like, he was like, I'm not scared of them little niggas. He was like, these sickly. I'm sorry. I'm a comedian. I'm sorry if the comedy is harsh, but he was like, these sickly ass niggas. Like,
oh my God, that's crazy.
Well, out here in LA.
Because my boyfriend was literally losing weight day by day just because of like how he couldn't really afford food like my boyfriend at the time. Like, he couldn't afford to get on the train. Anything, his shoes, the sole of his shoes was messed up. I used to have to give him salt baths and all this other stuff. Like it was crazy time looking back. And like, yeah, and then we were trying to and he's losing weight every day. And I'm like, you need to fight for me because the guy was taking advantage.
Come beat him up. LA, we got the RV situation out here in LA.
Yeah.
People living in recreational vehicles and in their cars.
Yeah.
And some streets, that's all it is. Nothing but RVs and cars.
Oh, wow. I know there were
some streets
in the Bay,
and of course in other areas there's encampments with tents, and people just taking over sidewalks where you can't walk on the sidewalk. But there are some streets it's just nothing but recreational vehicles, and how these folks are getting a hold of these. I mean, some of them, they own them before they're homeless, and some of them they're just buying them cheap, and living in them,
and they may not be. they may be habitable for LA, but they're not habitable for some place with a winter, you know, like they may not be like ice snow, they may have like rust and holes and stuff like that, you know, and you know, you guys don't have harsh winters, so maybe it's fine. But what you
we don't have no blizzards the way y'all be doing in New York, but
like seasons,
so which means you can live in an RV in LA, but yeah.
I was thinking about the tiny home a few times. I've been thinking about it now. Like, how can I figure out?
When I was about to move, I was thinking about doing van life. I love that, but I
can't drive though, so I got to get me a license first. But if I get me a license, y'all might just see me out here van life in it. Y'all might just, if I don't get me a husband to help with the rent, I might just be van life.
What you were saying, Cherie, probably is another reason why a lot of landlords are bringing in young people from out of town that have never been in New York City. Because I'm gonna tell you, you ain't got to be conscious to know the laws in New York City in terms of tenant laws. There's so many people that know the law, and we have to, because people are trying to gouge us and people are trying to get money out of us. It's like, okay, you want your rent on time every single month, but you ain't fixed this furnace, or you ain't fixed this, mouse problem, or whatever. Like, you can't, like.
I never even thought about that, and maybe because, like I said, it wasn't my money. That's another thing, and that's the privilege coming out. It wasn't my money. So I think I was
staying in there.
I was still staying in there, but I never really thought of a lot of those things as far as like holding back the rent. I was always just like super scared of like.
I have a question.
And then if anybody ever like if a sublease ended, or even with that lady, where like I think at first it was like she was like, okay, we'll see how 3 months go or whatever, and then I think I only ended up staying there for about 6 months altogether because she was like, I want you out. Like, and once she said she wanted me out, I was like, all right, let me get the hell out there.
Again,
like, I didn't even really think of it like like that. I was just like, let me get out of this place. This lady's crazy, because I was just like, why are you picking on me for like having like a jacket on the chair and shit? Like,
that's crazy. I got a question real quick, and I'm saying this because, like I said, I never lived in New York. I didn't even visit enough to know. So I'm honestly do not know. What is it with the mice and the rats in New York?
Okay, here's
because because in LA we will get some antifreeze and some rat poison, and and a cat, and we like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. All right, I have 2 cats. I ain't seen nothing in my apartment, but anyway, yes, there have always been
antifreeze and rat poison. What is the problem? I don't understand.
Again, there have always been mice and rats in New York City. I have been there. I was born in 1968. I spent most of my adult life in New York City. Okay. My life, my entire life, all my childhood. Okay. So back in the day, like when I was in high school, I see rats in like on the train tracks and everything all the time. Never saw them in Bed-Stuy, just in the neighborhood, like in some people's houses. What happened were 2 things. Number one, before gentrification, there were, neighborhoods, there were streets with, bodegas and houses. That's it. Brownstones. And you may have like DeKalb Avenue where you had the restaurants, or, Fulton Street where you had the restaurants. Now you got to have restaurants everywhere because, gentrifiers don't like going any place far and shit. So now there's a increase of garbage because there are more restaurants and more, and, there's that more people that frequent these places. And especially during COVID, when garbage collection wasn't as frequent. No, it wasn't even the garbage collection. It was nobody outside. So the rats were like, yo, let's party. They ain't outside. They all in the house. Let's go,
Oh, wow.
Right.
Okay, but that's not really.
One more
thing.
That's
not really answering my question.
So here's part of the issue is also
antifreeze and rat poison. What is the problem?
Because the rats live in the tunnels and under the city, and so they're not like when you see one, it's because it's come up to get something and then it's going back to where it lives.
Yeah, because they would come up even when
the transit system in New York City is like 125 years old. Like it's a really really big. I don't think people understand how many tunnels and underground spaces exist in New York City. So the reason the rats are so out of control in part is because you can't get to them. because they live in the unknown places.
Yeah. They also come out with
under the
construction.
city.
There's so much construction. When there's construction, that also like
they come out construction, and they come out the weirdest place. Like most of the time, when I was in Jersey, they would come up on the stove. Like if you had left like food on the stove, they like that little, you know, where the gas comes out, it would poke its head out in the stove. And so that's what that's how you can't leave any food out. When I lived at that place, it was in Jersey City, you couldn't leave any food out because it would come up in the stove. And then even in Brooklyn, there's a place where it's like it would come from under the oven. So they would come out from under the oven. And then and then in Jersey, remember, that's why when he blocked off the heat, the literal holes that the heat came out of in the vent things, that's literally where the mice were going through there to get, because once that got blocked off.
So are y'all saying you've never tried antifreeze and rat poison? Is that what you're saying?
I've never where we live.
I need one at a time, please.
Where we live, you can always get rid of them in your house. Yeah. Right? Like that's always a possibility to get rid of them in your house.
Possibility.
Yes, but it does take diligence, and some of these bad boys, like I'm wondering if the antifreeze would work on New York, because I gotta tell you, there's actual there is mouse poison and rat poison that does not kill New York. Like it does, like they just eat them and go about their business.
Yeah.
So it's serious.
Okay.
It's serious. It's
serious. It takes a while for a lot of them. They build up like a tolerance. So it takes a while. And then, like I said, if they're in your place, they're gonna keep coming. It's like you kill one, the next one comes. So like there was a time in Brooklyn where I was at the top of this brownstone, me and my best friend. She lived on one side, I lived on the other. I probably stayed there the longest out of any other place I stayed in New York City. But it was an old brownstone, top floor. And there was a time where like they were just coming, where it was like, looking back, I don't know how long, but I know it was weeks. It might have been a couple of months where it was like literally you could count on it, where like every week or every 2 days, another one would come, get stuck to the trap. And then I call my landlord, like, oh, it got stuck to the trap. Can you come get it or whatever? But like, that was like a cycle. So it was like, you could get one, but then another one's going to keep, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one. And so the poison it really should have got exterminated. But like I said, I was kind of young and dumb back then, so I wasn't even thinking extermination or anything like that. It's like she would just buy the rat poison and buy the traps, and that was her exterminated. Looking back, if I was smarter, like I said, if I really knew about rights and what to really look out for, and then like I said, my parents didn't know no knowledge of dealing with the mice and stuff either, so I didn't even really know what to look out for. But like most of these landlords were not actually exterminating the place. They would just get the poison.
And that is their responsibility.
And you would just be like, you think to yourself, I could have bought me some poison and some mouse traps, but you'd watch them do it and they bring a person along with them. And it seemed like, okay, this big ordeal, they're really getting stuff fixed. but they really were not. They were not. So like, and then even with the cats, you got to make sure you get a cat that knows what to do with it. And actually, because I in my place in Jersey, we got a cat, and I remember the cat literally picked one of the mouse up and it was in its mouth, and it was still alive. So it was still
predators. That's what they do.
That was the place where I had that blow up bed, and I came home for like a week, and it was smelling really bad. And I was wondering what that smell was. Then when I finally moved, and the blow up bed got deflated a week before, really by that cat, and I lifted up, and it was a deflated mouse under my bed.
Okay, Stone Chowder.
So wait,
Stone Chowder.
real quick, because we got some monies that came in, so we want to make sure.
Shout out.
So shout out. Thank you for the $10. African Period. Much love to all the participants for each segment of today's shows. Thank you, BLM. I needed to find this space. We appreciate you. Also got $19.99 from Martin 313K. Support the Streamathon. They still on remix. So you got a long ways to go. If you try, it's been a day. It's been a day. Thank you.
Listen, the first time I encountered rats was Washington, D.C.
Me too.
And my chin was on the floor.
I
forget that. What was the name of that housing apartment? It was Howard. No,
Meridian?
the Park Square across
Park
from
Square.
Meridian.
Oh, I lived in Park Square. Yeah, I lived in both.
Park Square. This was a Howard University housing, all
Mm-hmm.
female, across the street from Malcolm X Park.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking out the kitchen window. I thought I saw 3 squirrels playing, and then I realized their tails were not bushy. I was like, they were humongous.
Mm-hmm.
And like, wait a minute, why are squirrels playing in the middle of the night? That was the second thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, those are rats.
That was me freshman year, because again, I used to see rats on the subway, but not even to the extent that I see them now. You know, so long as I didn't get near them. I was coming out of Burr Gymnasium at Howard's campus, and it was dark. And again, I had that same thought. I was like, it is too late for the squirrel to be out there. And it was too close to me. I am still scarred from that experience. I remember like this was the most, I can't even say, it was like the most appropriate sighting of a rat when I was in a friend's car and we had stopped at a light right across the street from the Capitol building, and a rat was crossing the street, probably going to the Capitol. And I was like, yeah, this is appropriate. Yeah, they're huge in DC. I don't know how they are now, but back in the 80s, ooh, Lord.
The biggest rat I ever seen was on 125th in Harlem, and it was like literally in the train station, like on the plaque, and it was so big, like it was literally the size of a cat, and it was so big that you could tell it couldn't even move around like that. It's just like, how did it even get here? And like, you know, you're just looking like, did it eat too much pizza? Like it looked like it ate whole pizzas. Like it was like, why is it that big? Like, and the Bronx is different because the Bronx, like most of these places have mice, and like, you know, I dealt with a lot of mice in my time in New York for the most part, until that last place that was a closet. Thank God it didn't have any mice there because it was brand new. But the Bronx, and what I've seen, they have rats that actually get in the home and I would have I almost died when it came to the mice. But the rats would have killed me, because like even with the mice, like if we saw mice, sometimes we wouldn't go in that room. Like when I was having those mice come in my I would go on the other side and stay and sleep with my best friend or whatever, because I was so afraid of like the mice coming. Or I would like not sleep on my bed. I would sleep in the couch. Like you were always adjusting yourself to not be around. And I think I still have PTSD, because if I ever hear like shaking or moving, I'm always like, because you will always hear the mouse moving before you actually would see it like fly out. But yeah,
you know, I brought an excellent point, because this did happen in New York City. The problem is many community-based organizations profit from sterilizing these street cats. In New York City, the city council approved $1,400 per cat sterilization, because back in the day, like around 2012, you would see cats all over the neighborhood. Then they disappeared. And that also contributed to rats just coming out like, you know, we free now. They gone, you know? So yeah.
Give us free.
Cats. Listen, I have 2 street cats. They were, you know, born, you know, in the hood, abandoned or whatever. They don't really have much to kill, because again, I ain't seen nothing since I got them, but they will go after, like they will try to take down a bee if it gets in the house. Okay. Oh my God.
And then I remember that one time I had a mouse that jiggled off of the trap. Like, you know how I said I had a male roommate at the time, and like I said, because of patriarchy, it was his job to get rid if it got stuck to the trap. And I remember one time it got stuck to the trap. I saw it kind of jumping around, but it was on the trap. So I was like, oh my God, thank God. And I went back in my room that was in the back of the apartment, and I texted my roommate like, yo, mouse is here when you get home or whatever. He comes out on the door. He's like, I don't see no mouse on the trap. That thing shook itself off the trap. Like, they're smart. The mice be smart.
Just a little
like,
inconvenience. Just a little inconvenience.
It was like, it said, I want to live. It had a wife and kids to get back to. It was like, I'm not going today. Hell no.
I'm a liberated woman, but shit, if there's a dude in the house, you getting rid of this shit. Like, no, I'm not doing it. You know. But no, I haven't seen them like inside my apartments in very long, like a couple of decades ago. And my first cat, Eartha Kitty, you know, when I first got her, that first year I was in an apartment, and I was up in Albany. I was in an apartment, and she would always be in the kitchen in the dark, facing like the kitchen, like under the sink, facing those cabinets. I just let her alone. And then one night, I'm like, there's something that smells weird in my bedroom. Like, what is going on? I'm looking around. I had a heavy mirror against the wall, and I pull back the wall. There was decapitated baby mouse there. So Eartha Kitty was job. I wish she would just cleaned up after she did her job, but yeah.
Okay.
Well, now that we have successfully grossed everybody out with mad cat
I can talk
and
about this
mouse and rat stories.
Right on time.
We look right on time.
Right on time. Mr. Arthritis is knocking on the door. I'm gonna have to
I
answer
just
him.
want to say to all the multitude of hosts that came through today to hold it down, to make sure that we were able to go the full day, to give the full stream. I appreciate it. I appreciate the folks that jumped on. Zens, always appreciate when you join. Dre was on earlier. Alchemy was on earlier. Art Without Words was on earlier. I don't know if I missed anybody in my runnings abouts, but I appreciate that everybody came through for the day. I hope that folks in the chat and whoever comes back to this later appreciate the time and energy that it takes to pull a stream off from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. because it's a legit work day. But I appreciate y'all. Tandi, thank you so much for agreeing to hold down this last segment. Thank you, Sheree, for coming back. Thank you, Zens, for coming back. I did send you that email, so you got to let me know if you know my aunts and uncles, because that will crack me up. But as always, y'all, please continue to support the platform. Please do. We appreciate when folks join on YouTube, but as we all know, this place is precarious. So do please also support the Patreon. We will continue to 2026. We're going to work on doing more on the Patreon for our supporters on that platform. But do like, share, subscribe. That is the best way to support us, even if you cannot do monetarily. We always appreciate that type of support. And I think that's gonna be it today, y'all. I appreciate y'all. And as Jared always ends, right? Like, peace only if you're willing to fight for it. So y'all have a good night and peace out.
Appreciate y'all. Peace.
Thank you.
Remix. 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 Remix.